Chapter 1. Journey into the Beast Realm. As dusk descended, the sun had set, and a dim light lingered in the air. Delicate raindrops floated from the sky, occasionally accompanied by flashes of lightning. It was amidst this atmosphere that Qin inexplicably found herself transported to an unfamiliar place. Qin was originally a student at Tsinghua University, poised to graduate this year. She had made plans with a few friends for a graduation trip. However, during the journey, she was pushed off a cliff by a friend, Li Shui, with whom she had always been on good terms. The motive behind this betrayal was unclear. Perhaps it was jealousy. Fortunately, Qin did not meet her demise. Instead, she fell onto a tree, and given that the cliff was not particularly high, she was fortunate to have survived. Unfortunately, she lost her way and wandered into a dense forest, unable to find her way back. Qin could only imagine how anxiously her friends were searching for her while she remained trapped in the wilderness. She walked incessantly, hoping to escape the forest as soon as possible. After 6 arduous days, she finally emerged from the thick woods into a vast plain. Here, the vegetation towered to about half her height, and even the grass grew abundantly. Heavens! Qin could hardly believe what she was witnessing. She rubbed her eyes, wishing fervently that this was all just a dream. This expansive plain was devoid of any buildings, utterly desolate and uninhabited. It was utterly unfathomable. Could such a place truly exist in the world? Qin had every reason to suspect that she had entered another realm, explaining the lush growth of the plants and the peculiar animals. She spotted an ant that stood an astonishing 50 to 60 centimeters tall, immensely colossal. Evidently, if such gigantic ants existed in her world, it would have caused quite a sensation. At a loss for what to do, Qin felt utterly disoriented. Just then, a tiger emerged from the thicket, larger than any she had ever seen at the zoo, towering over her by at least double. This magnificent creature boasted a coat of pristine white fur and eyes that glimmered like brass bells, exuding an air of dominance. Its agile form radiated an overwhelming presence that compelled one to retreat. The king emblem on its forehead only underscored its might. Terrified, Qin was frozen in place, her mind racing as her hands trembled uncontrollably. Was this how her life would end? The thought of being devoured by a tiger was unbearable. It would be a painful demise. The tiger seemed somewhat sentient. Upon noticing Qin fear, it did not approach her directly, but let out a tentative roar, as if to intimidate her. The sheer power of that roar sent many birds fleeing from the forest, further embedding fear within Qin's heart. To her astonishment, after issuing its roar, the tiger darted away swiftly, its anxious demeanor suggesting some urgent matter at hand, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Dazed, Qin wondered if she had truly escaped such peril so easily. Her thoughts then drifted back to the tiger, which had appeared so fierce and majestic. If such a magnificent creature existed in her own world, it would undoubtedly have become a celebrity among animals. Yet reality left little room for her musings. She needed to run forward, fearful that the tiger might return in pursuit. Having narrowly evaded danger, she understood the importance of preserving her life. After running for what felt like an eternity, her legs grew weary, and she collapsed onto a stone, gasping for breath. It had been far too long since she had exercised. Before she could rest for long, the tiger reappeared, charging towards her. In the time it took her to recover, the tiger had easily caught up, given its 4 legs compared to her 2. Having faced the tiger twice now, Qin felt a strange calm wash over her. She resigned herself to her fate, realizing resistance was futile. Great tiger, might we come to an understanding? When you bite me, could you perhaps do so with a bit more care? Ideally, I would prefer to avoid unnecessary suffering. Qin had truly reached the end of her rope. But to her utter disbelief, the tiger transformed into a man draped in animal skins. The man had bronze skin, adorned in half a pelt, with flowing white hair that exuded a primal beauty. His sharp gaze fixated on Qin, as though he feared she would flee. His tall and imposing figure was impossible to ignore. This was simply too incredible. A tiger could transform into a human. How utterly unscientific. In that moment, Qin's fear dissipated, and she rushed forward. "Hello, tiger brother. Do you speak?" I am Feng Jing, a beastman from the tiger tribe. Beautiful female, what brings you here alone? Initially, Feng Jing had been intrigued by Qin Wan's unusual attire as she wandered through the forest, perplexed as to which tribe she belonged. It was unusual for a female to traverse such perilous grounds without the company of a beastman. After considering the situation, he surmised that perhaps her beastman companion had simply lost their way and failed to follow her, prompting him to stealthily trail behind her. After some time, he concluded that this female must be without a tribe, or else a beastman would have come searching for her by now. Unable to resist any longer, he revealed himself. Feng Jing, greetings. Do you know where we are? Qin Wan's beauty was striking. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisite, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a hint of intoxication, evoking a sense of pity. Her luscious lips were captivating, drawing attention effortlessly. Feng Jing felt his heart skip a beat at that moment. This is the border of the tiger tribe. Have you lost your way to your own tribe? Would you like to accompany me back to the tiger tribe? Qin Wan nodded vigorously at this, eager to understand more about this world, realizing she was not entirely safe alone here. Feng Jing observed her attire and guessed she must have come from a higher tribe, as the females and beastmen here predominantly wore animal skins. It was rare to find someone dressed in garments woven from silks, a luxury of the advanced tribes. It was clear that the items Qin Wan wore were both rare and precious, suggesting she was a pampered female. Though Feng Jing could not fathom how Qin Wan had ended up at the tiger tribe, he had already unilaterally decided to consider her as his mate. Chapter 2. First Steps into the Tiger Tribe. Feng Jing had never encountered such a stunning female. Her skin was blindingly fair, contrasting sharply with the bronze complexions of the females in his tribe. Do you still have the strength to walk? Would you like me to carry you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Wan admitted her fatigue. Yes, thank you. In a swift motion, Feng Jing transformed back into the powerful white tiger before her. He crouched low to the ground, instinctively sharpening his claws and shaking his body, letting out a long roar as he awaited Qin Wan's approach. Qin Wan had never imagined she would find herself in such a situation riding a tiger. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, she approached Feng Jing. Despite her knowledge of his ability to transform and communicate, a part of her remained fearful. Feng Jing, you truly want me to sit on you? The white tiger gazed at her intently, eyes sparkling with anticipation, lowering his body further to facilitate her ascent. Then I shall mount. Like a child, Qin Wan gleefully climbed onto Feng Jing's back, unable to suppress her delight as she stroked his soft, white fur. Riding a tiger was an extraordinary opportunity. This experience far surpassed any mundane encounter with a house cat. Qin Wan had a hidden fondness for plush animals, having several cats at home. Now, free from fear, she was captivated by the majestic white tiger, unable to resist the urge to pet him. Feng Jing sensed her gentle touch and felt a rush of embarrassment. Beastmen were not meant to be touched, only their females were permitted such liberties. Did this imply something more? His ears flushed a deep crimson, but thankfully, his fur concealed his blushing visage from Qin Wan. By the way, Feng Jing, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Qin Wan. Qin Wan, Qin Wan. Feng Jing repeated silently in his mind, enchanted by the name and wishing to treasure it forever. Having transformed back, he could not speak, so it was Qin Wan who filled the silence with her chatter while Feng Jing focused on their journey. Feng Jing, what is the situation in your tribe? Feng Jing harbored a heartfelt desire to reassure Qin Wan, wishing to convey that the Tiger clan would treat her exceptionally well, embracing her as one of their own. He also intended to assure her of his own kindness, promising that she would not endure even the slightest injustice. However, at that moment, Feng Jing was rendered speechless, only able to emit a few guttural sounds. Qin Wan discerned the essence of Feng Jing's intent, recognizing it as a form of self-comfort. It's all right, don't worry. I have faith that your clan is truly wonderful. Qin Wan replied with a hint of urgency, realizing she might be overthinking the situation. She decided to take things as they came, accepting her circumstances with grace. After running for more than an hour, Feng Jing finally caught sight of some figures in the distance. They were clad in animal hides, engaged in various tasks, while a few small tigers lounged nearby, accompanied by children of ambiguous gender. As Feng Jing transformed into his human form, he became a strikingly handsome young man. "May I call you Wan?" Qin Wan beamed, her smile radiant and enchanting. "Of course you may. Others have called me that as well." Feng Jing, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety, clasped his hands tightly, his eyes reflecting his unease. "Wan, we have arrived at the clan. What do you think of it?" At a loss for words, Qin Wan hesitated. To say it was good would be misleading. The houses were hastily constructed and seemed liable to collapse with the slightest breeze. Yet to claim it was bad would be unjust, for this was merely the nature of the world they lived in, a reality shared by all. "It's quite nice. There seem to be many people, and everyone appears industrious," she remarked thoughtfully, choosing to highlight the aspects she found commendable. Feng Jing was elated. It was splendid that Wan appreciated his clan. In truth, regardless of her feelings, he had no intention of letting her leave. The members of the clan, upon spotting Feng Jing with a figure atop his back, were taken aback. It was indeed a rare sight, as Feng Jing rarely interacted with the females of the clan. Today, however, they beheld the remarkable sight of a tiger carrying a female, a truly extraordinary occurrence. Feng Jing's close friends craned their necks to catch a glimpse, eager to discover which female had managed to capture the heart of their stoic warrior, compelling him to draw near. One particularly impatient friend dashed over to Feng Jing. Well, Feng Jing, you've done well for yourself. Where did you find such a beautiful female? Care to introduce us?" Feng Jing felt a pang of reluctance to introduce Qin Wan to his companions, a tinge of jealousy stirring within him. Yet, given her beauty, it was futile to hide her. It was best to clarify the situation to prevent any rivalries. He glanced at Qin Wan, his gaze laden with contemplation. "Wan, this is my dear friend from the clan Balu. He is also a tiger beastman." Feng Jing spoke softly to Qin Wan, cautious not to startle her, while he was far more casual with Balu. "This is Qin Wan." In that brief introduction, Feng Jing seemed reluctant to elaborate further. "Greetings, Brother Balu. I hope you will look after me in the future," Qin Wan said graciously, her words beautifully articulated and polite. Feng Jing, however, struggled to comprehend her words, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the thought of Balu's attention on her. He offered Balu a cold glare. "Wan, I will take care of you. You need not rely on anyone else." Indeed, Feng Jing possessed a touch of possessiveness, unwilling to allow anyone, even his closest friend, to draw too near to Qin Wan. At that moment, both Qin Wan and Feng Jing had nearly entered the clan. The females weaving grass and the beastmen preparing game halted their tasks, eager to meet the new female among them. Qin Wan had not anticipated being surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces, and a twinge of nervousness crept in. She shyly scratched her head and offered a gentle smile to the gathering crowd. Her smile captivated them, leaving them in awe of her beauty, so striking that it seemed almost sacrilegious to disturb the serene atmosphere. The females of the Tiger clan, typically boisterous and carefree, found themselves unexpectedly shy in the presence of Qin Wan, their nerves palpable. Chapter 3. Improved barbecue. In dealing with Qin Wan, the females of the Tiger clan found themselves somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, they extended a warm welcome to her arrival. The females of the Tiger clan, eager to make a good impression, offered Qin Wan some fruits that the orcs had gathered for them, and as she beheld the large, round, and vividly red fruit, realization dawned upon her. It was none other than an apple, albeit significantly larger than the one she was accustomed to. Noticing the anxious gazes of the females around her, Qin Wan gradually felt her tension dissipate. It appeared that they were genuinely kind-hearted individuals. She found solace in the belief that her life in the clan would be pleasant. Accepting the apple from a female with bronze skin, striking features, and full lips, Qin Wan was met with smiles from the others, who welcomed her warmly. Touched by their enthusiasm, she took a quiet bite of the apple. However, after just one bite, she realized something was amiss. The apple was exceedingly sour, enough to make her teeth feel as though they might fall out. She surmised that it must be a wild apple, which would explain its tartness. Yet, feeling hesitant to voice her discomfort to the kind-hearted females, she resolved to persevere and finish the fruit. Ultimately, she could not complete the apple. Midway through, Feng Jing noticed the contorted expression on her face, and deduced that the sourness of the apple was likely the cause that Tio spare Qin Wan any embarrassment. He decisively snatched the half-eaten apple from her hands and took a bite himself, inciting the disapproving glances of the clan's females. Qin Wan was momentarily taken aback, her hands unsure of where to rest. Was this truly permissible? Having consumed half of the apple, it felt akin to an indirect kiss when Feng Jing devoured it. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple against the backdrop of the setting sun, with a halo of radiant light illuminating her hair, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. The members of the clan were entranced. To them, Qin Wan appeared almost ethereal, radiating an aura of sanctity and beauty, as if she might vanish at any moment. Feng Jing watched her intently, having sensed from their very first encounter that Qin Wan was no ordinary female. Despite this awareness, he was resolute in his desire to keep her close, having developed feelings for her from the moment they met. Thus, Qin Wan became a member of the Tiger Clan. The clan predominantly survived through hunting. With the orc males comprising the majority, by day, they ventured out to hunt, returning at night with their spoils, while the females engaged in weaving baskets and caring for children, contributing to the clan's welfare. As days turned into weeks, Qin Wan fully integrated into the Tiger Clan. Feng Jing took special care of her, frequently bringing her food. Qin Wan was astonished to discover that the clan's diet consisted solely of the meat of wild animals they hunted. Devoid of any vegetables that it seemed they were unaware of the existence of edible greens. The most disheartening aspect was their lack of culinary techniques. They merely boiled or roasted their meat, resulting in a dish that was both fishy and tough. Each day, she observed them preparing their food in such a bland manner, and she felt a strong urge to introduce change. Qin Wan meticulously scoured the vicinity of the Tiger Clan, hoping to find some seasoning to complement their barbecue, perhaps chili or scallions, though she had little hope. Yet, she remained determined to seek out other possible condiments. After thoroughly searching much of the clan's territory, she finally discovered a sprig of perilla, though it had mutated to an impressive height, nearly as tall as a person, with exceptionally broad leaves that had transformed from deep purple to black, so much so that she almost failed to recognize it. Despite only finding this one sprig of perilla, Qin Wan was not disheartened. Perilla not only possesses antibacterial and detoxifying properties, but it also serves as a seasoning that enhances flavor, particularly for fish, making it a culinary treasure. Qin Wan resolved to incorporate a few leaves of perilla into the clan's cooking, hoping to elevate the flavors. Surely, it would be an improvement over their current practice of roasting unseasoned meat that had not been properly cleaned. Her heart brimmed with confidence when the clan prepared to barbecue once more. Qin Wan seized the opportunity to make a suggestion that do we have any salt here? The members of the Tiger Clan paused, puzzled by her inquiry. Yes, we do, but it's terribly unpalatable, a bitter taste used by our shaman for healing. Generally, no one dares to touch it. Shortly after, a female produced a sizable chunk of salt from the clan stores. Astonished by the enormous clump of salt, Qin Wan understood why it was described as both bitter and salty. It was a massive crystalline block. How could it not be salty? She surmised that the clan members must be consuming it in large chunks, which would explain the unpleasant taste. Many of our dishes incorporate salt. Would you like to try it? The group hesitated, recalling how Qin Wan's former clan must have enjoyed better conditions. But could this salt truly improve their food? Would it render their meals even less palatable? Skepticism lingered among them. Ultimately, Feng Jing stepped forward. Give it a try. See if it's good, then I'll set aside a piece of meat for you to experiment with. Qin Wan discerned the doubt in their eyes. Recognizing that such skepticism was natural, that if she were in their position, she too would be cautious. Yet, Feng Jing's gesture warmed her heart. This unfounded trust was truly heartening. Rest assured, I will create a delectable dish. Qin Wan assured Feng Jing earnestly, determined to demonstrate how delightful salted meat could be. After all, even boiled meat could taste vastly different with a pinch of salt. Her first step towards realizing this ambition was to have Feng Jing prepare the salt properly. Indeed, this salt has been left too long. It is all clumped together that we need to separate a small piece and grind it into a powder for use. Chapter 4. Qin Wan Space Feng Jing. Could you help me break off a small piece of salt and grind it into a powder? Though Feng Jing was somewhat perplexed, he complied with her request that, of course, that's no problem. He promptly commenced his task, even crafting a stone bowl specifically for this purpose. Clearly, Feng Jing's claws were exceptionally sharp as he skillfully shaped the bowl. Once he completed the task, Qin Wan gazed at the bowl filled with salt. Satisfied that it resembled the salt she knew from modern times, though she was uncertain about its flavor. Dipping her finger into the salt, she tasted it. It seemed slightly saltier than the salt she was accustomed to. But it was usable. Qin Wan began by soaking the meat in water to remove the blood, then allowed it to dry before marinating it with salt and perilla leaves for an hour. During the marination, many onlookers curiously inquired about her methods. Why are you puncturing the meat? Won't it fall apart? Why are you adding those peculiar leaves? Are they poisonous? How long must this meat marinate? This seems rather tedious. Will it really taste good? Can I have a taste later? Qin Wan welcomed their questions, responded to each with a smile and sincerity, as if she were already confident in her approach. The punctures allow the meat to absorb the flavors better. This leaf is called perilla. It helps eliminate any fishy taste that it needs to marinate for about an hour before we can roast it. Once it's done, I'll have Feng Jing slice a bit for you to try, assuming he is willing, since he provided the meat. The anticipation of waiting proved excruciating for everyone. Their curiosity piqued about how the addition of salt would alter the flavor. As the time to barbecue finally arrived, a crowd had gathered around Qin Wan, eager to observe her every movement. Feng Jing, would you like to try roasting the meat? Begin by scoring it with a stone knife. Then skewer it and turn it frequently until it's golden brown. Feng Jing was more than happy to assist Qin Wan, promptly setting to work and roasting the meat. Qin Wan settled nearby, watching as he diligently tended to the fire, immersed in his task. What a man! Indulgently, one finds oneself captivated by the enchanting visage of Feng Jing, his strikingly handsome and chiseled features aglow in the flickering light. The allure of this man, who is presently radiating his charm, ensnares Qin Wan's attention, rendering her momentarily spellbound, unable to avert her gaze. Feng Jing, too, senses the intensity of her gaze. He glances up at her and offers a smile, revealing his charming canine teeth, which unexpectedly adds to his charm. After the brief exchange, he resumes his focus, diligently immersed in his task. At long last, through Feng Jing's relentless effort, the meat is perfectly grilled. Seizing the moment while it is still sizzling, he slices the finest piece for Qin Wan, eager for her to savor its exquisite flavor. Upon her first taste, she is momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. It is simply delectable that in stark contrast to the barbecued fare she had endured in the tribe, this dish can only be described as a culinary masterpiece. Feng Jing watches her intently, his heart racing as he fears that should she express even the slightest disappointment, he would hastily reclaim the meat for himself. Throwing it away is out of the question, for Qin Wan has invested considerable effort into this endeavor, and regardless of its taste, he would consume it. Observing Qin Wan smile, he realizes that his culinary attempt has indeed triumphed. Soon after, a throng of orcs gathers around him, clamoring for a taste of the meat. However, Feng Jing is not one to generously share. He harbors no desire to allow others a bite of the first dish he created with Qin Wan. This moment is exclusively theirs. With a rather possessive disposition, Feng Jing begrudgingly slices a small piece from the edge and hands it to the orcs, permitting them to divide it amongst themselves, though he remains indifferent to how much they receive. His heart is steely as the orcs, in their eagerness to seize the morsel, erupt into a scuffle. Some plead for Feng Jing to provide more, but he feigns ignorance, feeling that offering even this much is already generous. Qin Wan observes the scene before her, a flicker of satisfaction warming her heart. After all, who could blame them for their disbelief in her words? Let them contend amongst themselves. Once they have tasted this barbecue, she doubts they will ever find pleasure in the bland fare they had previously consumed. Indeed, the barbecue Qin Wan has prepared has opened a new realm of culinary delight for the orcs. Everyone eagerly produces their stores of salt and meat, even hastily plucking the last of the perilla leaves, all eager to experience this unparalleled delicacy once more. Meanwhile, Qin Wan finds herself alone in her quaint wooden cabin, indulging in snacks and engrossed in her phone. Unbeknownst to many, she possesses a spatial storage that has been with her since birth, a secret she has kept hidden from everyone. That it was this very space that sustained her during her days of wandering in the jungle, providing sustenance when she needed it most. Her space is neither too large nor too small, about 20 to 30 square meters, filled with an array of snacks and necessities, sanitary pads, personal garments, and even an assortment of seasonings. Among her treasures are packets of hot pot spices and barbecue dipping sauces, making her supply quite comprehensive. Yet, Qinwan faces a dilemma. These items cannot be easily accessed without drawing attention, as they are clearly not products of this era, and she fears attracting misfortune. After all, human greed knows no bounds, and unscrupulous individuals lurk in every corner. Now, the aroma of grilled meat wafts through the tribe, captivating everyone's attention as they prepare to indulge. Only then does Qinwan allow herself to relax and enjoy life. However, she is acutely aware that such bliss cannot last indefinitely. Food will eventually run out, and her phone battery is dwindling. Although she possesses a solar charger in her space, the sheer number of people around makes her hesitant to bring it out, especially since the orc world lacks any form of network, rendering many functions of her phone utterly useless, merely a means to pass the time. Qinwan still harbors hopes of strengthening the tribe, believing that in time, they will lack for nothing. Chapter 5. A confession while the others remain immersed in the delectable barbecue. Feng Jing seeks out Qinwan. The sound of knocking startles her. She had not anticipated a visitor at this hour. Qinwan, are you there? Quickly, she stows away her belongings into her spatial storage and replies. I am here. What do you need? Feng Jing opens the door, looking somewhat sheepish as he scratches his head. It's nothing urgent. Really, I just wanted to see you. You brought such delicious barbecue for everyone. I wanted to express our tribe's gratitude. Qinwan, taken aback, had expected something more pressing. Why the formality? You all have been quite kind to me. I haven't yet had the chance to thank you. Her sincerity reflects her appreciation for the Tiger Clan, which has welcomed her despite her outsider status and lack of strength to contribute significantly. Had she been alone in this orc world, she would have undoubtedly encountered numerous troubles, making the Tiger Clan her best option. Feng Jing lingers at her door, hesitant to leave, as if there is more he wishes to convey. Feng Jing, is there something else you want to discuss? Struggling to find the right words, his face flushes crimson as he wrestles with his impulses. Qinwan, from the very moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored. That I understand this may come as a surprise. But please believe that my feelings for you are genuine. Qinwan is indeed taken aback. While Feng Jing possesses an undeniable appeal, this declaration feels precipitous. They have known each other for barely a few days, just half a month at most. Shouldn't orcs of this era be more straightforward? A sense of confusion washes over her. Yet, she refrains from outright rejecting Feng Jing. Her gaze drifts to a nearby post, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Leaving Feng Jing in a state of frantic uncertainty, just as she is about to articulate her response, Feng Jing interrupts that no, please don't speak just yet. Take your time to think it over. With that, he hastily departs, his heart racing with trepidation at the thought of facing outright rejection. Thus, he interrupts her before she can voice her decision. Watching him retreat with a hurried gait, Qinwan can't help but smile, internally musing that he has let this opportunity slip away. Pursuing her in the future may not be so simple. In that moment, Qinwan resolves to be with Feng Jing. After all, having arrived in this world, choosing Feng Jing would ultimately lead her to be with another orc. Why not choose Feng Jing, who genuinely captures her interest? Furthermore, his beast form is that of a white tiger, an irresistible attraction for someone like Qinwan, who has a penchant for furry creatures. Fortunately, it was Feng Jing's interruption that prevented her from easily acquiescing. As for the future, it will depend on his actions, for everything requires a period of observation. Upon returning to his room, Feng Jing's heart pounds wildly. The thrill of confessing to the one he adores leaves him in a state of anxiety, uncertain of Qinwan's feelings in return. Seated on the floor, he finds himself lost in thought, restless throughout the night. In this era, the absence of light plunges the night into darkness, and he remains there, waiting for the dawn to break. The Tiger Clan boasts a specialized hunting team, comprised of the tribe's most formidable warriors, and Feng Jing is among them. At the crack of dawn, the hunting team sets off, but Feng Jing, having had a sleepless night, bears the telltale dark circles beneath his eyes, his overall demeanor appearing somewhat disheveled. Barrow, observing Feng Jing's condition, can't resist teasing him. Feng Jing, what's wrong? Where were you last night? You look dreadful. Feng Jing's expression hardens, clearly unamused. Why does it concern you where I go? Perhaps you're the one who indulged too much in barbecue yesterday and has too much time on your hands. Barrow's comment evokes memories of the delicious barbecue, which had been so satisfying that even with full bellies, the orcs yearn for more to be by the way. Feng Jing, where did you find Qinwan? She truly is remarkable, knowledgeable about so many things, and her barbecue was simply delectable. Since experiencing the barbecue prepared with a new method, the orcs had collectively resolved to stock up on salt during their next market trip. For the incorporation of salt had proven to be indispensable in their culinary endeavors. Once the orcs have departed, the females of the tribe begin their daily tasks. Many sit atop stones weaving baskets. And Qinwan is among them. When she first arrived, she had no idea how to weave, but under the tutelage of the tribe's women, she has since become proficient, crafting baskets swiftly and skillfully. Having produced numerous baskets, she has stored many in her spatial storage for future use in the tribe. The woven baskets crafted by the females were intended for sale at the bustling marketplace. The females began to engage in conversation. Qinwan, the roasted meat you made yesterday was absolutely delightful. If you discover any new method in the future, do share them with us. Qinwan responded with a bright smile. Of course, no problem. However, it would be beneficial if you could gather a wider variety of plants that I can help identify which ones are edible. Some plants are indeed consumable, while others can serve as seasonings to enhance the flavor of our dishes. All the females agreed, recognizing that the discovery of edible plants would be advantageous for the tiger tribe, benefiting everyone. Qinwan had a new idea. The tribe possessed salt, so if they could find those large, fragrant leaves, they could easily prepare a dish known as beggar's chicken. The method was remarkably simple. Just marinate the chicken in salt, wrap it in leaves, cover it with a layer of mud, and roast it over a fire. Qinwan had previously tasted beggar's chicken and found it extraordinarily delicious, with tender meat that retained its juices and a subtle fragrance, devoid of any gamey taste. And the skin was delightfully resilient, making each bite incredibly savory. The mere thought of it made Qinwan salivate, her eyes sparkling with the desire to find those large leaves, longing to savor her improved version of beggar's chicken. As she sat in a daze, the others refrained from interrupting her, with one female even assisting in finishing the basket that Qinwan had not completed the tribe. Qinwan had formed a close friendship with a female named Ba Mu, who happened to be the sister of Ba Luo. Ba Mu had a cheerful disposition and was very generous, often looking out for Qinwan, whom she perceived as delicate and easily injured. Qinwan cherished her newfound friend, and they frequently exchanged gifts. Occasionally, they would venture out together in search of edible plants. Although they often came up short, Ba Mu, being a female of the tiger tribe, was quite skilled and often managed to catch small game, which Qinwan admired greatly, thinking Ba Mu is truly remarkable. When Feng Jing returned from hunting, Qinwan eagerly inquired, Feng Jing, did you come across any large leaves while hunting? Feng Jing pondered for a moment before responding. There are plenty of large leaves. Qinwan was overjoyed, realizing that her plan for beggar's chicken was indeed feasible. She grew tender and began to softly plead with Feng Jing, somewhat shyly asking, Feng Jing, could you take me to find those leaves? I would like to see them. Feng Jing readily agreed. Since their last confession, the fact that Qinwan still wanted to be friends and converse with him was already a wonderful development. Now that Qinwan had a request, he was more than willing to oblige. This was a trivial matter to him, and he would not hesitate, even if it meant facing great danger for her sake. Qinwan felt a surge of happiness at Feng Jing's agreement, as it brought her one step closer to her goal. However, she also felt trepidation about venturing into the jungle alone, being a modern individual who had seldom encountered such large wild beasts. Hoping that this expedition would proceed smoothly, when Qinwan finally set out with Feng Jing, she discovered he was indeed truthful. The jungle was teeming with various large leaves, overwhelming her with choices. Ultimately, she selected a type that emitted a pleasant aroma, reminiscent of a subtle apple scent. She thought to herself, this should make for a delectable beggar's chicken. On the way back, her curiosity got the better of her. Feng Jing, how do you usually deal with wild beasts when hunting? Feng Jing was momentarily taken aback by her question. Well, when we encounter them, we transform into our beast forms and engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Qinwan instinctively closed her eyes, imagining the bloody scene. It was a perilous way to hunt. She couldn't help but suggest, why not dig a pit and create a trap? If it's deep enough, the beasts won't be able to escape, and we could even place sharp stakes inside for better effectiveness. Upon hearing her suggestion, Feng Jing immediately recognized the advantages. it would prevent casualties, and the trap could be reused. Though it would require considerable effort, the IT was indeed an excellent idea. Feng Jing thought to himself that the tribe's members were somewhat foolish. Such a simple solution should have been realized long ago. If they had thought of it sooner, it could have spared the tribe from many losses. Feng Jing was overjoyed and upon returning to the tribe, shared Qin Wan's brilliant idea with everyone. The tribe members looked at Qin Wan with gratitude in their eyes, as if they were regarding her as a savior. Eventually, it was the tribe leader who stepped forward, saying, "Child, we truly thank you for your contributions to the tribe. You have helped us immensely, and we will always remember you." Qin Wan felt a surge of pressure. She was merely an ordinary modern person, with nothing remarkable about her except for her space, and certainly not as grand as the leader described. All the females began to encircle Qin Wan, and some of the stronger ones lifted her into the air, tossing her playfully and catching her just before she landed. Qin Wan felt a rush of embarrassment, her face flushed, and her brows knitted together. She had never anticipated such enthusiasm from everyone, feeling unworthy of their praise for merely offering a small suggestion. Feng Jing quietly stood by, watching Qin Wan, the one he cherished and relishing the sight of her smiling face. It was a delightful feeling. Now that Qin Wan had found the leaves suitable for making beggar's chicken, the rest was in Feng Jing's hands. That IT depended on him to procure a wild chicken or any suitable bird, all of which were perfect for the dish. Feng Jing embraced this task with fervor, brimming with excitement as he set out to hunt. His ultimate haul consisted of a large wild chicken and several newly hatched chicks. The wild chicken was enormous, at least 2 to 3 times the size of a regular chicken, and Qin Wan felt hesitant to eat it, unable to fathom what kind of leaves could encase such a large bird. Thus, she opted to divide the wild chicken's meat into several portions for roasting. Of course, Qin Wan was most satisfied with the little chicks, which were just the right size for making beggar's chicken. She imagined how tender the meat would be, and the mere thought made her mouth water. She resolved that once the little chicken was roasted, it would be hers, as her small appetite would be perfectly satisfied by one of those tiny birds. When Qin Wan commenced the preparation of the beggar's chicken, a crowd gathered around her, even larger than the last time, as she had already proven her culinary prowess, as she wrapped the chicken meat in mud. The tribe members were astonished by her unconventional cooking method, questioning how such an odd technique could yield edible results. They worried that Qin Wan might fail, and aside from Feng Jing, none believed in her capabilities. Before long, the enticing aroma of the roasted beggar's chicken wafted through the air, a mouth-watering blend of savory meat and the sweet scent of apples filling the tribe. Some individuals found themselves salivating, wishing they could indulge in the dish immediately. When the chicken was finally ready, curiosity filled the air. Could she really have succeeded in creating a delicious meal? The freshly cooked beggar's chicken was scorching hot, and few dared to touch it. Qin Wan found a stone to crack open the mud shell. She carefully unwrapped the leaves encasing the chicken. Everyone was astonished to find that the meat was perfectly cooked, neither burnt nor underdone. Everything was just right. The beggar's chicken was presented in a golden hue, undeniably tempting and eliciting drool from everyone present, who could tell it would be delectable. Feng Jing, ever considerate, held out the beggar's chicken made from the little chick that Qin Wan had chosen, tearing open the shell and placing it before her. When Qin Wan took her first bite, she found the chicken incredibly tender and juicy, exactly as she had imagined. But if Qin Wan was satisfied with the flavor, the tribe members were even more so, unable to stop eating. Although Feng Jing had caught a large chicken, it was still insufficient for the crowd, and some merely sampled the taste before it was gone. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they sat in stunned silence, marveling that such a delicious dish truly existed. My goodness, what kind of life have we been living to have missed out on such delights? Feng Jing, too, relished the flavor of beggar's chicken, gazing at Qin Wan with starry eyes, thinking how incredible she was. His judgment had been spot on. After Qin Wan had satisfied her hunger, she noticed the beastmen around her sitting motionless. Feeling somewhat curious, I asked the beggar's chicken not to their liking. She poked Feng Jing's muscular arm. Nice to the touch. Say, Feng Jing, do you have any idea what's going on? Why is everyone just sitting there, not moving? Not much. They merely found your beggar's chicken to be exceptionally delicious, leaving them utterly astonished. Qin Wan then patted her heart, beginning to feel at ease. The unnerving stillness of everyone seated earlier had truly frightened her, leading her to believe something dreadful had occurred. In truth, Qin Wan was beginning to crave again, her thoughts drifting to the snacks stored in her space. roasted duck necks, beef jerky, sour and spicy chicken feet, fragrant taro chips, and snail noodles. These were her eternal delights, things she could never relinquish. Yet she understood that given the current state of construction and the keen noses of those orcs, it was absolutely inadvisable for her to indulge in such treats at this moment. Determined, Qin resolved to create opportunities for herself to enjoy snacks, for it couldn't always be this way. Moreover, the houses in the tribe felt exceedingly perilous. It seemed that the moment a storm arose, the structures could collapse at any moment. In truth, Qin wished to reside in a cave, believing it might offer greater safety and protection from the rain, certainly more secure than the makeshift homes crafted from thatch outside. She specifically sought out the chieftain to convey her intentions. "Chieftain, I wish to move into the cave on our back mountain, that I find the place quite suitable and exceedingly safe for me. I simply need to construct a door out of wood at the entrance, which would undoubtedly be far superior to my current dwelling." The chieftain appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply that he neither consented to nor dismissed Qin proposal. Recognizing that this was not the right time, Qin decided to return and patiently await the chieftain's response. As soon as Qin stepped out of the chieftain's chamber, she was intercepted by Feng Jing. At this moment, Feng Jing, with his handsome features and eyes brimming with concern, asked Qin, "Did you need anything from the chieftain? Do you require my assistance? You can always come to me. I will certainly help you." Qin was acutely aware of Feng Jing's profound feelings for her, yet she hesitated to easily entrust herself to him, for this was the man she envisioned spending her life with. Moreover, she harbored numerous secrets. Should she choose poorly, her future could be irrevocably compromised. "It's nothing much. I merely inquired whether I could relocate," she replied with a casual tone, as though it were a trivial matter, barely worth mentioning. However, Feng Jing's thoughts ran deeper. He pondered why Qin would want to move. Did she not like him and wish to avoid him? No, that simply could not be permitted. Feng Jing felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to prevent Qin from leaving. Yet he found himself at a loss as to how to express his concerns, with a hint of dejection in his gaze and a touch of lament in his voice. He implored, "Is it truly necessary to move? Living together with everyone else is quite pleasant, after all." Feng Jing endeavored to persuade Qin, wishing to dissuade her from this notion, but how could he succeed? If Qin were so easily swayed, she wouldn't be Qin. Besides, her desire to relocate stemmed from the overcrowding, which had become somewhat inconvenient. Yet, seeing Feng Jing's crestfallen expression tugged at her heartstrings. Why did her decision to move cause him such sorrow? She wasn't abandoning him, merely changing her residence, which left her somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Qin instinctively softened her tone, her voice becoming gentle. "All right, I am just moving, so please don't worry. Perhaps you could visit my new place once I settle in. You are most welcome to come." Feng Jing's face flushed as he realized he had misunderstood. Qin move was not a reflection of her feelings towards him. What a relief! He still had a chance. It was wonderful that Qin did not harbor any dislike for him. His enthusiasm surged, his brows lifting in delight, and his lips curving into a smile that could not be concealed. Feng Jing even hesitated to let Qin undertake the laborious task of moving. He prepared her furniture and belongings, promising that the moment the chieftain approved her relocation, he would assist her without delay. Ensuring everything would be transported to the cave, that moment, he began to contemplate how to construct the wooden door Qin mentioned, eager to have everything ready for her. Everything seemed to unfold perfectly. The bond between Qin and Feng Jing naturally deepened with each interaction, akin to a frog slowly submerged in water, gradually occupying a cherished space in her heart. Qin found herself developing feelings for Feng Jing, albeit with a hint of caution. She did not wish to yield too easily, believing he ought to pursue her a bit longer. After all, it would be a disservice to herself to overlook such a handsome suitor without experiencing the thrill of romance. Feng Jing sensed a shift in Qin's demeanor, realizing his chances were growing. One day, he would embrace his beloved. The mere thought of such a scene felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. As their gazes met, neither knew what to say, not wanting to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere enveloping them. Thus, they silently reached an understanding. They strolled through the tribe, the gentle moonlight casting a beautiful, sacred glow upon them. The night was exquisite, and the hearts of the two lovers drew ever closer. Chapter 8. Hostility. Ultimately, the chieftain acquiesced to Qin's request, permitting her to move into the cave. Feng Jing willingly assisted, carrying many of her belongings up the mountain. Upon her arrival, Qinhuan was momentarily taken aback by the desolate appearance of the cave, overrun with weeds and inhabited by small creatures. Feng Jing helped chase away the animals and cleared the wild grass, working diligently until the cave was finally made habitable. Wan, it's done. Take a look at how I've arranged everything. It should be just about right, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. Qinhuan was thoroughly satisfied. The cave offered far greater privacy than her previous dwelling in the tribe, surrounded by no neighbors, and the soundproofing was excellent. Once the door was completed, everything would be perfect. She felt liberated at last, ready to indulge in her long-suppressed cravings. Her space was stocked with an abundance of treats. For the citizens of my great Tianqiao, being confined to a diet of boiled meat was nothing short of torment. Qinhuan had long found it unbearable. It's wonderful. I'm very pleased. Thank you for your help. Feng Jing, grinning from ear to ear, basked in her praise, utterly delighted by the events of the past few days. Their relationship had advanced significantly. They now possessed a mutual understanding of each other's feelings. Qinhuan had firmly resolved to pursue a relationship with Feng Jing, already considering him her boyfriend. Yet she silently urged herself to allow him to prove his worth a bit longer. If he could pass one more test, she would wholeheartedly embrace their union. Reflecting on the matter, Qinhuan recognized that Feng Jing was quite good to her, always saving the best for her, and always the first to offer help whenever she needed it. Akin to a guardian angel, to be loved so wholly by a man like Feng Jing was indeed a blessing. Feng Jing gazed at Qinhuan, his heart swelling with sweetness at the mere thought of her. Wan, next time we go hunting, I'll find some delicious fruits for you. I once tasted a particularly sweet fruit that you will surely adore. Qinhuan felt her cheeks flush. This man continuously showered her with kindness. She began to believe that perhaps her journey into the beast world was destined for her to meet Feng Jing. What kind of fruit? Perhaps I know it. After you pick the fruit, you could save the seeds, and we could plant them. Then we could enjoy them any time. Feng Jing, scratching his head in confusion, couldn't fathom why Qinhuan would think such a thing. Wan, do you not realize? A fruit tree takes at least 7 or 8 years to bear fruit, and our tribe frequently relocates that we leave at the first sign of danger, be it storms, floods, or landslides. Even shifts in weather can prompt a move that is planting is simply too troublesome. Upon hearing Feng Jing's words, Qinhuan relinquished her earlier thoughts, realizing that the endeavor indeed seemed rather troublesome, that it was no wonder that not a single member of the tiger tribe engaged in planting flora, as the entire tribe appeared barren, save for a few scattered weeds that in the end. Feng Jing took one last glance back, reluctantly departing from Qinhuan's cave and returning to his own quarters. Meanwhile, Qinhuan busied herself in the cave, endeavoring to beautify her humble abode. Qinhuan had become thoroughly acquainted with the females of the tribe and could recognize most of the inhabitants, all thanks to Bamo. Bamo had a penchant for introducing Qinhuan to others, particularly as he was well-liked within the tribe and had numerous friends. Thus, Qinhuan gradually became familiar with everyone. Initially, when Qinhuan had just arrived, despite her contributions to the tribe, the others had hesitated to approach her. As the more one admired someone, the less inclined they felt to intrude upon their space for fear of being a nuisance. However, now that Qinhuan took the initiative to introduce herself, they certainly could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Nevertheless, Qinhuan encountered some unfavorable individuals. The daughter of the tiger tribe's chieftain, named Uma, had harbored feelings for Feng Jing since childhood, viewing him as her destined partner. However, the unexpected arrival of Qinhuan sent Uma into a fury, her eyes blazing with resentment as she glared at Qinhuan. When Qinhuan first arrived, she was oblivious to Uma's fiery gaze, interpreting it merely as the enthusiasm of a new acquaintance. Now, however, having gained familiarity with her surroundings, Qinhuan recognized that Uma's fervent stare was not one of warmth, but rather of hostility. Uma wished for nothing more than for Qinhuan to vanish from her sight. Qinhuan felt a twinge of fear towards Uma, for she possessed an unwavering demeanor, her eyes sharp and fierce, embodying a woman of both cunning and ferocity, one whom no one dared to provoke. Uma occasionally devised small mischiefs to trouble Qinhuan, such as speaking ill of her in passing or shortchanging her during communal meals. Yet, Qinhuan remained unfazed by these antics. After all, no matter what Uma might say, she could simply pretend not to hear that as for the food. Qinhuan had an abundance of snacks in her space, rendering the tribe's meager offerings unworthy of concern. She had grown weary of their monotonous fare. At times, Qinhuan pondered how Feng Jing seemed to attract admiration from all sides. She had only recently joined the tribe, yet already had an adversary who looked upon her with disdain, all of which she attributed to Feng Jing. Feng Jing, on the other hand, was at a loss. He could not fathom why Uma's gaze was fixated solely on him, as he regarded her merely as a sister. How could he possibly harbor any romantic feelings for her? He attempted to dissuade her, but to no avail, ultimately resigning himself to the futility of explanation. Uma was a woman who, once fixated on a goal, would never relent, even if she realized it to be misguided. She was resolute in her pursuit of what she deemed right. That as Qinhuan flourished within the tribe, her happiness became increasingly evident, drawing more admirers among the orcs. Many of them found it impossible to look away from her, and even the females sought her companionship. This only intensified Uma's ire, as her resentment towards Qinhuan grew deeper. Now, Qinhuan had transformed into a prominent figure within the tribe. Orcs would chase after her, inquiring how to best prepare various meats, while the females engaged her in discussions regarding the tastiest fruits. Chapter 9. A bountiful return. Feng Jing had gathered a plethora of fruits for Qinhuan. To procure these treasures, he had ventured deep into the mountains, battling ferocious beasts in the heart of the jungle. A thunderous roar echoed through the trees, startling the birds in a flight and instilling a measure of trepidation in the beasts before him. Yet the beasts were devoid of sentiment. Despite a hint of fear, they did not flee, instead responding with their own growls. Though less imposing than Feng Jing's, they resonated far and wide. Indeed, the creature was summoning its companions, seeking assistance against what appeared to be a formidable adversary. For it lacked the confidence to confront Feng Jing alone, that a fierce struggle ensued between the two, with Feng Jing determined not to retreat, while the beast became increasingly enraged, yearning to rend its opponent asunder. Eventually, the creature's eyes blazed crimson, whether from the ferocity of the fight or sheer madness. It was unclear. Ironically, Feng Jing was engaged in this battle solely for honey and the delectable fruits that adorned the tree beside the hive. He had long known that the fruits from that tree were not only edible but exceptionally delicious. Pure white flesh, without a hint of sourness. They were the finest he had ever tasted. Regrettably, a formidable bear had long claimed the space beneath that tree, making it a daunting task for Feng Jing to harvest the fruits without risking an encounter. But now, with Qinhuan in mind, Feng Jing was willing to brave the perils of the jungle to gather these fruits for the one he cherished to owe his fortune. Upon arrival, he spotted a beehive nestled near the tree, likely containing a sweet nectar he had previously enjoyed. However, just as luck would have it, Feng Jing encountered the bear, which roared fiercely in an attempt to intimidate him. For Qinhuan's sake, Feng Jing refused to retreat, standing his ground against the bear, although the bear had the advantage of size. Feng Jing was not to be underestimated. Transforming into a white tiger, his sharp claws rendered him a formidable opponent. Thus, he knew he was in for a fierce battle, neither side willing to yield. Feng Jing was determined not to relinquish his quest for the fruits and honeycomb, for capturing the bear would ensure the tribe's sustenance for days to come. Resolute, he prepared to engage in a relentless struggle against the creature that as the bear summoned its allies. Feng Jing felt a surge of urgency. He needed to subdue the bear swiftly, lest its companions arrive. Unbeknownst to Qinhuan, she remained unaware of Feng Jing's perilous endeavor on her behalf, fighting the bear merely for a handful of fruits. Had she known, she would certainly have urged him to reconsider, for her space held plenty of canned fruits. She could indulge in any variety without risking his safety. Feng Jing had sustained numerous injuries during the battle, several wounds bleeding profusely. Yet he refused to relent, fueled by unwavering determination. Their clash was a stalemate, with neither party gaining the upper hand. As time passed, Feng Jing grew increasingly anxious. Surely Qinhuan was waiting for him in the tribe, eager for the surprise he had promised her. Reflecting on the words of his companions, a notion sparked in Feng Jing's mind. Uncertain if it was wise, he resolved to take a gamble. Should he succeed, all would be well, and should he fail, he would not lose much. Transforming back into human form, Feng Jing lay still upon the ground, holding his breath. The bear, perplexed, could no longer detect him, its frustration mounting as it searched for the intruder. When the bear's companions finally arrived, the atmosphere shifted. The new bear appeared to be a female, and they seemed to share an intimate bond. Feng Jing surmised they were mates, perhaps even expecting cubs. Finally, the bear had vanquished its adversary, allowing it to relax and frolic with its partner, while Feng Jing remained motionless. Hoping the bear would wander further away, to his astonishment, he discovered that his companion had spoken true. The bear's vision was poor, relying instead on sound to locate its prey. Thus, when Feng Jing ceased his breathing, the bear lost all trace of him. Seizing the opportunity, as the bear ambled away, Feng Jing hastily wrapped the beehive in large leaves. He refrained from climbing the tree for the higher fruits, choosing instead to gather those within reach, for he could not risk the bear's sudden return. Feng Jing returned triumphant. Though injured, the spoils of his labor far outweighed his wounds. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Qin Wan's surprised and delighted expression upon seeing the treasures he had brought back. The pain from his injuries seemed to fade, for the one he cherished. Such sacrifices were inconsequential. The orcs of the tribe had long since returned, leaving only Feng Jing behind, who had not sent any word. The tribe's members had begun to grow anxious, eager to search for Feng Jing. Meanwhile, he was still making his way back to the tribe, limping slightly due to the intensity of the recent battle. It seemed his foot had suffered some misalignment during the skirmish, and Feng Jing's plight could only be described as unfortunate. When he finally arrived at the tribe's entrance, he was met by a group of orcs armed and ready to seek him out. The sight of Feng Jing in such a state left everyone speechless. For he was one of the tribe's most valiant warriors, now reduced to this sorry condition. They were left wondering what peril he had encountered as the crowd gathered around Feng Jing, eager to hear about his experiences over the past several hours. They were driven by curiosity to know what kind of foe could have inflicted such injuries upon him. Chapter 10. Lychee. Feng Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment as he noticed everyone surrounding him. Even feeling somewhat ashamed, he had planned to avoid a confrontation with that bear. Yet fate had conspired against him, leading him to this unfortunate outcome that he had no desire to revisit the events that had transpired. Qin Wan, upon hearing from the tribe members that Feng Jing had finally returned, was able to release the anxiety that had gripped her heart. As long as he was back, she felt a sense of relief. She had been worried sick about him being out so late, fearing he had encountered some danger amidst the many wild beasts in the mountains. Bursting through the crowd, she finally laid eyes on the man she had been waiting for all day. The moment she saw Feng Jing, her heart clenched painfully. How could he be so badly injured? His face bore multiple bruises, and he limped as he walked, leaving her to wonder what had befallen him. In her frustration, she was tempted to ignore Feng Jing. How could he be so reckless with his own body? Did he not know to flee when danger approached? As a white tiger, he belonged to the feline family, renowned for their ability to escape peril. Surely, he could have run away. It was undoubtedly Feng Jing's stubbornness that had led him to confront the beast rather than retreat, thus resulting in his bloodied state. Qin Wan also noticed the items in Feng Jing's hands and surmised that he had fought the beast for those very treasures. She simply could not comprehend his reasoning. Was it truly worth it? Anger welled up within her, and her expression darkened, turning a shade of deep discontent. She felt utterly at a loss regarding how to address Feng Jing. Her emotions in turmoil, that on Feng Jing's side, seeing his beloved standing before him, caused his heart to race with anxiety as he nervously presented his spoils to Qin Wan. Feeling a mix of apprehension and hope. Wan here, these are fruits I specially picked for you. Please try them and let me know if you like them, that if you do, I shall gather more for you next time. Uma watched Feng Jing's gaze filled with affection for Qin Wan, her eyes reddening with fury. How could Feng Jing have sustained such severe injuries for this woman? She deemed Qin Wan a bad influence. Determined to ensure that she would not remain by Feng Jing's side, lest he suffer even greater harm, that Uma's mind was consumed by such negative thoughts, plotting how to drive Qin Wan away from the tribe and from Feng Jing. She shot a resentful glare at Qin Wan. Meanwhile, Qin Wan's focus was entirely on Feng Jing. She felt a mixture of anger for his reckless disregard for his own well-being and a flicker of sweetness at the moment he presented her with the fruit. Her emotions were in conflict. Yet, she understood that she could not allow Feng Jing to risk himself for a second time. Such dangerous endeavors for a mere fruit were simply not worth it. Qin Wan's tone was far from pleasant as she admonished, Feng Jing, while I truly appreciate you bringing me these fruits, they are not worth you putting your life on the line. Remember, your safety is of utmost importance. Should you encounter such a situation again, you must flee, run as far away as you can, And do not allow yourself to be harmed so easily that Feng Jing's expression grew serious, realizing that Qin Wan was genuinely upset. He surmised her anger stemmed from concern for him, which warmed his heart. It was evident that she cared deeply for him. Otherwise, she would not have worried so much or expressed such displeasure. She would have simply accepted the fruits with joy and would not have cautioned him against future risks. Everything indicated the depth of Qin Wan's love for him. Feng Jing sought to soothe her, wishing to alleviate her worries. Wan, do not fear. Our orc bodies are resilient. This injury will heal within a few days, so you need not concern yourself. This eased Qin Wan's anxiety somewhat as she began to examine the two items Feng Jing had brought back. This fruit resembles lychee. It had a bright red, hard shell adorned with tiny serrations. Upon peeling it open, the translucent flesh revealed itself. Sweet and refreshing, a delightful treat. This must be the Beast World's version of lychee. As Qin Wan peeled one open, the white fruit contrasted beautifully with her petal-like pink lips, appearing exceptionally tempting. Several females in the tribe could not help but gulp at the sight. Upon receiving the other item from Feng Jing, Qin Wan recognized it as a beehive. Feng Jing was truly impressive to have procured such a treasure, and even more astonishing was that he had not been stung by any bees. It was well known that many people in the modern world who attempted to disturb a beehive often ended up crying out in distress from bee stings. With the hive in hand, it was clear that honey would be inside. An excellent addition, especially when paired with roasted meat, that if only there were lemons here, the flavor of the roasted meat would be even more fragrant. Qin Wan realized that since arriving in the beast world, she had become preoccupied with food, transforming into something of a glutton. For instance, when she first laid eyes on the honey, her thoughts were not about its nutritional value, but rather how it would enhance the flavor of roasted meat. This alone indicated a troubling shift in her mindset. She felt a twinge of fear, worried that she might become excessively indulgent in this beast world and end up as a large figure. That would be disastrous. In modern times, she had always practiced moderation in her diet, even if she loved snacks, fearing weight gain. However, now she found herself wanting to eat everything in sight, satisfying her cravings but simultaneously battling a sense of guilt. Feng Jing observed Qin Wan's changing expressions. Initially, her eyes sparkled with delight as she admired the two items, her features illuminated by joy, but suddenly her mood shifted, leaving her seemingly displeased. Feng Jing was puzzled by this change. Women were indeed so mercurial, their thoughts shifting like the wind. Wan, what troubles you? Why do you seem suddenly disheartened? Feng Jing asked with genuine concern, his eyes filled with care. It's nothing, that I just feel that I've gained some weight recently and should probably eat less, she replied. Feng Jing was taken aback. He had never imagined that this was the cause of her discontent. In his eyes, Qin Wan was nothing short of perfection. To him, she seemed neither overweight nor even slightly plump. Rather, she appeared somewhat delicate. Each time he looked at her, he feared she might be swept away by a gust of wind. Compared to the robust females in the tribe, her size was hardly noteworthy. He could not fathom why she would perceive herself as anything but lovely. Wan, you are not at all plump. There is no need to restrict your eating. In fact, you are quite slender now. A little weight might even make you more adorable. Feng Jing earnestly tried to reassure her, hoping to dispel her concerns. Faced with Feng Jing's attentiveness and care, Qin Wan found herself at a loss for words. She could only silently push her dieting plans aside for the moment. Perhaps she would address it later when the time was right. Chapter 11. Clingy. Qin Wan developed numerous new recipes within the tribe, showcasing her culinary skills by preparing honey-glazed roasted meat, which the females adored for its sweet flavor. Qin Wan, you are truly clever. With such imaginative ideas, you have transformed something as ordinary as roasted meat into something so delectable. What was your previous tribe like? Qin Wan felt a wave of panic wash over her at this question. My former tribe was somewhat similar to this one, but our homes were not made of wood. They were constructed from a mixture of mud and stone. The females marveled at this revelation, realizing that Qin Wan must have come from a tribe with better living conditions, as it could not produce such a delicate female otherwise. It was evident that she had been well cared for and had likely never engaged in strenuous labor. The females surrounded Qin Wan, eager for more stories. Qin Wan, don't go. Tell us more. We are so curious about your tribe's way of life. Qin Wan was at a loss to understand what was so fascinating. Given the stark differences between her past and the beast world, did I in my previous home. The females began learning from a young age, acquiring various skills and knowledge. Some even learned to live independently and support themselves. The females gasped in astonishment. Are there truly females capable of independent living? In this perilous world of beasts, living independently proves to be exceedingly dangerous. It seems that the females of the Qin Wan tribe are quite formidable. The numerous females ponder silently in their hearts about Feng Jing's injuries, which have nearly healed after a few days of recuperation. He now exudes an invigorating vitality, resembling anything but a patient. Each time Feng Jing lays eyes on Qin Wan, a beaming smile graces his face, emanating genuine joy from deep within, leaving Qin Wan feeling rather bashful under his gaze. At times, Feng Jing can be a bit mischievous, always eager to cling to Qin Wan. Wherever she goes, he insists on following, creating a situation in which Qin Wan feels utterly defenseless. What can she do? She is reluctant to dismiss him, so she allows Feng Jing to accompany her. In truth, Qin Wan has genuinely fallen in love with Feng Jing. His recent injury has brought clarity to her feelings. Feng Jing, let us be together, she declares. Feng Jing is absolutely elated, nearly beside himself with Jay. Oh, why is this real? He wonders, even pinching himself to confirm his senses. The pain reassures him of the reality of this moment. After such a long wait, he has finally received Qin Wan's heartfelt consent. This instant, Feng Jing feels like the happiest person in the world. Nothing could surpass the joy of having your affections reciprocated. It seems Feng Jing has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Since the formalization of their relationship, Feng Jing has taken to exploiting his newfound advantage, always trailing behind Qin Wan and seizing every opportunity to lend her a hand. Eager to whisk her away to his abode, Qin Wan finds herself both amused and exasperated by Feng Jing's antics. He employs every tactic imaginable, even transforming to sport beast ears, which makes Qin Wan blush profusely. However, gazing at Feng Jing with his white beast ears, Qin Wan's heart races with excitement. He is undeniably handsome, leaving her at a loss for words. His snow-white hair accentuates his unique charm, and paired with those petite white ears, he possesses an unexpected appeal that captivates her completely. Such a sight is indeed rare, and Feng Jing, under Qin Wan's intense gaze, feels his ears warming up, pondering how long this woman will continue to stare at him. It feels somewhat shameless. Qin Wan finds herself utterly enchanted by Feng Jing. His charisma is simply overwhelming. She feels fortunate to have encountered him. After all, a man of Feng Jing's caliber would undoubtedly be immensely popular in the modern world. His striking white hair and uniquely alluring appearance would make him an ideal model without doubt. Unbeknownst to Feng Jing, who still feels somewhat shy, he never imagined he would don beast ears for the sake of someone he loves, as it is rather embarrassing to admit such a thing. The beast ears and forms are strictly for one's female partner to touch, why revealing his ears. Feng Jing wishes to convey his genuine love for Qin Wan and his desire to be with her. When Qin Wan reaches out to touch his ears, her heart races with excitement. For someone who adores softness, the fluffy ears before her are simply irresistible. The ears are lined with numerous capillaries, making them exceptionally sensitive. Just a single touch sends a jolt of electricity coursing through Qin Wan, leaving her feeling pleasantly tingled. Feng Jing cannot help but lean in closer, inviting Qin Wan to touch his ears again. The more she touches, the more addicted she becomes. The sensation is simply delightful, making it impossible for her to withdraw her hand. Feng Jing, overwhelmed by the pleasurable sensations, emits soft whimpers that make him appear vulnerable and endearing. This only fuels Qin Wan's eagerness, and she continues to caress his ears with abandon. Feng Jing revels in this bittersweet pleasure, and by the time Qin Wan finally releases him, his face is flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp. Although Qin Wan is reluctant to let go, she realizes that if this continues, Feng Jing might become upset, so she decides to stop while she is ahead. Qin Wan then begins to express her affection for Feng Jing, occasionally gifting him homemade snacks. After acquiring honey, she crafts a variety of meat jerky that is both savory and sweet, leaving a lasting impression. Even she cannot resist indulging in her creations. Most of the jerky is given to Feng Jing, as her supplies from her space cannot be brought out, so this is all she can offer him. Feng Jing treasures these treats immensely, as they are the first genuine gifts Qin Wan has bestowed upon him, and he intends to keep them safe, that he even hesitates to eat them. opting instead to store them in a box. Qinwan remains blissfully unaware of this, and if she knew, she would undoubtedly be furious. Her intention in gifting them was for him to enjoy, not to hoard them as mere decorations. That it is merely a small amount of jerky. She can always create more delicious offerings in the future. Though Feng Jing is reluctant to consume the jerky, he cannot help but boast about it. Below. Did you know, Wanwan is so kind to me. She even gave me all the jerky she made herself. It is truly delicious. Then, Jin Gu, could you spare me a piece to taste? Below asks eagerly. Feng Jing immediately grows displeased. How could I give away something I can't even bear to eat? No way. Get lost. How dare you even ask? Below is left feeling utterly dejected. As a single dog, he feels severely wounded by this encounter. Chapter 12. The sharp knife. Qinwan discovers a delightful surprise. She realizes that since arriving in this beastly world, her space has undergone a transformation. Anything she retrieves from her space seems to replenish itself shortly thereafter, as if nothing was ever taken. Qinwan is overjoyed, knowing she will never again have to worry about food scarcity. This newfound capability ignites a fire within her, filling her with vigor and confidence about her life in this beastly realm. Feng Jing's injuries have completely healed, and he is ready to resume hunting. However, Qinwan cannot shake her unease about his safety. Feng Jing, you must take care of yourself and avoid injury. If there is any danger, remember to flee. Feng Jing nods earnestly, repeatedly assuring her not to worry too much, promising to return by nightfall. That as she watches Feng Jing prepare to depart, Qinwan suddenly recalls that she has several fruit knives in her space. All remarkably sharp. Surely, they are far superior to the stone knife he currently wields. Qinwan calls out to Feng Jing, instructing him to wait as she dashes back to her cave, enters her space, and retrieves a fruit knife. Hastily, she returns, perspiration beading on her forehead, and breathlessly rushes to his side, anxious not to disrupt their hunting plans or delay Feng Jing. When she finally reaches him, Feng Jing feels a pang of concern for her. Why are you running so fast? I wouldn't disappear. It's just hunting. If it's too much, we can always go another time. It's not worth you exhausting yourself like this. Wanwan, why are you in such a hurry? I've been here waiting for you all along. I no need to rush. Qinwan knows there is no need for such urgency, yet in Feng Jing's presence, she becomes flustered. Her concern for him has secured his place in her heart. Still panting, she extends her left hand, unveiling the fruit knife she intends to give him. Men universally cherish such weapons. And although it's merely a modern fruit knife, to Feng Jing, it is an extraordinary artifact of immense power. Feng Jing cannot resist running his finger along the blade, only to wince when he inadvertently slices a small cut into his hand. One must understand that Feng Jing has lived in the jungle since childhood, engaging in numerous battles with wild beasts, and his tough skin has not felt such an injury in ages. The females standing beside Feng Jing are equally enamored with the knife, admiring its exquisite design. The blade's streamlined shape exudes elegance, while the material appears to be a novel type that reflects one's visage, allowing them to see themselves clearly. Some young women even express a desire to use the knife to inspect their own appearances. The blade is astonishingly sharp, rendering the stone knife utterly incomparable. With the knife in hand, Feng Jing transforms. His aura shifts, becoming formidable and intimidating, evoking a sense of fear. Feng Jing, do you like this knife? I brought it from my previous tribe as a gift for you. I hope it ensures your safety. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beastmen cannot help but feel envious. Feng Jing is indeed fortunate to have found such a beautiful female partner who treats him so well, even offering him something so precious, an unmistakable sign of true love. Feng Jing hesitates to accept the knife, believing it would be better suited for Wan's self-defense. After all, he is strong and unlikely to encounter danger, while she appears delicate and vulnerable. With this knife, she might stand a chance of preserving her life in perilous situations. It seems unnecessary for him to keep it for himself. Wan, you should keep the knife for yourself. In the event of an encounter with danger, you still possess the means to protect yourself. Thus I shall not require it. My stone knife is quite effective as well. Qinwan found it incomprehensible why Feng Jing would refuse her. Moreover, she had several such knives, so there was no reason to feel reluctant. With determination, Qinwan forcefully thrust the knife into Feng Jing's embrace, asserting that he must take it, whether he desired to or not. Once given, it belonged to him, and if he refused, she would simply discard it. Feng Jing was taken aback, wondering how he could allow such a precious item to be thrown away. Ultimately, he accepted the knife, resolving that should any danger arise, he would protect Wan at all costs, vowing to ensure her safety. Seeing Feng Jing finally grasp the knife she had gifted him, Wan felt an immense joy. Surely with this, Feng Jing would not suffer injuries so easily. The knives of modern creation were remarkably sharp and would undoubtedly serve as a formidable tool for him. After Feng Jing departed with the knife, numerous beastmen could not help but crowd around him, eager to touch the extraordinary weapon, marveling at its sharpness and speculating about its material. They wondered if they might one day possess such a blade themselves. Merely contemplating it stirred their hearts with excitement. Feng Jing could not bear to let them handle the knife, cherishing it too dearly. He even took special care to wrap it in animal hide, for it was a gift from Wan, and he could not afford to lose it. Not to mention, such an object was undeniably valuable. It was clearly a masterpiece that could not suffer any misfortune. As Feng Jing and the others finally departed, Wan felt a void within her heart. Having grown accustomed to Feng Jing's companionship over the past few days, his sudden absence left her feeling strangely nostalgic. She could not help but worry for his safety, considering the myriad dangers lurking in this world of beastmen, with countless wild creatures in the jungle that were virtually impossible to guard against. Wan began to ponder whether there existed something that could keep those beasts at bay. After much contemplation, she recalled a certain herb known for repelling snakes that if utilized, it should provide some measure of protection. Although it only deterred snakes, it was certainly better than having no defense whatsoever. In the wilderness, snakes posed a significant threat, many being venomous, which could be the key to many fatalities, should one be bitten in this resource-scarce world of beasts. The only fate awaiting them would be a slow death. The more Wan contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, brimming with enthusiasm to seek out the herbs that could fend off snakes. Although in this beast realm, those herbs might have mutated and appeared somewhat different from their original form, it was highly likely that their efficacy had only increased. Chapter 13. The Snake-Repelling Balsam. After much deliberation, Wan finally recalled the name of the herb that could ward off snakes. Balsam. This plant, belonging to the Balsamiaceae family, thrives in warm, well-drained, fertile soil. Its flowering season coincides with the period of heightened snake activity, making its protective effects quite commendable. Cultivating balsam not only offers a defense against snakes, but also possesses certain medicinal properties, yielding multiple benefits. Without further hesitation, Wan ventured to the foothills nearby in search of the plant. Indeed, even in pursuit of the herb, she dared not tread deep into the forest, for it was simply too perilous. One by one, she began identifying the plants, exclaiming disappointment at each failure. This one was not it. Nor was that one when would she finally find the desired herb. Her patience was wearing thin, and a sense of despondency began to creep in. She even questioned the validity of her thoughts, wondering if she had been overly confident, or perhaps if such herbs simply did not exist in this beast realm. Wan felt an overwhelming frustration with herself, realizing how close she was to making a difference. Had she found that herb, the casualties within the tribe could have been drastically reduced, and the beastmen would not have faced such peril while hunting. She deemed herself utterly useless, unable to accomplish this seemingly simple task after searching for so long without success. Yet, she refused to give up, persistently continuing her search in hopes of discovering the herb. Meanwhile, Feng Jing was immensely grateful he had brought Wan's knife along. Otherwise, their group might have faced dire consequences. Not long after entering the jungle, they were besieged by a pack of wolves, known for their ferocity and aggression, and the beastmen found themselves outmatched. Fortunately, with the knife in hand, Feng Jing plunged into the midst of the wolves, ultimately slaying the Wolf King and saving their lives. Had it not been for Wan's foresight, they would have faced a grim fate. As Wan tirelessly sought the herb, Feng Jing returned to the tribe. While she remained in pursuit, the day gradually darkened, and insects began to emerge from the grass. Even the foothills became increasingly treacherous. It was then that Wan conceded defeat and resolved to return to the tribe. En route, she inadvertently stepped on a stone and fell, scraping her knee and causing her to wince in pain as she walked. This was unfortunate. With the heat of the day, she feared her wound might become infected, and her spirits sank further. Qinhuan gradually succumbed to sadness and a sense of grievance, shedding tears as she walked home, her heart heavy with the weight of failure. Initially, she had set out with high hopes and confidence, believing she would surely locate the herb, yet the outcome had turned so dismal. Feeling utterly unfortunate, she resigned herself to the fact that she had not found the herb. But to compound her misfortune, she had also fallen. Upon returning to the tribe, she found Feng Jing waiting at the entrance, still awake. From the moment he laid eyes on her, a wave of anger surged within him. Qinhuan had been so reckless. How could she have ventured out alone? What if she had encountered danger? She lacked the means to defend herself. Now, upon her return in such a disheveled state, her clothes and hair in disarray, it pained him to see her like this. Feng Jing felt a twinge of guilt, lamenting that he had failed to protect her, allowing her to become injured. Wan, are you all right? How did you end up in such a state? Are you hurt? Did you encounter any wild beasts? Feng Jing's heart raced with concern, his inquiries reflecting his urgency to hear her reassurances that I'm fine. Really, did I just tripped and scraped my knee on the way back? She replied nonchalantly. Though Feng Jing suspected the pain was more significant than she let on to, it was evident that Qinhuan had not experienced much harm in her life, and now to see her in such a condition made him acutely aware of his failure to care for her. Feng Jing knelt down, lifting the hem of Qinhuan's animal hide skirt to inspect her injury. Indeed, the wound was not particularly large, about the size of a coin, but had it been a similar injury to Feng Jing himself, he might have scarcely given it a second thought. Nonetheless, his heart sank, filled with self-reproach for not being by her side at that moment. He wished it had been he who had been injured instead of her. Unable to contain himself, Feng Jing gently licked Qinhuan's wound, hoping to hasten its healing. Qinhuan felt a tickling sensation and instinctively recoiled, surprised by Feng Jing's actions that he, however, held her steady, preventing her from fidgeting as he explained. Stay still. This will help the wound heal faster and one T hurt. His tone was reminiscent of soothing a child. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qinhuan recognized that it was indeed her fault for not paying attention while walking. Yet Feng Jing appeared so remorseful, his expression troubled. Wan, promise me that in the future, you will let me accompany you whenever you go out, that I cannot bear to see you hurt. I wish it were I who suffered instead. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he contemplated the prospect of keeping Qinhuan within the safety of the tribe, away from the multitude of dangers that lay outside. Faced with Feng Jing's earnestness, Qinhuan felt utterly defenseless and quickly acquiesced. All right, I understand that I will be more cautious in the future, and I will seek you out if anything arises, ensuring I am not alone. Now can you rest easy? Dear caretaker, Feng Jing's face flushed crimson, thoroughly embarrassed by the term caretaker, which sounded rather endearing. Wan, our tribe once had a herb that could repel snakes, that I was simply trying to find it when I ventured out, she explained. Feng Jing had not expected this to be the reason for her departure, and a pang of sympathy surged within him. If only she had shared her intentions with everyone, they could have collaborated to find the herb together, significantly increasing the chances of success and sparing her from injury. Wan, have you considered informing the tribe about the existence of this herb? Such news would benefit everyone, and the tribe could assist you in your search, relieving you of the burden. Qinhuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing she had been overly simplistic in her approach, believing she could find the herb solely on her own. Then, Feng Jing, in the future, if you come across any unique plants while out, please bring them back for me to identify. Perhaps they could aid our tribe. Chapter 14. Stir-fried pork with chili. Feng Jing's affection for Qinhuan ran deep, etched into his very bones. He meticulously remembered her every word, always ensuring to bring back some plants from his hunting excursions. That as a result, Qinhuan experienced unexpected delights, discovering among the flora a small, fiery chili pepper, a particularly pungent variety. Though the pepper was not large, its vibrant red hue was striking. When Feng Jing presented it to her, he was certain she would appreciate its beauty, prompting him to showcase it to her. Qinhuan gazed at the chili with her clear, sparkling eyes, fixated on Feng Jing. Have you encountered such a plant in the jungle? If so, bring back as many as you can. Feng Jing recognized her enthusiasm, sensing she had stumbled upon something remarkable, affirming his discerning eye. Rest assured, I will bring back every one I find next time. Despite its modest size, the chili plant bore an abundance of fruit, allowing Qinhuan to harvest an entire basket. She was eager to showcase her culinary skills. Given that their tribe shared meals from a communal pot, she hesitated to borrow cooking utensils, opting instead to have Feng Jing ignite a fire and place 2 stone slabs over it. The flames heated the stones to a scorching temperature, glowing vibrantly. Qinwan retrieved a fruit knife, slicing the meat Feng Jing had hunted into thin strips, rendering the fat on the hot stone. The moment the meat touched the slab, it sizzled ominously, startling her. Feng Jing instinctively pulled Qinwan back, concerned the splattering oil might reach her. Amused by his overreaction, she chuckled. "You silly boy, why pull me so far away?" "How will we cook the dish?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Feng Jing acknowledged his excessive caution. Once the fat had rendered, the cave was enveloped in the tantalizing aroma of the meat, making Feng Jing's mouth water. Qinwan utilized the chopsticks Feng Jing had fashioned to offer him a taste of the crispy bits, which he instantly adored. Their delightful crunch was unforgettable. Next, she placed the sliced chili on the stone to roast, unleashing its fragrance as the oils activated, causing both her and Feng Jing to squint and sneeze from the potency. Once the crimson peppers were fragrant, she set them aside and added the salted meat to the stone. Quickly breaking it apart with her chopsticks, the meat changed color. She combined it with the chili, adding a sprinkle of salt, and thus a delectable stir-fried pork with chili was born. Feng Jing watched in fascination. Intrigued by this novel cooking method, which neither involved roasting nor boiling, but rather utilized the meat's own fats for stir-frying, a technique he had never witnessed before. With a smile, Qinwan handed him a pair of chopsticks. Eager for him to taste, Feng Jing, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly complied. As the meat reached his mouth, he discovered a flavor unlike any he had encountered. It was incredibly tender and grew more delicious with each bite, the chili eliminating any trace of gaminess. Wan, this meat is exquisite. You are truly remarkable. The chili is also fragrant, though it leaves my tongue slightly numb. The numbness is to be expected, she replied, as the people of this beastly world have never tasted chili before. This is far milder than the numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper, which is genuinely numbing. Yet, she added, Sichuan pepper is delightful. Many dishes from that region feature it, especially grilled fish, which is simply divine. Reflecting on Sichuan, Qinwan could not help but recall the famous cold dishes: cold rabbit, cold chicken, cold fish, along with the renowned hot pot, aromatic enough to make one's mouth water. The culinary treasures of the great celestial empire were boundless. She mused that perhaps, once she procured the necessary seasonings, she could create a beastly world version of cold rabbit or cold chicken that would leave the beastmen and females craving for more. Feng Jing, do you find the chili delicious? He nodded vigorously, having never tasted anything so delectable. The aroma of the chili melded perfectly with the meat, rendering it utterly irresistible, though it did require a fair amount of water. After consuming a small bowl of stir-fried meat, he guzzled down several mouthfuls of water. Do you think it would be possible to cultivate this chili in the tribe? It grows rapidly, within approximately 2 months, and it remains fresh long after picking. It can be sun-dried and ground into chili powder, which would undoubtedly enhance the flavor of our food. Feng Jing appeared uncertain, while he adored the chili. He doubted whether the tribe would share his taste for it, fearing they might not wish to cultivate it. Wan, let us inform the tribe of this chili and inquire if they are interested in planting it. Qinwan nodded earnestly, understanding Feng Jing's concerns about drawing too much attention to herself, especially since she had already aided the tiger tribe. It was prudent to avoid standing out, as it could invite unwanted scrutiny. She asked Feng Jing to fetch a stone bowl, filling it with the stir-fried chili and pork to share with the tribe members, confident they would relish the dish, as it was a classic and widely beloved. She prepared to present it. As Feng Jing exited the cave, he was swiftly surrounded by a throng of curious beastmen, their keen noses drawn to the aromatic dish. What is that you carry? It smells delightful. It is stir-fried pork with chili made by Wan. She asked me to bring some for you to taste. Before Feng Jing could finish speaking, the beastmen eagerly lunged forward, clamoring for a share. Observing the chaotic scene, Feng Jing felt exasperated. Had they never eaten before? All right, no need to fight. Each person gets 1 piece of meat. This is fair, isn't it? Reluctantly, the beastmen protested, as 1 piece seemed insufficient. They had anticipated a brawl to determine who would eat more, yet Feng Jing had devised a different approach. Unperturbed by their discontent, Feng Jing focused on distributing the meat, diligently searching through the bowl to allocate pieces evenly among them. Their reactions mirrored Feng Jing's initial experience. They found the dish both surprising and delightful, Yet they were hesitant to stop eating, captivated by its unique flavor. Chapter 15. Hot Pot. The Beastmen were incredulous, marveling at the extraordinary taste, an indescribable deliciousness that transformed even the meat into a tender delight that melted in their mouths, leaving a lingering fragrance. Curiosity piqued. One Beastman asked, "Feng Jing, how is this meat prepared?" "It is simply divine. Can you teach us? We would like to try it ourselves." Finally, the moment had arrived for Feng Jing to share Qin Wan's intentions. "This dish is made using a plant called chili. If you wish to taste it, you can obtain some from Qin Wan. I am here to inquire whether you plan to cultivate chili. As Qin Wan mentioned, it grows in 2 months and can be harvested, remaining fresh for a long time. It can also be dried and ground in a powder, which is equally delicious." The Beastmen remained skeptical, questioning the existence of such a remarkable plant that could grow so quickly and be preserved with such ease. Feng Jing, sensing their disbelief, reassured them, "If you visit Wan, you can sample the chili for yourselves. The flavor is truly exceptional, and it is not burdensome to grow. That if successful, we could finally move beyond the monotonous boiled meat." And as Qin Wan suggested, adding ground chili to grilled meat would enhance the flavor significantly. Some adventurous souls wasted no time, hastily making their way to Qin Wan's cave, eager to procure some chili for their own culinary experiments. Qin Wan welcomed them warmly, even sharing her insights on how to cook the dish for optimal flavor. The Beastmen grasped the straightforward techniques easily after just a brief lesson from her. "Thank you, Wan, for gifting us this chili. That if it truly proves delectable, we shall return the favor with a dish of our own." Though the Beastmen were simple-hearted, they understood the importance of reciprocity. Qin Wan waved her hands in protest, insisting, "That is unnecessary. I have no idea how your dish would turn out, and it is no trouble for me to cook for myself. You should keep it for yourselves. Are you certain you do not want anything in return? Wan, you have contributed so much to our tribe. We are truly grateful." Hearing their words, Qin Wan felt her cheeks flush. "What contribution? I merely discovered a few new cooking methods." The truth was they had not yet harnessed the potential of the local plants, unaware of their culinary possibilities. Qin Wan yearned for potatoes and rice, or at the very least, some vegetables. Eating nothing but meat daily was taking a toll on her stomach. She longed for the comforting taste of rice, accompanied by the dishes. Qin Wan could effortlessly consume 3 bowls. Moreover, potatoes truly are a remarkable commodity. With just 1 potato, one can cultivate several new plants. And their yield is exceedingly high, making them exceptionally suitable for the Tiger clan. After the tribe began cultivating potatoes, the arduous daily hunts became unnecessary, as the potatoes were ample enough to satiate the tribe's hunger. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Wan's mind began to drift further away. Soon, more orcs and females arrived at her cave, which became somewhat overwhelming for her. She promptly allocated a small portion of chili peppers to them, giving the remainder to Feng Jing, instructing them to obtain more from him. Finally, the cave fell silent, allowing Qin Wan to relax and retrieve some food from her space. Today, she decided to indulge herself by taking out a self-heating hot pot from her supplies. Just imagining the spicy and fragrant flavors made her mouth water. After adding water, seasoning packets, vermicelli, meat, and vegetables, she placed the heating pack underneath and submerged it in water, completing half of the preparation. The aroma of the beef tallow was intoxicating, and Qin Wan could hardly contain herself. Since arriving in the beast world, her diet had primarily consisted of snacks, and it had been ages since she had savored something so delightful. Once the hot pot was ready, Qin Wan dove into the feast. The marinated beef was tender and flavorful. The potatoes were delectably spicy, and the vermicelli was smooth and silky, bursting with flavor. Each bite was a sheer delight, particularly the wood ear mushrooms, which absorbed the broth and offered a satisfying crunch. Qin Wan relished every moment of this meal, lamenting that she couldn't save some for Feng Jing, marking it as a small regret. Once Feng Jing had helped her distribute all the chili peppers, he eagerly sought her out in the cave. "Wan, in a little while, there will be a grand market at the neighboring tribe where you can purchase whatever you desire. Would you like to go?" Qin Wan's eyes lit up at the thought. "Of course. How could I not? Perhaps I'll find potatoes, rice, or at the very least, fish or crabs from the sea. Seaweed would be splendid too. It tastes divine, especially in a bone soup. Seaweed is also quite easy to store. It shrinks considerably when dried, and once soaked in water, it expands again, perfect for buying in bulk. I want to go. Please take me along when the time comes. Maybe I'll find what I seek," Qin Wan exclaimed. With her enthusiasm, Feng Jing readily agreed, having already intended to take her along, hence his inquiry. "All right, it's settled. You must take me with you." Qin Wan's tone was soft yet firm. Feng Jing dared not refuse, having long lost any semblance of resistance in the face of her charm. "What currency will be used for purchases at the market?" Qin Wan asked, intrigued that is there a universal currency in the beast world? "It's not exactly a purchase. It's more of an exchange. For instance, we will take the leftover animal hides from our tribe to trade, which might yield some food or useful items in return." Upon hearing this, Qin Wan became excited. Perhaps she could trade her chili peppers. Such a novel item would surely pique the interest of the orcs from other tribes, who had likely never tasted them. After all, many in the modern world cannot resist the allure of spice, and chili sauces are renowned even abroad, a testament to their charm. "What do you plan to bring for trade?" Qin Wan inquired, wanting to understand Feng Jing's strategy, so she wouldn't be left in the dark later. "I intend to exchange the bones left over from my hunts, animal hides, and dried meat." "Can bones really be traded? What would they want bones for?" Qin Wan asked, puzzled that of course, bones can be traded. They can be crafted into ornaments, which both orcs and females adore. However, only unique animal bones can be used for such creations. Ordinary bones crumble upon grinding. Ditto, Qin Wan said, finally understanding that the beast world had its own complexities that as a modern individual, she often found it challenging to grasp the purposes of many things in this world, which seemed quite peculiar. Feng Jing had already noticed her confusion, but he trusted that Qin Wan would never harm the tribe. Thus, even though he harbored some doubts about her origins, he chose not to dwell on them. After all, once Qin Wan was with him, she belonged to him. "Wan, these matters are quite commonplace that I can gradually share them with you. Just be cautious in front of others. Don't reveal everything at once." Qin Wan's heart raced. Did Feng Jing suspect her origins? Trembling, she appeared frail, her face turning pale, and her animal skin clothing wrinkled under her grip. Seeing Qin Wan's nervousness, Feng Jing felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured her. "It is all right, Wan, and no matter who you are or where you come from, I love you at that moment." Qin Wan managed to smile, realizing her significance in Feng Jing's heart. "That aren't you worried? My origins are unknown. Don't you fear I might one day pose a threat to you." Qin Wan found it hard to believe Feng Jing could be so accepting of her mysterious background. Feng Jing's gaze sharpened, becoming serious as he replied, "Would you ever harm me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wan exclaimed, "Of course not. How could I ever hurt you?" Feng Jing laughed, his joy reminiscent of the thawing of ice and snow. "Pure and innocent. Then that settles it that if you would never harm me or the tribe, does it really matter where you come from?" In that instant, Qin Wan and Feng Jing exchanged smiles, their heartbeats synchronizing. The matter was gently set aside, and neither mentioned it again. The only noticeable change was that Qin Wan frequently brought out delectable treats to share with Feng Jing from her cave. Initially, Feng Jing was quite surprised by the peculiar snacks Qin Wan presented, some appearing almost inflated with air. However, once he tasted them, his perspective shifted entirely, compared to the roasted meats he once relished. These snacks paled in comparison. The snacks were incredibly fragrant, the puffed goods delightfully crisp, and the flavors classic, among the best sellers in modern times. The spicy and fragrant dishes left a lasting impression, each bite full of zest and flavor. Crafted to perfection, these were the culinary marvels of the great celestial empire. Far beyond what Feng Jing, an orc, could resist, he quickly became enamored with these snacks, often asking Qin Wan for more, though it might seem inappropriate to request food from one's partner. The irresistible allure of the snacks transformed Feng Jing into a childlike figure. He found himself missing them if a day went by without indulging. Qin Wan was more than happy to oblige, feeling guilty for having secretly enjoyed these treats alone in her cave before. Now, she could openly share them with Feng Jing, and thus, she lavished him with an abundance of snacks, almost wishing to fill his arms with them. At times, Feng Jing perceived this as a sweet burden. Indeed, even the most delectable treats can become tiresome if consumed daily. Feng Jing had grown accustomed to the snacks, their initial marvel fading into ordinariness. Upon realizing Feng Jing's waning enthusiasm for the snacks, Qin Wan found it amusing. It seemed he was unaware of the vast array of delicacies her homeland offered, beyond the snacks she had shared. Her space housed an abundance of other treats, such as caramelized seeds, brown sugar twists, cranberry snowflake pastries, shredded beef jerky, and grilled squid strips. A veritable cornucopia of delights. Determined to diversify Feng Jing's palate, Qin Wan decided it was time to introduce him to new flavors, moving beyond just chips and spicy snacks. When Feng Jing finally tasted the shredded beef jerky, he was astonished once more. The jerky retained a certain chewiness, its texture firm yet flavorful, enhanced by the spices added, making it increasingly addictive. Another delightful treat was the beef tendon, soft and gelatinous, bursting with collagen, offering a delightful chewiness, especially when spiced with generous amounts of chili, making each bite irresistible. Thus, Feng Jing lived joyfully each day, discovering new culinary delights, never repeating the same meal. Feng Jing was acutely aware that these treats must remain a secret from the tribe. Otherwise, they could bring peril to Qin Wan. Every time Feng Jing dined with Qin Wan, he was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that after their meal, all packaging and remnants were meticulously disposed of, leaving no trace behind. Due to indulging in an abundance of modern snacks, which are notoriously conducive to weight gain, Feng Jing began to notice a slight increase in his physique. His once chiseled features appeared less defined, taking on a softer aspect, and his demeanor became more approachable, shedding some of his previous severity. Many observed this transformation in Feng Jing, with even some orcs playfully teasing him. "Feng Jing, have you been feasting well at Qin Wan's? You've gained quite a bit of weight." In truth, Feng Jing was not overweight. His physique remained well-proportioned, with 6 visible abdominal muscles. The orc was merely jesting. Nevertheless, this remark solidified Feng Jing's resolve to engage in more physical activity, believing that increased exercise would accelerate the consumption of fat, allowing him to revert to his former self. Indeed, Feng Jing grappled with self-doubt, fearing that gaining weight would make him less appealing to Qin Wan. The cultivation of chili peppers was formally put on the agenda. In fact, growing chili peppers was quite simple. One merely needed to dig a hole, scatter the seeds within, cover them up, and add a sprinkle of fertilizer. For the initial days, a bit of water was also necessary, after which the peppers could thrive independently. Many orcs and females were incredulous, realizing how effortlessly this plant could be nurtured. It was astonishingly straightforward. Chapter 17. Roasted sweet potatoes. Despite their disbelief, the reality was that the chili peppers planted in the soil thrived splendidly, sprouting rapidly. The orcs in the tribe frequently visited the chili fields, and gazing upon the lush green shoots filled them with a profound sense of satisfaction. This marked their first successful cultivation of a plant. A commendable achievement indeed. Qin Wan also made her daily rounds to observe the growing chili peppers, offering suggestions to the orcs responsible for their cultivation. Additionally, Qin Wan had discovered leads on the balsam plant she sought, rumored to flourish near a large water pool deep within the jungle, surrounded by many such flowers. "This must be the herb you mentioned that can deter snakes. Are you certain?" The orcs who harvested the herb were astounded by their remarkable fortune. Having found what so many others could not, upon closer inspection, Qin Wan confirmed that it was indeed balsam, capable of repelling snakes and possessing medicinal properties, though it had yet to bloom. The flowers of the balsam plant were exceptionally beautiful and could also be used for nail dyeing. Rest assured, this is precisely what I referred to. My previous tribe had already tested it, and it does effectively repel snakes. Once confirmed, the orcs and females of the tribe erupted with joy, relieved that fewer individuals would be harmed or bitten by snakes in the future. Particularly, the orc who had gathered the herb found himself surrounded by admirers, overwhelmed by their praise, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet he radiated excitement. "Well done, you lucky fellow, you've made a significant contribution to our tribe." The orc's face turned crimson, especially with so many females encircling him, an experience he had never enjoyed before. Qin Wan was equally delighted. They had finally located the balsam plant, validating her earlier efforts to search the mountains. She had even encouraged all the orcs to gather various plants, and now, as each specimen was identified one by Qin Wan, it became evident that the time invested was worthwhile. The chili plants were flourishing, soon to blossom, and the garden was bustling with activity. Qin Wan pondered that since her people had acquired planting experience, perhaps she could introduce several more varieties for them to cultivate. Ideally, she envisioned rice, fragrant and fluffy, a staple she had long craved. To discuss planting matters, Qin Wan specially sought out the chief of the tiger clan. "Chief, as you've seen, our chili peppers are thriving and soon to bear fruit. I wonder if you have any thoughts on further cultivation?" Though Wan posed the question, she knew the chief's experience in planting was limited, as this was the tribe's first foray into agriculture. I believe your idea is commendable. Indeed, chili peppers can be cultivated successfully, and you have contributed significantly to our tribe. Upon hearing this, Wan discerned that his words were merely formalities, lacking substance, that it seemed all responsibility rested on her shoulders. Chief, while we can cultivate chili peppers, might we also consider planting other crops? Chili peppers serve only as a seasoning and do not provide sustenance, that we should grow plants that can feed the tribe. Alleviating the burden of daily hunting. The chief, intrigued by her proposition, felt a flicker of hope, though he remained cautious to is that truly feasible. What if they fail to thrive? Currently, we lack other plants to cultivate. Wan was surprised by the chief's worries. Such concerns were trivial. The world of the beast realm was rich with untapped botanical potential, filled with many plants yet to be discovered, based on our modern knowledge. Selecting edible plants for cultivation in this realm would be a simple task. The wonders of nature were beyond imagination. Fear not, Chief, my previous tribe had ample planting experience, and indeed cultivated various edible plants. As long as the orcs bring back a variety of plant species, we will overcome any obstacle. With her plea made, the chief had little reason to refuse, soon granting Wan the freedom to proceed, hoping she would soon identify other edible plants. After all, in this beast realm, having an abundance of food could mean the difference between life and death. In the days that followed, Wan tirelessly immersed herself in the identification of plants, leaving Feng Jing feeling somewhat envious. She had spent little time with him lately, consumed by her relentless pursuits. The tribe constructed a large building specifically to house the plants brought back by the orcs. And Wan devoted herself to meticulously examining each specimen, ensuring to identify all the plants collected that day. Otherwise, they would wilt by morning. Lon, you should take a break, that there's no need to rush. These plants won't run away. You will eventually finish. Feng Jing attempted to persuade her, feeling a pang of sympathy for her tireless efforts. No, I'm fine, that I want to identify a few more plants for cultivation. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can plant them, which will provide our tribe with more food. Additionally, these plants can be sold in the market, making it worthwhile. Wan was genuinely dedicated to the tribe's welfare, eager to utilize her abilities to aid their advancement. Although achieving a level of sophistication akin to modernity seemed improbable, given the impracticality of electrical appliances, she still hoped to introduce common items like soap, candles, and various edible foods, as well as innovative uses for wood. After examining many plants, she finally spotted a familiar specimen, a sweet potato. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to nutrient-poor soil, this sweet potato was rather diminutive. Barely the size of her palm, yet it was undeniably a genuine sweet potato. This is fantastic. While I may not have found potatoes, sweet potatoes are still excellent. They can be boiled or roasted. Both delightful options. Just the thought of roasted sweet potatoes makes my mouth water. Though the skin may not be visually appealing, the golden, soft, and sweet flesh within is delectable, and they can be transformed into sweet potato puree, a truly delightful treat. However, as Wan held the sweet potato, she felt a twinge of concern. Surely, sweet potatoes in the beast realm couldn't only grow to this size. That would render them virtually worthless for cultivation. Chapter 18. Planting sweet potatoes. Who discovered this plant? Are there any others nearby that can be dug up? Wan appeared quite anxious, her brows furrowing as she hoped for larger sweet potatoes. All right, Lon, don't fret, I will inquire and let you know the results as soon as I can. After reassuring Wan and ensuring her emotions stabilized, Feng Jing took the sweet potato and ventured out to ask. He made his way to the center of the tribe where many orcs and females resided. Presenting the sweet potato, he began his inquiries. Whose plant is this? Please, step forward to be wide chance. The sweet potato had indeed been unearthed by Beruo, who promptly approached Feng Jing. What's the matter, Feng Jing? This plant is from my harvest. Is it truly yours? Wan exclaimed. This plant may be useful. It could yield an edible fruit with a high yield. Yet, since there was only this one specimen, she couldn't be certain. She requested Beruo to gather several more of these plants for her study. Beruo, eager to please, replied, Really? All right, Feng Jing, I will go find more of these plants right away. Without hesitation, he headed towards the forest. Feng Jing, unable to stop him, felt a sense of helplessness. Beruo, are you out of your mind? It's nighttime, and who knows how many wild beasts lurk in the jungle. Do you really want to go now? Are you willing to risk your life? Below offered a sheepish smile towards Feng Jing, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, looking rather simple-hearted. That I forgot. I truly apologize. I shall go first thing tomorrow morning. Only then did Feng Jing feel at ease to depart, returning to his own home. Wan, on the other hand, was finally able to enjoy a restful night after a period of diligent effort. Hope was within reach, contingent upon the growth of the sweet potatoes to be harvested later. It dawned the following day, as the sky began to brighten and birds began to chirp on the branches. Feng Jing started knocking on Wan's door. Still feeling drowsy and somewhat disoriented, Wan forced herself to rise and open the door. There's something important. It's so early in the morning. Feng Jing observed Wan, who appeared half awake, her expression languid, her cheeks flushed from sleep, her eyes blinking in and out of focus, yet she remained exceedingly endearing. His gaze became transfixed upon her. It's nothing urgent. Just that the plant you discovered yesterday was brought back by below. He ventured into the jungle at the crack of dawn to gather this plant, and is almost ready to return to the tribe. I came to ask if you would like to accompany me to see it. How could Wan possibly decline? She was eager to fly over and witness it immediately, but since she had just woken up, she needed to wash up first. With a decisive motion, she shut the door, explaining to Feng Jing as she hurriedly retrieved her toothpaste and toothbrush from her space. Feng Jing, I'm still waking up. I need to wash my face first. Please wait for me. I will be ready shortly that we can go together. Feng Jing obediently stood at her door like a robot, unwavering. When Wan finally emerged from her cave after freshening up, Feng Jing was still waiting patiently. She extended her right hand, inviting him to take hold, and he readily complied. All right, let us set forth. Together, they traversed the path down the mountain, after a light rain the previous day. The ground was somewhat slippery, and fearing that Wan might fall, Feng Jing grasped her hand tightly, guiding her along the drier patches of earth. Upon reaching their destination, Wan discovered that a multitude of beastmen and females were already gathered there, indicating that she had indeed arrived a bit late, having underestimated the significance the beastmen and females placed upon edible and cultivable plants. She quickly spotted below, standing in the center, surrounded by numerous sweet potatoes. In fact, sweet potato leaves are also edible, albeit not as palatable, yet some in modern times still appreciate their flavor. Wan adeptly crouched down to inspect the sweet potatoes below had brought back. Upon closer examination, she noted the varying sizes of the sweet potatoes, the largest being as sizable as a watermelon, while the smallest was merely as thick as a thumb. It appeared that these sweet potatoes were viable for cultivation, and with proper care, they would undoubtedly flourish. Wan began to contemplate the methods of cultivating sweet potatoes, realizing it seemed quite straightforward. First, one would need to propagate seedlings by cutting the sweet potato tubers and burying them in the soil. Once the seedlings sprouted, they could be planted upright in the ground to a depth of approximately 10 centimeters, leaving a bit above the surface. This method's advantage is that sweet potato vines exhibit strong drought resistance, and the tubers tend to cluster, facilitating the growth of large sweet potatoes. Recalling the cultivation methods, Wan was eager to begin planting the sweet potatoes. This plant is called sweet potato, and it is indeed cultivable, boasting a remarkably high yield. Would you all like to plant it? She inquired, seeking the opinions of the others that of course we should plant it. It was not easy to find. Most of the beastmen and females shared this sentiment. Wan promptly retrieved a sweet potato to demonstrate the planting process. The beastmen and females exhibited remarkable learning abilities, quickly grasping the technique, and soon everyone was diligently digging the earth and planting sweet potatoes. Witnessing this scene filled Wan with immense satisfaction, hoping for a bountiful harvest in a few months. With sincere hearts, the beastmen and females planted the sweet potatoes, wishing for them to sprout and bear fruit swiftly. Wan felt deeply moved by the purity and kindness of the people in this era, who toiled daily for their livelihoods, yet found joy and contentment in their simple lives. Smiles frequently gracing their faces. Having traversed into this beastly realm, the members of the tiger tribe had extended considerable help to her, yet the living conditions within the tribe remained dire, with not a single sturdy house to be found. Wan surmised that any strong wind could easily topple the makeshift structures they inhabited, rendering them vulnerable. Determined to improve the tribe's living conditions, Wan resolved to commence her efforts by constructing a more durable dwelling. For the current homes were perilously unstable. Feng Jing, do you know if there is any thick, sticky mud available? Ideally, It should harden significantly once dried. Feng Jing was perplexed by Qin Wan's inquiry, as he possessed limited knowledge in this regard. However, he recalled someone who would undoubtedly have expertise in this area, the shaman of the Tiger tribe. Indeed, there was someone well-versed in such matters, the tribe shaman, who had designed all the houses in the vicinity. Although these wooden structures were not particularly sturdy, occasionally becoming loose, and at times, a few sticks would inadvertently fall from the roof, the shaman had never given up on his quest to develop better housing, striving to provide safe abodes for all. Qin Wan, I believe you should consult the shaman. He should have some insights regarding this matter. Intrigued, Qin Wan felt a flutter of curiosity. Since her arrival, she had rarely encountered the shaman, who seemed to possess an air of mystery. She hesitated. Is it all right for me to approach him directly? We are not acquainted. Perhaps you could inquire on my behalf and simply relay the information to me. Feeling somewhat apprehensive about confronting the enigmatic shaman, she expressed her reluctance. After all, he is the shaman. He sounds quite formidable, and I wonder if he knows about my origins. Qin Wan's heart raced with uncertainty. Very well, I will accompany you to ask. The shaman is quite kind. He even took us out to play when I was a child, without a hint of arrogance. With Feng Jing's reassurance, Qin Wan's trepidation eased slightly, and she mustered the courage to follow him to the shaman's abode. The shaman's home was impressively large, taking on a unique mushroom shape, adorned with colorful clay spheres, presenting a charming and distinctive appearance. As Feng Jing knocked gently on the door, the shaman opened it immediately. The shaman was an elderly gentleman, his hair mostly white, with a long beard, appearing frail, yet exuding an ethereal aura. Little Feng Jing, what brings you here to see your old grandfather? His demeanor was exceedingly warm, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Qin Wan was instantly fond of the old man, who reminded her of her own grandfather. Radiating warmth and familiarity, with her apprehensions dissipating, she felt emboldened to speak. Grandfather Shaman, I actually have a question for you. Do you happen to know if there is any particularly hardening clay in the vicinity? The shaman was taken aback, momentarily doubting whether he had heard correctly, incredulous that someone would pose such a question to him. Then why, child? Why would you inquire about such matters from an old man like me? I seek to explore alternative methods for constructing homes, as the current dwellings in the tribe are perilously unsafe, with a constant risk of collapse. Qin Wan candidly expressed her intentions. The shaman was genuinely surprised, for he had not anticipated that a young person like Qin Wan would share his thoughts on the need for sturdy housing. That as he gazed at her with growing admiration, he began to see her as a potential successor. For few among the youth held such aspirations. Feng Jing was the only other individual he had encountered with a similar mindset. That I have indeed discovered a couple of varieties of exceptionally hard clay, and I have experimented with them, but unfortunately they proved ineffective and the structures quickly fell. Curiosity piqued, Qin Wan inquired, how did you previously construct your houses? Would you mind sharing? The shaman chuckled, explaining, I would first build a framework with wood and then apply a layer of clay both inside and out for reinforcement. Understanding this, Qin Wan realized why it had not succeeded. Such a method was hardly sound for construction. That idea is to create a mold first, then press the clay into the mold to form rectangular blocks, which can be stacked together, and finally, apply a layer of clay on the exterior. With years of experience in constructing houses, the shaman recognized the feasibility of Qin Wan's suggestion. Excellent. I shall inform you of the locations where these clays can be found. When the time comes to build, would you like my assistance? The high priest was fervently eager to glimpse what this new dwelling would resemble, wondering if it could indeed come to fruition. Qin Wan smiled gently, declining the offer, suggesting that there would be Feng Jing to assist her in the endeavor. Feng Jing beamed with joy, perceiving this as a testament to Qin Wan's trust in him. Yes, I can certainly help you when the time comes. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions meticulously, and together we shall succeed. Feng Jing, brimming with confidence, was nearly impatient to commence the task. However, Qin Wan restrained him, urging, calm yourself. Let us first create a mold. Qin Wan had devised a plan to craft the mold from stone, hollowing it out into a cubic shape that in this era of beastly existence, crafting anything required manual labor. Lacking the conveniences of modern tools, it fell upon Feng Jing to use his formidable claws to gradually shape the stone into the desired form. Upon completion of the mold, Feng Jing was elated, feeling finally useful, despite the toll it took on his hands, with nails broken and fingers slightly bloodied. Yet the satisfaction outweighed the pain, leaving his heart sweetened like honey. Qin Wan gazed at the hard-won mold, her demeanor turning somber. An urgent question resurfaced in her mind. What if the clay adhered to the mold and could not be released? Would their efforts be in vain? Wan, isn't this a success? Why do you appear so troubled? Feng Jing could no longer bear to see her disheartened. She ought to be perpetually enwrapped in joy, free from worry that it's nothing. I was merely contemplating how to extract the clay once it sets in the mold. Qin Wan admitted, her vexation mounting. This dilemma had become a persistent source of anxiety for her. The difficulty of this task made her admire the Chinese scientists of yore, who had transformed their nation into a formidable power. Feng Jing began to ponder solutions for Qin Wan, hoping to alleviate this quandary swiftly. However, the duo of Qin Wan and Feng Jing, despite their earnest efforts, could not rival the ingenuity of a Zhuge Liang. No viable solutions emerged, leading them to experiment with the clay first. Upon arriving at the site indicated by the high priest, they observed the clay beneath their feet, which indeed felt quite solid, almost impervious to their touch. Qin Wan even instructed Feng Jing to excavate a stone from the ground, striking it against the clay to test its hardness. Chapter 20. Winter in the beastly realm. The clay proved exceptionally tough, producing a resounding thud upon impact with the stone. Finally, Qin Wan felt a flicker of confidence. Having discovered such resilient soil, the prospect of success seemed promising. She resolved to first craft a clay brick to assess the outcome, contemplating alternatives should this attempt fail. The process was straightforward. Mix the clay with water until it reached a semi-firm, pliable consistency, then place it into the stone mold to set. Once dried, the brick would be complete. Both Feng Jing and Qin Wan watched intently as the brick took shape within the mold, hopeful for its success that as a modern individual, Qin Wan possessed some knowledge in this area. After all, in the 1980s and 1990s, homes were constructed from clay, affirming the viability of this approach. Qin Wan felt a surge of urgency, her heart racing with anticipation as the results drew near. With considerable effort, she inverted the mold to release the brick. Her eyes fixated on the clay brick, which appeared to have taken form and exhibited commendable hardness. She hoped it would suffice for the construction of their house. Testing its durability, she dropped the brick a few times, relieved to find it held together despite minor cracks. Do you think this hardness is sufficient, Feng Jing? Qin Wan inquired. Feng Jing, being a straightforward individual, could not offer much else but his unwavering support for her endeavors. Wan, I believe this is excellent. It should yield a sturdy house. Buoyed by Feng Jing's faith, Qin Wan decided to produce a larger batch of these clay bricks for the eventual construction of their abode. She had previously shared her vision with the high priest, who also endorsed her idea, encouraging her to experiment, for true knowledge emerges through practice. With renewed vigor, Qin Wan and Feng Jing plunged into their work, fueled by passion, eager to manifest their dream dwelling. Gradually, their efforts bore fruit, yet the house they built was not as sturdy as desired. Qin Wan realized this was inadequate. After all, the structure was merely composed of clay. Lacking rain resistance, that it would be preferable to produce fired bricks and tiles for peace of mind. However, Qin Wan evidently lacked the means to achieve such an undertaking, resorting instead to layering leaves atop the roof for protection. Meanwhile, the agricultural activities within the tribe flourished. Each member seemed infused with hope and purpose, diligently watering the sweet potatoes they had sown. The chili peppers had also begun to bear fruit, producing exceptionally spicy varieties that ignited the throat with just a single piece. With tangible results emerging, the beastly tribesmen and their female counterparts became increasingly invested in the agricultural endeavors. Concerned that the peppers might rot if not harvested promptly, Qin Wan advised the tribesfolk to pick them once they turned red, reserving some for fresh culinary use while drying the remainder in the open air. Once thoroughly dried, they could be ground in a powder for preservation. Once the chili powder was ready, many began to incorporate it into their barbecued meats. The sizzling oil and slightly charred flesh perfectly complemented by the spice, igniting appetites. After indulging, numerous individuals lamented not having planted more of these peppers, which were both easy to store and delectable, proving to be a most rewarding endeavor. Qin Wan held high hopes for the sweet potatoes as well, yearning for them to reach her envisioned size. Sweet potatoes were a versatile food source, suitable for desserts, frying, boiling, or baking, making them a culinary delight. Now, Qin Wan's life had found its rhythm, and she had identified her purpose: to ensure the tiger tribe lacked for neither sustenance, clothing, nor shelter. Although she had yet to fulfill all her aspirations, she remained optimistic about the future. Feng Jing watched Qin Wan with admiration, perceiving her as a radiant beacon of beauty. However, soon after they completed their experimental dwelling, a challenge arose. The clay bricks they had produced were quite fragile, easily toppled despite their hardened rectangular shapes. Some even crumbled under the sun and rain. Qin Wan's face fell in despair. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. I followed modern methods meticulously. How could it possibly fail? Feng Jing, standing by, yearned to comfort her, wanting to assure her that regardless of what transpired, he would be by her side. Yet he chose silence, enveloping her in his embrace, gently patting her shoulder, offering tender solace that don't cry. If you continue, you won't look beautiful at last. Qin Wan managed to smile. After all, what did a single failure signify? Her earlier successes had created a false sense of security, and encountering this setback had left her feeling defeated. It took her considerable time to regain her composure, and she began experimenting with new types of soil, contemplating whether she could incorporate other materials to enhance its strength. After much reflection, she recalled a piece of knowledge learned previously. There existed a substance that could significantly harden the clay, though its identity eluded her, requiring further contemplation on her part. The high priest, too, felt disappointment, having hoped that this time they would witness the successful construction of a new home. However, he did not dwell on it. Having witnessed many failures before to him, Qin Wan was merely a younger generation. One misstep was inconsequential. As long as she endeavored, he held unwavering faith in Qin Wan's ability to construct a house from clay. From the moment he first met her gaze, he recognized her exceptional nature. With resolute goals and evident determination, she had already made significant contributions to the tribe. The community had begun to trust her words and ideas. Yet, a disconcerting change loomed. The weather had begun to grow colder. Qin Wan found herself increasingly concerned about her warmth. Having been particularly sensitive to the cold in her modern life, she had avoided venturing outdoors during winter. In this beastly realm, devoid of air conditioning or heating pads, Qin Wan feared she might not endure the harsh conditions. Despite the presence of numerous animal skins within the tribe that could provide warmth, the situation was not as dire as Qin Wan had imagined. Nevertheless, she felt the need to prepare in advance. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a satisfactory solution, she suddenly recalled her own space, where a few blankets, which she had randomly placed there on a certain day, were stored. These blankets were made of pure cotton, exceptionally thick, and although quite heavy, they offered a profound sense of security when wrapped around oneself. At that moment, Qin Wan found herself alleviated of her worries. If worst came to worst, she could simply layer several blankets upon herself, embracing the role of a warmth-conserving individual, which was hardly a bad idea. However, the thought of venturing outdoors dressed in merely a few animal skins during winter was daunting. One could easily freeze to death in such conditions. Chapter 21. Chestnuts. More than half a month passed, and the sweet potatoes in the fields had flourished, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Some of the Beastmen even consumed the sweet potatoes raw, finding their flavor delightful, crisp, sweet, and abundantly juicy, even surpassing the taste of certain fruits. Qin Wan had no immediate plans for this batch of sweet potatoes, uncertain of how to utilize them. While they could be ground into flour, making sweet potato noodles was also a delectable option, boasting a smooth and delicate texture. However, grinding them into flour would require considerable effort, so for the time being, she decided to set them aside. Feng Jing, do you think we can successfully construct a sturdy house? Qin Wan expressed her unease, her self-doubt becoming a significant concern. Fear not, for I believe in you. There is a spark in your eyes. As long as your conviction remains steadfast, success is assured. Feng Jing genuinely felt this way, considering Qin Wan to be the most remarkable person in his heart. Thank you for your trust, Qin Wan replied, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Feng Jing showered Qin Wan with affection, especially since their relationship had been solidified, that he became even more attentive, arriving at her door before dawn each day, determined to stay by her side throughout the day, only reluctantly departing as the sun began to set. During this period, Qin Wan and Feng Jing's relationship experienced a remarkable advancement, with Feng Jing sometimes affectionately referring to her as baby. This left Qin Wan feeling a little bashful, as Feng Jing proved to be quite a handful. never yielding an inch, while she found herself entirely captivated by him. Wan, the market fair is about to begin. Are you going? Qin Wan's spirits had lifted, her melancholy fading. Absolutely. I must go. I've nearly grown moldy from staying at home. I've longed to go out and have some fun. The anticipation for the market filled her with excitement, eager to see if there were items she desired. The children of the tribe were also elated. For whenever the adults ventured out to the market, they would return with small treats for them. Although the recent abundance of sweet potatoes ensured the children would not go hungry, they still delighted in foraging for wild fruits, relishing the sweetness they discovered. Not to mention, each trip to the market brought home intriguing new foods, some of which were simply unforgettable in their delightful flavors. Qin Wan found herself increasingly busy, contemplating which items to gather for trading. In the jungle near the tiger tribe, numerous edible items awaited discovery. Qin Wan had come across several types of fruits, some of which were particularly easy to store. Those that were less durable could be dried into fruit snacks for trading, maintaining a pleasing taste. Qin Wan was certain that many females would appreciate these offerings, as women generally had a penchant for sweets. Additionally, the peppers and sweet potatoes could be exchanged as well, especially given the high yield of sweet potatoes. Since their tribe could not consume them all, it would be more advantageous to trade for items they lacked, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Qin Wan and Feng Jing shared a deep bond, and recently, Qin Wan wished to gather more edible items for the market. Feng Jing remained by her side, accompanying her into the jungle and ensuring her safety. The dangers lurking in the jungle were numerous, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, making companionship essential. Fortuitously, Qin Wan discovered chestnuts in the jungle, encased in a prickly shell that could inflict injury if mishandled. Yet, once cooked, the chestnuts revealed a sweet and tender interior, utterly delectable. The tree bore an abundance of chestnuts, and Qin Wan was determined not to let any go to waste. She instructed Feng Jing to shift into his beast form and collide with the tree, which resulted in a cascade of chestnuts falling to the ground. Standing beneath the tree, Qin Wan eagerly gathered them, using a bag fashioned from leaves to fill it to the brim. After all, chestnuts could be stored for an extended period, and once cooked, they were a true delight. The females in the tribe would surely have never tasted chestnuts before, and she intended to bring some back for them to savor. Qin Wan couldn't help but reminisce about the taste of candied chestnuts. Although there was no sugar available, honey could serve as a suitable substitute. The honey Feng Jing had brought back previously was just enough for this purpose. Feng Jing, pack more of these. They are absolutely delicious, Qin Wan urged eagerly. When Feng Jing and Qin Wan returned to the tribe, she held a large bag of chestnuts, while Feng Jing carried an even greater load. This spectacle astounded the tribe, and soon, individuals approached them with curiosity. What have you brought back, Qin Wan? Isn't it heavy? Qin Wan smiled brightly, beaming with delight. These are chestnuts. In her previous life, she had been particularly fond of them, having purchased countless chestnut snacks from various brands. Fortunately, the items in her space would not spoil. Otherwise, the chestnuts she had bought might have gone to waste. Feng Jing and I discovered a new edible item in the jungle, and we brought it back for you to try. You will undoubtedly love it. Qin Wan's enigmatic tone piqued everyone's curiosity. Really? Did you find another edible wonder? Can it be cultivated? Everyone in the tribe had recently become fixated on planting, likely due to the impressive growth of the sweet potatoes. Yes, this fruit is edible, but it cannot be planted, as it requires an impractical amount of time to cultivate, Qin Wan clarified upon hearing this. The crowd felt a twinge of disappointment, but ultimately understood, as it was common knowledge that some trees in the beast world took decades to bear fruit. Enough of this. Let us hurry and cook the chestnuts. With that, the group snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving a stone pot to prepare the chestnuts. First, they filled the pot with spring water from the mountains and brought it to a boil before adding the chestnuts. As the chestnuts cooked, their delightful aroma filled the air. However, one drawback was the difficulty in peeling the chestnuts, as the shells tended to cling stubbornly to the nut meat. This frustrated Qin Wan, prompting Feng Jing to take the initiative and carefully assist her in peeling the chestnuts. Some beastmen and females, however, were unconcerned with the peeling process, opting to remove only the outer shell and consuming both the inner skin and the nut together, finding it immensely satisfying. Meanwhile, more meticulous females took the time to cleanly peel the chestnuts, enhancing the sweetness of the flavor and improving the overall texture. Qin Wan, Where did you find these fruits? Are there any left? We must go and pick some next time. The beastmen and females of the tiger tribe had developed a fondness for chestnuts, appreciating their taste and filling nature, along with the simplicity of their preparation. Feng Jing smiled as he addressed everyone. They are located beside a large tree in the left part of the jungle. The fruits grow there, encased in a prickly shell. Chapter 22. The market fair. The beastmen and females were genuinely elated. Qin Wan and Feng Jing were wonderful, always sharing the delights of their discoveries with the tribe rather than keeping them for themselves. Some females had even gained a few pounds due to Qin Wan's generous offerings. Yet they felt quite pleased, believing that a bit of extra weight conveyed a healthier appearance, an important aspect in the beast world. Feng Jing, witnessing the tribe's warm reception, felt a touch of shyness. After all, these were merely small gestures, and given that the tribe was still sharing communal meals, there was no need for them to secretly prepare their own separate dishes. Qin Wan was brimming with anticipation to visit the market, hoping to exchange for some seafood, particularly squid and cuttlefish, which were perfect for both soups and stir-fries. Dried squid, in particular, was versatile. It could be used for soups or fried dishes, simply needing to be soaked in water, making it easy to transport and delicious. Feng Jing, how long until the market opens? Feng Jing, unaware of Qin Wan's underlying impatience, reassured her, don't fret. The market will open at the end of this month, and beastmen from other tribes will come to exchange goods. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan became even more excited, pondering how many tribes would attend and whether pearls might be available for trade. The possibilities were endless, and as she imagined the prospect of squid, she chuckled to herself, wondering if there were squid beastmen with 8 legs. Feng Jing, lost in thought, found his mind wandering as well. He waved his hand in front of Qin Wan's eyes. Wan, what are you thinking so deeply about? You seem lost in thought. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Wan curiously asked, are there beast clans in the sea? Feng Jing pondered for quite some time and recalled a few species, including the merfolk, sea serpents, sea hares, and seal clans. Qin Wan felt a sense of relief, glad that there were no squid clans. She then contemplated the abundance of marine tribes and wondered if pearls would be available for sale. She was curious about their prices and thought that if they were affordable, she would love to purchase some for decoration, finding them quite aesthetically pleasing. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Ever since arriving in this beastly world, Qin Wan had never felt so liberated. Previously in the tribe, she was always on edge, fearful of being discovered, which had made her increasingly cautious over time. Now, she finally had the opportunity to explore the outside world, hoping it would be as she had imagined. Qin Wan had painted a beautiful picture of this beastly realm in her mind, believing that the beastmen and females there were particularly simple and kind-hearted. Feng Jing observed Qin Wan's exuberance and enthusiasm, gently holding her body and taking her hand, saying, Wan, while I have no concerns about other matters, you must be careful not to inquire too much about the common knowledge of the beast world, that if you have questions, you can ask me privately. Just don't let it slip that if anyone else discovers it, I fear they may harbor ill intentions towards you. Feng Jing truly understood Qin Wan, and through their time together, he recognized her kind nature, reluctant to think too poorly of others. Yet, he knew one must always be cautious. Qin Wan felt a surge of gratitude. Feng Jing was exceptionally considerate of her in every aspect. Rest assured, I will be careful, she replied. Only then did Feng Jing feel a sense of relief, knowing that Qin Wan was a clever girl, and since she had promised, she would surely adhere to it. The day for the market to open was approaching, and the tribe was preparing to depart. This time, only a portion of the beastmen and females would set out, while some remained in the tribe to guard against potential dangers. All the young children stayed behind, as it was impossible to manage them all, and they had to part from their parents, which was a difficult decision. Furthermore, the long journey posed a risk to the children's health, and it would be counterproductive to take them along. The tribe was thoroughly prepared for this expedition. With everyone carrying various bags, without vehicles at their disposal, they all walked to their destination. Along the way, Qin Wan encountered many beastmen from other tribes, each new tribe igniting her curiosity. She was eager to learn about the beastmen of those tribes. For instance, did the rabbit tribe enjoy eating carrots? Such questions filled her mind, as she approached everything with a sense of curiosity, exploring the unknown. However, Qin Wan, being delicate and frail, began to tire after several days of travel. The continuous walking wore her down, and she could only rest a bit at night. Her feet became swollen and increasingly uncomfortable. Feng Jing noticed her physical condition and asked, "Wan, can you still keep going?" Breathlessly, Wan replied, "I'm fine. I can manage." Seeing her stubbornness made Feng Jing's heart ache. There was no need for such bravado. Wan could easily ride on his back, comfortably reaching the tribal market. This was his duty as her partner, yet it seemed she had forgotten about Feng Jing's willingness to assist her. Wan simply refused, driven by a stubborn resolve to rely on her own strength to reach the market. Feng Jing watched her, increasingly worried. What if her health deteriorated because of this journey? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, feeling compelled to carry Wan on his back. It would be no burden for him. In fact, it would be a joyful responsibility, warming his heart. Eventually, Wan was persuaded by Feng Jing and climbed onto his back. Feng Jing transformed into a white tiger, behaving exceptionally well in front of Wan, allowing her to stroke his fur freely. He even purred like a contented cat, perhaps overwhelmed by the comfort of the moment. The hardships of the journey had not been in vain. As a modern individual accustomed to public transport and ride-sharing, Wan had never walked such a long distance alone before, making this both a first and a test of her resolve. While being carried by Feng Jing, Wan felt a little bashful, burying her head low and leaning against him, anxious about being seen by others. Yet for Feng Jing, carrying his beloved was a source of immense joy, infusing him with energy as they moved swiftly. After many days of travel, they finally approached the marketplace, a vast plain that would soon be bustling with numerous beastmen and females. Each tribe would bring its unique specialties for trade, filling the scene with lively activity. When they arrived at the market, Wan was struck by a sense of awe that a sea of unfamiliar beastmen and females surrounded her, overwhelming her senses. With a smile, she turned to Feng Jing and asked, "Is there anything in particular you wish to trade for?" Feng Jing shook his head silently. He lacked for nothing and was more concerned about whether Wan desired anything. "Wan, do you enjoy fruits? Or perhaps you fancy beautiful flowers or stones?" His attentiveness was unwavering, his gaze solely fixed on her. Wan, although not particularly interested in fruits, hoped to discover something new that could benefit the tribe. However, she knew that if nothing was found, it would not be a great loss. Feng Jing remained close by her side, never letting her out of his sight amidst the throngs of people, fearing she might get lost. After searching for some time without encountering anything particularly intriguing, she stumbled upon foods that the tiger tribe did not have. Wan couldn't help but admire the cleverness of these beastmen, who even sold dried black fungus. It was a truly innovative idea. She wondered how they knew that dried black fungus was edible. It was incredibly convenient to carry. With just a little soaking, one could yield a large dish, much like kelp. Without a doubt, she decided to purchase some dried goods, such as dried shiitake mushrooms, dried kelp, dried black fungus, and even dried squid. Over delight, she discovered dried shrimp. A marvelous find, rich in the protein essential for human health and incredibly tasty. Wan simply adored shrimp. The shrimp in this beastly world were several times larger than those in modern times, each one the size of a palm, making her mouth water. With shrimp around, she couldn't help but wonder if there were crabs as well. The flavor of a fresh hairy crab was exquisite, with its roe so delectable it could make one weak at the knees. Wan also encountered a peculiar plant that resembled a small baby that a crowd of beastmen had gathered around the stall. Curious about she gazed at this strange plant. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could this possibly be the legendary ginseng? It was said that ginseng could take on a human form after growing for many years. If this truly was ginseng, it must have matured over hundreds of years, making it invaluable for medicinal purposes. Without considering the throng of beastmen and females around her, her heart raced with excitement. She was determined to acquire it. Wan tugged at Feng Jing's arm, who looked at her in confusion. "Wan, what is it?" In a hushed tone, she replied, "I have my eye on something I want." She pointed at the humanoid plant. Feng Jing was taken aback, unsure why Wan suddenly desired such a thing. That seemed rather frightening for a plant to take on a human shape. He worried it might have grown from a corpse or been soaked in blood. The thought sent shivers down his spine. "Are you sure you want it? Perhaps you should reconsider. That might not be the best choice." Feng Jing hoped to dissuade Wan, wondering why she didn't prefer the beautiful items that most females liked. Wan was speechless. Feng Jing truly lacked vision. In modern times, Ginseng was a valuable commodity, often unattainable even with wealth, yet he was dismissing it simply because it looked eerie. Feng Jing's perspective represented that of many beastmen, so it seemed that Qin had a good chance of acquiring the ginseng without competition, which would be quite fortunate. Qin approached the stall owner directly, asserting, "How can I trade for this plant? I want it." The stall owner, a mouse tribe beastman named Shushua, was quite pleased. He had accidentally unearthed the peculiar ginseng from the ground on a previous occasion and had found it to be quite special, wondering if someone would wish to consume it. Reluctant as she was, she still desired to visit the market in hopes of securing a favorable price. However, upon arriving, Shushua felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the ginseng had indeed attracted considerable attention, very few were genuinely interested in purchasing it. Most had come merely out of curiosity. Thus, when she encountered Qin, the unsuspecting fool, Shushua immediately perked up. This was a splendid opportunity to peddle the ginseng for a handsome sum. She had to sell it well. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the effort she had invested in keeping this precious ginseng until now, never having the heart to consume it herself. It is worth noting that the rodent folk possess an acute sense of smell, and Shushua had long been aware that this plant was indeed edible, likely even beneficial. Contemplating her options, she thought about trading it for items that could intimidate other beastmen, as her kind remained relatively weak, or perhaps for something that could ensure her own safety. Upon hearing this, Qin eyes sparkled with excitement. Weapons, of course, she had some, which would make a fair exchange for the ginseng. Qin planned to offer a fruit knife from her space, a priceless treasure in the beast realm. Yet, with so many people around, she hesitated to reveal it, fearing the attention of other beastmen. "Being too ostentatious could be perilous. That I believe I possess an item that meets your requirements. May we trade privately later?" Qin proposed, having devised what she considered the best possible solution. Shushua, being amiable, recognized Qin's sincere desire for the ginseng and readily agreed, understanding that selling it quickly would not be an easy feat. Perhaps only a curious soul would buy it for collection. "Very well, let us discuss it further this evening." Shushua consented to Qin's request. Qin felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, it was ginseng. In her previous world, such a fine specimen could easily be regarded as a family heirloom. Truly magnificent. Feng Jing observed Qin's joyful demeanor with a hint of perplexity. After all, she had merely exchanged one item for another. "Do you truly cherish that so much, Wan?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Qin nodded vigorously. "Yes, I adore it immensely." The sparkle in her eyes was captivating, radiating joy. "Regardless of what you desire, if it brings you happiness, that is all that matters." Feng Jing unconditionally supported Qin's wishes, even though he felt the plant held little necessity for purchase. Yet if it pleased her, then it was worth it. Once Qin and Feng Jing reached a secluded area, he began to inquire, "What do you intend to offer in exchange?" "I plan to trade the fruit knife I once lent you," she replied. "Absolutely not. That is far too dangerous. Such a blade cannot possibly be crafted here, and I fear it would raise suspicions." Feng Jing promptly dissuaded Qin from this perilous notion. Qin felt a wave of frustration. "But if that won't do, then what am I to use? I am determined to acquire that ginseng." Wan, how could you be so simple? Surely you have other items to barter." "I do," Feng Jing said mysteriously, unwilling to disclose what he intended to use for the exchange. "Please tell me. I'm so curious," Qin playfully pleaded, her eagerness palpable. "It is nothing of significance, so do not trouble yourself with curiosity. What you need to know, you shall discover in due course," Feng Jing shyly responded. Feeling slightly embarrassed, wondering for whom he was making such sacrifices, Qin wisely chose not to press further, sensing that this matter was not meant for her ears. That evening, at the agreed spot, Qin arrived early, with Feng Jing by her side. Qin poked Feng Jing's waist with her finger. "Is everything ready for the exchange?" Feng Jing, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. How could this ungrateful creature be so fixated on her own interests? "Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine," he reassured her, attempting to allay her worries. As night deepened, the tranquil forest was occasionally punctuated by the calls of birds. All had succumbed to slumber. It was in this stillness that Shushua finally arrived. True to her rodent lineage, she was timid, choosing to venture out only after the rest had settled into sleep. Her demeanor was anxious, suggesting she had awaited this opportune moment for quite some time. Upon spotting Shusha, Feng Jing tossed her 2 stone-crafted bottles, which were rather uncommon. At least, Qinwan had yet to encounter such vessels during her time in the beast realm. After receiving the bottles, Shushuo refrained from opening them, opting instead to sniff them, appearing quite pleased that my friend, you are far too generous. 1 bottle would suffice. Shushuo grinned widely, her excitement palpable. Feng Jing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Shushuo, his demeanor far from cordial. Suddenly, Shushuo felt a jolt of realization. This was the elder brother of the Tiger clan, and she must not offend him. But why was he staring so intently? After some contemplation, she remembered her earlier exuberance had caused her to forget to hand Qinwan the ginseng. Carefully, Shushuo presented the ginseng, wrapped in animal hide, to Qinwan. Look at me. In my excitement, I overlooked this vital detail. This is for you. You may inspect it for any damage. Qinwan finally held the ginseng in her possession, and it was no surprise that her efforts had borne fruit. Its quality was impeccable, suitable for healing. This ginseng was undoubtedly the most delightful discovery she had made that day, though she remained unaware that even greater surprises awaited her. That moment, Qinwan had no idea what Feng Jing had traded. But an unsettling thought flickered in her mind. Could it be his blood? She worried that Feng Jing was not worth harming himself over this exchange. Feng Jing, what exactly did you trade with that rodent beastman? Why do you keep secrets from me? Do you not trust me? Qinwan could no longer contain her curiosity, pressing for answers. Feng Jing was at a loss, struggling to articulate an explanation. Ultimately, he hesitantly revealed the truth. 1 of the bottles contains my blood, and the other my urine. Now, Qinwan understood the source of his embarrassment, but the revelation raised a new concern. Had Feng Jing been injured? Are you hurt? Why did you not tell me? I have some ointment that can expedite healing. Would you like to apply it? She was genuinely concerned for his well-being. No, I am fine. It is merely a minor wound, Feng Jing replied, unsure how to refuse her kindness. How could you even think of using those to barter? Qinwan wondered aloud, astonished that tiger blood could serve as a bargaining chip. That rodent beast man sought something to intimidate others, and my blood and urine were perfect. They carry my scent, marking me. Should he apply them to himself, lesser beasts will think twice before provoking him. Finally, realization dawned on Qinwan. She understood the reasoning behind Feng Jing's actions. Let us explore tomorrow to see if there is anything else we desire. If we find nothing, we shall enjoy our time nearby. We cannot let our journey be in vain. Her spirits lifted. Qinwan was optimistic about their next adventure. Indeed, Feng Jing gazed at her with a mix of affection and depth, his expression difficult to decipher. The following morning, Qinwan rose early as the sun began to ascend, the sky still dim. With few others awake, she intended to accompany Feng Jing to the mountaintop to witness the sunrise. Watching the sunrise? I would love that. I have never seen it before, Feng Jing exclaimed, eager to accompany Qinwan wherever she wished. However, little did they know that their attempt to witness the dawn would be thwarted. A considerable number of beastmen and females from the Tiger clan were present, and some had already awakened. Upon hearing Qinwan and Feng Jing's plan, they too felt compelled to join, including Uma. Uma harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Qinwan, finding her daily displays of affection with Feng Jing particularly irksome. She yearned for revenge, hoping to drive Qinwan away from Feng Jing and the Tiger clan, but had yet to find an opportunity, choosing instead to bide her time in silence, harboring her animosity. Thus, Qinwan and Feng Jing found themselves surrounded by many others, making the ascent perilous, fraught with dangers that could lead to a fall from the cliffs. By the time they reached the halfway point, Qinwan lagged behind, but fortunately, Feng Jing remained by her side. Feng Jing resigned himself to the fact that he had to support this partner of his. Realizing her lack of stamina meant he would need to encourage her to exercise more in the future. Suddenly, the group of beastmen ahead erupted into chaos. They had encountered a wild beast, and a battle ensued. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing hurried to assist. Qinwan was frantic with worry, fearing for their safety. Overcome with anxiety, she felt a pang of guilt, her heart racing in the midst of the tumult. Qinwan was inadvertently pushed down a small hillock by an unknown assailant. Though not fatal, what left Qinwan in utter despair was her inability to find the original path. The only way to return to her previous location was to ascend the hillside, a feat that was clearly beyond her capabilities. She could only flounder aimlessly through the jungle like a headless fly, hoping to discover an exit. Qinwan felt a sense of helplessness. How could her existence be so woefully inadequate? Especially when there were others lurking behind her, ready to stab her in the back. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. She could only resign herself to her misfortune. The most daunting aspect was the unknown number of wild beasts lurking in the jungle. It had been sheer luck that she had managed to escape the last time, and now, genuine concern for her safety weighed heavily upon her. That, oh heavens, what should I do? Qinwan found herself somewhat unfortunate. Having encountered a large tiger, one that appeared utterly devoid of reason, not at all like the tigerkin she was familiar with, but rather a wild beast. Qinwan had no hope of combating this tiger and could only flee desperately, praying it would lose interest and pursue more suitable prey in the jungle. She ran as if her life depended on it, tapping into every ounce of her potential. Absurdly, she contemplated retreating into her space. Though this might expose her, her life was undoubtedly more precious that if she lost her life, all would be lost. Fortunately, Qinwan narrowly escaped as the tiger abandoned its pursuit and returned to the depths of the jungle. Overwhelmed with relief, she could only hope that no other wild beast would cross her path. Yet, she found herself lost again, wandering through the jungle for what felt like an eternity without finding an exit, only to stumble upon a small wolf cub. The cub lay injured, whimpering pitifully amidst a pile of leaves, exuding an aura of deep vulnerability. Oh my! Where did this adorable little wolf cub come from? How did it sustain such an injury? For someone like Qinwan, who had an affinity for soft and furry creatures, it was simply unbearable, especially since this was a little white wolf, with a sharp snout and two bright, intelligent eyes that sparkled with innocence. With a heart full of compassion, Qinwan scooped up the cub and applied medicine to its wounds. The medicine was a gift from Feng Jing, fortuitously carried with her, and now proving invaluable. Indeed, Qinwan opted not to utilize the medicine from her space, for although it was highly effective, every action leaves a trace, and caution was paramount. Throughout the process of tending to the wolf cub, it remained remarkably calm, not resisting her gentle ministrations. Qinwan felt an overwhelming affection for the creature, even contemplating raising it herself. This seemed a splendid idea, particularly since the cub was now injured and alone. Clearly a lone wolf if she saved it but left it to fend for itself in the jungle. It would surely not survive for long. Without further contemplation, Qinwan simply wished to save one more life. Naturally, should the cub grow up to pose a threat to herself or those around her, she would show no mercy. Little wolf cub, are you unable to find your mother? Would you like to live with your sister from now on? I promise to take good care of you. Qinwan's voice was imbued with gentleness, as if she feared startling the delicate creature. Da! I nearly forgot that you cannot speak. How foolish of me. Qinwan suddenly realized she had unconsciously begun treating the wolf cub as if it were an anthropomorphic being. As she walked, she held the wolf cub close, reluctant to let go. However, her own condition was not the best, and soon her strength waned. Observing the injured cub, she couldn't bear to let it walk on its own, so she sat on the ground, cradling the little creature, hoping that Feng Jing would come to find her soon. After much contemplation, Qinwan decided that since she could not find her way out, she might as well accept her fate. She retraced her steps back to the place where she had fallen down the slope, preparing to wait there for Feng Jing. Little wolf cub, soon I'll introduce you to someone. His name is Feng Jing, and he will help me take care of you very well. Qinwan murmured to the cub, lost in her thoughts. What Qinwan did not realize was that the small wolf cub she cradled was not merely a wild beast. It was actually Shui Yuan, the young lord of the wolf tribe. Shui Yuan had been engaged in a fierce battle against a group of beastmen from other tribes, outnumbered and severely injured. Forcing him to flee in the midst of his escape, he lost consciousness. When Shui Yuan awakened, he found himself transformed into a smaller beast form, and there was Qinwan, who cared for him with such tenderness that he observed closely. The wolf tribe was known for its vindictiveness. They bore grudges and repaid them in kind. The cub had already made plans. If Qinwan encountered him and chose not to save him, once he healed, he would exact revenge. However, he never anticipated that Qinwan would so decisively choose to rescue him and apply the finest medicine to his wounds. Due to his injured paw, Qinwan carried him in her arms, unwilling to let him down. Even when she could no longer hold him, she chose to sit together with him rather than place him on the ground. Waiting patiently, Shui Yuan thought to himself that Qin Wan was truly a remarkable female. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and he wondered if she had a partner. If not, he would certainly be a worthy choice. Given the debt of gratitude he owed her, he would treat her exceptionally well. However, upon hearing Qin Wan mention Feng Jing, a chill washed over Shui Yuan's heart. It seemed that good partners were always taken. Yet he refused to give up, pondering whether there might still be opportunities for him. Shui Yuan resolved that if Feng Jing did not come to find Qin Wan, once he healed, he would take her out of the jungle and bring her to the wolf tribe. Caring for her diligently, as for Feng Jing, he could remain where it was cool and stay out of the way. Qin Wan waited from day to night, gripped by fear and regret that if only she had not come to witness the sunrise. She could have stayed with Feng Jing, and perhaps they would have already been asleep together, instead of finding herself in such a predicament. Feng Jing will come. He will surely come for me. She continually reassured herself, sometimes even vocalizing her thoughts, unsure whether she was comforting the little wolf cub or herself. Seeing Qin Wan in such a state pained Shui Yuan's heart, deepening his resentment toward the Feng Jing she spoke of. Qin Wan cared for him so deeply and longed for his presence. Yet he had not arrived in time, and that was his failing. Perhaps it was Qin Wan's silent prayers that summoned Feng Jing. Or perhaps it was an unspoken bond between them. But eventually, Feng Jing found his way to her, spotting her sitting on the ground. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Wan, Feng Jing's heart nearly stopped. How wonderful it was to finally find her. Since the group had slain the beast earlier that day, he had been searching for her relentlessly, but there had been no news. Not even the females of the tribe could tell him her whereabouts. He had nearly lost his mind with worry. Feng Jing had scoured the entire mountain, and thankfully he found her at night, unharmed. Had she been injured, he would have been consumed by guilt, blaming himself for failing to protect her. Chapter 26. Lingji Feng Jing rushed forward, enveloping Qin Wan in his arms, his voice trembling with emotion. Wan, it's so good to finally find you. I'm so relieved. In truth, Qin Wan felt a deep-seated fear. She had never experienced anything like this before and was terrified at the thought of Feng Jing not being able to locate her. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Wan, I will never let you find yourself in such danger again. Were you frightened while I was away? It's my fault for not reaching you sooner. Feng Jing expressed genuine remorse for leaving her alone in the forest for so long. Upon hearing Feng Jing's comforting words, Qin Wan finally felt safe enough to let her tears flow. Do you know how scared I was? I even encountered a tiger, and I feared it would devour me, she cried, releasing her pent-up frustrations. Enough now, don't be afraid that I'm here. Feng Jing wished he could have been by her side during such a perilous moment. Encountering a tiger must have been terrifying. Thankfully, Wan was safe now. Or else he would have gone mad with worry. Wan, let me take you back to the tribe. Everyone is waiting for you there. Feng Jing was eager to return her to safety. All right, let us go home. Qin Wan was equally eager to return, curious to discover who had so callously pushed her toward the slope. As they walked, Feng Jing finally noticed the little wolf cub nestled in Qin Wan's arms. Where did this wolf cub come from? Could it pose a danger? Feng Jing was filled with concern for Qin Wan, not wanting her to face any potential threats that it's fine. I found this little wolf cub in the forest. It's injured, and I want to take care of it. Despite Qin Wan's assurances, Feng Jing remained uneasy, feeling a persistent sense of dread. Wan, is this really wise? What if its mother comes looking for it? Feng Jing was apprehensive that this little cub is so well-behaved, and given its severe injury, its mother is likely not nearby. It's clearly been abandoned. Qin Wan attempted to persuade Feng Jing. Ultimately, Feng Jing relented. When it came to Qin Wan, he felt utterly helpless. Exhausted from their ordeal, Qin Wan could no longer walk. Feng Jing transformed into his beast form and carried her back, after a night's rest. Qin Wan emerged from the tent, only to be greeted by a throng of beastmen. Qin Wan, are you hurt? Where have you been? We couldn't find you. Faced with the cacophony of concern from the crowd, Qin Wan felt a twinge of emotion, yet she remained steadfast in her purpose. During the fierce battle between Feng Jing and the beasts, she had been inexplicably pushed down the hillside. Qin Wan articulated the reason for her disappearance. How could this happen? Is there truly someone who wishes to harm you? Who could be so heartless? That individual is truly wicked. The crowd was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the existence of such malevolence. Feng Jing was equally alarmed. Was this truly the reason behind it all? The realization that Wan had been pushed down the slope was infuriating. This person was utterly despicable, and they must be brought to justice. Don't be afraid, Wan. I will certainly uncover that person. Since they dared to harm you, they shall face the consequences, Feng Jing declared resolutely, anger boiling within him at the thought of anyone daring to mistreat his partner. However, Wan was not as optimistic as Feng Jing. With so many people present at the time, she had no idea who had pushed her, nor did she possess any evidence. Perhaps this matter would ultimately fade away without resolution. It's all right, Feng Jing. You need not blame yourself for leaving me there alone, she reassured him. Feng Jing harbored genuine resentment, astonished that such a person could exist within their tribe, that it was incomprehensible that, despite all of Wan's contributions and efforts for the tribe's well-being, someone would still seek to harm her. It was an affront to justice. Forget it. It's not your fault. You were unaware of anything. Wan acknowledged, recognizing that blaming Feng Jing would be futile, that he had indeed acted with her best interests at heart. Let us not dwell on this, Feng Jing. Cheer up. I will find out who harmed me, Wan said, though she still felt a lingering frustration and was determined to uncover the culprit. Very well, Wan. I shall heed your wishes, Feng Jing responded, completely devoid of his own opinions, akin to a devoted spouse in modern terms. The market will soon come to a close. Let us see what wares we can procure, Wan suggested, eager to distance herself from the crowd, as every face seemed to her like a potential assailant. A situation that was simply untenable. Of course. I will accompany you, Feng Jing affirmed as they departed together. As they wandered through the market, Wan was astounded by the plethora of goods available, each more varied than the last. After much deliberation, she ultimately settled on purchasing several exquisite pearls. The stall boasted an array of colors, and after much contemplation, she chose a few black and purple ones, which were rather costly. Given her fair complexion, the black pearls would accentuate her skin beautifully. Yet, as she held the pearls in her hands, a cloud of worry enveloped her. There was no way to drill holes in them here, leaving her at a loss as to how to wear them. After pondering for some time, she turned to Feng Jing for assistance. How do the females in your tribe adorn themselves with these pearls? She inquired. Feng Jing, lacking knowledge in this area, was equally perplexed. It seems the females in our tribe simply tie them together with string, as long as they don't fall off, he replied. Wan dismissed this as impractical. She could not possibly wear them in such a manner. It would look far too unattractive. Perhaps I shall devise a better solution later, she mused, recalling the ginseng she had received previously, wondering if such herbs were still available. Continuing her exploration, Wan purchased an assortment of seafood, including squid, lobster, crab, and kelp, even acquiring a bounty of dried mushrooms. That was at a rather secluded stall that she stumbled upon a delightful surprise, an array of medicinal herbs, including reishi mushrooms, gastrodia, honeysuckle, and chrysanthemums, all beneficial for health. Her heart raced at the sight, and she yearned to acquire them all, especially the enormous reishi mushroom. How fortunate she felt to have encountered such treasures. In the modern world, such finds were nearly impossible to come by. I will take everything you have here. Name your price, and let me know what you desire in exchange, she stated decisively. Is food acceptable? The stall owner inquired, nodding that in truth, these items were long cherished by the seller, and had circumstances not forced him to part with them, he would have been reluctant to sell. Now, however, it seemed he had stumbled upon a fortunate deal with Wan. Without hesitation, she offered up all the sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and chili peppers she had collected, eager to exchange them for the herbs. She intended to offer a fair price, not wishing to exploit the stall owner. And her generous display was nothing short of spectacular. Is it really necessary for you to spend so lavishly, Wan? You need not purchase so much, Feng Jing suggested, observing her extravagance with concern. The stall owner echoed his thoughts, urging, half would suffice. There's no need for so much. He spoke with urgency, revealing his good nature, that it's perfectly fine. I believe these are worth every bit of what I am offering. Wan replied, fully aware of the value of the herbs on the stall. She had no intention of being stingy when it came to acquiring such valuable medicinal resources. That I see you are a good person, and I believe that what you are selling is worth this price in my eyes, so there's no need for further discussion, she declared, leaving the pile of goods behind as she walked away. The stall owner stood there momentarily stunned, realizing he had encountered a truly generous customer. This bounty would last him for quite some time. Qin Wan and Feng Jing shared a particularly close bond. Yet occasional disagreements arose, as exemplified by their differing valuations of the herbs. Nevertheless, Feng Jing did not prevent Qin Wan from making her purchase, demonstrating his suitability as a partner, as he remained obedient to her wishes. Once they reached a more secluded area, Qin Wan clarified her perspective to Feng Jing. The herbs the stall owner sold are medicinal. Some of them are exceptionally potent and can even save lives. That is why I valued them as I did. Do you understand? Feng Jing nodded vigorously, recalling the ginseng from before, which must also possess healing properties, explaining Qin Wan's eagerness to acquire it. Feng Jing found solace in the idea that Qin Wan's collection of medicinal herbs could aid those in need within their tribe. Ideally, upon returning, they could cultivate their own medicinal plants. Yes, Feng Jing mused, inspired by the thought of planting, filled with an inexplicable sense of confidence that he could indeed make them grow, a belief fostered by Qin Wan and the successes within their tribe. Wan, do you have any suspicions about the person who harmed you? How might we uncover their identity? Feng Jing asked, concern for her safety evident, as he was determined to identify the perpetrator. At present, I have no solid plan, but I do wish to test him. It would be best if he revealed himself out of guilt, Qin Wan replied, believing that the simplicity of the beastmen and females in this world might allow for such a ruse to succeed. I have a brilliant idea, but you must trust me, she continued. Feng Jing, eager to support her, nodded enthusiastically. Upon our return, you should say that we have spoken privately with some females who witnessed me being pushed down the slope and saw who did it. This should prompt the culprit to reveal themselves. Feng Jing agreed. Very well. I will follow your lead, hoping we can identify the one who harmed you. Qin Wan was confident they would succeed, convinced that the perpetrator's clumsy methods would make it easy to expose him. Any slightly clever individual would not have dared to push her down in the presence of so many others. Upon returning to the tribe, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them, a heavy silence prevailing. The revelation from Qin Wan earlier that day had shaken them to their core. It was unsettling to realize that a malicious individual lurked among them, and the most troubling aspect was that this person had yet to reveal themselves, potentially posing a threat to others. Wan, you have finally returned. Did you enjoy your outing? Did you find anything that piqued your interest? The enthusiastic inquiries from the tribe members made Qin Wan feel somewhat bashful. Yet she knew she must address the matter at hand. Stepping into the center of the gathering, she raised her voice to capture their attention. Greetings, everyone. Did I trust you are all aware of the incident that befell me yesterday? We have consulted some of the females who were present, and there are witnesses who saw me tumble down the slope and can identify my assailant. Out of respect, I wish to give that person the chance to come forward and apologize privately before I disclose their identity. With that, Qin Wan retreated to her tent, ignoring the bewildered expressions of the beastmen and females surrounding her. Upon hearing her declaration, Uma felt a surge of panic. Was this true? Did someone truly witness the incident? She had been so careful not to be seen. Should she now apologize? If she did, it would expose her actions. Yet if she remained silent, would they not reveal her anyway? Uma was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, utterly at a loss about what to do. She cursed her impulsive decision that led to such a muddled situation, and now she found herself in a predicament. After pondering for a while, Uma resolved to assess the circumstances first, that if it were true that Qin Wan already knew she was the one who had pushed her, then she should sincerely apologize. Otherwise, even her father, the clan leader, might not be able to save her. Inside the tent, Qin Wan smiled at Feng Jing and said, "You see, within 3 days, someone will definitely come to apologize, and at that time, we will expose the culprit." Xun, witnessing this scene, proudly thought to himself, "No wonder I have my eyes on this female. She is indeed clever, even predicting the other party's reaction." Due to Qin Wan's busy schedule shopping that day, she had little time to accompany Xun. Consequently, he found himself alone in the tribe, feeling somewhat lonely. How could this female forget him so quickly? It was as if she was easily swayed by new encounters. Qin Wan also noticed the little white wolf. Initially worried it had sustained severe injuries, she now observed that it appeared quite spirited, its eyes gleaming with a certain fierceness that it was evident that it would grow into a formidable white wolf. Qin Wan reached out to hold the little white wolf in her arms, delighting in its fur. "This feels wonderful," she exclaimed. Even though its fur was a bit prickly, it did not deter her desire to pet it. "Little wolf cub, how has your day been? Is your injury feeling better?" Qin Wan asked, lifting the cub's paw with one hand. engaging in a self-dialogue. Your wound has healed considerably today. Be good and don't wander off. Xun felt like he might vomit blood. Did this female truly think of him as a child? As a seasoned caretaker, Qinhuan was well acquainted with small animals, observing the little wolf cub's gloomy demeanor. She speculated that perhaps it was merely adjusting to its unfamiliar surroundings, which might explain its unhappiness. Chapter 28. Confessing the truth, little wolf cub. May I give you a name? Qinhuan asked, cradling the cub as if seeking its approval. Your fur is so white. I shall call you Little Bai. The little wolf cub, Xun, couldn't care less about maintaining his image and shook his head vigorously. Who would want such a mundane name? It was a disgrace to his reputation as the snow wolf heir. Qinhuan, observing the cub's fervent head shaking, was taken aback. It seemed the little wolf cub was quite intelligent. If you don't like being called Little Bai, how about Little Shui? She continued with a smile. Xun shook his head even more vigorously. This woman truly had no sense of naming. Such an unappealing name was an affront to his dignity. Watching the little wolf cub's persistent shaking, Qinhuan wondered if her chosen names were truly so terrible that even a small animal found them objectionable. Determined to take a firmer stance, she declared, choose between Little Bai and Little Shui. There are no other names. If you prefer Little Bai, raise your left paw. If you prefer Little Shui, raise your right paw. Xun, glancing at the options, felt a sense of resignation. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended his left paw. After all, Little Shui sounded far too effeminate. Agreed then, from now on, you shall be called Little Bai. When I call you, you must respond. Qinhuan's tone was somewhat teasing, reflecting her playful nature. However, Xun was not at all offended. Inexplicably, he found himself unusually tolerant in her presence, no longer easily prone to anger. Feng Jing, observing the exchange, interjected, Wan, do you truly think that name is suitable? Shouldn't we consider changing it? Qinhuan, feeling a twinge of frustration, wondered if her chosen name was indeed so inadequate that even Feng Jing felt compelled to comment. This is my little wolf cub, and I decide its name. It shall be called Little Bai, she asserted firmly. Xun sighed, resigning himself to his fate. After all, no one would recognize this little wolf cub as him. Even if they did, he could simply deny it. This embarrassing chapter of his life must be buried. Otherwise, it would tarnish the snow wolf heiress image. Wan, do you believe that the one who pushed you will come to apologize tomorrow? Feng Jing brought the topic back to the earlier incident. Certainly, they will definitely come, Qinhuan replied, her tone reminiscent of soothing a child, brimming with patience. Very well. Once that individual is brought forth, all will be well. And our tribe will be safe. Feng Jing smiled, appreciating Qinhuan's cleverness in devising such a brilliant plan. That don't be too optimistic. Perhaps that person will not show up to apologize. Qinhuan playfully sought to temper Feng Jing's enthusiasm. Feng Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could that really be a possibility? He had never considered it. Enough of that. Don't dwell on it. Hurry back to your tent and get some rest, Qinhuan urged, nudging Feng Jing to leave, and he obediently complied. As night deepened, only Qinhuan remained in the tent, cradling the little wolf cub. She stroked its fur, saying, Little Bai, if there is a grudge, it must be avenged. Wouldn't you agree? Xun wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. It was a unified belief within their clan. Just wait and see. Those who have wronged me will not meet with good fortune, Qinhuan murmured to the cub, the ominous undertones of her voice hinting at an impending eruption of wrath. Xun couldn't help but shudder. He had sensed a dangerous aura earlier, one that startled him to the core. Such a feeling would amuse anyone who heard of it. The next day dawned beautifully, the sun rising punctually, casting a vibrant blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Wan, did you sleep well last night? Feng Jing began his daily inquiry. Qinhuan, slightly irked, replied, very well. I slept splendidly. Is there something you need? Nothing in particular. I was just concerned for you and wanted to check in, fearing you might have trouble sleeping. Qinhuan thought Feng Jing underestimated her resilience. How could she be so timid as to lose sleep over such trivial matters? It was likely he himself had been frightened into insomnia. Do not worry. Everything is about to conclude perfectly, Qinhuan assured him, appearing more relaxed than Feng Jing, radiating an aura of sunny optimism. The tribe members began to stir, and they exchanged glances at Qinhuan and Feng Jing, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama, which left Qinhuan feeling perplexed. Why was everyone staring at her? Beneath the surface of many delightful occurrences lay hidden complexities. The atmosphere in the tiger tribe appeared harmonious, but behind closed doors. It was rife with discord. Everyone was speculating who the person that had pushed Qin Wan could be, casting suspicious glances at her in search of answers. Uncomfortable with the attention, yet unwilling to fully deny the crowd. Qin Wan swallowed her irritation, reminding herself to maintain a pleasant demeanor in hopes of diverting their gaze. Suddenly, a new topic sparked in her mind. Feng Jing, do you know how to ride a horse? She inquired, curiosity piqued. What is that? I've never seen one, he replied, intrigued that it's a type of animal that you can ride, that I've never ridden one. Have you? Feng Jing regarded her with fresh curiosity. Of course, riding a horse lets you feel the wind's speed as it gallops freely. Would you like me to teach you? Qin Wan envisioned how dashing he would look, akin to a prince. However, Feng Jing showed no interest in learning that he could run in his beast form, deeming it unnecessary. Fine, if you're not interested, just remain as you are. Qin Wan chuckled inwardly, amused by his lack of ambition. Could this be the variation of the saying about unworthy offspring? She entirely forgot that she had yet to find a horse in this beast world, and even if Feng Jing wished to learn, he couldn't eat at Uma, feeling increasingly anxious over the past couple of days, had not been able to sleep well, her dark circles under her eyes becoming more pronounced, and her eyelids noticeably drooping, coupled with her already ordinary appearance. She now seemed even more unremarkable. Unable to quell her inner turmoil, she approached Feng Jing's tent, intending to discuss matters with him. When she finally arrived, she found Feng Jing preparing to leave. Uma planned to apologize to Feng Jing first, completely avoiding any interaction with Qin Wan. That I need to speak with you. Let us go inside. They both entered the tent. Jinggu, I'm sorry. It was I who pushed Qin Wan down. I encountered an unexpected situation. Someone shoved me, and I stumbled, accidentally pushing Qin Wan down. How could you do such a thing? Do you realize what could have happened if Qin Wan had been injured? Jinggu, I've already said that it wasn't intentional. It was a mere accident. Uma began to take the initiative. Moreover, Qin Wan is perfectly fine now. I truly was accidentally pushed by someone else. Which led to this outcome. Chapter 29. Revenge. Feng Jing regarded Uma with astonishment. Utterly unprepared for her transformation into such a person, uttering words that seemed shameless. You speak so casually about it. Should I push you down a slope and see how you fare? That Qin Wan is alive is merely luck, but it does not change the fact that you laid hands on her. Feng Jing truly did not wish to entangle himself further with such a person. Individuals like her ought to face the consequences they deserve. Brother Jing, how could you treat me this way? We grew up together. How could you be so devoid of compassion? Uma was visibly distressed. Why would Brother Jing act towards her in such a manner? Moreover, should this incident become public, how could she possibly navigate her future in the tribe? Compassion. You push my partner down the slope. What compassion remains between us? Feng Jing stormed off in anger, intent on discussing the matter with Qin Wan. The true culprit had been identified, and he was keen to discover Qin Wan's plans. Upon learning that Uma was responsible for the incident, Qin Wan was not the least surprised. Uma's fiery temperament was apparent, devoid of rationality, and her infatuation with Feng Jing was common knowledge throughout the tribe. With a hint of mischief, Qin Wan remarked, You certainly have a way of attracting attention. Your charm is undeniable. Feng Jing found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat guilty, as he indeed bore some responsibility for the unfortunate incident involving Qin Wan. He offered a wry smile, expressing his discontent. I did not wish for this. It was all her unilateral desire. After voicing his thoughts, Feng Jing became increasingly aware of the wrongness of Uma's actions, perceiving her as a source of trouble. Qin Wan, how do you intend to deal with Uma? Feng Jing inquired with curiosity, tinged with concern. Qin Wan sighed helplessly. What can I do? She is the daughter of the chieftain. I cannot simply expel her from the tribe. Qin Wan's mood was equally gloomy. No one could feel at ease with a venomous snake lurking nearby. Are we really going to let her off the hook? Feng Jing believed Qin Wan was not one to easily acquiesce. Despite her outward fragility, she possessed an undeniable fierceness within. Letting her go is out of the question. She will pay a price. Qin Wan replied, her eyes filled with malice, her expression fierce and unmistakably formidable. Shun, observing Qin Wan's anger, felt a twinge of displeasure. Even in his juvenile form, he had determined that Qin Wan was the one for him, and he could not bear to see her bullied. He committed Uma's name to memory. From that moment onward, she would be considered an enemy to the wolf clan. Shun harbored ominous thoughts. Uma would not have an easy time ahead. Meanwhile, Qinwan had no intention of letting Uma off lightly. Feng Jing, go speak to those with whom you have a good rapport. Let them know what kind of person Uma truly is. Will it be effective to spread this information? Feng Jing questioned, puzzled. Qinwan chuckled. Uma is such a proud person. She will surely struggle to bear the weight of other scrutiny. Enlightened, Feng Jing realized that Qinwan had already formulated a plan. Thus, they decided to proceed with this course of action, aiming to keep their distance from Uma. Even if she could not be expelled from the tribe, they would ensure her life was far from pleasant. Suddenly, Feng Jing pondered a troubling question, halting. What if Uma seeks revenge on you? And if she does that mean I should remain silent, hoping she won't retaliate? Have you forgotten that she pushed me down the slope? Chapter 30, Affection. Feng Jing reflected and agreed. Uma was indeed twisted, capable of such malicious acts, rendering her beyond the realm of reason. Wan, it's all my fault for being inept. I've caused you this suffering. It's my error, for I cannot provide you with a beautiful life and instead drag you into my troubles. At last, Feng Jing expressed his innermost feelings. Perceiving himself as a burden to Qinwan if he were not present, she could easily lead a life elsewhere, surrounded by the many treasures she possessed, ensuring her happiness rather than enduring hardships alongside him in the Tiger Clan. Am I not the partner you have chosen? If something were to happen to me, would you not come to my aid? We both strive for one another, do we not? Besides, you treat me with such kindness. Qinwan recognized Feng Jing's distress and made an effort to console him. It is my fault for being so arrogant, believing I could protect you while inadvertently placing you in danger. Upon hearing Qinwan's admission of affection, Feng Jing's heart momentarily halted, only to be followed by reflection. It was indeed his shortcomings that allowed Uma to harm Qinwan so easily. All right, you are human, not a deity. Mistakes are inevitable, and you cannot constantly monitor my every move. Qinwan playfully teased Feng Jing, her sweetness filling the air. Wan, did you just confess that you like me? Feng Jing, having tasted a hint of sweetness, pursued her relentlessly. Qinwan felt somewhat shy in her response, despite being from the modern world. She found herself feeling more restrained than a beastman. Her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, reminiscent of delicate rouge, leaving Feng Jing utterly captivated by her astounding beauty. Wan, your feelings for me bring me immense joy. I am patient enough to wait for you until you are ready to accept me. Qinwan suddenly realized that Feng Jing was not as foolish as he seemed. He had learned to retreat to advance. You are quite confident, yet we do not possess a substantial relationship. What if we were to part ways? Qinwan asked, laced with a hint of testing. Feng Jing's fierce eyes widened, his expression incredulous, his lips pressed tightly together as he nervously fidgeted with his animal hide attire. Do you still wish to leave me? Dream on. You are destined to be my mate in life, and in death, you shall rest beside me. Qinwan was taken aback, hesitant to utter any words of separation, though a flicker of resentment lingered within her. Did this mean she would be utterly bound by him? Nearby, Shun observed the exchange between the two, feeling a surge of irritation. Had he not been in the form of a cub, he would have been tempted to scratch Feng Jing's face, finding him exceedingly annoying that he believed that perhaps Qinwan might one day become his mate. Yes, Shun had resolved that once he healed and regained his true form, he would pursue Qinwan, hoping to win her affection. Qinwan, noticing Feng Jing's playful demeanor, interjected, enough with the banter. Quickly attend to the task I entrusted you with, that I do not wish for Uma to have an easy time. Had Qinwan not mentioned Uma, Feng Jing might have forgotten the matter entirely. A pang of frustration welled within him. It was all Uma's fault for hindering the development of his relationship with Qinwan, which was truly vexing. Chapter 31, The Black Pearl. Feng Jing hurriedly exited, leaving only his silhouette behind. Qinwan found his anxious demeanor amusing, perceiving a certain childishness in his behavior. She quietly stroked the fur of the little wolf cub, contemplating the situation with Uma. This was insufficient. The lessons learned must be indelibly etched in Uma's memory, teaching her whom she could provoke and whom she could not. Shun instinctively shivered, sensing an abrupt drop in temperature. After the tumultuous events of the morning, Qinwan felt fatigue wash over her. Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of sleep, slowly drifting into slumber. Once Qinwan was asleep, the little wolf cub, formerly known as Shun and now called Xiaobai, quietly stirred, slowly inching closer to Qinhuan's cheek. The sight of the female sleeping was utterly adorable, and Xuan's fondness for her grew ever stronger. When Qinhuan awoke, the sun was high in the sky. Hanging in a state of indecision that it had been a long time since she had felt so refreshed, awakening felt like a rejuvenation of her entire being. Qinhuan recalled the black pearls she had purchased. Retrieving them from the corner of the tent, pondering how to utilize these treasures to craft exquisite adornments. Cradling the little wolf cub in her arms, she arranged the pearls alongside it, the contrast between the white and black enhancing the brilliance of the black pearl. Qinhuan could already envision how radiant she would appear wearing the black pearl, undoubtedly setting a new trend. She fell into a contemplative reverie. It was rather amusing. She had never regarded Uma as a rival. And yet she had suffered such a significant loss at her hands. A biting dog that did not bark. Feng Jing, having nearly completed the task Qinhuan assigned, found that a significant portion of the tribe had become aware of the truth surrounding Qinhuan's push. Having just wrapped up his duties, he could not resist the urge to seek out Qinhuan. The two were in harmony, and even a moment apart felt disconcerting. When Feng Jing reached the entrance of Qinhuan's tent, he hesitated, uncertain of how he appeared. Was his hair disheveled? As soon as Qinhuan sensed Feng Jing's presence outside her tent, she recognized him instantly. She was intimately familiar with the sound of his footsteps. And upon seeing him standing outside, a puzzled expression crossed her face. What was this fool thinking? Feng Jing, why are you lingering outside my tent? Come in, Qinhuan called out, extending an invitation. Feng Jing seemed to snap back to reality, quickly entering the tent. Upon stepping inside, he beheld Qinhuan's post-sleep visage, akin to a picturesque scene of a spring blossom, both innocent and alluring, rendering him unable to look away. How did you fare with the tasks I entrusted you with? Qinhuan casually inquired. Yet Feng Jing appeared somewhat earnest that I have already informed most of the females and orcs in the tribe about Uma's true nature. You must remember to keep your distance from her in the future. To prevent her from harming you again, Feng Jing advised with utmost seriousness. All right, I'm not foolish. I will steer clear of her, Qinhuan replied dismissively. Having learned from this experience, she was resolute that Uma would not be afforded another opportunity. Chapter 32. Strolling through the market, noticing the beads of sweat still glistening on Feng Jing's forehead, Qinhuan tenderly wiped it away with the fur on her sleeve. That don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Qinhuan sincerely wished for Feng Jing to maintain her well-being, for health is the cornerstone of all endeavors. Feng Jing beamed with delight at Qinhuan's concern. Her anger over Uma's incident dissipating, replaced by a bright smile that revealed her two small tiger teeth. Rest assured, I know my limits. Such trivial matters won't wear me down. Feng Jing felt a sweet warmth in her heart, akin to consuming honey, reassured that her health was robust, feeling as strong as an ox. After speaking, she playfully flexed her arm muscles towards Qinhuan. Shui Yuan observed from the side, disdainfully curling his lip at the sight of the barbarian, who displayed no sense of decorum. Wan, the market is about to close. Do you have any plans for when you return? Feng Jing began to prepare for the future. Qinhuan contemplated this matter, carefully considering her next steps. She could continue cultivating chili peppers, but there was still a significant amount of chili powder from her last harvest. Planting too many would serve little purpose. As for sweet potatoes, while they could indeed be ground in a flour for storage, the conditions in the beast world rendered that impractical. It would be better to cook and sun-dry them into sweet potato chips. However, everyone would likely grow weary of eating sweet potatoes by then, which did not seem like a promising idea. Qinhuan resolved that upon returning to the tribe, she would ask Feng Jing to accompany her to the mountains to explore for fresher seeds and decide what to plant next. She produced the few pearls she had purchased and placed them before Feng Jing. Feng Jing, do you find these pearls beautiful? Feng Jing was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how the conversation had shifted to pearls. They are lovely. Your taste is impeccable. So how could they not be? Feng Jing, unable to grasp Qinhuan's intent, believed that offering flattering words was undoubtedly a safe route. Qinhuan confided her dilemma to Feng Jing. What should I do with these pearls? How can I wear them? I lack a drilling tool, and gluing them is not an option. What should I do with these pearls? Feng Jing, belatedly realizing that Qinhuan's inquiry was in regard to this issue, replied, I know of some adhesive plants. When we return to the tribe, I'll take you to see them. Upon hearing this, Qinhuan felt a sense of assurance. If all else failed, she could always resort to finding a sharp object for Feng Jing to help her drill holes. Even if it looked unrefined, it couldn't be too unsightly. Qin Wan and Feng Jing decided to take advantage of the remaining presence of market-goers and browse once more. Although the crowd had thinned and the variety of goods was lacking, they still wished to savor the experience of shopping. Having traded all her exchangeable items during her previous purchases, Qin Wan realized she had unwittingly become a pauper. Feng Jing, I have nothing left. What should I do if I find something I like? She inquired mischievously. Feng Jing responded with unwavering confidence. I'll cover it for you. I'll trade for anything you desire. Chapter 33. Wolf One. Qin Wan felt deeply appreciative of Feng Jing's generosity, who was willing to part with his personal funds entirely for her benefit. This truly is the mark of a fine man in this new world, she thought, her spirits lifted as she reveled in the delightful experience of having someone else bear the costs. What is this money you speak of? Feng Jing asked with curiosity, intrigued by everything related to Qin Wan. Money is the currency of my world, used for purchasing items, unlike here, where we barter, Qin Wan explained. Feng Jing grasped her words, albeit with some confusion, that he surmised that Qin Wan must hail from a prosperous place, for her delicate appearance suggested a life of pampering, and her space was filled with delectable items, each far superior to those found in the beast world. Feng Jing's curiosity about Qin Wan intensified. He longed to uncover the nature of the country that could nurture such an exquisite individual. After spending half a day perusing the market, Qin Wan realized that perhaps her expectations were too high. As she had not encountered anything particularly desirable, that it was likely that she had exhausted her options during her earlier visits. Feng Jing encountered a familiar face and introduced Qin Wan, unwilling to leave her unattended out of concern for her safety. He introduced the orc before them, who had glossy black hair and upward-slanting fox-like eyes, though his pupils appeared cold and lifeless, that a slight smirk revealed two small tiger teeth, creating an oddly sinister atmosphere. Wan, this is my good friend from the wolf tribe. His name is Wolf One. Why such a peculiar name? Qin Wan wondered aloud, slightly embarrassed by her unexpected candor. Wolf One offered little explanation. It was given to me by our young master, and I think it's quite fitting. Qin Wan chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that their young master must have been quite lacking in creativity, as his name was far from appealing. Feng Jing continued with the introductions. This is my future partner, Qin Wan. Having already experienced an awkward moment, Qin Wan simply smiled at Wolf One, who, despite being from the wolf tribe, appeared unexpectedly amiable. Wolf One, why have you only just arrived? In previous years, you would have come much earlier, Feng Jing inquired out of genuine curiosity, wanting to know what had delayed Wolf One. That it was well known that Wolf One was a creature of habit, meticulously planning his daily tasks, with even his waking hour remaining consistent to the second. His arrival at the market adhered to a fixed schedule, yet this year, something had changed, and he had arrived much later than usual. What could have happened? Our young master from the wolf tribe is missing. The clan leader is furious and has ordered everyone to search for him, hoping he will be found soon. Feng Jing seemed to recall a faint memory of the young master Wolf One spoke of. Is your young master the one with the white fur, who is particularly vain? Wolf One's demeanor shifted, displeasure evident on his face. How could you speak of our young master in such a manner? It is not vanity, it is sophistication. You wouldn't understand that he simply values cleanliness. And what is wrong with that? Chapter 34. The missing wolf tribe. Young master Wolf One's loyalty to his young master was unwavering. Having lost his mother at a young age, Wolf One had essentially raised him, treating him as his own child and unable to tolerate any disparagement directed at him. All right, I knew you would defend your young master. But he's grown now. Why do you still treat him like a child? Feng Jing remarked, bemused by his friend's unyielding nature. Wolf One was at a loss for words. He had always been straightforward, and while he could accept a few jabs, he would not permit any criticism of his young master. Have you found your young master yet? Feng Jing inquired, noticing Wolf One's expression darken further. Despite the extensive search, there had been no word of their young master's whereabouts. Wolf One worried about his well-being and the possibility of mistreatment. Having been pampered all his life, he had never experienced hardship. Seeing Wolf One's mood deteriorate, Feng Jing chose to remain silent, bidding farewell to him. Wolf One, I'm leaving now. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. As soon as Feng Jing finished speaking, Wolf One disappeared in a flash, clearly anxious. Once Wolf One had departed, Qin Wan turned to Feng Jing, eager to understand their connection. Feng Jing, how do you know Wolf One? I was gravely injured a while back, and it was Wolf One who saved me. Since then, I've relied on him, and we've become friends. Feng Jing succinctly recounted their story. Oh, I see. So this is the legendary debt of gratitude, Qin Wan mused, understanding why Feng Jing harbored such warmth towards Wolf One. Did you find anything that caught your eye? Qin Wan asked, and I'm ready to head back. I long to play with the little wolf cub. Having lost interest in shopping, Qin Wan gazed at the items waiting to be exchanged, feeling no desire to participate. All right, let's return. But don't play with that little wolf cub. It just came back from the woods and may be carrying diseases or parasites, Feng Jing warned. Startled, Qin Wan realized she had not considered that aspect. Feng Jing chuckled, his expression playful. You can play with me instead. I assure you, I will not resist in any way. Qin Wan pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was quite a splendid idea. However, she felt that the fur of the little wolf cub was softer than that of Feng Jing, whose fur had grown somewhat coarse, lacking the same pleasant texture. Qin Wan began to waver, uncertain of her choice. Observing her hesitation, Feng Jing felt a twinge of displeasure. Could it be that he paled in comparison to that little wolf cub? Was it not pleasurable to pet him? He had already pointed out that the little wolf cub might be unclean, and one should consider the dire possibility of pests crawling onto her skin. Feng Jing's words became increasingly alarming. With that, Qin Wan's desire to pet the little wolf cub was entirely extinguished. Perhaps she would wait until the cub was clean before indulging. Feng Jing, witnessing Qin Wan's indecision, felt a swell of pride. After all, it seemed he held a more significant place in her heart, and that little wolf cub simply could not compete with him. As Qin Wan and Feng Jing strolled back, the setting sun gently illuminated them, casting a golden glow upon their hair, imbuing the scene with warmth. Feng Jing, what is it that you like about me? She inquired. That I adore your smile. I cherish your concern for me. I appreciate everything about you. Chapter 35. The shy wolf cub. Upon returning to the tent, Qin Wan found Feng Jing still mulling over their earlier conversation. That it was rare for her to pose such a question. Did it signify that she truly cared for him? After her return, Qin Wan felt her cheeks flush. Why was she so entangled in matters of affection? It seemed utterly unnecessary. If one liked someone, they would simply be together. If not, they would part ways. Qin Wan was typically straightforward, so why had she changed today? Meanwhile, Feng Jing felt an inexplicable agitation, possibly stemming from the excitement of drawing closer to Qin Wan in their relationship. Qin Wan stroked the soft fur of the little wolf cub. Yes, even though Feng Jing had warned her about the potential for pests, how could she possibly resist? The cub's pristine white coat appeared immaculate. It bore no signs of harboring insects. She buried her face in the cub's belly, whispering, "Little Bai, do you believe there exists love without reason in this world?" Qin Wan's heart felt somewhat fragile. She was reluctant to trust others. Perhaps it was due to a so-called friend in her previous life, who had betrayed her, casting her into a chasm of despair, leaving her unable to trust again. Shui Yuan was infuriated, watching helplessly as his rival walked right before him, unable to act, merely seething in silence that he could only let out a few fierce growls. Yet these sounds brought Qin Wan immense joy. "Little Bai, you too believe that Feng Jing truly loves me, don't you?" Shui Yuan shook his head wildly, fearful of being misunderstood. He was certain that Feng Jing did not genuinely love Qin Wan. There must be ulterior motives at play. Yes, that was it. He successfully convinced himself. However, Qin Wan paid little attention to the cub's movements and expressions. Her words to it served merely as a balm for her soul. "Do you think Feng Jing and I could be together? Their tiger clan is so backward. How could we possibly change it? And what of that clan leader's daughter, Uma? Is she not of sound mind to act so ruthlessly?" Qin Wan lamented, merely seeking to air her grievances. Then she recalled something cheerful. Uma's actions had spread throughout much of the tribe, and she wondered if Uma had noticed the change in how others regarded her. "Little Bai, you are such a good boy, so well-behaved and not troublesome at all. I truly adore you." Qin Wan embraced the transformed Shui Yuan, reveling in the delightful sensation of petting him. Shui Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite having transformed into his beast form, albeit in a juvenile state, he buried his face in his paws, unwilling to show himself. This woman, how could she so casually declare her affections? Afterward, Qin Wan, as if discovering a new continent, flipped the little wolf cub onto its back. "Oh, you are quite the handsome little fellow. I thought you were a little beauty," she exclaimed, playfully flicking Shui Yuan's bell. Shui Yuan sensed the world's greatest malice. This woman's demeanor was intolerable. Even worse, he was unable to resist, forced to endure her antics. Having vented her frustrations, Qin appeared more composed. She donned her gloves and laced up her shoes, cradling the little wolf cub in her arms. "Come, little boy, I shall take you to see a spectacle." Qin was eager to witness current predicament. Chapter 36. A spectacle with great interest. Qin embraced the little wolf cub, preparing to enjoy a performance. As she exited the tribe, the females regarded her with sympathetic gazes, some even bringing her delectable treats from their homes. "Qin, you have suffered. Who could have imagined such a vile person existed? You must be cautious next time. Do not let her bully you again." Under the collective sympathy of the onlookers, Qin felt an overwhelming joy, nearly bursting into laughter. The more they empathized with her, the more she perceived Uma's actions as utterly excessive. Uma, on the other hand, was in a foul mood. She had believed that confessing to Feng Jing would allow her to escape unscathed, yet the harsh reality proved otherwise. Though no one spoke openly, Uma could still discern from their glances that the truth had spread. Uma felt herself spiraling into madness. Each beastman and female that gazed upon her was met with her paranoid suspicion. As if they were reveling in her misfortune, that as she approached the center of the tribe, she saw a crowd gathered around Qin, conversing eagerly, which only deepened her resentment. Why did they treat Qin with such kindness? While she, a childhood companion, was met with indifference, as Uma drew closer, many of the surrounding beastmen and females began to disperse. They had no desire to linger with this venomous snake, fearing she might strike if they displeased her. "Why are there so many of you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Pray, share it with me." Uma approached with a smile, feigning nonchalance. The crowd could not help but marvel at her audacity. How could she dare to show her face after all that had transpired? "Oh, it's nothing. We were just about to leave. I have matters to attend to as soon as this was said." Those around her hastily concocted excuses to depart. Only Uma and Qin remained in the vicinity. Uma's expression darkened. "Qin, are you not alive and unscathed? Why must you hold a grudge against me? Can you not pretend this incident never occurred?" Qin smiled, thinking to herself that some people truly possessed an unparalleled lack of shame, uttering such shameless words. Before she could retort, Uma interjected, "Did you inform Feng Jing and the tribe about that incident?" There were indeed individuals within the tribe who had aligned themselves with Uma, and as the daughter of the clan leader, she was privy to certain information. Qin had no desire to converse with such a person. "Whether I spoke or not is irrelevant. Everyone knows now. You remain in the tribe. What difference does it make? Do you not realize that the way everyone looks at me has become so strange? You must understand that this is all you are doing. If you had not spoken, who would have known? If you had not pursued the matter, I would not have confessed to Brother Feng Jing." Uma shifted all blame onto others, as though she bore no responsibility. Qin felt an urge to crack open her skull to see what was truly inside. It was she who had initiated the wrongdoing. Yet now she played the victim. "You dare blame me? Know this. Everything that has transpired is of your own making. Had you not harbored such ill intentions, none of this would have occurred. You deserve this. Just accept it." With that, Qin decided to leave, having seen enough of the spectacle. Witnessing the reluctance of others to associate with Uma brought her a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 37. A high fever. Uma seized Qin by the arm, attempting to prevent her from leaving. However, having come from the modern world, where she had not engaged in physical labor, Qin was naturally no match for Uma in terms of strength. Though Uma succeeded in detaining Qin, the latter held the little wolf cub in her arms. Shui Yuan was not to be trifled with. Despite being in his juvenile wolf form, his claws were sharp and formidable. Seeing the detestable woman before him, Shui Yuan exerted all his strength, fiercely clawing at Uma's hand that held Qin. "Dada, you beast!" Uma shrieked, clutching her bleeding wound, her temper on the verge of exploding. Qin regarded the scene with cool detachment, cradling the little wolf cub and gently stroking him. Perhaps sensing her comfort, he nestled closer into her embrace. "Little Bai, you are such a good child. Simply marvelous. Tonight I shall treat you to some chicken legs," she said, elated that Little Bai had avenged her grievances. Shui Yuan scoffed inwardly. Who was this Little Bai? He was no such thing. He was the extraordinarily handsome young master of the wolf clan. Uma felt that every encounter with Qin brought nothing but misfortune. Even her pet was insufferably irritating. Qinwan, you cannot leave. Your pet has injured me, so we must discuss how to address this. You are utterly heartless. You must have instructed it to do so. Qinwan was unwilling to provide an explanation, nor did she deem it necessary. Such individuals merely leap about in their own little worlds, and it is only a matter of time before they reap the bitter fruits of their actions. Uma, observing Qinwan's indifferent demeanor, became even more incensed that I can guess it was you who instigated this. Otherwise, why would you remain silent? It seems you are not such a virtuous person yourself. We are indeed two of a kind. Qinwan had no desire to be compared to such a person. Her expression darkened instantly, feeling as if her boundaries were being trampled upon by Uma. What was even more despicable was Uma's increasingly arrogant demeanor. Qinwan, I have finally seen through you that I should have been harsher. I allowed you to survive after your fall down the slope, and yet here you are, unscathed, while I have lost my love. Qinwan felt nauseated. How could such a person dare to speak of love? It was nothing short of a desecration. She chose to ignore Uma, and seeing Uma still lost in her emotions, quickly returned to her own tent, cradling the little wolf cub in her arms. As soon as she entered the tent, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour, accompanied by hail. The weather had taken a turn for the worse. Qinwan felt fortunate to have returned just in time. Otherwise, she would have been drenched in the rain alongside that madwoman, Uma. Uma was rather unfortunate, having been soaked to the bone, and was even struck by several hailstones the size of fists, once she returned to her tent. It wasn't long before she began to run a fever. Perhaps it was poetic justice. Uma's fever was severe, compounded by deep claw marks on her hands, which had become infected as for the fever. The tribespeople were at a loss on how to address it. The shaman had some ideas, knowing that cold water could help reduce the temperature, but since Uma had already been drenched in rain, no one knew if applying ice water would worsen her condition. Upon hearing this news, Qinwan found herself rather amused. This was indeed a timely twist of fate. She possessed herbs capable of treating fevers, but she had no intention of offering them. Chapter 38. A fool. If it were anyone else in the tribe suffering from a fever, Qinwan would not hesitate to provide her herbs, even the fever medicine from her space. But as for Uma, simply refraining from adding insult to injury was already more than enough. Feng Jing, upon hearing about Uma's fever, expressed concern for Qinwan. After all, she had always been delicate, and he feared she might fall ill as well. That he entered Qinwan's tent with the animal skins he had prepared for her. These skins were from large animals, thick and well-prepared, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Lon, are you feeling all right? Do you feel unwell? He asked anxiously. That I brought some animal skins for you. You must keep warm, that it's so cold outside, and you should wear more layers when you go out. You absolutely mustn't catch a chill. Qinwan regarded Feng Jing, who had transformed into a nagging worrywart, his concerns seemingly endless. Feng Jing, are you still not confident in me? I assure you, I will take care of myself. There's no need to worry. Although Feng Jing knew this to be true, that Qinwan would certainly look after herself, and that she likely had plenty of warm clothing in her space, he still could not quell his anxiety, constantly fearing she might catch a cold or fall ill. Perhaps it was the nature of concern that led to such turmoil. Feng Jing chuckled awkwardly. I can't help but worry about you. You must take good care of yourself. That as he prepared to leave, he still felt the need to reiterate his concerns. Qinwan nodded fervently. All right, I will listen to you. And I will be good. She said this while cradling the little white wolf, looking inexplicably adorable, even making the wolf seem less bothersome. With the cold weather, Qinwan had taken to holding the little wolf cub in her arms to sleep, feeling as though she were cradling a small furnace, warm and utterly comfortable. Meanwhile, the snow-white wolf in her embrace could only watch, longing for the unattainable every night. A heart-wrenching sight. Uma's fever persisted for 2 or 3 days without any sign of improvement. Her temperature rose to the point where it could have fried an egg, and no one dared to approach her, fearing they might exacerbate her condition. Water. Water. Uma mumbled incoherently, feeling as if she were on the brink of dying from thirst. Her throat parched. Some quick-witted she-wolves immediately brought water to her lips, tilting it for her to drink. Uma fell back into a deep sleep, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. The she-wolves caring for her were particularly attentive, fearing that if Uma did not recover, she would return to the tribe as a lifeless body, making it difficult to explain to the chieftain as Uma appeared to be on the verge of death. The tribespeople grew frantic, while Qinwan merely watched coldly, observing as Uma's fever intensified to the point of delirium. The following day, upon awakening, Qinwan heard the news that Uma's condition had improved. Though somewhat displeased, she did not wish to dwell on it, considering Uma's suffering had already been considerable. However, the subsequent news left Qinwan utterly astonished. Uma had become a fool. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for her, as Uma was known for her pride. Had she known such an outcome awaited her, she might have preferred a clean death instead. Chapter 39. Returning to the tribe, could this be divine retribution? It seemed that wrongdoing indeed bore consequences, and one should refrain from harboring ill intentions. Qinwan mused silently that Uma's folly was perhaps timely, for the majority of the tribe had lost interest in her, wishing to distance themselves from her. However, now that Uma had fallen so low, they felt a twinge of sympathy, for humans are naturally inclined to pity the weak. With Uma's illness coming to a close, Feng Jing and the others from the tribe prepared to return home, eager to arrive before winter's early onset, as the outside world was becoming increasingly perilous. There was yet another crucial task to undertake during winter: the storage of food. Once the snow began to fall, the forest would yield no further sustenance, as the animals would hibernate in their burrows and the fruits would have mostly fallen. Thus, it was imperative to prepare provisions well in advance. Feng Jing, how far are we from the tribe? Qinwan felt a pang of concern for him. Ever since they set out, Feng Jing had transformed into his beast form, carrying her and the medicinal herbs she had purchased, all on his back. Although Qinwan had discreetly lightened his load by stashing some herbs in her space, a considerable amount still remained to avoid arousing suspicion. Qinwan's heart ached for Feng Jing. The journey was long, and she wondered if he felt weary. With so many stones underfoot, would his paws suffer injuries from the constant running? The mere thought of it made her uneasy. Lan, don't worry. Your partner is no ordinary individual. I am the premier warrior of the tiger tribe. Carrying you is no trouble at all. I could even bear 10 of you without issue. Feng Jing did not want Qinwan to fret over him. Even though the weight was somewhat taxing, it remained within his capabilities. Qinwan kept her silence, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears, desperately holding them back to avoid worrying Feng Jing further. Throughout the journey, the mood among the group was rather somber. They had been hurrying far too much. When they finally spotted the tiger tribe, some began to cheer, exclaiming, "At last, we are home!" Some of the beastmen and she-wolves could hardly contain their eagerness to rush home, where their little cubs awaited them. Qinwan was equally excited. After such a long absence, they could finally allow Feng Jing a proper rest. After such an arduous journey, it was essential to recuperate and not let fatigue take its toll on his health. Qinwan resolved to prepare several nourishing soups for Feng Jing upon their return, ensuring that the herbs she had purchased would not go to waste. Lan, do you see? We have returned, Feng Jing exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he spoke to Qinwan, feeling a sense of belonging to the tribe after such a long separation. Little did he know, his own trials were about to begin. Of course, even if Feng Jing were aware, he would embrace the pain with joy, for these were the medicines prepared by the one he cherished. No matter how bitter, he would gladly swallow them. The tribe members emerged to welcome the long-absent warriors, with the chieftain standing at the forefront, expressing gratitude to each beastman and she-wolf for bringing back the necessary supplies. Chapter 40. Bitter medicine. When the chieftain laid eyes on Uma, his smile faltered even before it could fully form, as he witnessed drool trickling from her lips while she absent-mindedly toyed with her hair. What has happened to Uma? The chieftain felt a surge of anger. How could his perfectly fine daughter return in such a state after a mere outing? The others were hesitant to speak. Unsure of how to approach the situation, it was Feng Jing who stepped forward to explain to the chieftain the reason for Uma's condition. She had suffered a severe fever on the way back, and upon awakening, had become as she was. The chieftain felt a pang of sorrow. He knew he should not blame others, yet he could not help but direct his frustration toward them. Are you telling me that so many of you could not tend to a single fever? The clan leader inquired among the gathering, and the shaman, Walao, stepped forward to ask the tribe's healer. He bore some responsibility for Uma's condition, yet he had exerted his utmost efforts. When Uma first fell ill with a fever, he had contemplated using cold water to alleviate her temperature, but he feared that it might exacerbate her ailment. Consequently, he could only assign a multitude of individuals to tend to It was a testament to his own limitations. He recognized his shortcomings. The shaman's words carried weight, and the clan leader found it inappropriate to cast blame upon him, especially since the tribe relied on him for healing those who fell ill. Thus, the leader felt a twinge of apprehension. Alas, it seems Uma's fate is unfortunate. You cannot be held accountable, he remarked, though the words, tinged with a hint of bitterness, sounded almost like a veiled reproach. Wu Lao sensed that he was about to shoulder the blame, and the prospect of the clan leader possibly holding a grudge against him weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him in a somber mood that an oppressive silence enveloped the entire tribe for a time. Eventually, they all retreated into the village, returning to their respective homes to sort through their acquired belongings. Qin Wan was quite intrigued. It appeared that their recent venture had yielded commendable results. They had captured a young wolf cub, procured a centuries-old ginseng root, and acquired a large piece of reishi mushroom. The other assorted herbs were of secondary importance to her. Qin Wan began to devise a plan to select certain herbs to prepare a nourishing soup for Feng Jing. Certainly, she would slice a couple of pieces from the ginseng, as Feng Jing had endured considerable hardship on their journey. Additionally, she would tear off a few pieces of reishi, adding some honeysuckle and gastrodia, all of which were excellent for replenishing blood and invigorating energy. In the end, Qin Wan found herself wishing she could use every single herb to concoct the soup for Feng Jing. Reason prevailed, and Qin Wan reluctantly abandoned that notion. However, the selected herbs, once simmered, produced a rather bitter concoction. When Feng Jing beheld the bowl of dark liquid that Qin Wan presented to him, his expression nearly split with incredulity. "Lan Lan, do you truly wish to poison me?" Feng Jing inquired, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the young man was not entirely foolish. Upon finishing her sentence, Qin Wan bashfully concealed her face. Chapter 42. The Beast-Eared Boy. Wan Wan, are you truly serious? Are we finally going to be together? Feng Jing was overjoyed, not knowing how to express his delight. This was indeed splendid news. He was about to share a lifetime with Qin Wan. Perhaps in a few years, they might even have their own little tiger cubs or female offspring. As Feng Jing continued to envision their future, his smile grew ever more radiant until he actually laughed aloud. Observing his foolish expression, Qin Wan found it amusing. "Indeed, I believe we can begin a genuine relationship now that if things go well, we will truly be together. Allow me to be your partner." Qin Wan summoned all her courage to utter these words. Her heart was not easily swayed, but it was Feng Jing's love that melted her heart, causing it to beat solely for him. "Wan Wan, say it once more, just once more. You wish to become my partner." Feng Jing was ecstatic. He could hardly believe that his long-cherished dream was unfolding before his eyes. Qin Wan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "I won't say it if you didn't hear me clearly. Just pretend I never said it." "How could that be? Wan Wan, have pity on me." Feng Jing began to act adorably, even showcasing his beast ears. Who could resist such temptation? The beast-eared boy's eyes glimmered with affection, his lips revealing two small tiger teeth. His handsome exterior was merely a fade. Even more alluring was his perfectly sculpted physique, with muscles situated just right, evoking desire. Qin Wan found herself unable to look away. "All right, I will say whatever you want. Let me first touch your beast ears." Unable to contain her primal instincts, Qin Wan reached out and pinched Feng Jing's tiger ears. The white, pointed ears were adorned with dense fur. As she squeezed, the soft cartilage inside proved to be quite elastic, allowing for playful teasing. The harder she squeezed, the more intense the sensation became. Feng Jing's tiger ears were incredibly sensitive. He could even feel the nerve endings being stimulated. His face flushed a deep crimson, exuding an irresistible charm. "Please stop. I can't take it anymore." Feng Jing's voice quivered, a mix of urgency and sensitivity. Previously, Feng Jing had appeared to Qin Wan as a dependable, stalwart man, but now he resembled a vulnerable child, a striking contrast that was utterly captivating. I just want to squeeze them. What do you think? Don't tell me you find these beast ears quite pleasant to the touch." Qin Wan's demeanor was rather mischievous, showing little willingness to comply with Feng Jing's requests. "You must first confess your feelings for me and express your desire to be my partner before I allow you to play with my ears." Feng Jing's breath hitched, the balance of power having shifted from him to Qin Wan. Nonetheless, Feng Jing felt he had not truly lost out in this exchange. Qin Wan was surprised that Feng Jing still clung to this matter. Perhaps the excitement from his beast ears had not yet worn off, leaving him with such leisure. Deliberately lifting Feng Jing's beast ears, she whispered into them, "Feng Jing, I like you, and I wish to become your partner." Feng Jing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he were dreaming. However, the tingling sensation in his ears brought him back to reality. Qin Wan, emboldened by the moment, not only continued to caress Feng Jing's tiger ears, but also pressed her lips against them, leaving a soft kiss. The sensitivity of that area made Feng Jing tremble uncontrollably. Qin Wan even playfully marked Feng Jing's beast ears with a bite, claiming it as a mark of ownership, signifying that Feng Jing belonged to her. Feng Jing chuckled at this declaration, secretly wishing it were true that in the presence of Qin Wan, he had completely shed his inhibitions. "Stop. Don't rub them so hard. My ears might get hurt." Feng Jing's voice trembled slightly, resembling that of a pitiful creature, stirring protective instincts within Qin Wan. Realizing she had gone a bit overboard, Qin Wan was grateful that Feng Jing did not hold it against her too harshly. Once they both regained their composure, Qin Wan recalled the earlier incident and chuckled. "Feng Jing, are your ears your weakness?" she inquired, having observed Feng Jing's earlier pitiable state. "That of course not. Only you may touch my ears and tail. No one else is allowed to come near." Feng Jing felt a bit bashful as he spoke, likening himself to a pampered pet. Meanwhile, Shui Yuan was alone in Qin Wan's cave, cold and shivering, yearning for her return. Qin Wan, somewhat forgetful, waited until Feng Jing had finished packing before asking, "Is there anything you left behind in the cave?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wan realized there was nothing of significance remaining. All the important items had already been stored away in her space. The only thing left was the little white wolf. Suddenly, Qin Wan recalled what she had forgotten. The little wolf pup. "Feng Jing, I've forgotten something. I need to make a quick trip back to the cave. Wait for me. It won't take long." With that, she hurried off, soon disappearing from sight. Feng Jing watched her retreating figure and smiled, thinking how forgetful she was. He would need to pay more attention in the future. Rushing back to the cave, Qin Wan scooped up her little wolf pup and said, "Little Bai, I'm sorry. I almost left you behind," apologizing to the pup. She turned and left, not bothering to glance at the other items left in the cave. When Qin Wan reached Feng Jing's doorstep, she discovered him waiting for her. "All right, Wan, let us depart." Feng Jing extended his hand, eager for her to take it. However, Qin Wan was not inclined to comply. She was still holding the little wolf pup, worrying that she might drop it if she only used one hand. Feng Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. Much like a child denied a sweet treat, as they reached the entrance of the tribe, they spotted the chief approaching with a group of people. "Are you truly intending to leave just like that?" the chief inquired of Feng Jing, never having anticipated that he would so readily abandon the tribe. As Feng Jing made his decision, the chief began to regret his earlier insistence. Realizing that Feng Jing was the tribe's foremost warrior, without him, the tribe would lose significant strength, a devastating blow to their future. "Yes, I am leaving with Qin Wan today. I shall not trouble you any longer." Feng Jing turned to depart, unwilling to linger any longer with them. "Feng Jing, you cannot leave. Do you intend to take our tribe's belongings with you?" The chief pointed at Feng Jing's packed belongings. Chapter 43. Biological Parents that in truth. The chief had long regretted his previous insistence, lamenting the loss of such a valuable asset to their tribe. Now that Feng Jing had firmly resolved to leave, the chief was determined not to let him do so easily. "All these items are my own hard-earned possessions. They have nothing to do with the tribe." Feng Jing could not comprehend why the chief was being so obstinate. Had Uma's foolishness affected his intellect? Everything you possess was acquired in the tribe. Even if you contributed, having stayed here for so long, shouldn't you give something back? The chief shamelessly uttered such words. "Chief, must you truly force me?" Feng Jing's voice trembled, unable to accept that this kind, benevolent elder had transformed into someone so ruthless. Feng Jing felt his heart bleed. His entire past seemed meaningless. Despite the chief's actions, no one stood up to defend him. "Fine, you may keep these things that I no longer want them. From now on, I sever all ties with your tiger tribe." Feng Jing was resolute in his decision to leave this place, which had become a source of sorrow for him. Qin Wan wished to comfort Feng Jing, not be disheartened. "I am your true family, am I not? We shall create a wonderful life together. If we lose those possessions, we can always find better ones." As Feng Jing contemplated their future together, he realized that it was unrealistic for just the two of them to carry on, especially since Qin Wan possessed something precious, Their safety was a concern. It was essential to seek a tribe that could shelter them. Feng Jing truly yearned for a small world with Qin Wan, but circumstances did not permit it. Wan, let us seek another tribe. We can manage on our own for a couple of months before we set out. There are dozens of tiger tribes in the beast world. Surely we can find one that will accept us. Qin Wan, understanding and considerate, had already taken Feng Jing as her partner, and thus readily agreed. All right, I will follow your lead. Feng Jing felt elated as he and Qin Wan began discussing where they would live. I know of a place that is particularly safe where no one will disturb us. Feng Jing shared his suggestion. Qin Wan became curious about what kind of place could be so highly praised. Feng Jing led her to a cliffside where a narrow path awaited them, leading to a small cave that could only accommodate one person. Pointing to the cave, Feng Jing explained, "This is my secret hideout. I lived here when I was very young. It is quite safe, and I never encountered any danger. Only after I grew older did I start wandering, eventually arriving at the tiger tribe. Did I ask this your home as well? Is it your first home?" Qin Wan inquired, glancing at Feng Jing. Feng Jing nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, pondering what this place might have transformed into over time. "Come, let us go and take a look," he urged. Qin Wan, eager and enthusiastic, thought perhaps they might even catch a glimpse of the remnants of Feng Jing's childhood. After a considerable effort, Qin Wan finally traversed the narrow cave, and upon emerging, she was taken aback by the scene before her, that a vast expanse of fiery red maple leaves blanketed the ground, accompanied by a picturesque little pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers, standing gracefully. Beside a grand banyan tree stood a quaint little cottage. Qin Wan surmised that this must have been Feng Jing's former home, that as she approached the cottage, a flutter of apprehension coursed through her. She was curious about what lay within, yet feared that the interior might be desolate, evoking memories of Feng Jing's less fortunate days. "Feng Jing, do you still have any memories of this place?" she asked, eager to learn whether his recollections of the cottage were pleasant. Feng Jing began to reminisce, revealing that he harbored fond memories of the cottage. From the moment he could remember, he had resided there, with an abundance of pre-prepared food that sustained him for several years. Those days were carefree. He would chase dragonflies by the lotus pond, filled with joy that a soft smile graced Feng Jing's lips as he reflected. He had never known his parents or his origins, yet standing before the cottage, he could feel the love they must have had for him. Wan, let us enter," he proposed, leading the way as he opened the door to the cottage. Inside, the space was remarkably clean, as if it had been recently tidied, despite the years of neglect. Qin Wan's curiosity was piqued as she spotted a small grass ball in the corner, picking it up and playfully tossing it in her hands. "Did you make this yourself?" she inquired, eager to learn more about Feng Jing's childhood. Just the thought of the little tiger, playfully growling at her, rendered Qin Wan momentarily speechless with delight. Feng Jing, too, felt a wave of nostalgia. How much time had passed? He had once lamented the absence of parental companionship, yet now, as he reflected on his childhood, he realized that his parents had indeed cared for him, providing him with a sturdy little home and sustenance, allowing him a joyful childhood, an act of love in its own right. Suddenly, a desire to confide surged within him, and he recounted everything to Qin Wan. Her heart ached for the young Feng Jing, who had waited in hope for his parents, even venturing out to seek them. Just imagining it brought a pang of sorrow to her. "Did you not be sad? Your parents surely loved you. Perhaps they encountered difficulties that compelled them to hide you away in such a secluded place." Demonstrating their desire for your safety, she comforted him. Qin Wan sensed that Feng Jing's origins were not ordinary. How could a mere beastman have access to such a well-constructed dwelling? The cottage was sturdier than many in the tiger tribe, and the abundance of food left behind spoke of careful planning and long-term preservation. Feng Jing reclined on the familiar bed, feeling as though he had returned to his childhood, while Qin Wan busied herself with a thorough cleaning, intent on transforming the cottage into a fresh and inviting space. She retrieved decorative items from her storage, along with several frames containing her photographs. When Feng Jing regained his senses, he was astonished to find the cottage had undergone a remarkable transformation. Radiating warmth and comfort, he noticed a few of Qin Wan's photographs, which seemed so lifelike that it felt as if a person were trapped within them, that he couldn't help but caress the images. Reluctant to let go, marveling at how these photographs could capture such beautiful moments that in each picture, Qin Wan had evolved from a young girl into a graceful young woman, every image stunningly beautiful. including several group shots in which Feng Jing instantly recognized her. Chapter 44. Snail Noodle Soup. So this is what you looked like as a child. Feng Jing chuckled, addressing Qin Wan, upon noticing that he was awake. She hastily presented the food she had prepared. Today, we shall try something new. You might find it hard to accept, but it is truly delicious. She unveiled 2 bowls of snail noodle soup, and as it cooked, a pungent aroma enveloped the cottage. Feng Jing recoiled. Wan, what sort of noxious gas are you concocting? Is this even edible? Despite his reservations, Qin Wan urged him to join her in tasting the dish. Tentatively, Feng Jing picked up a noodle and sampled it. His eyes lit up instantly. It was surprisingly delightful, both spicy and savory, with a lingering aftertaste that as he continued to eat, the flavors only grew more enticing. Particularly the peanuts, which were crisp and fragrant, while the tofu skin was delightfully soft. When he finished, he found it hard to believe that something so foul-smelling could taste so exquisite, truly defying logic. Qin Wan, having observed Feng Jing's reaction, deliberately ate slowly in front of him, teasingly picking up noodle after noodle to entice him further. Although Feng Jing remained entranced by the taste, he soon began to find the lingering odor intolerable, opting to step outside for a stroll in the woods. Qin Wan chuckled at his retreating figure, finding him rather endearing. Meanwhile, left behind in the cottage, Shui Yuan felt utterly disgruntled, having neither tasted the food nor escaped the stench. Yet he had gleaned a secret. Shui Yuan suspected that Qin Wan's items were extraordinary, especially that photographed in this beast realm. Nothing could capture the essence of a person as clearly as that. Even paintings fell short. Thus, it was evident that these were not from the beast world. Shui Yuan resolved to keep this discovery to himself, having determined to guard Qin Wan's secret, especially since she had effectively saved his life. When Qin Wan finished her meal, Feng Jing returned, relishing the comforting feeling of coming home to someone waiting for him. Wan, you haven't had the chance to explore this place yet, have you? Allow me to show you the surrounding scenery, he suggested, noticing that she seemed a bit bored. Of course, I have yet to fully explore this area. The scenery is truly beautiful and endlessly captivating. And I adore it, Qin Wan replied, excitedly following Feng Jing to view the sights. The landscape indeed boasted unique charms, mountains and rivers, lush grass and wild flowers, all harmoniously blending into a magnificent tapestry. Qin Wan stood mesmerized by the breathtaking beauty, only to be roused from a reverie by Feng Jing's voice. Wan, are you back with us? Realizing how long she had stood lost in thought, Qin Wan felt a sense of tranquility and comfort. Yet she craved something more challenging and invigorating. Remembering her intentions before leaving the tiger tribe, she proposed, Feng Jing, would you accompany me to that little grove over there? I wish to search for some new edible plants. Feng Jing, ever eager, happily led her onward. Qin Wan hoped for better luck this time. Wishing to discover a bounty of plants, upon entering the thicket, she began a thorough search, almost digging to the roots of the earth. At last, she stumbled upon a familiar species, corn. It was undoubtedly corn, standing tall, with individual cobs hanging down. However, upon peeling back the husk, she found each kernel was overripe and dry, far too tough to chew, only suitable for seeds. Disappointed, Qin Wan pressed deeper into the grove, and to her delight, she discovered a yam. This is perfect for a delightful stew, she exclaimed, calling Feng Jing over to help her dig it up. They worked carefully, wary of the sticky sap that could cause irritation. In her haste, Qin Wan forgot to retrieve gloves from her storage. The yams in this beast realm were no ordinary tubers. They twisted and curled like serpents, some as thick as a thigh and extending 2 to 3 meters underground. After much toil, they finally unearthed the yam, and Feng Jing gazed at it in wonder. What on earth is this? It's so long and resembles a tree root. Can it be eaten? I'll prepare a stew with this in a couple of days, and you will find out then, Qin Wan replied, her face beaming with joy. Feng Jing's eyes widened in alarm. It won't be like that last concoction, will it? I really don't want to drink that again. He shuddered at the memory of that bitter broth, hardly fit for human consumption. Qin Wan frowned at his skepticism. Rest assured, it will definitely be delicious. This stew will be sweet and delightful. Feng Jing fell silent, though his heart was still beset by unease. Yet he firmly believed that Qin Wan would never wish him harm. The medicine she had last administered, albeit somewhat bitter, had proven remarkably effective. That night, he had bled profusely, unable to stem the flow. Qin Wan, having successfully identified these two new varieties, felt her efforts were far from in vain. Especially with the corn, possessing such an abundance of seeds, she could cultivate it for her own consumption. Qin Wan had a penchant for the glutinous corn, which boasted a delightful sweetness and a tender texture that would only be enhanced with cooking. The drier variety also held promise. She planned to reserve some seeds while utilizing the remainder for popcorn. Conveniently, her space contained several newly acquired pots, perfect for this purpose as for the flavor, if she was to make it. It had to be the best. Unlike the Tiger Clan, where numerous eyes scrutinized her actions, she felt free to experiment. She retrieved chocolate and butter from her space, resolved to create two distinct flavors of popcorn. When Qin Wan finally commenced the popping process, Feng Jing watched intently, captivated by the transformation of the diminutive kernels into voluminous white puffs, the air suffused with their tantalizing aroma. Once the popcorn was ready, it overflowed the pot, necessitating the use of large leaves for storage. Eagerly, Feng Jing seized a piece, reveling in its crispness, sweetness, and the slight bitterness of the chocolate, a flavor that grew increasingly addictive with each bite. Chapter 45, Popcorn. The aroma of popcorn saturated the atmosphere, enticing Shui Yuan, who, unable to resist, approached in hopes of pilfering a piece. Feng Jing, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly caught him in the act. Shui Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he be so careless? Wasn't he the old tiger too engrossed in his own indulgence to notice? Little wolf cub, this is not for you. Just stick to meat, Feng Jing admonished with an exaggerated gentleness. Qin Wan found the situation amusing. It was one thing for Feng Jing to be greedy, but quite another for the little wolf cub to display such eagerness, especially considering their fateful encounter. Feng Jing had been the very first person she met upon entering this beastly world. A serendipitous twist of fate. She mused that perhaps her bond with Feng Jing was preordained. Shui Yuan could only watch helplessly, his desire for a taste gnawing at him, while Feng Jing cast a cold glance his way, prompting the young wolf to retract his paw. "All right, my dear, you cannot partake in this. Let me prepare some meat for you," Qin Wan consoled the little wolf cub. Although Shui Yuan had sampled an array of meats, he was still curious to see if Qin Wan would offer something innovative. Surely, her dishes would be delectable. Qin Wan's culinary skills from her modern life were commendable. She sliced the potatoes into thin, long strips resembling strands of hair. After this round of cooking, Shui Yuan was astounded by the results. What had merely been a simple stir-fry turned out to be extraordinarily flavorful, particularly the green pepper stir-fried with meat, which left Shui Yuan panting and yet unable to stop eating despite the heat. This was a stark contrast to the dishes prepared in the clan. Qin Wan could freely utilize her spices from her space, elevating her green pepper stir-fried meat to a level befitting a modern chef. Both Feng Jing and Shui Yuan found themselves unable to cease eating. Although Shui Yuan was still just a cub, he had grown quite clever. Whenever his bowl was empty, he would call out to Qin Wan, signaling her to refill his dish. While Qin Wan was generally kind-hearted, she was not overly indulgent with the little wolf cub. She knew when to feed him and when to exercise restraint. "That I cannot continue to serve you meat. Dear, that it's not that I'm unwilling, but your little body cannot handle such spiciness. It could cause you distress, and the greasiness is not conducive to your digestion." Shui Yuan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He merely wished for a taste of the dish. The little wolf cub widened his eyes, attempting to charm Qin Wan into granting him more food. Qin Wan, in a sense, was resolute. She was determined not to let the little wolf cub develop a penchant for spicy foods at such a tender age, as it could prove detrimental to his digestion. Even in a world where creatures were robust and resilient, caution was still warranted. This was Shui Yuan's first experience with Qin Wan's cooking, and he was utterly unprepared for the delight it brought. He realized he had missed numerous opportunities to share meals with her and felt a pang of regret. As a chef, Qin Wan was overjoyed to see others relish her culinary creations, their enjoyment bringing her immense satisfaction. "Xiao Bai, remember to exercise after eating. We wouldn't want you to become a little chubby," Qin Wan teased, playfully poking the little wolf cub. Shui Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Why had his injuries not healed faster? Qin Wan and Feng Jing appeared to be drawing closer, while he remained merely a wolf cub, a considerable distance from their world. Qin Wan felt a twinge of sympathy for the little wolf cub. He was so young and had suffered such severe injuries. Nature's harshness could be truly unforgiving. Qin Wan thought it a great pity that such a charming little white wolf could have perished. She was grateful she had rescued him. Feng Jing, observing Qin Wan's affectionate handling of the little wolf cub, felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she was his partner, and how could she caress another creature's fur? Transforming into his beast form, Feng Jing deliberately shrank in size, appearing adorably round. Qin Wan's eyes sparkled at the sight. It was a rare treat to witness this transformation. She delightedly embraced the little white tiger, affectionately stroking his fur until he was flushed all over, unable to resist her touch. Feng Jing, you could become a little tiger cub? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Qin Wan playfully accused, having initially been the one to pet another creature. Feng Jing felt somewhat flustered, caught off guard by her exuberance. Well, you never asked. He wished to maintain some dignity, knowing that if Qin Wan discovered he could transform smaller, she would likely pester him to do so daily, undermining his imposing stature. Qin Wan gazed at him as if she had unearthed a treasure, her focus shifting entirely from the little wolf cub to Feng Jing. Feng Jing, feeling bashful under her gaze, inquired, "What is it? Why do you stare at me so peculiarly?" Qin Wan smiled quietly to herself, thinking, "I've stumbled upon a gem. You are so wonderful, so exceptional, and I adore you." Before Feng Jing could respond, somewhat dazed, Qin Wan dashed into his embrace, prompting him to hold her tightly. Qin Wan found herself increasingly enamored with Feng Jing. Such a remarkable man was a rarity indeed that he could protect her, provide her with a sense of security, and transform into a sweet little tiger cub for her affection. How could she not love him? "Why are you being so good today?" Feng Jing gently caressed her hair, meticulously untangling the dark locks as they flowed through his fingers. Qin Wan blushed profusely, and Feng Jing was delighted to witness this softer side of her. Leaning closer, Feng Jing whispered in her ear, Wan, have you perhaps fallen for me?" His voice, imbued with a magnetic charm, sent a delightful shiver through Qin Wan. Laughing, she playfully evaded him, and in their light-hearted exchange, the atmosphere grew warmer. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by Shui Yuan's plaintive whine. Both were instantly brought back to reality, especially Feng Jing, who shot a fierce glare at the little wolf cub that had disrupted their tender moment. Shui Yuan sensed his body gradually healing. Perhaps in a few days, he would be able to transform into his human form. Hence, his patience remained intact. As long as Qin Wan and Feng Jing had not fully united, he still held a glimmer of hope. Shui Yuan reminisced about his loyal protector, Lang Yi, who had accompanied him throughout his childhood. He wondered if Lang Yi was frantic with worry, having not seen him for such a long time. Chapter 46. New tribe. Having spent a delightful period in the small hut, Feng Jing began contemplating an expedition to seek out other tribes. Though their current abode was undeniably safe, unforeseen events could occur, necessitating caution. Qin Wan resumed her preparations, stowing away items that could not be taken outside into her space, while Feng Jing organized the remainder into animal skin bags that in the past couple of months. Shui Yuan had healed from his injuries. He could sense that he was on the verge of transformation back into human form, yet he had yet to attempt it. Qin Wan's gaze was constantly fixed upon him, leaving no opportunity for distraction. As preparations were underway for their departure, uncertainty loomed over whether Lang Yi continued to search for him, along with thoughts of his despicable father, who had several sons. With his absence, it was unclear who now assumed the role of chief. Shui Yuan's mind was burdened with countless thoughts, and a profound sense of confusion regarding the future enveloped him. After traversing the cave, Qin Wan felt as if she had entered another realm. The scenery, which had changed in just a few months, appeared almost foreign to her. Feng Jing intended to head to the nearest Tiger Clan settlement, known as Qingyang Mountain, where they resided. Qin Wan harbored hopes of assisting Feng Jing in locating his parents, coincidentally needing to find a tribe that could accommodate them, implying they might visit numerous clans. The prospect of finding Feng Jing's parents filled her with optimism. Feng Jing recalled parts of the route and guided Qin Wan towards the east, walking for quite some time until they encountered a significant hill. Qin Wan surmised they had reached their destination, only for Feng Jing to shake his head, suggesting they needed to venture further, as he had heard from the tribe's inhabitants. This revelation left Qin Wan feeling despondent. It seemed Feng Jing was equally unfamiliar with the path, merely relying on others' accounts. Noticing Qin Wan's fatigue as she sat beside him, Feng Jing felt a pang of sympathy and transformed into his beast form, intending to carry her. However, she gently declined, expressing concern for his exhaustion after bearing her for so long, insisting she could endure a bit longer. Feng Jing's heart was tumultuous, feeling inadequate and burdened that his partner had to endure such hardships and face the elements. Facing Feng Jing, Qin felt hesitant to voice her thoughts, yet internally, she began to crumble. Shui Yuan, observing from a distance, felt a twinge of sympathy for Qin, noting that her feet had developed blisters from their journey. After a considerable trek, they finally spotted a distinct tribe, albeit situated at the summit of the mountain, necessitating further climbing. Feng Jing, you should ascend and communicate with them that I will wait for you here, Qin suggested. Feng Jing, equally concerned for her well-being, gazed intently at her, instructing her to take care of herself in his absence. That he then cast a rare glance at the little wolf cub, urging it to protect its master, promising to return swiftly. With that, he sprinted up the mountain, eager to hasten back to those awaiting him below. Upon reaching the summit, Feng Jing was promptly surrounded by members of the tribe. Among them was someone he recognized. Feng Jing, what brings you here? Ming Luo inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Ming Luo was an acquaintance from a previous market encounter, and their shared status as esteemed warriors of the Tiger clan forged a strong bond of friendship. Let us not delve into it. It's a rather convoluted tale, Feng Jing replied, reluctant to speak ill of his former tribe, though the circumstances were indeed perplexing. Do you recall that Uma? He asked Ming Luo. The daughter of your chieftain, who always followed you around. Indeed, that is her. She fell ill and became somewhat confused, and the chieftain, enamored by her, sought to pair us together, but I already have a partner I wish to pursue. Which is why I left that tribe. How could they do this? You are their foremost warrior. How could they betray you? Ming Luo protested on Feng Jing's behalf that I currently have no place to stay. May I come to your tribe? Feng Jing requested. Ming Luo was elated and welcomed him with open arms, expressing joy at the prospect of gaining another clansman. Feng Jing, pleasantly surprised by the ease of the situation, promised to treat his good brother to a meal. That it's a deal. They agreed, sharing a knowing smile that I must descend to fetch my partner. She is still waiting below, Feng Jing added. Ming Luo, intrigued by the nature of Feng Jing's partner, watched as Feng Jing transformed back into his original form and dashed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Qin had been waiting for quite some time, growing increasingly impatient, her eyes trained on the mountain. Alert to any sign of movement, at last, she spotted Feng Jing descending and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Feng Jing, it's settled. We will live in this tribe, he exclaimed upon reaching her, quickly shifting back into his beast form and signaling her to climb aboard. Qin positioned herself on Feng Jing's back, navigating the rugged terrain with trepidation, gripping tightly to prevent being thrown off. Upon arriving at the new tribe, everything felt fresh and exhilarating. Ming Luo greeted them warmly. Hello, I am Feng Jing's good brother, Ming Luo. Qin smiled, appreciating his friendly demeanor. Hello, I am Feng Jing's future partner. Qin. Upon hearing this, Ming Luo shot a sidelong glance at Feng Jing, silently indicating that he hadn't fully secured his partner yet. Feng Jing offered a wry smile, resigned to his fate. Members of the tribe, familiar with Feng Jing, approached to extend their greetings. Qin was taken aback by the warm reception, an experience she had never encountered before. Feng Jing, it seems you are quite popular in this tribe, she teased, poking his arm out of course. Have you any doubt as to who I am? Feng Jing replied, a hint of pride in his tone. The atmosphere was buoyant, the faces around them aglow with smiles. Qin felt a profound sense of happiness upon entering such a welcoming tribe, surrounded by kind-hearted individuals. Are you satisfied with this place, Wan? Feng Jing inquired. Indeed, I am very pleased, she replied, her smile radiant like the thawing of ice in spring. Warm and inviting, their gazes locked, brimming with unspoken affection, undisturbed by the outside world. Shui Yuan quietly retreated, contemplating how he might transform into human form, wishing to no longer remain a mere wolf cub. At times, he pondered why he had not encountered Qin sooner. Perhaps he would now be by her side. Shui Yuan found himself torn between returning to the wolf clan to resolve tribal matters and pursuing Qin, both pressing priorities vying for his attention. Chapter 47. Integration. Ultimately, Shui Yuan chose to remain by Qin's side, confident that as long as he breathed, the tribe would honor him as their esteemed young master. He returned to find Qin Wan joyfully conversing with the others, feeling the warmth of the Tiger clan's hospitality in stark contrast to his previous experiences. Feng Jing, I believe this tribe is far superior to the last. I truly enjoy it here, Qin Wan whispered in his ear. Feng Jing welcomed her sentiments, content as long as she was happy. Despite being in the unfamiliar Qingyang Mountain Tiger clan, the presence of his good brother Ming Luo eased the strangeness of the surroundings. As newcomers, preparations were underway for a welcoming feast that evening, with the tribe bustling with activity. Observing their industriousness, Qin Wan felt a pang of guilt. I asked this how you prepare your meals, she asked. Recalling how they boiled meat in water back in the previous tribe, where she had even taught them new culinary techniques. Yes, this is our method, they affirmed that as she reflected on her past. Qin Wan realized that the previous tribe had offered little in return for her contributions, prompting her to suggest a new way to prepare the meat. Would you like to learn a different method? She inquired of the females busy cooking. The women welcomed her idea with enthusiasm. Eager to learn, absolutely, we would love to see what you have in mind. They responded, intrigued by her proposal. This time, Qin Wan's preparation of grilled meat was even more seamless, armed with the addition of chili powder. She ensured that no dish could be unpleasant when touched by its fiery essence. She marinated the meat with chili powder and salt, massaging it to infuse the flavors, then scored the skin to enhance crispiness during grilling. Finally, the moment of truth arrived as she cut the marinated meat into small pieces, suspending them over the fire to ensure even cooking. The aroma wafted through the air long before the meat was fully cooked, tantalizing the other beastmen who caught wind of its fragrance from afar. Those with keen noses followed the scent, while others eagerly speculated about the delightful meal they were about to enjoy. Once the meat was thoroughly roasted, Qin Wan picked up several leaves of vegetables, which complemented the grilled meat perfectly, preventing any sense of greasiness. These leaves were a delightful discovery for Qin Wan, who had not anticipated that such a high mountain could yield such an abundance of cabbage, growing plentifully like wild grass. After roasting the meat, she had specifically asked Feng Jing to gather them, instructing him to pluck the older outer leaves, leaving only the tender inner ones. That a female, taking a small piece of roasted meat in hand, sampled it and exclaimed, "Delicious! Absolutely divine." The other females, shedding their modesty, clamored to grab the remaining pieces of roasted meat, eager to experience the flavor that garnered such acclaim. Oh, Qin Wan, you are remarkable. How did you create such delectable roasted meat? A voice from the crowd expressed awe, and others echoed the sentiment. Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Wan thought the compliments were excessive. Was it really that impressive? Some beastmen approached, intrigued by the scene of the females indulging in the feast, hoping to partake as well, but they were promptly blocked by the females. This feast was specially prepared for us. If you wish to indulge, you'll have to wait until evening. Just let me have a taste. Just one taste. Some beastmen had completely abandoned their decorum, their desire for the food overwhelming their restraint. One beastman, relying on his charm, managed to snatch a piece of roasted meat, igniting a frenzy akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. As a horde of beastmen began to scramble for the remaining morsels, the females, preferring to avoid the chaos, retreated to a safe distance. Feng Jing observed the commotion with amusement. Indeed, Qin Wan possessed a unique allure, capable of inciting such fervor over her culinary creations that by nightfall, those beastmen who had engaged in the scuffle were ravenous, devouring their meals with unrestrained enthusiasm, their speed rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Qin Wan watched this scene in astonishment. Had the tribe not ensured they were well fed? A few females felt embarrassed, wishing to bury their faces in shame, mortified by the behavior of the beastmen. Wan, next time you prepare food, invite us. We want to learn too. After spending the day together, they had taken to addressing her affectionately as Wan. Feng Jing felt a twinge of reluctance. Wan was meant to be his exclusive moniker for her. But this resistance was trivial in Qin Wan's eyes and was swiftly subdued. Of course, we can share our knowledge. Qin Wan was eager to engage with these enthusiastic females, quickly integrating herself into their camaraderie. Feng Jing was taken aback. How could Wan be so popular? It seemed she had little time left to spend with him. Every beastman was left content, their bellies full and satisfied, belching in delight. Since when has food prepared by these females been so exquisite? I almost devoured the bones. You simply cannot compare. I genuinely chewed and swallowed the bones. They speculated about the possibility of tasting such delightful fare again the next day. The Beastmen began to converse animatedly, while Wan was astonished by their fervor for the roasted meat, as even after finishing, they were reluctant to depart. By the way, did anyone else sense a unique flavor in this batch of roasted meat? I did. The more you eat, the more you crave it. My tongue feels slightly numb. It's utterly satisfying. The Beastmen had finally discovered something extraordinary. What could this be that transformed the roasted meat into such a delicacy? One Beastman, with a direct demeanor, inquired of the females, who were momentarily speechless, all eyes turning to Wan. Wan found herself at a loss for words. Had they only just realized the ingredient responsible for this flavor was none other than chili, an irreplaceable gem of seasoning from her homeland. Wan produced a jar of chili powder, pointing it out as she explained, I discovered this new variety in the jungle. The fruit it bears has a pungent aroma that enhances the flavor and eliminates any unpleasantness, thus making the meat even more delicious. The crowd gazed at the jar with hungry eyes. Chapter 48. A display of skill clearing her throat, Wan revealed even more astonishing news. Feng Jing and I have already experimented with this plant. It matures in just 2 months, bearing fruit which, when dried, can be ground in a powder and preserved indefinitely. Did I ask this true? A plant so useful can be cultivated ourselves. Someone blurted out their disbelief that it is indeed true. I am not deceiving you. We have successfully grown it before, and it flourished rapidly. Wan replied with a smile, exuding confidence that's wonderful. Can we cultivate it? The crowd's eyes were fixed on Wan, eager for her approval, fearing her refusal would be a significant loss. Of course. I brought it forth precisely for you to cultivate, Wan stated, then retrieved a packet of seeds from Feng Jing and handed it to Ming Luo. Why Ming Luo? After a day of conversing with the other females, Wan learned that their tribe leader had gone to search for his brother, so she entrusted the seeds to Ming Luo, who was not only Feng Jing's close friend but also the tribe's foremost warrior, holding considerable respect within the community. Ming Luo carefully accepted the precious seeds, understanding their immense value and the necessity of safeguarding them. We plan to plant some tomorrow. Would you both come by to offer your insights? He asked Wan and Feng Jing. Absolutely. We will definitely be there tomorrow, Feng Jing affirmed, ensuring Ming Luo's expectations were met. How fortunate we are. On the very first day in the tribe, we uncover such a treasure. Thank you on behalf of everyone in the tribe. Ming Luo expressed genuine gratitude toward Feng Jing and Wan, realizing that together they could transform the entire tribe. Once everyone had finished eating and shared their thoughts, they gradually dispersed, leaving the area nearly empty. It was at this moment that Yuan appeared. Xiaobai, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you, Wan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yuan, but Feng Jing intervened, firmly taking the little wolf cub back into his arms. Don't hug him. After such a long time apart, who knows what pests he might have picked up in the forest? That we must be cautious. Yuan bared his teeth at Feng Jing, indignant. How could he have pests? He was a remarkably clean wolf, and such accusations were an affront. Feng Jing chuckled, playfully tapping Yuan's mouth. Oh, little wolf cub, you sure are fierce. Yuan found himself at a loss. He was indeed a defunct wolf now. And Feng Jing's vigilance was quite the fortification, even feeling jealous over Wan's affections. All right, Feng Jing, it's time for us to sleep, Wan suggested, urging him to accompany her back. The Qingyang mountain tiger tribe had arranged 2 adjacent rooms for Wan and Feng Jing. Hand in hand, they walked back, Wan whimsically shaking their joined hands like a child. Yuan watched, his eyes reddening. Was this what it meant to be subjected to such dog abuse? He found himself unsure whether his choice had been right or wrong. As he watched Wan and Feng Jing display their affection before him, feeling a dull ache in his heart. With a whimper, Yuan bit Feng Jing's arm out of frustration. Feng Jing reacted swiftly, tossing the little wolf cub onto the ground. Yuan, knowing how to feign innocence, began to wail piteously. When Wan saw Feng Jing drop the little wolf cub, her heart nearly stopped, and upon noticing Feng Jing cradling his hand, she hurried over with concern. Feng Jing, are you all right? Is everything okay? She asked, worry etched on her face. That it's nothing serious. Just this little beast bit me, Feng Jing replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. Wan glanced at the wolf cub lying on the ground, disappointment washing over her. How could this be? He had always been so well-behaved. Now he had taken to biting people. Today, it was Feng Jing. Would she be next? Fear crept into her heart. Shui Yuan suddenly realized he had made a foolish mistake, one that might be irreversible. His whimpers grew increasingly pathetic, terrified that Qin Wan would abandon him. Indeed, Qin Wan had begun to entertain such thoughts. While the wolf cub appeared adorable, he was becoming increasingly aggressive as he matured, posing a potential danger. It seemed returning him to the forest might be the best course of action. Yet, Qin Wan still intended to embrace the little wolf cub, reasoning that even if he were to return to the mountains, it could wait until tomorrow. He could not be left outdoors at night. It was too perilous. When Feng Jing saw Qin Wan reaching for the wolf cub again, he quickly took it into his own arms. "That in no way. If he bites me, that's one thing, but if he bites you, I would be heartbroken." Qin Wan felt a pang of nostalgia. This little wolf cub had unknowingly accompanied her for several months. And now it was time to bid farewell. From that moment on, Shui Yuan behaved obediently, fearing Qin Wan might reject him. Seeing her still willing to hold him, he believed he had narrowly escaped disaster. The next morning, the forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, dew clinging to the leaves, and flowers shimmering with newfound clarity, all teeming with vitality. Qin Wan and Feng Jing awoke simultaneously, as if they shared a psychic bond, both opening their room doors at the same moment. "Good morning." Qin Wan greeted Feng Jing cheerfully. "Good morning. How wonderful to see you first thing." Feng Jing replied with a smile. Feng Jing was unaware of when his skills in flirting with women had become so exceptional. Often indulging in sweet nothings with Qin Wan as he spoke, his tone carried a hint of languor and a touch of indifference, rendering him utterly captivating as an adult. Qin Wan understood all too well. She had harbored her own thoughts and impulses regarding Feng Jing, yet none had ever struck her as profoundly as this moment. Indeed, marrying sooner rather than later might not be such a bad idea after all. An unspoken agreement had formed between Qin Wan and Feng Jing. She retreated to her room, cradling the little wolf cub, handing it over to Feng Jing before quietly returning inside. Feng Jing, holding the cub, felt a surge of happiness. He was finally rid of this burdensome creature, which would no longer have the opportunity to intrude upon the intimacy shared between him and Qin Wan. Qin Wan had also made up her mind. The cub had grown fierce and was no longer the harmless creature it once was. Keeping it around could lead to unforeseen troubles, so it was best to grant it freedom sooner rather than later. Feng Jing deliberately ventured far away, placing the wolf cub on the ground. Throughout the journey, Shui Yuan had been resisting. Ever since Qin Wan entrusted him to Feng Jing, he had sensed an impending misfortune. As expected, Feng Jing had brought him to such a distant locale, where Shui Yuan found himself unable to even fight back, helplessly watching as Feng Jing abandoned him there before departing. Chapter 49. Abandonment. Shui Yuan realized he had been forsaken by Qin Wan, and he could no longer return to her side as a mere wolf cub. If he were to go back, it would have to be as the young lord of the wolf clan. After Feng Jing left, Shui Yuan transformed back into his human form and made his way toward the wolf clan settlement. The wolves of the clan had been in a state of anxiety, pondering the whereabouts of their young lord, and why there had been no sign of him for so long, which drove them nearly to despair. Wolfie felt torn between waiting for the young lord's return at the clan and venturing out to search for him, grappling with indecision daily. Just as Wolfie finally resolved to embark on a quest to find the young lord, Shui Yuan had returned. The moment Shui Yuan arrived, Wolfie rushed to him, exclaiming, "Young lord, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you. Have you faced any hardships during your absence?" Wolfie's concern for his young lord was palpable, fearing he might have encountered danger. Shui Yuan was taken aback by Wolfie's unwavering nature, which had remained unchanged despite the passage of time. He gently patted Wolfie's head in reassurance, saying, "It's all right, I'm back now, aren't I, Wolfie?" Despite having reached an age where he should have settled down and raised a family, had devoted himself entirely to caring for Shui Yuan, treating him as his own child. The young lord's disappearance had nearly driven him to madness. Upon hearing the news of Shui Yuan's return, the clan chief hurried to welcome him. Indeed, this son of his was remarkably resilient and had not perished so easily. "Shui Yuan, why didn't you return sooner?" The clan has been thrown into chaos. The chief's first concern was not to inquire about any dangers Shui Yuan may have faced, but rather to prepare for an inquiry. "All right, father, I don't wish to pretend. I am fully aware of your actions," Shui Yuan replied. The chief, Feeling a twinge of fear, averted his gaze, unable to meet Shui Yuan's eyes. Well, my son, it wasn't my intention that I never anticipated that someone would ambush you. I merely let slip your whereabouts. You should blame the one who intended to harm you. Shui Yuan understood that his cowardly father lacked the courage to take responsibility, that he realized he would need to keep a closer watch on him in the future, as he was far too unreliable to avoid such incidents. Later, Shui Yuan discovered that it was indeed his father who had divulged his whereabouts to others, leading to the ill intentions directed at him. Although he was currently safe and sound, it was best to prevent such occurrences in the future. Shui Yuan's return to the Wolf clan signified a renewal of order within the clan. This time, those harboring ill intentions toward him would not be spared. They must learn to fear the consequences of their actions. Young lord, everything has been cleaned up as per your instructions, Wolf E reported, standing beneath Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan smiled with satisfaction, thinking those who wished to harm him could wait until their next life to try again. Aware of Wolf Yi's relationship with Feng Jing, he began to devise a plan to return to Qin Wan, this time as a legitimate beastman rather than a mere cub that could be easily discarded. Wolf Yi, I heard you have a good friend in the Tiger clan? Shui Yuan inquired, noticing a slight tremor in his voice. Wolf Yi scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Young lord, how did you find out? Indeed, I have a little brother with whom I share a close bond. I wish to visit the Tiger clan. Would you accompany me to find him? Shui Yuan asked Wolf Yi, fully aware that such a venture might raise eyebrows, considering a Wolf clan member visiting the Tiger clan felt somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, Shui Yuan was unconcerned. The relationship between Qin Wan and Feng Jing was progressing rapidly, and he feared that by the time he returned, they might already be wed. Hence, he needed to seize the moment and act swiftly. Wolfie was perplexed by his young lord's sudden proposal, finding it rather bizarre. Young lord, why are we going to the Tiger clan? He asked, eager to understand the reasoning behind this decision that it's nothing significant. I simply found the Wolf clan a bit dull and wished to explore. Besides, I heard you have a good rapport with the Tiger clan, so I thought you might accompany me. Though this reasoning was somewhat flimsy, Wolf E accepted it nonetheless. Then, young lord, I'll first send a letter to Feng Jing, and then we can pack our belongings and prepare for the journey. Shui Yuan nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally, he would see Qin Wan again. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. He was the young lord of the Wolf clan, and Wolf E had watched him grow, thus being particularly concerned, which resulted in their preparations taking much longer than anticipated. Shui Yuan's patience was wearing thin. Wolf E, how many things do you need to prepare? Just the two of us, one tea requires so much, he declared, decisively making the call. Wolf E wore a pained expression. He still had many items to gather, realizing that he would have to burn the midnight oil. When the next day arrived, ready to set off, Shui Yuan was taken aback by the multitude of bags Wolf E had brought along. Was this a day trip? There was no need for such excess. Wolf E, discard all the unnecessary items. I am not that spoiled, Shui Yuan said tersely. Wolf E surveyed his belongings, struggling to make a choice, but eventually steeled himself to pack only the essentials that he followed closely behind Shui Yuan, continuously advising him, Young lord, you must ensure your safety. Do not get injured. I know. Do I need you to remind me? Shui Yuan remarked, realizing that Wolf E had transformed into a perpetual worrywart, unable to relax. And remember, young lord, when you return to the clan, be a little kinder to the chief. He is your father. Enough already. Have you finished? Stop talking. Shui Yuan felt his patience was nearly exhausted, wishing for silence. Wolf E, recognizing the hint, promptly closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Wan and Feng Jing had sent the little wolf cub away. But Qin Wan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might encounter dangers in the forest or be bullied by other animals, leading to a loss of appetite. The clan had begun preparations to plant chili peppers and invited Qin Wan and Feng Jing to assist. As the clan members lacked any experience in cultivation, first, turn the soil over to make it loose. This will help the chili peppers thrive, Qin Wan instructed, exuding confidence in her expertise. The Beastmen followed her guidance without question, hoping to harvest delicious peppers. Chapter 50. Jealousy. The chili peppers had been planted, and the seeds had sprouted, yielding an astonishingly successful outcome that left the Tiger clan members in disbelief. They pondered which Tiger clan they had previously belonged to, as they had foolishly overlooked such a remarkable talent among them, destined to regret their past decisions that in this environment. Qin Wan was thriving, enjoying immense popularity. At the same time, Feng Jing received a letter from Wolfie. Though he found his friend's actions somewhat perplexing, he welcomed the impending visit with open arms. After discussing the matter with Ming Luo, Feng Jing prepared accommodations for Wolf Yi, aiming to make him feel at home. As Shui Yuan and Wolf Yi progressed along their journey, they were nearing Qingyang Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, Shui Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had returned to the place where he had once been abandoned. Shui Yuan effortlessly led Wolf Yi up the familiar path to Qingyang Mountain. "Young lord, how do you know this route so well?" Wolf Yi queried, sensing something was amiss. Shui Yuan closed his eyes, signaling his disinterest in discussing the matter further. Wolf Yi fell silent, obediently standing behind Shui Yuan. Once atop the mountain, Feng Jing immediately spotted his friend, though he was accompanied by an unfamiliar figure. "Wolf Yi," Feng Jing called out. "Feng Jing," Wolf Yi responded. "Wolf Yi, who is this beside you?" Feng Jing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Feng Jing was somewhat puzzled. How could a friend bring others along? Lang Yi chuckled heartily. "Introducing, this is our Wolf clan's young master, Shui Yuan." There stood Shui Yuan, his hair as white as snow, with eyes that were cold and slightly upturned at the corners, his lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of unapproachability. Suddenly, Feng Jing found the name familiar. Was he not the young master of the Wolf clan he had heard about before? It was said he had a particular fondness for beauty. Feng Jing couldn't help but steal a few more glances at this young master, finding that the image he had conjured in his mind bore little resemblance to the reality before him. Qinwan approached, recalling Lang Yi. "Lang Yi, my brother has been mentioning you for ages. He's prepared your room." Lang Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, his brother was genuine, and the arrangement was splendid. Shui Yuan's gaze fixated on Qinwan, pondering how long it had been since they last met. Over 10 days that he had thought of her daily. "Greetings, my name is Shui Yuan. May I have the honor of knowing you, fair lady?" He stepped closer to Qinwan, presenting himself. Flustered, Qinwan stammered, I am Qin W, and that it is a pleasure to meet you." The wind tousled Shui Yuan's long, snow-white hair, each strand appearing exquisite, giving him an ethereal quality, as though he were a being from a painting rather than of this world. "Qinwan, the beautiful female, it brings me joy to meet you." Shui Yuan's charm was undeniable, especially with his husky voice, which resonated like a deep bass. Qinwan felt an involuntary flutter of nerves, her heart racing. This man was captivating. She wished to retreat, not wanting to linger in the midst of their flirtation. How could Feng Jing stand by and watch someone else vie for his future partner? He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Qinwan. "Young master of the Wolf clan, I hold you in great respect, but this is my female. That it would be wise for you to maintain your distance." Shui Yuan frowned. "Have you two wed? As long as you are not married, I retain the right to pursue her." He could not relinquish his interest in Qinwan, especially since she had saved his life. Qinwan, caught in this predicament, could only hastily retreat to her room, wishing to distance herself from their conflict. "That I never anticipated the legendary young master of the Wolf clan to be such a person," Feng Jing remarked, his expression darkening. Shui Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What sort of person did you expect me to be?" Feng Jing fell silent. Such a character thrived in the light, and it was perhaps best to ignore him altogether. Lang Yi, observing this unfolding drama, was bewildered. How could the young master contend with Feng Jing for a partner? It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled into a situation he ought not to have. Qinwan, too, had not envisioned herself as the object of such rivalry, but her heart was resolute. Feng Jing was the one she wished to spend her life with, and that would not change. Upon returning to her room, Feng Jing simmered with frustration, irritated with both Qinwan and himself. Shui Yuan appeared to be the only one unaffected by the turmoil. Shui Yuan felt stifled within the Tiger clan's territory, where the inhabitants regarded him with suspicion, treating him like a thief. Before he could approach Qinwan, other Beastmen would intervene. Meanwhile, Feng Jing, now having Shui Yuan as a rival, grew more anxious about his feelings. Relentlessly pursuing Qinwan, which began to annoy her. "Feng Jing, could you refrain from following me so closely? I still require some personal space." Qinwan protested that "No, I cannot. I am resolved to stay by your side." "You shall not easily rid yourself of me," Feng Jing asserted, having grown rather possessive and insecure. Qinwan sighed. wishing to express her exasperation, for Feng Jing was indeed a king of jealousy, which was quite alarming. All right, do not be upset. I assure you, I love only you. In my eyes, he holds no significance, not even a fraction of what you mean to me. She soothed him. This declaration greatly pleased Feng Jing. His insecurities surfaced from his doubt about being worthy of Qin Wan, fearing that with her exceptional qualities, many would pursue her, while he was merely an ordinary beastman. A smile gradually spread across his face. And Qin Wan felt a sense of relief. Let us send Lang Yi and Shui Yuan back. It would be best for them to leave. Having two Wolf Clan beastmen in the Tiger Clan is rather absurd, she suggested, primarily to help Feng Jing return to his normal self, as his constant attention was quite suffocating. Feng Jing was at a loss for words, merely holding Qin Wan tightly, unwilling to release her. How long do you intend to hold me like this? Qin Wan teased, her tone laced with affection, showing no signs of impatience. You are forbidden to look at other beastmen. Your eyes belong solely to me. Feng Jing whispered possessively in her ear. Qin Wan's heart skipped a beat, a flutter of emotions coursing through her. This side of Feng Jing was truly endearing, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Feng Jing, to be honest, it is quite difficult for me to open my heart. Yet you remain the only one, she confessed, wanting to alleviate his insecurities and convey her significance in his life. Wan, do you truly mean that? Feng Jing asked, incredulity lacing his voice, for he knew how easily she could be swayed. She often acquiesced to his requests. Yes, I do not deceive you. Perhaps you are the only one I genuinely love in this world. Chapter 51. Marriage. Feng Jing felt elated at Qin Wan's affirmation of his importance. It validated him. So when can we wed? He inquired, his tone almost childlike, as though he were pouting. Qin Wan, unable to bear rejecting him, also felt that their lengthy courtship had reached a point where they could take that step. Whenever you wish, I am ready, she replied. Feng Jing was taken aback by her response, his face lighting up with joy. Really, you are not jesting? He exclaimed, his happiness palpable. Truly, I would never deceive you. Qin Wan reassured him, her patience unwavering. In that moment, Feng Jing resembled a child who had received their most cherished toy. Shall we marry next week? I promise to give you a grand wedding, making you the envy of all as a radiant bride. Qin Wan's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of an apple, blooming with a delicate hue. I will heed your wishes, she replied, secretly eager to marry Feng Jing sooner rather than later. It mattered little whether it was now or later, for she had already chosen him. Feng Jing was overwhelmed with joy, nearly beside himself with excitement. He could hardly contain his elation and was eager to boast to others about his impending nuptials. The first person he sought to impress was Shui Yuan, who had previously shown interest in Qin Wan, much to Feng Jing's chagrin. Shui Yuan, Qin Wan and I are to be wed next week. You are welcome to attend our wedding. Shui Yuan was taken aback, unable to grasp the suddenness of the announcement. How is it possible? You are marrying so soon. Do I still have a chance? He pondered. Why the sudden rush to wed? In truth, we have long desired to marry. It was only this time that Qin Wan finally acquiesced. Feng Jing declared, his sincerity evident, that I will treat her with utmost care, cherishing her beyond measure. Shui Yuan's heart sank. Fate had proven capricious, as he realized he had missed his chance with Qin Wan. Congratulations to you both. I shall personally present my best wishes. Shui Yuan accepted the reality, feeling that love must be mutual and that true sentiment should be reciprocated, that he also acknowledged that Qin Wan had saved his life. And in the future, he would find a way to repay her kindness, for his feelings. He discovered that his affection for Qin Wan was not as profound as he had believed. Upon hearing the news of her marriage to Feng Jing, he felt only a fleeting sadness, not overwhelming despair. Lang Yi, witnessing the young master finally coming to terms with his feelings, felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had been enraged and anxious at Shui Yuan's interest in Feng Jing's partner, but now he was secretly grateful for the resolution, as it seemed that Feng Jing and Qin Wan were indeed meant to be. After boasting to Shui Yuan, Feng Jing was still not satisfied. He wanted to share his joyous news with Ming Luo and Lang Yi as well, eager for everyone to know that Qin Wan had agreed to marry him. He felt as though he were dreaming, wishing for this dream to stretch on endlessly. Alone in her room, Qin Wan felt as though she were savoring honey. Soon, she would marry Feng Jing, the man who loved her deeply. She tried to divert her gaze, forcing herself not to dwell on these thoughts, But she could not help but smile. "Oh, you truly love Feng Jing?" she asked herself. "Yes, I love him dearly," Qin affirmed in her heart. With the wedding approaching, she resolved to gather more items for their new life together. Corn, chili powder, and yam were all on her list. She intended to share these newfound food sources with the Tiger clan, hoping to encourage them to forage for these items as well. Especially the yam, which was substantial and filling. It was indeed a precious resource. Qin presented these items, instantly garnering significant attention. Everyone began to organize a group to venture out in search of more. And according to Qin, the yam was truly remarkable, with exceptional nutritional benefits. Feng Jing became the leader of the search, for he had personally encountered these plants, having even dug up the yam with his own hands. "Feng Jing, you must be feeling quite satisfied now. You're about to marry a beautiful bride. Feng Jing, you seem like a man who is under the thumb of his wife. How will you manage in the future?" "Dante, listen to them, lad. It's wise to heed your wife's words." The group began to tease Feng Jing, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, rendering him speechless. "All right, you lot, just focus on your work. When the wedding comes, I shall treat you all to a feast." Feng Jing retorted with mild annoyance that in truth, he was not at all displeased by their banter. Rather, his heart brimmed with sweetness. Feng Jing continuously fantasized about his wedding with Qin. In recent days, he had taken to washing his leather pants each morning, his face reddening with each wash. Feng Jing was truly impatient, counting down the days, each minute stretching into an eternity, wishing time would hasten. Over the past few days, Qin had pondered extensively, even crafting some beastly versions of cosmetics. She gathered a selection of beautifully colored flowers, crushed them into juice, and dried them for use. Qin wished to look stunning on her wedding day, leaving no regrets behind. When Feng Jing beheld Qin, who was adorned with makeup for the first time, his eyes glistened with tears, as if a fierce beast had suddenly spotted its prey. Overwhelmed with excitement, "Qin, Wan, I truly long to marry you. I promise to cherish you and love you." Feng Jing whispered this phrase repeatedly in her ear, nearly wearing her ears raw. Yet, Qin felt no anger or impatience. Instead, she found Feng Jing's earnestness endearingly silly. During this time, Qin had been mentally preparing herself, for she was soon to become a wife, no longer the single noblewoman she once was, but a member of a small family of her own. She wished to have a sincere conversation with Feng Jing about their future together after marriage. "Feng Jing, what are your thoughts on our life together after we wed?" Qin asked with earnestness. Feng Jing, however, remained cheerful, smiling broadly. "Whatever you desire. I have no demands for our married life, that I will follow your lead." Feng Jing may not have expressed flowery sentiments, but he was ready to demonstrate his love for Qin through his actions. Chapter 52. Newlyweds. The date of Qin and Feng Jing's wedding soon arrived, a moment Feng Jing had long prepared for, gathering wildflowers from the mountains to adorn their marital abode. Shui Yuan and Lang Yi also came to witness the ceremony, with Shui Yuan personally presenting a gift. Today, Qin appeared ethereal, transcending the mundane, seemingly on the verge of ascension, that a delicate blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her radiant complexion, while her lips, painted a vivid crimson, were irresistibly alluring. Her elegantly arched brows and bright, sparkling eyes radiated joy. Feng Jing was nearly entranced. Such beauty was to become his lifelong companion, destined to grow old together, never to part. Qin shot Feng Jing a pointed look. How could he be dazed on such an important day? She desired a beautiful wedding. The beastly wedding customs were quite simple. First, esteemed individuals circled around Qin and Feng Jing, bestowing blessings upon their love. The second step involved the groom navigating through a throng of females to claim his bride, testing his familiarity with her and his physical prowess. The final step was for the couple to exit to their new home amidst the well wishes of the crowd, thus sealing their union. Feng Jing remained joyful throughout the day, considering it a momentous occasion worthy of annual commemoration. Some of the Beastmen grew overly boisterous, yet Feng Jing remained unperturbed, wearing a broad smile. His friend, Ming Luo, seized the opportunity to douse Feng Jing with a basin of water that, if looks could kill, Ming Luo would have been slain on the spot. Feng Jing wiped the water from his head, bemused by the raucous behavior of his peers. He would certainly repay them in kind. "Feng Jing, congratulations on your wedding today. After all these years of brotherhood, I shall not hold back. Wishing you and Qin Wan a blissful union, Ming Luo exclaimed before hastily retreating, just as another splash of water hit Feng Jing. Soaking his garments, he could only wonder what mischief Ming Luo was up to. "What are you doing, Ming Luo?" Feng Jing, despite wanting to remain cheerful, found the situation intolerable that he resolved to return the favor at Ming Luo's future wedding. His expression turned icy, yet upon seeing Qin Wan, it softened once more, filled with affection. "Wan, marrying you is the greatest joy of my life. May we remain together until our hair turns white." Feng Jing softly declared this romantic sentiment, a phrase he had previously heard from Qin Wan that perfectly encapsulated his feelings in that moment. Qin Wan gazed at Feng Jing, her eyes brimming with tenderness and love. At that instant, she truly felt rooted in this world, embraced by a loving family, and perhaps one day, they would have children of their own. Qin Wan even found herself daydreaming about their little tiger cubs. The beastly realm had its charms, abundant with adorable, fluffy creatures, much like the little wolf cub she had once encountered, so endearing, yet regrettably fierce as it grew. She wished she could have cared for it throughout its life. Wondering how it fared now. Once the guests dispersed, only Feng Jing and Qin Wan remained in the room. As Feng Jing sat on the bed, he immediately sensed something amiss. Lifting the covers revealed a scattering of peanuts and jujubes. He looked at Qin Wan with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, as if questioning the purpose of these items. Embarrassed, Qin Wan explained, "These are part of the wedding customs from my world. It's South traditional to place them on the bed." Feng Jing's expression softened upon realizing Qin Wan's anticipation for their wedding. "So how shall we sleep tonight?" he inquired, glancing at the bed strewn with dried fruits. Unsure of what to do, Qin Wan swept the snacks onto the floor, leaving only a few scattered remnants in the corners. "Now we can sleep, right?" "Yes, indeed, my partner," Feng Jing replied, his voice rich and magnetic, nearly overwhelming her senses that I end their first encounter. He was careful, considering it was Qin Wan's initial experience, but as their intimacy deepened, his demeanor shifted, revealing his true nature, an unrestrained rogue cloaked in sweet words, yet relentless in his pursuit. Like a ravenous wolf encountering its prey, he seized her, unwilling to let go. Outside, the moon appeared to blush, clouds obscuring half its light, while the atmosphere within the room thickened. The sounds of their shared breaths echoing endlessly. The following morning, Qin Wan kicked Feng Jing out of bed with a fierce shove. "You scoundrel! You refuse to stop, tormenting me mercilessly." Feng Jing recognized his misdeeds and behaved obediently throughout the day. Adhering to Qin Wan's every command, as soon as she awoke, he brought her warm water for washing her face. Qin Wan's complexion bore a hint of rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with a touch of allure, akin to a fully blossomed rose, vibrant and captivating. Feng Jing gazed at her, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Qin Wan was finally wholly his. As she stepped out of bed, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Casting a reproachful glance at Feng Jing, that it was all this wretched man's fault that she felt so disheveled. Qin Wan experienced firsthand the potency of the romantic male protagonist described in novels. Feng Jing was indeed formidable. "Wan, were you satisfied with my performance yesterday?" Feng Jing asked, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Qin Wan feigned indifference, averting her gaze. That it was passable. Just barely. Feng Jing felt exasperated by Qin Wan's teasing. No man would remain calm after hearing such a tepid response. "You certainly didn't express that sentiment last night. How can you change your tune so quickly?" He found her to be a woman of contradictions. Qin Wan glanced at Feng Jing, offering no warmth in her expression. "Men, it is simply intolerable." Feng Jing, upon receiving a glance from Qin Wan, immediately dared not lift his head. Over these past 2 days, he has been inclined to indulge her. Qin Wan, possessing a commendable temperament, cannot withstand Feng Jing's presence. The mere sight of him incites her anger, leaving no trace of the sweetness they once shared during their marriage. Conversely, Feng Jing, emboldened by his success, finds himself utterly satisfied. Chapter 53. Clinginess. Feng Jing now trails Qin Wan wherever she goes, for he has acquired a legitimate reason to do so. Qin Wan has come to realize that Feng Jing is undeniably clingy. Yet who could resist the charming sight of a beastman adorned with fluffy cat ears, playfully vying for attention? As for Qin Wan, she finds herself utterly defenseless against him. Shui Yuan and Lang, he have prepared to depart. Recognizing that Qin Yuan is now married, rendering Shui Yuan's continued presence here futile, as he has lost all opportunity, that in stark contrast, Feng Jing is all smiles, having successfully secured the affection of his beloved. Qin Yuan is still adjusting to her new identity, surprised at how quickly she has married Feng Jing. Nevertheless, Feng Jing treats her exceptionally well, returning from daily hunts with gifts, sometimes a bouquet of wildflowers, other times intriguing plants or wild fruits. Regardless of what Feng Jing bestows upon her, Qin Yuan treasures it, as it symbolizes his feelings for her. Qin Yuan and Feng Jing have blossomed into a sweet newlywed couple. Though Qin Yuan harbors a minor grievance, Feng Jing's penchant for teasing her in bed is excessive. She suffers in silence, merely wishing he would ease up. Yet, Feng Jing is not one to heed advice. He may acquiesce in other matters, but this particular aspect is non-negotiable. Qin Yuan has resumed her search for plants, hoping to discover those she seeks in the vicinity of Qingyang Mountain, among the varieties she previously unearthed. One has been identified, corn, and fortuitously, Ming Luo and the others have stumbled upon tender corn. Qin Yuan showcased her culinary skills, concocting a soup using the corn and meat, captivating everyone with its sweet and crisp flavor, prompting them to wish for more corn. The females even hoarded the remaining corn, unwilling to leave any for the Beastmen, as the delectable corn was immensely popular among them. Observing the joy the corn brought to everyone, Feng Jing and Qin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Their efforts had not been in vain. Qin Yuan yearned to seek out more plants, but the heavens conspired against her, unleashing a torrential downpour that left the ground submerged to ankle depth. Consequently, everyone was confined to the tribe for safety. Some of the tribe's dwellings were hastily constructed and on the verge of collapse, rendering life within the tribe precarious. It was Qin Yuan who suggested they seek shelter in caves, thereby alleviating the housing crisis. Ming Luo now holds a greater admiration for his past self. Inviting Qin Yuan and Feng Jing to their tribe was indeed a stroke of genius. Since their arrival, the tribe's prosperity has flourished, enabling them to navigate this crisis with relative ease, a feat that owes much to Qin Yuan and Feng Jing. As a modern individual, Qin Yuan possesses a solid understanding of torrential rains and flooding, including preventive measures. However, the aftermath of heavy rains often brings forth bacteria, which poses a significant concern. Wishing to avert illness among the tribe, she advised them against drinking untreated water, insisting that it must be boiled first, lest they fall ill. For other matters, Qin Yuan remained vigilant. Once the rain ceased, she planned to propose her ideas for rebuilding the homes, advocating for sturdier construction. Qin Yuan approached several Beastmen with architectural experience, collaborating with them to discover ways to fortify their dwellings. Having previously researched this topic in her former tribe, she swiftly made progress, leaving the two Beastmen in awe as she unveiled her discovery of mud bricks suitable for construction. However, recognizing that mud bricks are not particularly durable, they decided to incorporate larger stones within them for enhanced stability. As they gazed upon the newly constructed homes, a chorus of admiration filled the air. What splendid houses these are! When might we have one of our own? The Beastman tribe embarked on a significant transformation, with most families opting to demolish and rebuild their homes, for these new structures were far sturdier, impervious to the risk of collapse and strong winds. Once completed, the Beastmen expressed their profound affection for their new abodes, with some even presenting gifts to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan felt immense joy in being able to assist the tribe, and she sensed their gratitude. Meanwhile, Feng Jing, with ample leisure time, sought to contribute to Qin Yuan's endeavors, faithfully following her directives and significantly aiding her research. Qin Yuan contemplated the next steps for the tiger tribe, deciding they should learn archery. Relying solely on brute strength for hunting resulted in excessive casualties. Should they master the art of archery, they could easily blind wild beasts, facilitating a far simpler hunt. Even smaller creatures could be dispatched with a single arrow. The construction of bows and arrows is not overly complex. Wood, sinew, and arrowhead suffice. This, of course, is merely Qin Yuan's vision for the Beastman version of archery. Qin Yuan's thoughts were straightforward. After all, bows and arrows have a recognizable form. Yet, as she began the actual construction, she quickly encountered challenges. Numerous trials would be necessary to determine the most effective arrow design. Feng Jing became the volunteer for testing the arrows, displaying no signs of impatience as he diligently shot one after another. This was the first task Qin Wan had assigned him since becoming his mate, and he was determined to excel. Moreover, should they succeed, it would greatly benefit Feng Jing, allowing him to return from hunts more swiftly to spend time with Qin Wan. Indeed, since their marriage, Feng Jing yearned to remain by Qin Wan's side 24 hours a day. Yet the demands of hunting for sustenance necessitated his expeditions. Thus, he rushed to return home, his heart yearning for her presence. Such is the nature of life, sighed the white tiger, since marrying Qin Wan. Feng Jing has developed an acute sense of cleanliness. After each hunt, he meticulously washes himself before returning, even his beastly fur appearing whiter than ever, capturing Qin Wan's affection. Now that Qin Wan is married to Feng Jing, she can assert her rights more freely. She frequently requests Feng Jing to transform into a small white tiger for her to pet. Although he occasionally declines, claiming it is too undignified, there are instances when he acquiesces. Qin Wan now revels in the joys of life with her adorable companion, contemplating the prospect of spending her entire life with Feng Jing. Though she cannot enjoy the high-tech amenities of modernity, her life has become more primitive and simplistic, yet the love Feng Jing offers fills her with enough happiness to last a lifetime. That alone suffices. Chapter 54. Bows and Arrows. Following the successful development of Qin Wan's bows and arrows, they garnered significant attention within the tiger tribe. Many were incredulous that such a small object could effectively combat wild beasts, even capable of delivering a fatal blow. However, once Feng Jing demonstrated the arrow's power with a single shot, all dissent ceased. When Feng Jing first discovered the arrow's potency, he too was astonished, yet the knowledge that it was crafted by his mate diminished his surprise. After all, Feng Jing possessed a multitude of talents. Even should Qin Wan produce something new in the future, he would scarcely be taken aback. After developing the bows and arrows, Qin Wan decided to take a well-deserved rest, spending that time in the confines of their shared room with Feng Jing. Feng Jing was elated, having been well-fed over the past few days, relishing the experience. Meanwhile, Qin Wan emerged from their sanctuary bearing dark circles under her eyes, a clear sign of insufficient rest, her steps slightly unsteady. Some of the females teased Qin Wan openly. Your Feng Jing is rather demanding. How do you acquiesce to his whims? Qin Wan, you really ought to nourish yourself. Even Feng Jing's stamina seems insatiable. Thankfully, you married into the tiger tribe instead of the serpent tribe. Otherwise, how would you endure? Qin Wan rolled her eyes, dismissing the notion of ever being paired with the serpent tribe that a mere glance at their slippery bare forms left her with no favorable impressions, even instilling a sense of fear. Enough of your jesting. I've devised a new method for preparing food. Would you care to try it? Really? You have something new already? You re quite the innovator. Qin Wan sighed. In truth, she could prepare anything, but the resources available here were lacking, leaving little room for creativity. Do you have any of the corn left from your last harvest? She inquired of the females. Indeed, there is quite a bit remaining. Nodding, Qin Wan resolved to teach them how to make popcorn. Although it might lack seasoning and not be particularly flavorful, especially when made with animal fat, the crunchiness of popcorn would undoubtedly introduce these Beastmen, who had never encountered puff snacks, to an entirely new culinary experience. Please, break the corn kernels apart. Once the fatty meat is rendered into oil, one can immerse corn kernels within it, resulting in delightful, fluffy white spheres. You ought to sample these spheres. They are undeniably crispy and delicious. Did I ask that so? I shall return home to try it immediately. One impatient female hurriedly dashed back home. Qin Wan felt somewhat inept. Since arriving in this beastly world, all she had managed was to invent a bow and arrow and identify a few plants. Yet life continued unchanged, that if only she were a scientist, she could develop numerous innovations. But Qin Wan was merely an ordinary modern individual, with the only distinction being her possession of a spatial realm. Feng Jing, would you like to savor some barbecue? I could concoct a new flavor for you to try. Feng Jing was inspired to create a barbecue seasoned with chili and cumin, curious to see if Feng Jing would enjoy this taste. To her surprise, as soon as the barbecue was ready, Feng Jing took a bite and immediately focused intently on his meal, devouring the entire sizable piece of roasted meat. After finishing, Feng Jing felt somewhat unsatisfied, exclaiming, Wan, why does this barbecue taste even better? Have you invented something new? Feng Jing was quite excited, wondering what could make the barbecue so delectable. No, I simply discovered some new spices in the spatial realm. I wanted to prepare them for you and see if you like them. Like, how could I not like it? I adore everything you make. Feng Jing was beginning to express sweet nothings. However, Qinwen would not be swayed by such sugary flattery. Feng Jing, I truly feel quite bored. I have no idea what to do. Qinwen whined to Feng Jing, Didi, oh whatever you wish. I am your steadfast support. Feng Jing replied, holding on to his traditional view that a beast man should protect his partner. In contrast, Qinwen yearned to realize her own value. She presented several varieties of spices from her spatial realm, asking, do you think I could cultivate these spices? Before Feng Jing could respond, Qinwen suddenly struck her head in realization. Of course, Sichuan pepper and cumin can be grown. I have seeds for them all, especially Sichuan pepper, which is as effective as chili in masking odors. With her newfound determination, she hurriedly gathered the seeds and dashed outside. Qinwen located Ming Luo. Ming Luo, I've discovered some new seeds. You should try to see if they can be cultivated, and if they can, we will have even more delicious food. Ming Luo felt a surge of excitement, surprised by how quickly Qinwen had identified new varieties. Sometimes, he even wondered if Qinwen was the favored daughter of the beast God. Do you know how to plant these seeds? Are there any specific requirements? Please tell me, and I will plant them right now. Ming Luo was a responsible beast man, always willing to undertake actions beneficial to the tribe. Qinwen recounted all the knowledge she had gathered about the seeds. Ming Luo eagerly took 2 bags of seeds and left, leaving Qinwen standing alone. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling it race. It turned out Qinwen could also experience fear, particularly of Ming Luo questioning her about the origins of these seeds, anxious that others might uncover her little secret. With a heart full of hopeful wishes, Qinwen hoped Ming Luo would succeed in planting the seeds. After all, these were modern seeds, and she wondered how they would fare in the beastly world. Would they mutate or remain true to their original form? Qinwen perceived that the beastly world was both an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity lay in the fact that the plants in this world differed from modern ones, being more abundant. The challenge was the wild beasts, each larger and more terrifying than the last. Qinwen certainly did not dare to provoke them. Yet there were also beings in the beastly world capable of contending with them, the Beastmen. Although some races of Beastmen remained pitifully weak, like the rodent tribe she had encountered previously, they were simultaneously formidable, able to transition freely between human and beast forms. Perhaps this represented a historical turning point. Modern humans evolved from apes, while the inhabitants of the beastly world might embody another possibility. Representing different ecosystems and eras, Feng Jing had now become a devoted husband, adhering to whatever his wife decreed, even taking on household chores. Chapter 55. The Return of the Chief. Feng Jing felt that being able to handle some housework was his contribution to the family. The home, tidied by Qinwen, was warm and sweet, a stark contrast to Feng Jing's previous living conditions. Qinwen, what do you like? Feng Jing pondered, having been married to Qinwen for a month. He wished to present her with a gift, but could not determine what she might need. Did I like you? Qinwen's voice was sweet, akin to consuming honey. This declaration filled Feng Jing with uncontainable joy, prompting him to laugh heartily. Observing Feng Jing's exuberance, Qinwen could not help but roll her eyes, having originally been drawn to his simplicity and unwavering devotion, which had led her to marry him. Indeed, Feng Jing remained endearingly naive, at times almost foolish, but his feelings for Qinwen were profoundly sincere. They had agreed to travel and admire beautiful landscapes each anniversary. Currently, Feng Jing was consumed with thoughts of the gift he intended to give Qinwen, even consulting many beastmen for advice. What do you typically give your partners as gifts? The beastman he questioned appeared embarrassed, realizing he had never given a gift himself, as he was still single. It seemed Feng Jing had inquired of the wrong person, that in truth. Feng Jing was casting a wide net, having asked every beastman he encountered, yet he found no one with any experience in gift-giving. It simply wasn't a concept that existed among them. Even when gifts were exchanged, they were usually leftovers from hunting. Naturally, Feng Jing would not consider presenting such offerings to Qinwen. After some time spent hunting, Feng Jing had become somewhat affluent, having accumulated a modest treasure trove. Ultimately, he could not devise a fitting gift for Qinwen and resolved to carve a beautiful ornament from the beast bones he had hunted. This was a meticulous task, one Feng Jing had never undertaken before, requiring him to start from scratch to aim to create the most beautiful ornament for Qinwen. dedicating himself to the endeavor. Feng Jing decided to learn how to carve ornaments while keeping it a secret from Qin Wan, wanting to surprise her. However, Qin Wan, observing Feng Jing's furtive behavior, quickly deduced that he intended to present her with a gift. Qin Wan wished for Feng Jing not to bother, as she had plenty of treasures in her spatial realm. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing that Feng Jing had given her the best he could offer. She believed he had poured considerable effort into this gift, and to refuse it would be disrespectful. Feng Jing worked diligently on his carving, transforming the initially unrecognizable bones into shapes that gradually took form. He learned to polish them until they gleamed, obscuring their original appearances. After about half a month, Feng Jing completed the gift for Qin Wan, a white figure carved from bone, holding a whip, appearing both adorable and imposing. Feng Jing brought the gift to Qin Wan, encased in a box. Upon seeing the box, Qin Wan's curiosity piqued as she wondered what Feng Jing had crafted for her. Once she unveiled the contents, she understood why Feng Jing had been so injury-prone lately. He had dedicated himself to creating this surprise. Leaning in, she kissed Feng Jing on the cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you. I truly love it." Feng Jing beamed with satisfaction, delighted that Qin Wan appreciated his gift. Now that he had learned to carve these simple items, he could continue creating more beautiful pieces for her in the future. The females of the tiger tribe envied Qin Wan, as Feng Jing truly dotes on her. They had never witnessed a beastman so devoted to his partner, personally crafting gifts. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Yet this behavior seemed entirely natural for Feng Jing, as if it were his destiny. Overjoyed by Qin Wan's admiration, Feng Jing eagerly began to explain. "Wan, look, this little figure is you. Do you think it resembles you? And the whip in her hand is also meant for you. Next time, when I find some better animal hide, I will make you a whip." Qin Wan glanced at the white figure, its round face bearing little resemblance to her. How could she possibly be likened to this chubby little character? Feng Jing, as the creator, believed it bore a striking resemblance. Feeling quite proud of his talent, that it was his first attempt at carving, and he had produced such a lovely piece that he was certain he could create even more beautiful works for Qin Wan in the future. "Feng Jing, I didn't expect you to possess such talent in this area." Qin Wan had come to reassess Feng Jing, recognizing that carving required meticulous attention. Yet considering Feng Jing's usual disposition, she wondered how many attempts he had made to achieve such beauty. "Feng Jing, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, but this makes me feel somewhat overwhelmed, as I have not prepared anything for you in return that I don't mind. Next time you give a gift, you must tell me so we can prepare presents for each other together." Feng Jing graciously agreed, and Ming Luo received the message. Their tribe's chieftain should be returning soon. It is said that he has found both his brother and sister-in-law, yet these two, with their carefree demeanor, are even more alarming. They have left their own child behind and are now searching the world over. Even the chieftain has been accompanying them for quite some time in their quest, but they have yet to unearth any clues, which ultimately led to his decision to return. Upon deciding to come back, the chieftain scolded the couple for quite a while, for their negligence was simply too egregious, showing no sense of responsibility as parents. Ming Luo had previously spoken to Feng Jing about the chieftain of the Qingyang Mountain Tiger tribe, a particularly admirable elder who is exceptionally kind and considers the tribe's welfare in every aspect. It is precisely this foresight that has rendered the tribe so formidable and fostered harmony among its members, all of which is attributable to the chieftain's counsel. Upon hearing this, Qin Guang immediately perceived that the chieftain must be quite astute, undoubtedly a wise individual. Otherwise, the tiger tribe would not have remained so peaceful for such a long time, possibly having already engaged in conflicts with other tribes. Yet presently, the tiger tribe harbors no enemies and maintains excellent relations with every neighboring tribe, a feat that can certainly be credited to their chieftain. Qin Guang even suspects that their chieftain possesses an extraordinary knack for friendship, managing to cultivate connections across vast territories that as the days passed. Qin Guang and Feng Jing lived their lives in a rather ordinary manner. For the time being, Qin Guang had no desire to seek out anything new. Should something truly remarkable be discovered, it would only attract undue attention. So she preferred to exercise caution. One day, Ming Luo joyfully announced her arrival at the center of the tribe, stating that the chieftain would return in a couple of days, allowing them to commence preparations for the Feng banquet. The tribe was filled with festive spirit, and everyone began to discuss the upcoming event. Chapter 56. Qin Guang was especially curious about the new chieftain, eager to learn what he might be like. However, she simultaneously recalled another matter that had been long delayed. Feng Jing, have you ever thought about seeking out your family? I believe they still hold affection for you. She gazed at Feng Jing, her eyes brimming with anticipation. No need, he replied, that I fear. I fear that they may no longer be among the living, that if fate allows, we shall meet again. The thought of his biological parents caused him great distress. Why had they left him alone in that small house? Qin Wanguang felt a pang of sympathy for Feng Jing, knowing the hardships he had endured. Feng Jing had now become a renowned tiger beastman, celebrated among his kin, that if his biological parents were aware of this, they ought to seek him out, for white tigers were exceedingly rare within the tribe, much like in the modern world where only a few existed. Wan, with you by my side, I need nothing more. As long as you do not leave me, everything will be well. Feng Jing had begun to feel insecure, fearing that Qin Wanguang might depart, for his origins were indeed extraordinary, and no one could predict if she might someday choose to leave. Qin Wanguang playfully pressed her finger against Feng Jing's forehead. You silly, I have only just managed to be with you. You are my first and only man. How could I ever think of leaving? I genuinely wish to spend my life with you. Feng Jing felt a surge of joy, realizing just how significant he was to Qin Wanguang. However, a hint of bitterness surfaced on his face as he replied. I apologize. I am simply too insecure. At times, I feel unworthy of you. You deserve someone far better. Qin Wanguang shot him a fierce glare, finding his thoughts utterly vexing. How can you be so foolish? We are already married. There is no one else. Enough. I do not wish to argue with you. It is futile that I am quite upset, so transform into a little tiger and let me pet you. She adopted a fierce expression, one that appeared quite intimidating. Seeing her in such a state made Feng Jing chuckle. Even in anger, she still wanted him to transform into a little tiger. How quintessentially Qin Wanguang. Obediently, Feng Jing morphed into a small tiger, adorably white and round, his appearance so endearing that even the insignia on his forehead seemed less imposing. Qin Wanguang gleefully scooped up Feng Jing, enthusiastically petting him and burying her face in his fluffy belly. Ah, this is delightful. While others enjoy cats, I relish in tigers, that I find tigers even more charming than cats. With the chieftain's imminent return, Qin Wanguang resolved to present herself well. Her space was filled with an abundance of items, and she hoped to uncover something inconspicuous yet useful. When she was first born, she had acquired this space, initially deeming it somewhat useless and even prone to exploitation by others. Thus, she had kept it exceedingly well hidden, desiring no one to discover its existence. Wan, what are you doing? Upon entering Qin Wanguang's room, Feng Jing was taken aback by the chaos within. Various unfamiliar items cluttered the space, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. Did she intend to leave? Hearing Feng Jing's voice, Qin Wanguang quickly emerged from her space. Isn't the chieftain returning soon? I was just checking to see if there was anything I could take out. Feng Jing wished to dissuade her from this notion. Wan, do you understand how extraordinary you are? If someone with ulterior motives were to discover this, have you considered what might happen? I cannot bear the thought of you being in even the slightest danger. Please consider my feelings as well. Qin Wanguang's tone softened, her eyes reflecting warmth. That I know, I am fully aware that I appreciate all that you do for me. Gazing at the delicate figure before him, Feng Jing felt a surge of protectiveness. He wished to shield her from any high-profile endeavors that might endanger her. Very well, if you ever entertain such thoughts again, let me handle it, that I will ensure your matters are taken care of. Do not place yourself in peril. Feng Jing earnestly cautioned Qin Wanguang, deeply concerned that she might unwittingly expose herself. Though the tribe's members currently appeared amicable, human hearts were unpredictable. Qin Wanguang obediently nodded. All right, I will heed your advice. Feng Jing smiled in satisfaction, reassured that Qin Wanguang was indeed listening. After searching for a considerable amount of time, Qin Wanguang finally unearthed a small bag of cement, though she was uncertain whether it could be taken out. If the tribe could analyze the components of the cement, they might construct truly sturdy houses. Even the rocky paths within the tribe could be repaired, offering immense utility. However, therein lay the problem. It was uncertain whether the tribe could decipher the cement's composition. If they could not, then it would remain a mere fantasy. Feng Jing, I have discovered something particularly suitable for our current situation in my space. Please help me take it out. Just say that you found it by chance. Qin Wanguang explained her plan to Feng Jing. Although he still felt somewhat perplexed, he was far more at ease. Holding the cement in his hands, he found it difficult to envision it possessing the remarkable qualities Qin Wanguang had described. So durable that even stone could not shatter it. Feng Jing placed his trust in Qin Wanguang. He would certainly fulfill her request. He obediently carried the bag of cement away. Feng Jing, what brings you to my humble abode? Ever since your marriage, you have not graced us with your presence. There's something special today. Upon seeing Feng Jing, Mingluo's expression soured. This was not entirely unfounded. Feng Jing had indeed neglected his friends, having devoted himself wholly to Qin Wanguang since their union. Feeling somewhat guilty, Feng Jing sheepishly rubbed his nose, fully aware of his shortcomings, yet hesitating to offer an explanation. Enough, Mingluo. Spare me your teasing, that I have brought a remarkable item that you will undoubtedly appreciate. Feng Jing produced the bag of cement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was truly a splendid find. Oh, what is it that merits such high praise? You are even certain I will like it. Mingluo took the bag of cement, scrutinizing it closely. No matter how he examined it, it merely appeared to be soil, perhaps with a slightly unusual color, completely unaware of its value. This substance is called cement. When combined with sand and water, it becomes exceptionally hard enough to withstand even stone. Feng Jing elaborated on the cement's utility, noting Mingluo's indifferent demeanor. Chapter 57. Love and rivalry. My good brother. You are not deceiving me, are you? Is this truly the case? Mingluo's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if his mind had turned to mush in that moment. Feng Jing grinned triumphantly. Why would I deceive you? It is indeed true. If you do not believe me, you may try it for yourself. Mingluo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly snatched the bag of cement from Feng Jing's hands. If this is indeed genuine, you will have rendered a monumental service to our tribe. Thank you immensely, Feng Jing. Mingluo's gratitude was sincere. He genuinely believed that Feng Jing's discovery was nothing short of extraordinary. Feng Jing waved his hand, refraining from elaborating further. In truth, the credit for this discovery belonged not to him, but to Qin Wanguang. Watching Mingluo's retreating figure, Feng Jing's mind was clouded with thoughts. Was this truly wise, allowing Qin Wanguang to bring forth items from her space? What if she were to be exposed? Would they still be able to remain in this tribe? He could only hope that the tribe would not betray Qin Wanguang's expectations. Feng Jing, after you presented the cement to them, what was their response? Did they believe your claims? Qin Wanguang inquired anxiously, fearing that unforeseen complications might arise. Feng Jing patiently reassured her. I gave it to them. Do not worry. Mingluo has already taken it to test. Then, Feng Jing's expression turned serious as he regarded Qin Wanguang. The deal, you know? Even if you were to retrieve something from the past, it would still be perilous in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to refrain from extracting items from the space altogether. If you wish to use it, you may enter the space yourself. I do this for your own good. Qin Wan weakly acquiesced, yet the smile on her face had dimmed considerably, revealing the bleakness of her situation. She must remain cautious and discreet. Not wishing to say more, Qin Wan found herself puzzled as to why the space would follow her. Perhaps at some point, it would simply vanish into thin air. Feng Jing, do not fret. I shall heed your words. Qin Wan aimed to reassure Feng Jing, hoping to alleviate his constant worry for her. Yet how could Feng Jing ease his mind? In his eyes, Qin Wan was the epitome of naivety, utterly defenseless. Soft-hearted and easily deceived. How could he not be concerned? Feng Jing wished fervently for Qin Wan to remain within his sight at all times. Mingluo conducted experiments with the cement, discovering its remarkable efficacy. Once dried, the cement proved exceptionally hard. Not even several orc warriors from his clan could shatter the lump. Not even Mingluo, the tribe's foremost warrior. Finally, Mingluo was relieved by the cement's properties and began his trials, confirming that, just as Feng Jing had asserted, it possessed a high tolerance and readily solidified. Mingluo instructed the tribe to gather several orc warriors with keen senses that he observed the group before him, each brimming with vitality, their eyes glinting with determination, and he felt immensely satisfied. Do you understand why I called you here? Mingluo inquired, adopting a condescending tone. The orcs shook their heads, having no idea why they were summoned, merely following Mingluo's directive. Mingluo produced a portion of the cement, showcasing it to the orcs. This is a new discovery of mine, one that could be of immense benefit to our tribe. I hope you can identify its components, so we might replicate it ourselves. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the orcs shifted. Was the chief truly serious? How could this be possible? While they prided themselves on their keen senses, the pile of dust before them emanated dozens of scents. How could they hope to pinpoint anything amidst such complexity? It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. That I understand this task may be challenging. Yet you are the best at scent detection in our tribe, that if you cannot succeed, then none could. This cement is vital for our tribe, and I sincerely hope you will exert yourselves. Even if you fail, I will comprehend. Ming Luo spoke with a smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners, embodying the essence of a cheerful schemer. Very well, we shall give it a try, the orcs agreed. How could they refuse? With Ming Luo making such earnest entreaties, to decline would be to disrespect him. Once Ming Luo departed, the remaining orcs exchanged glances, each uncertain of what to say as they regarded the small portion of cement. Lin Chi, your olfactory skills are the finest. You should attempt to identify one or two components first. The orc who had been summoned appeared sullen, wishing to retreat into himself. Your way. Isn't your sense of taste the most acute? You could sample a bit and perhaps discern something. This suggestion came from an unknown voice. Er Wei's expression darkened. It seemed few among them were of good character, each harboring a similar inclination. The remaining orcs began to recommend one another, none escaping the fate of this search. The cement was divided into several portions, with each individual carrying a small amount, ensuring fairness. In recent days, Ming Luo was all smiles, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Whenever Feng Jing saw him, he felt an urge to confront him. He could not fathom why Ming Luo was so pleased, especially when they had yet to uncover the components of the cement. Ming Luo, are you not celebrating prematurely? Feng Jing observed Ming Luo's exuberance with dissatisfaction. Ming Luo raised an eyebrow, confident that the substance in his possession was one he could manipulate. Ming Luo certainly possessed such capability. He resumed humming a tune, oblivious to his surroundings. Feng Jing grew increasingly displeased, feeling betrayed. After all, the cement was a gift from him. In the end, it was Qin Wan who soothed Feng Jing, saying, why bother quarreling with him? Aren't you both good brothers? Don't let such matters jeopardize your friendship. Feng Jing huffed, asserting that he shared no such bond with Ming Luo. Do not misinterpret my feelings. This left Qin Wan momentarily dumbfounded. What did he mean by no bond? To her, they appeared to be a quintessential pair, rife with a palpable chemistry. Of course, these musings remained concealed within Qin Wan's heart. Should Feng Jing become aware, he would surely be incensed. Feng Jing and Qin Wan reached a consensus. Qin Wan would refrain from venturing outside whenever possible, and no items from the space would be extracted again. Even if she wished to create something extraordinary, it would have to originate from the orc world. She could not risk drawing suspicion by conjuring items from thin air. Feng Jing was deeply concerned for Qin Wan, losing sleep over it for several nights. Chapter 58. Lingji. At last, Qin Wan encountered the legendary chief of the Qingyang Mountain Tiger tribe, a middle-aged gentleman exuding an extraordinary aura. Resembling an ethereal being, complete with a long, flowing white beard. Qin Wan felt an urge to trim it, as it significantly detracted from his otherwise noble appearance. The tribe's leader, he radiated kindness. Upon learning that Qin Wan and Feng Jing were newcomers, he took the time to greet them personally. Greetings, you must be Qin Wan. Since you have joined our tribe, you are now one of us. On behalf of our community, I extend a warm welcome. The white-bearded gentleman even offered his hand to shake with Qin Wan. His demeanor was even warmer towards Feng Jing. You are Feng Jing. I've heard tales of your prowess as the foremost warrior of another tribe. Do your utmost and strive to defeat Ming Luo, becoming our tribe's champion. Feng Jing nodded, encouraged by the sentiment. He was determined to best Ming Luo. The chief felt an inexplicable fondness for Feng Jing, wishing to protect him and share more time together. Feng Jing, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, I will not refuse to help. I hold you in high regard and am delighted you have come to our tribe. Trust me, your choice is wise. The chief was named Qingyang, after the mountain itself. Feng Jing's impression of the chief was notably positive, far superior to that of the previous tribe leader. The best part was that he had no children, eliminating the possibility of the previous tribe's complications. Everyone was treated equally in his eyes, devoid of any ulterior motives. For reasons unknown, Feng Jing found himself desiring Qingyang's gaze to linger on him. sensing a warmth emanating from the chief's eyes that filled his heart with comfort. Wan, I find this chief to be genuinely admirable. I hold a certain affection for him. After the chief departed, Feng Jing expressed his enthusiasm to Qin Wan nodded in agreement. Yes, I too find him exceptionally pleasant. His demeanor is quite amicable. Strangely enough, I feel as though I have seen him before, as if he possesses a familiar face. Feng Jing, upon hearing this, scoffed and averted his gaze. Wan, since your arrival in this orc realm, have you not been by my side? Or could there be anyone resembling the chief? Qin Wan chose not to respond, as her mind was devoid of any concrete recollections, yet an instinctive familiarity persisted. Feng Jing and Qin Wan began preparing for the evening's welcoming banquet, which required them to present gifts. They deliberated on what would be appropriate to offer, in a rare display of generosity. Qin Wan decided to gift the chief the lingji she had previously purchased at the marketplace, understanding that lingji symbolizes longevity, a most auspicious omen. Wan, do you truly wish to part with this lingji? Have you not cherished it deeply? Qin Wan gazed longingly at the lingji, reluctant to let it go. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, and she may never encounter another. Yet, Qin Wan ultimately affirmed, yes, I have decided to present it that I also possess a several hundred-year-old ginseng in my space. Equally potent, I shall bestow this lingji upon the chief. He strikes me as particularly amiable, and I am willing to give it to him. Feng Jing was left speechless, unable to comprehend why Qin Wan held such a favorable impression of the chief. Very well, since you have made your decision. Let it be as you wish. Feng Jing, in many respects, is inclined to heed Qin Wan's counsel and supports her decisions wholeheartedly. However, Qin Wan is beset by a new concern. The beast folk of the animal world are utterly oblivious to the medicinal properties of these herbs. Even if Feng Jing were to distribute them, would those individuals mistakenly presume that this particular lingji mushroom is merely for decorative purposes? After all, the mushroom appears rather dry and unappetizing if that were the case. It would be a gross misappropriation of a heavenly treasure. Feng Jing, she queried, if the chieftain is unaware of the medicinal efficacy of this lingji, should I provide him with an explanation regarding its benefits? Feng Jing, upon hearing this, felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, it was a troublesome predicament. How about this, he suggested, you recount the medicinal properties to me, and I shall relay them to the chieftain, ensuring that your precious lingji is utilized appropriately. Feng Jing was already considering Qin Wan's interests. All right, listen closely, she began. Lingji possesses the ability to nourish the heart and calm the spirit, regulate immunity, delay aging, protect blood vessels, alleviate phlegm and cough, prevent cancer, avert chronic diseases, promote blood production, and assist in weight loss. As Qin Wan enumerated the myriad benefits of lingji, Feng Jing found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. How could he possibly remember all of this? Staring blankly at the lingji before him, he pondered, how on earth am I to convey this? The effects of this mushroom are astonishing. I suspect they may not even believe me. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged the exceptional capabilities of his partner. Such a treasure was indeed rare. Qin Wan, grinning, declared, well, it's no concern of mine. I have entrusted this matter to you, and you are responsible. She completely detached herself from the situation, as though it bore no relevance to her. When evening came and the time for presenting gifts arrived, the lingji indeed stirred considerable intrigue among the attendees. Feng Jing, what on earth is this? I've never seen anything like it, inquired a curious beast folk. Feng Jing remained tight-lipped. The mushroom's benefits were far too numerous, and discussing them now would be a waste of breath. He decided it would be best to wait for the chieftain's arrival to share the details. After a while, the chieftain emerged, clad in a garment that exuded a strikingly different aura from the animal skins he wore earlier. Now, he appeared even more imposing and dignified. The crowd presented their gifts, and Feng Jing chose to stand at the rear of the line, preferring to avoid the bustle. Upon seeing the gift Feng Jing offered, the chieftain expressed keen curiosity. However, his impression of Feng Jing was exceptionally favorable, so he would be pleased regardless of the gift. Chieftain, this is a present from my partner and me. This plant is called lingji. It possesses medicinal properties and has thrived for several hundred years, symbolizing longevity. I hope this gift brings auspicious tidings. The chieftain was already delighted by Feng Jing's gesture. Upon hearing Feng Jing's explanation, he was even more pleased to learn of the mushroom's deeper significance. which further enhanced his regard for the young man. Well done, good child. Thank you for presenting me with such a grand gift. The chieftain was genuinely overjoyed. Chapter 59. The Jealous King. The chieftain beamed at the freshly received Lingji. Genuinely appreciative of Feng Jing's thoughtfulness. For reasons unknown, he regarded Feng Jing as if he were his own child, unable to suppress a desire to nurture him further. It's merely a small token of my esteem. I am delighted that you appreciate it, Feng Jing replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head, wearing an endearing smile. Meanwhile, Qinwan awaited Feng Jing's return in their quarters, leading him to depart shortly after presenting the gift. Following Feng Jing's exit, the chieftain engaged in conversation with Ming Luo about the duo. Chieftain, Feng Jing and Qinwan have rendered tremendous assistance to our tribe. Feng Jing discovered cement, and Qinwan guided us in foraging and cultivating new edible plants. You wouldn't believe it. Our tribe is now entirely self-sufficient in terms of food. The chieftain chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly splendid. How did they end up here? What became of their previous tribe?" He pondered what sort of foolish leader would expel such well-behaved children. The mere thought of it invoking a laugh. The chieftain of their former tribe attempted to force Feng Jing into marrying his daughter, who was quite mentally impaired. Consequently, Feng Jing chose to leave. Ming Luo revealed. Qin Yang, upon hearing this, was enraged, incredulous that such an unreasonable chieftain could exist. Merely the notion was laughable, but he surmised that the previous tribe would soon face extinction. Now that they have joined our tribe, they are one of us. You must take good care of them, the chieftain instructed Ming Luo, hoping that Qin Wan and Feng Jing would find a sense of belonging within their new community. Rest assured, chieftain, even without your urging, I would do so, Ming Luo replied, grinning. After all, Feng Jing was his dear brother, and he would never treat him unfairly. Moreover, given Feng Jing's significant contributions, it was unfathomable to neglect him. After discussing Feng Jing and Qin Wan, the chieftain broached the topic of his ungrateful brother and sister-in-law. You cannot imagine. They are two utter fools, incapable of even remembering where they misplaced their child. After all these years, how could they possibly hope to find them? I could just as easily teach them a lesson. The chieftain's ire was palpable, his frustration almost igniting. Chieftain, do not be too vexed. There may still be a chance to find them. Moreover, this is not your fault. They failed to safeguard their own child. Ming Luo consoled him, recognizing the chieftain's distress. Thank you for your assistance in managing our tribe for so long, the chieftain expressed, despite his gloomy demeanor. Ming Luo waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that it was no trouble at all. The chieftain had supported him greatly in the past, as a child without parental guidance. It was the chieftain who had raised him, and Ming Luo regarded him almost as a father figure. Upon returning to their quarters, Feng Jing discovered Qin Wan lost in thought, staring at several plants. He embraced her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. What is it? He inquired gently. Startled, Qin Wan gasped, Feng Jing, you scared me. Why did you sneak up on me? She then resumed her contemplation of the plants. Didn't I send you off with the Lingji today? Yet, I've just noticed that the herbs accompanying it have sprouted. What a curious occurrence. Feng Jing playfully tapped her on the head. No need to fret. A little peculiarity is just fine. Indeed, sprouting is quite favorable. We can plant them, and who knows, they may grow significantly. Qin Wan exclaimed, her spirits lifting. That you're right. This presents a wonderful opportunity, that if we plant them, we might discover unexpected surprises, that if not, we haven't really lost anything. Feng Jing gazed at Qin Wan, unable to tear his eyes away. Her earnestness was utterly captivating, as if she radiated light. Wan, promise me you'll love only me, all right? Qin Wan chuckled. Haven't I already been devoted solely to you? When have you ever seen me with another man? Feng Jing's expression darkened momentarily. What about Shui Yuan? Isn't he a man? Qin Wan thought for a long moment before recalling Shui Yuan, a fleeting acquaintance who had once attempted to flirt with her. It seemed rather petty of Feng Jing to hold a grudge. Given how long it had been since Shui Yuan departed, he doesn't count. I never even looked at him properly, she countered, unable to suppress her rebuttal. Feng Jing's demeanor soured further. How else are you supposed to regard him? Wasn't your gaze fixed upon him long enough? Do you have any idea how jealous I felt watching you? Qin Wan understood Feng Jing well. She recognized his tendency to be possessive. Yet she had never witnessed such intensity as today. That you're being absurdly jealous. She remarked, exasperated, "Oh, you're right. I'll heed your words. Wan. I will comply." Feng Jing obediently replied that he then shifted the conversation to other matters. "By the way, I delivered gifts to the chieftain today. He was very pleased and appreciative." Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement that I knew he would like it. Feng Jing continued, "I found joy in witnessing the chieftain's happiness. It brought me happiness as well. Really? I also find him quite amiable, though I can't recall where I have seen him before. Forget about that. Let us get some rest," Feng Jing suggested with a sly smile. Qin Wan's cheeks flushed. "Why do you enjoy sleeping so much? I'm a bit wary of your nighttime demeanor. It's as if you transform into a different person that I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can you be gentle tonight?" Qin Wan asked, visibly displeased. "Depends on the situation," Feng Jing replied, avoiding a direct answer. Qin Wan frowned. "Are you planning to bully me like yesterday? Aren't you afraid that I won't let you in bed anymore?" Feng Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Wan, you can't be serious. You wouldn't actually deny me access to the bed, would you? Consider my feelings. Perhaps I could take you for morning exercises, so you can endure it better." Qin Wan's complexion instantly turned ashen, and despite her fitness regimen, she struggled to rise in the mornings, let alone engage in exercise. It was as if her very life were at stake. All of this was due to that foolish giant. Feng Jing, who, despite her protests, insisted on pushing her to her limits, leaving Qin Wan in a perpetual state of wanting to weep without tears. "Well, I shall not waste my breath conversing with you. You insufferable rogue. Every time we speak, my spirits plummet." Feng Jing, undeterred, pressed on. "Oh, do you no longer hold affection for me?" "Affection must have its boundaries," Qin Wan retorted, unable to withstand his advances. After the clan leader's return, the state of affairs within the tribe flourished, with every aspect thriving. Qin Wan finally comprehended just how lax things had been under Ming Luo's previous management. Now, the entire tribe exuded a refreshing spirit. No longer did Qin Wan confine herself to her chamber. She began to join the females in their labors and merriment. The females of the beast world were predominantly innocent, resembling children with their propensity for tears and laughter. Qin Wan found them particularly easy to please, bearing no grudges, albeit somewhat robust in stature, likely a result of labor under the sun. "Do you wish to lighten your complexion? Something akin to my own skin tone?" Qin Wan inquired of the females. "That I adore your luminous skin." One female exclaimed that in truth, "I find our bronze skin quite lovely," and another chimed in, "Some beastmen are even darker than we are." "Ah, let us not dwell on what cannot be altered. It has become our fate," remarked a female who took a more passive stance. "However, it can indeed change. If you wear hats while working to shield yourself from the sun, you shall surely lighten over time." Qin Wan shared her thoughts. They must have been quite fair in their youth, as their skin concealed by animal hides shows no darkness. Is that so? I too believe a lighter hue is more appealing. Yet, seeing everyone so dark feels perfectly normal. That a female expressed her disbelief. "When you first arrived, I thought you quite peculiar. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" They all knew that a lighter complexion would enhance their beauty. Yet they felt powerless against their current state. "That I firmly believe you can achieve a fairer complexion. Simply wear hats and minimize sun exposure, and you will become as white as snow. That a winter spent covered will do wonders." Qin Wan assured them kindly, confident in their potential for transformation. "All right, we shall heed your advice and give it a try. Thank you." One female expressed her gratitude. "Let us consider ourselves friends and refrain from formality." "I merely made a suggestion. It has yet to be realized," Qin Wan replied, feeling slightly bashful at their appreciation. Noticing that the females wore little in the way of adornments, she recalled the beautiful purple pearls she had purchased earlier. "I believe these purple pearls would look splendid against your darker skin. Would you care to try them?" Qin Wan asked. "Oh yes, I would love to see them." One female responded eagerly. All the females possessed an innate desire for beauty. No woman is devoid of such inclinations, and they were immediately drawn to the proposal. "Very well, I shall fetch them upon my return," Qin Wan promised. After retrieving the pearls from her home, the females were enamored. Wan, they are exquisite. They seem to shimmer with light. Are you truly willing to part with these?" They marveled. Qin Wan nodded. "What is there to be reluctant about? We can always trade again in the future." Generosity was a hallmark of Qin Wan's character. She would not begrudge them such trivial gains. "Indeed, we shall gather more to gift you in gratitude for your kindness," the females promised. appreciative of her generosity. Delighted by their enthusiasm, Qin proposed, "Sisters, we could also gather some flowers to beautify our dwelling, that a lovely arrangement could warm our space." She sought to instill in them an appreciation for beauty. "I share your sentiment. I once thought the same, but I found gathering flowers too cumbersome," a female confessed. This sentiment resonated with several others. "No worries. Let the Beastmen collect them while they hunt," Qin suggested. "Moreover, the flowers can be fashioned into crowns, which would be stunning to wear. I assure you, you will adore them." An idea struck her. Some females were puzzled. What are crowns? Yet, the notion sounded appealing. Once Qin crafted a flower crown from the wildflowers. Every one of them was eager to try it on, filled with delight. Upon Feng Jing's return from hunting, he found Qin absent and was decidedly displeased, sulking in his chamber. When Qin finally returned, Feng Jing confronted her. "Do they mean more to you than I do? Why do you enjoy their company so much? Do you not wish to spend time with me?" He was consumed by jealousy. "Must you be so obstinate? Am I not entitled to the freedom of friendship?" Qin retorted, feeling vexed by his overbearing nature. "Qin, please do not be upset that I was in the wrong. I apologize," he conceded. Noticing her displeasure, for a time, Qin remained quietly discontent, as Feng Jing's behavior had indeed wounded her. However, their grievances did not last long. Upon noticing the injuries on Feng Jing's hand, her concerns surged. "Feng Jing, what happened? How did you sustain those wounds? Were you harmed by some beast?" A surge of worry compelled her to inquire. "It's nothing. I merely grazed it on a stone during my return." Feng Jing downplayed the incident, masking his pain. Qin, unable to bear the sight of his injury, retrieved various medicinal herbs from her space to tend to his wounds. She contemplated even producing a rabies vaccine. Fearing what might transpire if Feng Jing were to be bitten by a wild animal, the mere thought was unbearable. Feng Jing, bemused by the multitude of remedies, protested, "There's no need for all this. It's just a minor scrape that a single ointment will suffice." Qin regarded him disapprovingly. "Your wound is quite deep. How can you dismiss it as trivial? We must be cautious. Infections can arise, especially in this heat." With no rebuttal at hand, Feng Jing acquiesced and allowed Qin to care for him. In Chapter 61, Wife-Slave, Qin diligently attended to Feng Jing's arm, applying layer after layer of ointment, hoping for swift healing. That evening, she forbade him from bathing, fearful that water might infect his wound. The absurdity was compounded by the scent of sweat emanating from Feng Jing, prompting Qin to refuse to share her bed, opting instead to sleep in her space. Feng Jing was left bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor, feeling the absence of affection. Despite their earlier discord, Qin had a pleasant dream that night. Meanwhile, Feng Jing's earlier venture into cement production yielded results. A Beastman had discovered a stone that, when ground to powder, bore a striking resemblance to the cement's composition. Ming Luo conducted a test and confirmed the similarity. Although the stones proved difficult to pulverize, presenting a challenge to their endeavor, Ming Luo sought a solution, realizing they were one step closer to achieving their goal. Feng Jing, brimming with excitement, approached Qin. "Did you know? The cement you introduced has made significant progress. They have deciphered its components. Really? That is wonderful." Qin was astounded that, in such a primitive era, they could replicate cement. It was a remarkable feat. She felt compelled to commend their efforts. While the cement had been synthesized, it required further processing to crush the stones, leading some of the more valiant Beastmen to take on this daily task. Consequently, Feng Jing returned each day, his hands sore from the labor. Though he bore resentment, he could not voice it, as it was his own initiative that had prompted this undertaking. He feared that revealing this information could lead to a backlash from the others who worked alongside him. Upon learning of this promising development, the clan leader was elated, envisioning the potential for their tribe to trade this innovation with others, thereby elevating their status among the beast world. One cannot help but wonder how Feng Jing's original tribe would react upon learning of this news. Perhaps they would be consumed by regret, their insides twisted in anguish. The chieftain chuckled quietly, for he too, at times, harbored a narrow-mindedness and took pleasure in the misfortunes of others. The chieftain's brother and sister-in-law, for some inexplicable reason, found themselves reminiscing about the ordeal of losing their child. It dawned upon them that they might have inadvertently left the child behind in a place they had previously visited, a secret haven for the couple. In those times of worry over insufficient provisions, they had stashed away a considerable amount of food there, enough to last several years. Both were on the brink of despair, fearing that after all these years, their child might have perished from hunger in that very spot. That in a fit of anguish, they turned on one another, each casting blame. Truly, these two were a source of constant vexation, never having engaged in any reliable endeavors. Their unreliability had led to their expulsion by Qin Yang. Had Qin Yang foreseen such an outcome, causing his own nephew to remain lost from his parents for so long, he would surely have regretted casting them out. The couple had, deep down, resigned themselves to the belief that their child was lost to them forever, and thus, they wept incessantly. "Let us send a letter to my elder brother, informing him that the child is no longer with us." Such a significant matter warrants his counsel. Though Qin Yamo could be somewhat scatterbrained at times, he was remarkably lucid at that moment. His partner, Yu Yun, was equally bewildered. After all, that was their child they had forgotten. And they could only wonder if wild beasts had devoured him, leaving no remains to commemorate. Qin Wan and Feng Jing, of course, were oblivious to these events. Their relationship had blossomed into a sweet and tender bond, and they were inseparable, enveloped in each other as affection. Feng Jing's submissive nature had become the talk of the entire tribe, with some females expressing envy towards Qin Wan, eagerly seeking her counsel on how to manage their partners. Qin Wan, bemused, replied that such tactics were non-existent. It was essential to train men, and females should not be overly compliant, but rather assertive to teach their partners a lesson. Qin Wan conveyed her thoughts to the other females, and soon they began to treat their partners with indifference, much to the dismay of the male orcs in the tribe, who found themselves in a dire predicament. That it was an arduous challenge, and they were perplexed by the sudden change in behavior of their partners, who now regarded them with coldness as if transformed into entirely different individuals. Before long, the orcs began to question their companions. "Why have you been so aloof lately? Have I offended you in some way?" The females, taken aback, responded, "Not at all. You have done nothing wrong. That is just that Qin Wan has informed us that we females need not be so submissive to orcs. We should embrace our own quirks and be ourselves, thus becoming more charming, beautiful, and confident." The orcs were left in disbelief at how easily they had been swayed by these words, finding it rather naive. Feng Jing led Qin Wan into the forest, where they intended to seek out the next edible plant. The process of foraging was long and arduous, as the forest was home to many species, some of which were toxic, while others bore bitter fruits. There were even some plants with stunningly beautiful fruits that, despite their allure, were poisonous. On one occasion, Qin Wan spotted a particularly striking unknown plant adorned with small, round, red fruits that resembled lanterns. Initially tempted to taste one, she was abruptly dissuaded when a small bird pecked at a fruit and succumbed to the poison, leaving her horrified and stepping back as if to distance herself by 10 meters. Feng Jing, now more vigilant about Qin Wan's safety, forbade her from consuming anything unfamiliar. After all, it would be a grave injustice if she were to perish in such a manner. The tribe. Feng Jing was not the only one exhibiting a submissive demeanor. Other orcs had also adopted this trait, as the females had become emboldened and sought to win their favor and attention through kindness. The females of the tribe grew increasingly joyful and confident, realizing that being true to oneself was a delightful experience, far more comfortable than before. Chapter 62. Establishing alliances. Qin Wan had garnered some experience in botany, discovering that the plants in this world were merely larger versions of those found in the modern era. Under her guidance, the tribe began to revel in the quest for new plant varieties, hopeful that they might uncover something edible. While Qin Wan busied herself in the jungle, a promising development emerged within the tribe. The wolf tribe sought to establish diplomatic relations with the tiger tribe, proposing mutual cooperation to confront external threats. "Greetings, we are representatives from the wolf tribe, here to discuss the prospect of a diplomatic alliance. Our two tribes could collaborate to foster a more amicable relationship." The wolf orc stated, their demeanor exceedingly cordial, devoid of any arrogance, instead radiating warmth. They were acutely aware of the importance of maintaining a friendly approach, having received numerous admonitions from their young master before departing. "Excellent. We too are eager to cultivate a friendly relationship with the wolf tribe." Ming Luo responded cheerfully. Recognizing the potential for gaining an ally, he surmised that this development might stem from the recent visit of two representatives from the wolf tribe. leading him to believe that Feng Jing was indeed a harbinger of fortune. After arranging for the visitors from the wolf tribe, Ming Luo promptly sought out Feng Jing to discuss the matter. Feng Jing, the wolf tribe has sent envoys to propose an alliance. What do you think? Is it advantageous or not? Ming Luo inquired with a beaming smile that if you deem it good, then it is indeed good. Just don't bring it before me, Feng Jing replied, his astuteness shining through. Upon hearing Ming Luo's words, he immediately associated the matter with Shui Yuan, realizing his involvement. The prospect of an alliance between the wolf tribe and the tiger tribe sparked considerable interest within the tribe. Opinions varied. Some viewed it positively, while others opposed it. After all, both tribes were renowned for their martial prowess, with the wolf tribe being fierce in battle and the tiger tribe known for their ferocity, leading to a mutual disdain at times. The tiger tribe regarded the wolf tribe's fighting style as petty, while the wolf tribe deemed the tiger tribe too brutish, creating a dilemma. Chieftain, what are your thoughts on this matter? Should we pursue an alliance? Ming Luo hesitated, unsure of how to proceed without the chieftain's input. Qin Yang stroked his beard thoughtfully, his wise eyes glimmering with insight. Why not establish an alliance? A friend is preferable to an enemy. And forming ties with the wolf tribe enhances our potential to become one of the major tribes in this world. Qin Yang was exceptionally shrewd, unwilling to forego any advantage that he recognized the potential benefits of allying with the wolf tribe. Though his desire for friendship was genuine, yet he acknowledged the truth in his own words. A friend was indeed preferable to an enemy, particularly one as formidable as the wolf tribe. Qin Wan learned of this development, but did not dwell on it, unaware that it had been set in motion by her own actions, for she did not know that the young master of the wolf tribe, Shui Yuan, was none other than the small wolf cub named Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Feng Jing found himself in a state of agitation, pondering how to deal with his formidable rival. The envoys from the wolf tribe were increasingly anxious, questioning why the tiger tribe had yet to reach a conclusion. Did they not wish to form an alliance? This was an opportunity for immense gain, as the wolf tribe had never before allied with another tribe. Fortunately, the chieftain soon conveyed the decision to the envoys from the wolf tribe, warmly welcoming them. Your journey here has been arduous. Please return and inform the chieftain of the wolf tribe that we are most eager to establish an alliance. Certainly, I will relay the message. The envoys from the wolf tribe were elated, certain that their young master would be pleased with the outcome. Once the envoys departed, the tiger tribe buzzed with excitement, eagerly discussing the news. Did you hear? Our tribe has officially allied with the wolf tribe. Please, as if it were news to me that I was the one who hosted them on their arrival. I find it rather peculiar that the wolf tribe suddenly wishes to befriend us. Who cares? As long as it poses no threat to us, it's all good. Qin Wan was aware of this news, yet it held little significance for her compared to the fruits of the forest. Her botanical research had made remarkable strides, leading her to discover the presence of banana trees. Yes, banana trees typically thrived in the southern regions, making their appearance in the mountains quite remarkable. Feng Jing, do you think this fruit is edible? Qin Wan inquired, holding a banana with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Feng Jing shook his head vigorously. No, you cannot eat that I tried it before. It was bitter and utterly unpalatable. He hastened to share his unpleasant experience, fearing that Qin Wan might wish to taste it. Qin Wan chuckled, suspecting that Feng Jing had not peeled the fruit properly, which explained its terrible flavor. She proceeded to peel the banana and offered it to Feng Jing. Here, try it again. Feng Jing, upon noticing the banana that Qin Wan had handed him, closed his eyes and took a bite. After all, anything offered by Qin Wan, even if it were poison, he would consume without hesitation. This flavor is truly delightful, sweet and tender, devoid of the bitterness I previously encountered. Wan, how has the taste of this fruit changed? I could hardly bear it before. You foolish boy, don't you realize this type needs peeling? In the future, pay attention to what you eat and refrain from indiscriminate consumption. The fact that Feng Jing could even consume the banana peel rendered him fearless in his culinary adventures. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he replied, "Oh, I shall be more mindful from now on. What good will that do? You must heed my advice. Anything untested should not be consumed. Do you believe that if you continue recklessly, you might lose your life by the next dawn?" Qin Wan warned him ominously. Feng Jing widened his eyes in disbelief. How could that be? Our beast tribe possesses an instinct akin to that of wild animals. We can sense what is inedible. You possess such instincts. I had wondered why you've never succumbed to poisoning from wild fruits. Qin realized, her understanding deepening. Indeed, you have a secret weapon. Right, hee. Feng Jing chuckled slyly. Very well, I shall use you as my test subject. From now on, I will have you sample any fruits I find. Qin began her recruitment for labor. Feng Jing's expression turned sour in an instant. Are you serious? Do you intend to murder your husband? Qin laughed heartily. Fear not, I shall not allow you to test anything toxic. I have my limits. Feng Jing adopted a serious demeanor. I was merely jesting. I am aware of your feelings for me. The two exchanged tender glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate as moonlight streamed into the room. They embraced, kissed, and frolicked together, lost in each other as company. The following day, Feng Jing awoke feeling particularly invigorated, his complexion radiating a rosy glow, reminiscent of a spirit imbued with vitality. In contrast, Qin appeared weary, dark circles forming beneath her eyes, her lips swollen. Scoundrel, what was that nonsense you pulled yesterday? Qin began to fume. All right, my dear, it was all my fault, Feng Jing, lacking any boundaries in front of Qin conceded. Qin's ire subsided, having grown accustomed to Feng Jing's antics over the days. She found it less distressing than before. Let me make this clear. If you dare to touch me tonight, I will toss you off the bed, she declared resolutely, though she no longer felt as tormented as before. Yet Feng Jing's daily presence was still overwhelming. Feng Jing grinned mischievously, looking like a fox who had just pilfered a hen. All right, I shall be obedient. After locating the bananas, Qin shared them with the females of the tribe. Everyone adored the sweet, soft fruit and expressed a desire to accompany her to gather more. Leading a group of eager females into the mountains, they were followed by many concerned beastmen. The banana trees stood tall, heavy with ripe clusters ready for harvest. The sight ignited excitement among the females. Wan, is this truly banana? Can we really eat it? Indeed, didn't I have you sample it before? If you enjoy it, feel free to pick as much as you like. Qin encouraged. The females, momentarily losing their composure, surged toward the banana trees. I must say, this banana is quite delectable, some beastmen thought, though they hesitated to compete with the females for the precious fruit. Recognizing that the trees were limited and best preserved for them, Feng Jing wished to assist Qin in gathering the bananas, as he too relished this fruit, but she stopped him, shaking her head. No, leave the bananas for everyone else. I have plenty of delicious food available. I wouldn't want to deprive those who have never tasted such delights. Once the females had filled their arms with bananas, Qin returned to the tribe. The joy on their faces was palpable, their own labor yielding sweet rewards. Thank you, Wan, for taking us to gather bananas. Let us go on more outings together. Qin nodded. Of course, in truth, there were many ways to prepare bananas. Mashed banana pastries, but lacking an oven meant those ideas had to be shelved. Suddenly, an idea struck her regarding banana chips. Would you like to make a little snack from these bananas? I can show you how, as they do not keep for long. Many females expressed interest. Yes, please teach us. Wan. You simply slice the bananas thinly and find a clean spot to dry them in the sun. They will become sweet and crispy banana chips. You must try it. The texture is delightful, and I'm certain you will love it. Qin explained the simple method for making banana chips. All right, I will try it when I return. Thank you, Qin. Not at all. I'm simply happy to help. Qin's greatest joy came from assisting others. Her circle of friends within the tribe had grown significantly. Whenever she ventured out, numerous individuals would engage with her, often making her more popular than Feng Jing himself. That on occasion, Feng Jing felt a twinge of jealousy over Qin's amiable nature, especially when he returned home to find her absent, engrossed in conversation with her female companions. Meanwhile, the envoy from the wolf tribe returned, summoned by Shui Yuan. Was your mission successful? Did they agree? Shui Yuan had many inquiries, far beyond this singular concern. They agreed. They were quite pleased. Very well, that is good to hear. Shui Yuan was thoroughly satisfied. Although there was no chance for him in Qin, he still held a favorable impression of her, given that she had saved his life. And he hoped to maintain communication moving forward. The younger brother of the Tiger Tribe's chieftain was also en route to the tribe, having lost their son and seeking their only remaining kin. The brother had dispatched a letter to the chieftain, anticipating that by the time it arrived, they would be nearing the tribe. Having departed from Qingyang Mountain long ago, everything appeared novel and somewhat unfamiliar to them now. Why is this path so smooth? There are no traces left upon it. Why are there plants cultivated on either side of the tribe? Why has everyone begun consuming those yellow, inedible fruits? The changes were so significant that Qing Wei wondered if centuries had slipped by. Of course, all these transformations were thanks to Qin Wan and Feng Jing. Upon tasting the tribe's food, Qing Wei and Yu Yun could not contain their praise. It was simply exquisite, after years of dining on lesser fare. They regretted ever leaving. Had they known the tribe would flourish so, they would have preferred to remain, even at the cost of their lives. Qing Wei sought out Qin Yang. Brother, your tribe has truly prospered. The food is delectable. I've decided to come live with you. Qin Yang was already aware of the tragedy that had befallen their child and sought to comfort his younger brother. Very well. You may reside here. I shall ensure you are well fed. Brother, do you think I would doubt you? I merely feel a pang of regret. Yu Yun and I left our child behind. It is a grave failure on our part. Had it been you, such a fate would never have befallen. It is my foolishness. Qing Mo admitted, feeling an immense sorrow. That was his child, lost without a trace that he recalled when the little white tiger was just a cub. So small and adorable. Now, he could not even recover his remains, a failure as a father. Enough, dear brother, do not mourn. You are still young. There may yet be a chance for more children. Qin Yang attempted to console him. Qing Mo frowned. I am of an age where that is improbable. Yet you, brother, have not found a wife all these years. I do not even have a nephew. Qin Yang was puzzled as to why the conversation had shifted to him. It was not that he lacked interest in finding a mate. Rather, he felt nothing when he encountered the females, leaving him uncertain and thus postponing the matter. After the Tiger tribe and the Wolf tribe established their alliance, both sides dispatched individuals to each other's tribes for learning and cultural exchange. Among those who visited the Wolf tribe was Shui Yuan, who had left after Qin Wan's wedding. Feeling increasingly despondent, even if he could not be with Qin Wan, he wished to at least remain friends. Moreover, Qin Wan harbored numerous secrets. Even a mere hint of them would suffice to ensure the prosperity of the Wolf tribe. Hence, it was quite beneficial for her to come and learn. The Tiger tribe had also dispatched a person of considerable repute, Ming Luo, who accompanied the tribe members to the Wolf tribe. Once Ming Luo departed, Feng Jing felt an unusual tranquility enveloping the entire tribe. It seemed that Ming Luo had been rather boisterous in the past. Qin Wan, however, found herself feeling somewhat insecure. She had placed her complete trust in the Tiger tribe, which had allowed her to introduce so many new innovations within the tribe. Yet now, with the arrival of individuals from other tribes, she feared they might harbor suspicions. Nevertheless, Feng Jing continuously reassured her, insisting that these were merely plants and that no one would question her. Only then did Qin Wan begin to relax. Recently, Qin Wan encountered a rather intriguing middle-aged couple, particularly the female, who, despite her age, possessed an extraordinarily open-minded perspective. She seemed to embrace a carefree attitude toward many aspects of life. Qin Wan felt an instant connection with her, as their viewpoints aligned remarkably well. Sister, how come I've never seen you in the tribe before? Qin Wan inquired, eager to learn more about this intriguing female. Yu Yun chuckled, your flattery is delightful. It's been ages since anyone called me sister, that I have only recently returned to the tribe after living outside with my partner. Qin Wan fell silent, realizing her question might have inadvertently caused some awkwardness. It's not your fault. Don't feel guilty, Yu Yun said, not wishing to see Qin Wan's spirits dampened. Yu Yun, I truly admire your personality and your wealth of knowledge. I am genuinely pleased to have you as a friend, Qin Wan remarked, finally learning the name of the middle-aged female. Yu Yun was equally surprised to encounter such a kindred spirit in this remote place. They found common ground in various aspects, even in their fashion choices. Qin Wan thought Yu Yun quite exceptional. Despite being born in such a desolate world, she possessed an aesthetic intuition, understanding what combinations looked appealing and which ones seemed peculiar. This could be considered a rare gift. Sister, where do you live? I would love to visit you sometime, Qin Wan expressed, as she tended to cherish those she deemed friends. That I reside in the house at the eastern end of the village. I just moved there. You might have to wait a while before you can visit. As I haven't finished unpacking, Yu Yun confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, admitting her laziness in tidying up. Leaving the chores to Qing Mo. All right, it's settled then. I will come to visit you in a few days. Agreed. Qin felt a surge of delight because the house Yu Yun mentioned was quite close to where they currently lived, merely a few steps away. Essentially neighbors. Qin returned home brimming with happiness, while Feng Jing grew curious. Wan, did you encounter any good fortune today? You seem particularly joyful, he inquired, wishing to share in her emotions. Not really, just a new sister I met. She is such a wonderful person, and we get along splendidly. Qin explained her joy. Oh, I see. Well, enjoy your time together, Feng Jing replied, unsure what else to say, but managing a supportive comment. The following day, Qin met with Yu Yun again, and together they ventured into the mountains to gather bananas. Recently, bananas had been in high demand, with only a few trees remaining, all of which had been stripped bare by the females. The orcs had to search diligently for new banana trees. Fortunately, news had just surfaced that a new banana tree had been discovered, prompting the females to prepare for another harvest to ensure they could deplete this tree as well. Are you taking me to find those fruits? Are they edible? I seem to recall having tasted them before, and they were utterly inedible. Quite bitter, Yu Yun said with hesitance. Qin smiled gently. Sister, those fruits need to be peeled. They actually taste quite delightful. You should give them a try. You might find them to your liking. Yu Yun's curiosity was piqued. Are they truly delicious? I must try them. Upon their arrival, they found a multitude of females already present, with several orcs safeguarding their safety. As soon as Qin appeared, she was warmly welcomed. You're here. Wan, once I gather some bananas, I shall treat you to AFEW.AS for Yu Yun. She was not well known among the other females, resulting in a lack of attention. Once the gathering commenced, everyone was filled with confidence, eager to collect as many bananas as possible to Yu Yun's surprise. When she peeled her first banana, it was indeed edible and tasted delightful. Gradually, Yu Yun began to feel a tinge of regret. What have I been missing all this time? I was foolish to eat them with the skin on, thus missing out on such a delightful flavor. With a bountiful harvest of bananas, everyone collected sufficient quantities to begin planning for banana chips. Some females had previously prepared banana chips, which were exceptionally tasty, crispy, and sweet. Dried banana chips were even sweeter than fresh ones, and many females preferred them. Upon returning, the area designated for drying banana chips was filled with their bounty. Everyone vigilantly guarded their treats, fearing thievery from others or curious birds that might snatch away their hard-earned snacks. Crafted especially for themselves, no one could take them, not even their partners. Qin felt no such distress, for she had not gathered any bananas herself. She merely accompanied Yu Yun to observe. Speaking of banana chips, she had plenty stored in her space. She was not lacking in any way. Meanwhile, Feng Jing was exceptionally busy, as the demand for cement was increasing dramatically. However, the process of making cement remained cumbersome, leaving him little time to spend with Qin at the same time. Feng Jing's arms had grown significantly muscular from the labor of hammering stones, a feature shared by the other orcs working alongside him. Though laborious, seeing the smooth roads of the tribe filled them with joy and a profound sense of pride. Chapter 65. The illegitimate child. After Qin befriended a middle-aged female, Feng Jing encountered a rather peculiar middle-aged orc who seemed fixated on him, as if he wished to scrutinize him closely. Feng Jing felt a chill run down his spine. Excuse me, sir, is there something you need? Qin chuckled. Oh, nothing much. I just find you particularly familiar. Young man. What is your name? Feng Jing's expression darkened. My name is Feng Jing. Sir, why haven't I seen you around the tribe before? Qin remained tight-lipped, merely observing Feng Jing from a distance. In truth, Qin was taken aback upon first seeing Feng Jing. The resemblance to his older brother was uncanny. Could this be my older brother's secret illegitimate child? The more he looked, the more convinced he became of his suspicions. Realizing his brother was far from honest, his son was already this old, Qin resolved to be a good uncle and take care of his nephew. Young man, how are you finding life in this tribe? Is anyone bullying you? If so, just tell your uncle, and I will look out for you. Qin understood the tribe's dynamics well. The law of the jungle meant that weaker orcs could easily be oppressed. Who are you exactly? Why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Do I look like someone who could be bullied? Feng Jing was somewhat indignant. After all, he had once held the title of the tribe's strongest warrior. Why was he being underestimated? No, I harbor no ill intentions. You must trust me. Qin felt wronged. He merely wanted to do a good deed, yet no one believed him. All right, sir, do you have any other business? Please don't interrupt my work. Feng Jing's demeanor was cold, and he held little fondness for this unexpected visitor. Brother, you're quite impressive. How could you keep such matters from me? Qing Mo returned home, teasing Qing Yang. Qing Yang was puzzled. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Brother, do you still wish to hide this from me? I saw it all. Qing Mo was surprised that his brother was unwilling to admit the truth. What exactly am I hiding from you? I don't comprehend. Qing Yang was completely bewildered, finding his brother increasingly difficult to understand. Brother, it's about you secretly having a son and keeping it from me. Qing Mo finally revealed his discovery, only to leave Qing Yang even more confused. Second brother, you are becoming increasingly nonsensical. How could you make such wild claims? I have no son. Qing Yang thought his brother was merely playing tricks on him. No, brother, is that not your son? Qing Mo could hardly believe it, for the resemblance to Qing Yang in his youth was striking. Qing Mo, elaborate on this matter, Qing Yang said, sensing his brother's seriousness and beginning to entertain the notion. I was wandering around the tribe a few days ago and stumbled upon an orc who looks remarkably like you when you were younger. I thought he was your son. Qing Ma, a bit dazed, uttered his speculation. You look somewhat alike, are you sure? Qing Ma nodded vigorously, insisting, where's the resemblance? Just look at those features. They're practically identical. Who are you referring to? I haven't noticed anyone in the tribe who resembles me. Qing Yang mused, no longer doubting that Qing Ma was jesting, but now questioning whether Qing Ma simply had poor eyesight. It's those orcs smashing stones in the center of the tribe. There's one with white hair who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. After pondering for a while, Qing Yang finally matched Qing Ma's description to Feng Jing. So, they actually look alike. Why hadn't he perceived this before? Qing Yang regarded Qing Ma with an incredulous gaze. Brother, do you still not believe it? Shave off your beard and come with me. Let others recognize you, and they'll surely agree you look alike. Qing Ma spoke with unwavering confidence. Qing Yang hesitated, reluctant to part with his beard, which added a certain charm to his appearance, enhancing his ethereal aura and making him appear more amiable. Ultimately, Qing Yang summoned his resolve and removed his beard. Second brother, I tell you, if we don't resemble each other, I will shave your head clean, he said through gritted teeth, knowing how dearly he cherished his facial hair. After shaving, Qing Yang decided not to let Qing Ma lead and found his way to the area where Feng Jing was working. Wait a moment, Feng Jing, I need to speak with you, he called, asking Feng Jing to pause his labor and step aside for a private discussion. Feng Jing, having a favorable impression of the tribe leader, complied without question, despite being uncertain about the topic of conversation. Qing Ma, now that we stand together, do you still think we resemble one another? Qing Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and inquired each word deliberately. Yes, you two look remarkably alike. Qing Ma confirmed. Leader, who is this? Feng Jing asked, noticing the familiarity between the tribe leader and the middle-aged man he'd seen earlier, curiosity peaking within him. Feng Jing, this is my brother. Qing Ma, Qing Yang introduced with a warm smile. Feng Jing stared at Qing Ma, as if seeing him for the first time. Your name is Qing Ma, and I apologize for my earlier demeanor, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Qing Ma chuckled, a bit awkwardly, but it's all right. I didn't take it to heart. Besides, I did interrupt your work. At that moment, a bold idea began to take root in Qing Yang's mind, that if his brother claimed Feng Jing resembled him, could it be that Feng Jing was actually the child Qing Ma had lost, having survived against all odds? Of course, this was merely speculation that Qing Yang dared not voice, as he still harbored doubts about Qing Ma's judgment. When Qing Yang and Qing Mo returned with Feng Jing to the area where the females were working, many orcs were present. Leader, how come Feng Jing looks so much like you? It seems that handsome people all share a resemblance. This single remark caused Qing Yang's heart to race uncontrollably. Could it be true? Did they genuinely look alike? Might his thoughts hold some truth? Feng Jing, could you share some stories from your childhood? Qing Yang asked, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Jing, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. Feng Jing began to feel suspicious. Why would the leader suddenly take an interest in his past? Recalling the orc's earlier comment, he stood frozen in place. Chapter 66. Father and son, reunited. My childhood was nothing remarkable. I was an orphan, without parents, and began wandering from the age of 6 or 7. The Feng Jing felt no need to conceal this part of his life, so he succinctly recounted his early years. Feng Jing, is what you're saying true? Have you never met your parents? No, I have never had parents by my side. Feng Jing was unfazed by the pitying gazes from others, saying nothing in response. How is that possible? Didn't you previously belong to a tribe? Qingyang pressed, feeling his conjectures inch closer to reality. The tribe I was part of was the first I joined after becoming a drifter. Feng Jing replied in a flat tone, devoid of hatred or resentment. Feng Jing, have you ever considered searching for your biological parents? Qingyang cautiously revealed a hint, attempting to gauge Feng Jing's response that no, I don't wish to. They abandoned me, never caring for my well-being. While Feng Jing felt no hatred towards them, he held no hope for their affection either. Qingyang observed Feng Jing, then glanced at his brother, feeling a reluctance to speak. They had indeed wronged the child. Meanwhile, Qingma noticed his brother's sudden change in demeanor and his reluctance to speak, finding it quite strange, especially the peculiar look Qingyang cast upon him. After Feng Jing resumed his labor, Qingyang took his brother back home. Brother, what do you think? Do you believe me now? He truly resembles you. Qingma chuckled, still lighthearted about the matter. Qingma, don't you sense anything amiss? Qingyang asked gravely. Sense what? What is wrong, brother? Qingma queried, perplexed as to why he was being drawn into this situation. Have you never considered that Feng Jing might be your son? Qingyang's voice was soft yet firm, striking Qingma profoundly. Brother, do you truly think Feng Jing could be my son? Upon hearing this, Qingma nearly wept tears of joy. How wonderful it would be if the child were still alive. I merely think it's a possibility. I cannot be certain. Indeed, Qingyang could not definitively claim it, merely speculating. Yet in his heart, he regarded Feng Jing with greater importance that Qingma's heart ignited with hope. Perhaps it was true, and his child had not perished but had survived, even finding a partner. Brother, I believe he is. He might just be my child. After Qingyang's prompting, Qingma stared at Feng Jing, increasingly convinced that this was indeed his son. Even the reason for Feng Jing's striking resemblance to Qingyang began to make sense. Brother, is this real? Am I not dreaming? Is it truly possible that my child is alive? Qingma's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Yes, it is real. Qingma rushed home to share this news with Yueyun, who was equally astounded. Initially believing their child to be lost, they now faced the possibility of his survival. Qingma, what if we're mistaken? He may not be our child. Yueyun expressed her apprehension, her heart racing. But what if he is? Have you considered that he could be our son? If only he truly were our child. I've heard he now has a partner. How wonderful! Perhaps in a few years, we will have another little tiger in our arms, Yueyun said with a tone half nostalgic, half hopeful. Let us go find that child and inquire, regardless of whether he is our son. We need some peace of mind. Yueyun was eager to meet the orc who resembled her brother. All right, I will take you. Qingma led Yueyun to search for Feng Jing. Upon seeing the orc from earlier accompanied by a female, Feng Jing's heart sank. Hello, I would like to speak with you privately. There is something very important we need to discuss. All right, Feng Jing nodded, and the three of them made their way to Feng Jing's home. Make yourselves comfortable. No need for formality. That Feng Jing's expression remained cold, visibly displeased. Yet internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Child, we have come to discuss your origins. My origins. What issues could there be with them? Feng Jing realized his suspicions were correct. The conversation was indeed about this topic. My son, along with Yueyun, was lost. He should be around your age, so we wish to understand the situation and see if you might be our son. Qingma spoke with a face full of remorse, revealing their intent. How did you lose your child? Why did that happen? Feng Jing questioned, his impulse to retort growing stronger, recognizing the similarity of their plight to his own. Abandoned in a small room. Growing up alone, we left him in a small house. But at the time, we didn't remember. We searched many times, thinking he had gone missing elsewhere. It was only recently that we recalled. Yueyun, tears streaming down her face, recounted the events, her emotions worsening as she reflected on how wrong they had been to the child. You seem to take the life of a child so lightly. Is he truly your biological child? Feng Jing felt a surge of indignation. Child, we want to ask you, where did you grow up? Yueyun gazed at Feng Jing with anticipation, her eyes sparkling with hope. Feng Jing pursed his lips, reluctant to share that I grew up in a small house behind a cliff. Next to a pond, I asked the only path to that cliff a narrow passage, just wide enough for one person. Yueyun's emotions were in a state of fervent agitation. This was the closest she had been to her child in a long time. And Feng Jing truly had the potential to be her offspring. With just a single statement from Feng Jing, Yuan suddenly broke down in tears. She threw herself into Feng Jing's embrace, holding him tightly. My child, I am so sorry. So sorry for leaving you all alone. It is your father and mother's fault. We have wronged you. Meanwhile, Qingshu stared intently at Feng Jing, tears welling in her eyes as she realized that, unbeknownst to them, their son had grown into a man. How much had they missed over the years? It was their failure as parents that had led to this. Enough now. Do not see or wide. It is all right. I do not blame you. Feng Jing said, lacking experience in comforting a female, having learned what little he knew from Qinwan. He truly did not know how to console Yuyan. As Yuyan's sobs grew louder, it seemed as if she sought to weep away all the grievances in her heart. Chapter 67. A tangled lineage. When Qinwan returned, she discovered that she now had a pair of in-laws. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find two additional individuals in her home, one of whom was her dear friend, Yuan. Sister Yuan, what brings you to my home? Are you here to see me? Qinwan was momentarily at a loss for words in this unexpected situation. Yuan smiled, finding the child endearing. You must not call me sister anymore. It confuses our lineage. You ought to address me as mother. Qinwan was instantly taken aback. Mother. Wan, these are my newly discovered parents, Feng Jing admitted, feeling a flicker of uncertainty about whether Qinwan could accept this revelation. Deep inside, he felt a mix of emotions. After so long without parents, it was disconcerting to suddenly have a pair of them reappear, especially considering their negligence in forgetting their own child. Feng Jing harbored some resentment, but understood he could not deny them. There was still a semblance of love from them, particularly from Yuan. Whenever he saw her cry, his heart silently ached as well. Feng Jing, so it turns out that Yuan and this uncle are your parents. Congratulations on finally finding your biological family. Both Yuan and Qingshu looked at Qinwan with beaming smiles. It was indeed wonderful news that their son was not only alive but had also grown into such a fine young man, even finding a partner for himself. Mother and father, though this is our first meeting, I genuinely like you both. Feng Jing felt shy about expressing his feelings. Qinwan, ever cheerful, voiced what Feng Jing had kept hidden in his heart. Well, we are not the type to hold grudges, and indeed, we owe Feng Jing an apology for allowing him to fend for himself at such a tender age, back when she and Yuan were merely friends. Qinwan had not realized how eloquent Yuan could be. Each word resonated deeply with her. Mother and father, please have a seat. I will prepare something delicious for you. You stay here and bond with Feng Jing. With that, Qinwan dashed off, leaving Yuan, Qingshu, and Feng Jing sitting face to face, each unsure of what to say. Even as Qinwan hurried away, her heart was still racing. It was astounding how easily Feng Jing had found his biological parents, and that his mother was someone she had previously been close to. What an incredible twist of fate. Qinwan made her way to the center of the tribe, where numerous stone pots were used to prepare meals for the entire community. Grabbing one, she began to gather the various seasonings she could find, determined to showcase her culinary skills and ensure her guests were well fed. Today, she was fully committed to the task, even selecting the meat herself. Choosing several pieces of rib meat and some crunchy bones, she prepared to cook them properly, a process that involved burning off the skin before washing the meat for further cooking. She sliced the crunchy bones into thin strips, blanching them before mixing in chili sauce and seasonings to create a delightful cold dish. The rib meat was reserved for a hearty soup, enhanced by some corn she had previously discovered. Corn rib soup was a classic. The remaining rib meat was destined for braising, using honey that Feng Jing had found instead of sugar, which would lend a lighter flavor and a more appealing color to the dish. Once the dishes were prepared, Qinwan served them in bowls crafted from leaves, while the soup was reserved for a stone pot to be carried back. Today Qinwan felt immensely fortunate to have such a caring orc husband. It seemed she must have accumulated great blessings in her past life. Once the meal concluded, everyone appeared considerably more at ease, shedding their earlier awkwardness. The clan leader engaged Qin Mo and Feng Jing in discussions regarding clan affairs, while Qinwan was drawn aside by Yuan to converse about matters concerning the females of their kin. That I must confess, when I first met you, I found you to be an utterly delightful and intriguing young one. I never anticipated that you would eventually become my daughter-in-law, Yuan remarked with a smile, still somewhat astonished at the unexpected twist of fate. What a coincidence indeed. I was taken aback as well. Qinwan replied, from now on, you and Feng Jing should cherish your life together and strive to have a child soon. Your father and I will manage our own matters and will certainly not hinder you and Feng Jing in any way. Mother, how could you say such things? Are we not the kind of people who would care for you? Qingyuan quickly expressed her sentiments that, my dear, I know you are both good children, that I can see that. Despite Feng Jing's reserved nature, he is exceptionally filial. Yu Yun responded warmly. Yes, mother, you should be happy. You now have an additional son and daughter-in-law to cherish. What a joyous occasion, as Qingyuan saw the tears welling in Yu Yun's eyes. She wished to console her. It's nothing, my dear, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I never expected to witness such a day, nor did I anticipate that my child would still be alive, Yu Yun admitted, unable to contain her emotions, allowing her inner turmoil to flow forth. For Yu Yun and Qin Yemo, the reunion of their family was the most splendid outcome imaginable, one they had scarcely dared to dream of. Through their conversations, Qin Yang learned that Feng Jing, despite his seemingly rough exterior, possessed a sharp mind and commendable strength, which brought him great relief. He finally had a worthy successor. Feng Jing's slightest cough was enough to draw Qin Mo's attention, who now resembled a doting father, clueless about his own responsibilities, merely grinning foolishly at Feng Jing, which was rather exasperating. Why the following day, news of the revelation had spread throughout the entire tribe. Everyone now knew that Feng Jing was the long-lost child of the clan leader's brother and sister-in-law, realizing that they were meant to belong to the same tribe. The attitude towards Feng Jing improved significantly, as the tribe embraced him as one of their own. Some of the older orcs even invited Feng Jing to dine at their homes, though he politely declined. Qingyuan found herself surrounded daily by curious females eager to hear the full account of the recent events. Though she was not particularly fond of storytelling, the relentless curiosity of the females proved difficult to resist, prompting her to divulge some details. Wan, are you saying that Feng Jing and the clan leader look exactly alike? One female asked, incredulously. Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance, Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. She recalled her astonishment upon seeing the clan leader and Feng Jing seated together. The clan leader's clean-shaven face made their likeness even more pronounced. Had the clan leader been a few years younger and seated beside Feng Jing, they would have appeared as twins. That can't be. I feel they look completely different. The females expressed their disbelief. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan merely smiled faintly. The clan leader has shaved his beard. You should take a closer look. After she uttered those words, the crowd dispersed to see the clan leader, leaving Qingyuan momentarily alone. The clan leader, now surrounded by a throng of inquisitive females, felt a headache coming on. What is all this about? What are they so fascinated with? What is there to see? Did you see? It's true. The clan leader looks like this after shaving. He actually looks quite handsome, that I see it now. They really do look alike. This gene is astonishingly powerful. Too bad Feng Jing isn't here. It would be wonderful to see them side by side, to truly grasp the extent of their resemblance. The clan leader, piecing together the chatter of the females, realized their curiosity stemmed from his likeness to Feng Jing. Observing the youthful, lively females, he instinctively reached for his beard only to remember it was no longer there, lowering his hands instead. All right, I believe you've all seen enough now. It's time to return, he said gently, his good-natured demeanor shining through, though he felt somewhat helpless against the whims of the tribe that let's go. The clan leader is busy. We shouldn't disturb him. Yes, I'm leaving now. I still have things to attend to, one by one. The females departed, leaving the clan leader alone, that he watched their retreating figures, reflecting on their insatiable curiosity. Once the females returned, gossip ensued as it always does. It was impossible for women to resist the allure of gossip. Chapter 69. Affection. Feng Jing was now busier than ever. The pile of stones he needed to manage was already burdensome. And on top of that, the clan leader frequently assigned him additional tasks, leaving Feng Jing with little time to see Qingyuan. Feeling increasingly discontented, he lamented that it was unfair for him to shoulder all the responsibilities alone. Fortunately, he had found a rather unreliable substitute in his father, Qingyuan, of course. Feng Jing had not considered whether Qingyuan would dare delegate such tasks to Qingyuan, which was clearly out of the question. Given that Qingyuan had forgotten his own child before, how could he be trusted in such matters? Uncle, please let me go. I truly wish to return. If I stay away any longer, Wan might forget me. Feng Jing pleaded with a forlorn look, his heart heavy with unspoken grievances. Come now, what is the harm in a young man working a bit harder? Besides, isn't your partner always at home? Are you worried she'll disappear? The clan leader chuckled at the youthful sentimentality. Yes, I just want to go back. Uncle, please give me a clear answer. Will you permit my return? Ah, you clever lad, if you truly wish to leave, then by all means. Do so. I will not hold you back, Qin Yang replied with a smile, leaving Feng Jing to face the prospect of spending more time alone. Wan, I'm back. Did you miss me? Feng Jing playfully inquired. Though it mattered little whether she had or not, he was nearly going mad with longing for her. Feng Jing, you actually came back. Do you realize how frightened I was with you away for so long? Qin Wan's tone was devoid of reproach, yet it weighed heavily on Feng Jing's heart. Wan, I'm so sorry to have worried you. I promise I won't be away for such extended periods again. Feng Jing vowed, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens, fearing Qin Wan might doubt his sincerity. All right, I understand that you had responsibilities to attend to, which is why you were away for so long. I harbor no resentment. Qin Wan demonstrated her understanding. Then, I've missed you so much. Shall we retreat to the bedroom to chat further? Feng Jing suggested eagerly, having refrained from physical closeness for far too long. Qin Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and soon, her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure as the two succumbed to a kiss. The moon hung heavy in the sky, and within the room, they found themselves entwined, occasionally interrupted by soft whispers of affection. Feng Jing felt a fervent heat igniting within him as he gazed at Qin Wan, his every desire focused on savoring the moment with her. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters, the sun ascended in the eastern sky. Qin Wan remained blissfully asleep, while Feng Jing had already risen early to heat water for her, eager for her to awaken and refresh herself. When Qin Wan finally stirred, the sun was already high in the sky, casting an intense glare throughout the room. Upon waking, she noticed Feng Jing's expression was somewhat troubled. Feng Jing, perhaps it's best if you don't return anymore. I no longer wish to see you, Qin Wan said, her tone sharp. Please don't say that. You are my partner. Feng Jing replied, his voice playful yet earnest, that I am your partner. Yet have you ever respected my wishes? Do you realize how close you came to suffocating me last night? I asked you to be gentle, yet you disregarded my plea and only sought your own pleasure. Qin Wan began to voice her grievances. Chapter 70. The Wolf Clan's Young Master. All right, Wan, I admit my fault. Will you forgive me this once? Feng Jing attempted to soften her heart. Will you refrain from such behavior in the future? Qin Wan was not easily appeased. Unless Feng Jing provided a satisfactory explanation, she would not let this transgression slide. That I promise. I will not behave that way again. Feng Jing was eager to appease her, ready to navigate through this challenge. How have you managed the tasks assigned by the clan leader? Qin Wan inquired, seeking to understand the outcomes of Feng Jing's recent endeavors. They have all been completed splendidly. Yet the clan leader has assigned me even more work. However, I was so eager to return to you that I declined all additional tasks, Feng Jing said, though his tone lacked conviction, his head hanging low. Yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as they met Qin Wan's gaze. All right, let us eat quickly. I'm starving after all this time. Yes. Feng Jing nodded obediently. As they calculated the time. The representatives from the Wolf Clan were also due to arrive to AT that moment. Shui Yuan's heart was stirred with emotion, his mind flooded with memories of the first encounter with Qin Wan. He even found that her nickname, Little White, was endearingly sweet. Young Master, we are nearing our destination. Let us hasten our pace. Understood. It is indeed a considerable gathering of individuals from the Wolf Clan. Although Shuven assumes the role of leader, he has brought along a notable number of capable individuals. This contingent comprises the most exceptional elites of the Wolf Clan, handpicked at Shu Yuan's behest, each possessing unique talents. Upon their arrival at the Tiger Clan's territory, a throng of onlookers had already gathered before anyone had thought to announce their presence. Are these the very representatives of the Wolf Clan seeking to establish relations with us? Observing them, they do not seem to exude the same formidable presence as our Tiger Clan warriors. I must say, they appear quite handsome. Indeed, they surpass the aesthetics of our own clan's Beastmen. Can you believe it? Are you truly disparaging your own clan's Beastmen while elevating those of another? The female who spoke soon recognized her impropriety and promptly withdrew. You must be the visitors from the Wolf Clan. It is an honor to finally meet you. Now that you have arrived in the Tiger Clan, we will ensure that you are treated as one of our own and will extend our warmest hospitality. The chieftain's demeanor was exceedingly amiable, his smile broadening to its fullest extent. However, Xu couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Jing. "You are too kind. Chieftain, do we apologize for the interruption? For the sake of friendship between our clans, may we coexist harmoniously." Having been groomed as an heir from a young age, Xu was not easily daunted by such discourse. "Young master, we are truly delighted by your presence. A feast has been prepared in your honor. Let us proceed to partake in the meal together." The chieftain led the way to the dining area. "That I extend my gratitude to the chieftain. And I sincerely hope that our clans may share resources and collaborate amicably." Indeed, that as the meal commenced, the Wolf Clan Beastmen were astonished to discover that they were all consuming the same delectable fare. The meat from the Tiger Clan's territory was exceptionally delightful. The food from the Tiger Clan is exquisite. "Is there a secret to your culinary prowess?" The curiosity of the Wolf Clan Beastmen was piqued, wondering how the taste of this meat could be so distinctive. Although the initial bite was somewhat overwhelming, they found themselves increasingly addicted with each subsequent morsel. The Tiger Clan Beastmen, observing the wide-eyed astonishment of their Wolf Clan counterparts, could not help but chuckle. Their reactions mirrored those they had exhibited in the past. This dish features a newly cultivated plant, which accounts for its unique flavor. "What kind of plant is it? Can we cultivate it ourselves?" They yearned to have such delicious food in their own territory. The group remained silent, their gazes shifting towards Qinwan. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Of course, it is quite easy to cultivate this plant." The Wolf Clan Beastmen beamed with joy. It seemed their outing had indeed been fortuitous, a delightful surprise. "Greetings, Qinwan. It is a pleasure to see you again. That I believe I have yet to wish you happiness in your recent marriage," Xun said with a smile, a hint of carefree melancholy glimmering in his eyes. If only he could be the one who married Qinwan. "Yes, I remember you well as Brother Wolfie," Qinwan remarked, her memory sharp, especially given Xun's distinctive appearance, which rendered him unforgettable amongst those she had encountered. "Hearing you say that brings me great joy. It is a pleasure to see you again." "Wan," Xun replied, his tone familiar. "I too am delighted to see you once more. You will find that establishing relations with the Tiger Clan is far more favorable than you might anticipate." Xun shook his head, placing a finger to his lips and giving a slight shake. "That my decision to engage with them is solely motivated by my desire to return to someone dear to me. That I did not realize you were such a romantic." Qinwan chuckled at the earnestness in Xun's gaze. "Indeed, I have lost all hope with her, yet I still wish to remain close and befriend her." Xun smiled sheepishly, though the blush upon his cheeks remained unabated. "Is it truly possible that such an exceptional beastman as yourself could be rejected? That female must possess exceedingly high standards." Qinwan surveyed Xu features and physique, unable to discern any imperfections. Xu sighed helplessly. "Alas, she does not see me." His tone bore a trace of self-deprecation. Feng Jing, overhearing their exchange, felt a surge of anger. The individual Xun referred to must certainly be Qinwan. How could this rival of his not relent? Even after marrying Qinwan, he remained undeterred, proving to be quite the nuisance. "Xun, since she is already married, it is futile to dwell on her. You would do better to pursue another female with your qualities. You are certain to find one who meets your desires. Feng Jing, I must admit, I truly envy you for having married such an exceptional female as Qinwan. Your discernment is commendable," Xu interjected with a teasing tone. "Indeed, I too believe Wan is remarkable," Feng Jing replied with a slight smile, acknowledging the compliment. "Hey, why have we shifted the focus to me?" We were discussing Xun's predicament regarding his female. Qinwan, somewhat bewildered, found herself the center of attention unexpectedly. "Enough of this discussion. Once dinner is concluded, Xun, you must visit our home. The last time you and Brother Wolfie came, it was all rather rushed, and we did not have the opportunity to properly host you." Qinwan was particularly hospitable. "Certainly, I shall make my way there," Xun nodded, his brow unfurling in relief. The chieftain expressed his delight, proclaiming, "Our friends from the Wolf Clan have arrived. Let us extend a warm welcome and treat them as kin." Chapter 71. Pregnancy. Xun also took the opportunity to share a few words, for he too was a young master of the Wolf Clan and represented them well. As you arrive in the Tiger Clan, I urge you to learn from our ways and refrain from any misconduct. After addressing the gathering of Wolf Clan Beastmen, he stepped down. Following the meal, Feng Jing and Qinwan returned home, with Xu accompanying them. Upon entering the familiar surroundings, Xu felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time since he had returned to this place. Make yourself comfortable. Do not stand on ceremony, Qinwan invited warmly. Xu, why did Brother Wolf not accompany you this time? Was he too busy? Yes, he has been rather preoccupied lately, so I came alone. In truth, Xu had intentionally distanced himself from Wolf fearing that he might feel caught in the middle between himself and Feng Jing. Qinwan, what are your thoughts on our wolf clan? Xu Yuan was eager to hear her perspective. Actually, I have a fondness for the wolf clan. I once cared for a young wolf cub, but when it matured, I released it back into the wild. That's so. You truly possess a kind heart to have returned it to the wilderness, Xu remarked, prompting Qinwan to reminisce about the little wolf cub she had once tended to. Wondering how it fared in the forest now. Now, Xu, let us eat. I prepared several extra dishes to treat you. Do sample their flavors, Qinwan said with a smile, her gaze upon him causing Xu Yuan's heart to flutter. Even before tasting, he could assure himself that the dishes would be delightful, having often enjoyed food from Qinwan's hands during his time as a little wolf cub in her embrace. Delicious. I truly relish it, Xu Yuan proclaimed, savoring every bite. Eat your fill. I have prepared plenty of dishes, more than we can consume, Qinwan encouraged, as Xu Yuan began to devour the food voraciously, fortunate that her culinary skills ensured no dish could be unpalatable. Xu Yuan, what was the purpose of your personal visit to our tiger clan? Qinwan inquired, curiosity piqued. We are here to learn from each other as strengths, a form of exchange. I understand. It is akin to a modern-day student exchange program. Qinwan mused. Once everyone had eaten to their satisfaction, Xu Yuan departed from Qinwan's abode and returned to the quarters specifically arranged for him within the clan. During his stay, Xu Yuan refrained from any mischief, often seeking out Qinwan for companionship, leading to a deepening bond between them. One day, after finishing the meal, Qinwan suddenly felt a wave of nausea, an urge to retch surging within her. She expelled the contents of her stomach. Feng Jing swiftly embraced her. Qinwan, are you with child? Am I to be a father? Feng Jing, having heard that morning sickness often accompanied pregnancy, had long awaited the moment he could welcome a child with Qinwan. Oh, Feng Jing, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly be pregnant? Qinwan was incredulous, still unprepared for such a swift transition into motherhood. While children were undoubtedly adorable, the prospect of childbirth filled her with trepidation, envisioning the pain it would entail. You are mistaken. I am not pregnant. Qinwan attempted to dispel Feng Jing's peculiar notion. No. Do you not desire our child? I am convinced you are expecting. I witnessed you retching just now. Feng Jing's expression was earnest, his reasoning compelling. That moment, uncertainty crept into Qinwan's heart. Could it be true? Feng Jing leaned closer, placing his hand on Qinwan's abdomen. Let me feel, Wan. Perhaps I can sense the child's movement. Feng Jing, in that moment, resembled an eager father, his eyes filled with anticipation for the life that might soon come into the world. I sense there is indeed a child within. I cherish them already. Qinwan found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts drifting to what her child might be like when they grew up. She walked with greater caution, even though her pregnancy had yet to show. Sometimes she would cradle her belly with her hands. Child, I finally have a child, Feng Jing exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Having grown up without parents, his childhood had been devoid of warmth, which led him to resolve to cherish his future son. Are you a little tiger or a little female? He pondered aloud that if you're a little tiger, your father will take you hunting, but if you're a girl, your dad will have your mother make you beautiful clothes. Feng Jing leaned close to Qinwan's belly, lowering his voice as if afraid to startle the unborn child. What are you doing here, Qinwan? Hurry back to your room and sit down. You're not needed in the kitchen, he urged, having noticed her desire to help. Ever since she suspected she might be pregnant, Qinwan had taken care to tuck away her fitted clothes, opting instead for looser garments. Feng Jing, I find it hard to believe. Is this really true? Do we truly have a child? Qinwan felt a flutter of anxiety, sensing that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. What is there to doubt? We are about to become parents. I've already started saving things for the child's future, Feng Jing replied straightforwardly, his mind set on preparing toys and instruments for their offspring. Much to Qinwan's distress. What if I'm not pregnant? Wouldn't all those preparations be in vain? She fretted, feeling the weight of Feng Jing's expectations. Does he really want a child that much? If I'm not pregnant? That is all right. After all, You haven't gained any weight, right? Besides, if not this time, perhaps the next will be different. Despite Qin Wan's attempts to dissuade him, Feng Jing was determined to share the good news with Yu Yun and Qing Mo. Eager to tell them they might soon have a grandchild, that I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Could you bring me something to eat? He requested cheerfully, setting about preparing a meal for her. Feng Jing rushed to inform Qing Mo and Yu Yun of the delightful news, especially since Qing Mo was quite impatient, anxious to check on Qin Wan, fearing for her and the baby's safety. Feng Jing, after all these years, you finally have a child. I regret that your parents weren't there for you as a child. I believe you will shower this child with all the love you have. Yu Yun remarked, "Of course. This child is my treasure, and I will cherish him dearly," Feng Jing affirmed. Chapter 72. A false alarm now that Qin Wan was pregnant. Feng Jing had taken it upon himself to ensure her safety, forbidding her from doing any work. Concerned for the baby, Qin Wan dared not make any sudden movements and even sought out folic acid supplements to ensure a healthy pregnancy. Upon learning the news, Qing Mo and Yu Yun hurried over, with Yu Yun already beginning to craft garments for the child, hoping to provide for the love Feng Jing had missed as a child. For a few days, Qin Wan reveled in the treatment of a queen, with Feng Jing even offering his arm for support as she walked. However, after a few days, Qin Wan discovered that her period had arrived. Revealing the misunderstanding, she felt nauseous, likely due to the stale food or perhaps an upset stomach, with no connection to pregnancy at all. Am I not a fool? I created such a grand misunderstanding. And you all believed I was pregnant, and I thought so too, she lamented, feeling disheartened. She worried about what the villagers would say if they found out, fearing their laughter at her expense. Have you ever blamed me for not truly being pregnant? She asked, her expression clouded with disappointment, as if she had been holding her breath. That it's all right. I don't blame you. This child was simply not meant to be right now, though we will have children in the future. Feng Jing reassured her, though he inwardly chastised himself for having so confidently declared that Qin Wan was pregnant when it turned out to be merely a stomach upset. It's my fault for insisting you were pregnant when you were unwell. I jumped to conclusions too quickly that if anyone is to blame, it should be me. Who would have thought it was all a false alarm? This could hardly be attributed to anyone else, as the desire for a child loomed large in their hearts. Since learning that Qin Wan was not pregnant, Feng Jing's affection for her intensified, making it difficult for her to rise from bed, as he seemed to have gone mad with the longing for a child. Why are we in such a hurry to have a child? Do you really want one that much? Qin Wan inquired. Feng Jing reflected, realizing that it wasn't so much that he adored children. Rather, he viewed them as the culmination of his love with Qin Wan. Let us allow this matter of children to unfold naturally. Besides, do we really need children right now? Am I not enough for you? Unexpectedly, word of the supposed pregnancy spread through the tribe, and villagers came to inquire about the news. Feng Jing was disheartened by their discussions about the child, which pierced his heart deeply that he gazed at the toys he had crafted, his frustration mounting to a boiling point. Had he known the truth, he would have refrained from feeling nauseous, opting instead to discreetly deal with it to avoid such a significant misunderstanding. Having remained indoors to protect her pregnancy, Qin Wan had forgotten about Shui Yuan, and even the females in the tribe had grown silent. Yet who could have known that the child was a mere illusion? Feng Jing felt utterly despondent. Yet, this incident had its silver lining, for it drew Qin Wan and Feng Jing closer together. Feng Jing devoted all his attention to Qin Wan, his gaze lingering on her as if he could not bear to look away. Shui Yuan, during this time, had learned many new things, including methods of growing peppers and cooking corn, having observed Qin Wan at work. Life in the tiger tribe was blissful for Qin Wan and Feng Jing. But then calamity struck that a sudden torrential rainstorm unleashed its fury, accompanied by thunder, drowning the crops they had planted. Life grew challenging as the homes were flooded. Fortunately, Qin Wan had a storage space, allowing her to secure their belongings. The rain was so severe that it threatened to collapse even the houses above ground, leaving only the sturdier cement structures intact. Everyone sought refuge in the concrete buildings, huddling together until the storm passed. Once the rain ceased, they emerged to a scene of devastation. The tiger tribe, originally perched on the mountainside, had suffered landslides due to the storm, with many trees uprooted and debris scattered below. The sight of their homes was heartbreaking. It was evident that the storm's wrath had been formidable. Qin Wan was troubled. Why did such misfortunes continually befall them? The storm had rendered the mountains unsafe, prompting the decision to relocate and establish a new tribe elsewhere. It was clear how immense the rainfall had been, forcing a community that had resided in the same place for decades to seek a new home. Where do you wish to move? Please offer your suggestions that if you have none, do not object to where we decide to go, the leader proposed, stepping forward to address the group. Fear not. Choose freely. We shall abide by your decision, they replied. The leader selected a flat area, devoid of cliffs, to mitigate the risk of landslides and enhance safety. Qing Mo and Feng Jing set to work at the new site, which was still a muddy expanse. Completely barren of structures, everyone had to rely on one another to rebuild. Fortunately, this area lacked any existing tribes, making it a safe choice for their relocation. The males busied themselves in earnest, constructing brick walls and building new homes, even chopping down many trees for timber. The males were overwhelmed with work, while the females could do little more than prepare meals for them. Qinwan felt helpless amidst the crowd, unable to retreat to her space. Forced to watch Feng Jing labor tirelessly, her heart ached for him as she saw the wounds on his face, the calluses on his hands, and the bruises from the heavy timber and stones. Though these injuries were merely superficial, they ignited a fierce frustration within her. She lamented her inability to assist, her heart racing with distress. How could it come to this? If only the heavens had spared us this torrential downpour. They could have continued to live in tranquility in their previous tribe. That be why the way. Feng Jing has departed, returning to the wolf clan. With such a deluge, the dwellings of the wolf clan have also suffered, rendering them unsuitable for habitation. Thus, Xu Yuan resolved to return and face the challenges alongside them. Chapter 73. Medicinal Brew. Once the houses were completed, everyone took the initiative to erect a fence around the vicinity, encircling the entire tribe with a secure barrier. Thorny plants were intertwined with the fence, a precaution against any potential intruders. Everyone was eager to settle into their new abodes, expressing great fondness for the architectural style. Qinwan, however, felt indifferent to the aesthetics of the houses. Her primary concern was the joy of living. Otherwise, she would not have hastened into a relationship with Feng Jing. That in truth, many modern women harbor a fear of marriage and motherhood. So Qinwan's willingness to bear Feng Jing as children and marry him was quite remarkable. After all, she was merely in her 20s, navigating the trials of a beastly world without the comfort of family or elders. Every hardship would test her resolve. Feng Jing, you must be exhausted during this time. You should rest well, that in a few days, when I have the time, I shall prepare nourishing soup for you, ensuring your health is restored to its former state. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing, who had initially shown no reaction, immediately recoiled. What kind of tonic? Is it that dreadful black herbal concoction again? Who could possibly stomach it? Even pinching my nose wouldn't help, he thought, preferring to endure the pain of his injuries rather than consume that dreadful medicine. Wanwan, the injuries I have are merely superficial. They will heal swiftly. There is no need for medication. I assure you my health is robust. Feng Jing insisted, his earnest eyes attempting to convince Qinwan and dispel her intentions of brewing medicine. No, I am determined to brew medicine for you. I feel you have endured so much, and you begrudge others' concern. Do you have any idea how precious these medicinal herbs are? Qinwan expressed her displeasure. Feng Jing was somewhat aware of the herb's value, yet to waste such precious materials on him seemed ludicrous. He could hardly endure that black substance. Feng Jing even misinterpreted, wondering if Qinwan had grown up consuming traditional Chinese medicine in his previous era, which was simply unfathomable that he distanced himself by 10 meters. Declaring, Wanwan, I must speak the truth. I genuinely detest that medicine. Please abandon this notion. Qinwan closed her eyes, feeling that Feng Jing did not appreciate the sacrifice. The very thing he was reluctant to accept became a burden for him, leaving her heart heavy. All right, Wanwan, perhaps you should consult with Ma on how to prepare the nourishing soup for Ba. You see, I am in good health and do not require it to be is older and truly needs nourishment. Feng Jing cleverly redirected the pressure of consuming medicine onto Qingma. Of course, Qingma remained blissfully unaware of her son's scheming, completely absorbed in acquiring new knowledge, which happened to be lessons from the Duke of Zhou. Perhaps only Feng Jing would dare to speak to Qingma in such a way. I have reserved some of the medicine I brewed for you. Remember to take it when you have time. I am busy now, so I must take my leave. Feng Jing glanced at the medicine on the table, bitterly smiling. It seemed he could not escape this fate after all. Once everyone had tidied up, The entire tribe transformed dramatically, especially in comparison to those who had visited before. The difference was stark. You all have worked hard. The tribe has been newly constructed, and henceforth, those wishing to hunt may do so, while others can weave baskets within the tribe. Life had finally returned to its previous, serene rhythm. Qinwan felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the current state of affairs, hoping that fate would not throw any more unexpected challenges her way. She did not wish to endure the hassle of constant relocation. Wanwan, I finally have some leisure time, that I have missed you dearly these past few days. During the day, we have both been busy, rarely crossing paths. By evening, we are exhausted and fall asleep the moment we lie down, without exchanging a word. Now, let us converse earnestly. Under the cool moonlight, Feng Jing gazed into Qinwan's eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, hinting at a flicker of light. There is nothing much to discuss. I have felt quite fulfilled these past few days. Now that the houses are nearly complete, I have decided to nourish myself and brew more medicine. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing felt a sense of dread. Was Qinwan truly informed or merely pretending? The concoctions he prepared were barely consumable, and now she wished to brew them for herself. Was she intent on self-sabotage? It was simply unbelievable. Wanwan, please do not brew medicine for yourself. The taste is truly dreadful. Feng Jing genuinely expressed concern for her well-being. However, given Qinwan's fiery temperament, she erupted instantly that I am not asking you to drink it. Good medicine is often bitter. Are you unaware that the best remedies taste the worst? All right, I concede. It was my fault for speaking insensitively. You go ahead and brew your medicine. I fully support you. Qinwan's pent-up frustration began to dissipate, yet a lingering discomfort remained in her heart. Perhaps we should send something over to Ba and Ma, as they have grown weary these past few days? Or perhaps something useful? Qinwan suddenly shifted her thoughts, resolving to take action. Agreed, prepare what you need, and I shall accompany you to deliver IT. IT was rare for Qinwan and Feng Jing to be on the same wavelength. Yes, I have not seen Ba and Ma for quite some time. I wonder how they are faring. Rest assured, I saw them a couple of days ago. They appeared quite healthy, especially Ma, who has found purpose in life and is smiling every day. Seemingly rejuvenated by several years, Feng Jing spoke. A smile graced his face. Are you planning to break more cement this time? Had we known we would be relocating, we would not have used so much cement previously. Now, it seems we have inadvertently benefited others, and who knows when that cement will be discovered. Qinwan's expression soured. That cement was not ordinary. It was the labor of Feng Jing and those few beastmen who smashed the stones. Each small piece of cement represents their hard work, truly their labor's fruit, and no need for that. We shall not break any now. The ground remains slightly damp. Once it dries, we will collectively break more cement. Feng Jing shrugged, appearing helpless. Do not worry. Perhaps in a few years, the process of making cement will become simpler and less complex. Enough of your worries, my dear. If the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. You are my partner, and it is only right that I do everything for you. How sweet of you. When did you learn to be so charming? Who taught you this? Who else could it be? But you. Chapter 74. Unpalatable Cuisine. Feng Jing, do you know? I feel as though since we married, you have transformed into a different person. Qinwan remarked softly. I have not changed. I am still myself. Feng Jing had always loved Qinwan. His gaze filled with boundless affection. I know you still love me. But suddenly I feel burdened by this love, that I believe we could coexist more harmoniously. Qinwan spoke sincerely. She did not understand why Feng Jing imposed pressure on her in many aspects, particularly regarding the recent pregnancy. Initially, no one had anticipated such developments. Yet upon Feng Jing's mention of pregnancy, Qinwan accepted it, despite her indifference towards children. Upon realizing the entire situation was a misunderstanding, she felt a twinge of guilt for not truly carrying Feng Jing as child. This indeed constituted a form of pressure. Fine, this is my fault. I shall change. Feng Jing silently acknowledged his error, recognizing that his rivalry with Xuan had added to his stress, as he yearned for a child to bond them. Do not worry. I am not holding it against you, I merely wanted to bring this to your attention, so you have some clarity. Feng Jing felt as though he had narrowly escaped a predicament. Evidently, Qinwan's heart was still tender towards him. Now that the entire tribe is undergoing reconstruction, should you desire anything, do not hesitate to tell me, and I shall procure it for you. Feng Jing believed the newly constructed house must lack many items. such as the flowers Qin Wan adored keeping in her room. Thank you. I shall not be polite. Qin Wan understood that only in times of need could she provide Feng Jing with reassurance. Feng Jing chuckled, must we still express gratitude? We are family. After all, that we are the closest of companions. Indeed, Qin Wan concurred. With prepared offerings in hand, Qin Wan set out to visit Qingma and Yue Yun, who had recently completed their new house and were thrilled by Qin Wan's arrival. Wan, what brings you here? Yue Yun asked, her voice tinged with surprise. That I came with Feng Jing to check on you. How have you and Bob been these past few days? Is there anything we can assist with? Qin Wan inquired earnestly. No, you and Feng Jing are truly thoughtful. Your visit alone is enough, and you even brought gifts. Yue Yun was so delighted that she hardly knew how to express her joy that it's nothing. Just a few fruits. Mom, I also brought you some beautiful flowers. Placing them in your room will surely enhance its beauty. Qin Wan's aesthetic sense is indeed quite commendable. Well then, thank you. It is truly wonderful to have you and Feng Jing by my side. Yue Yun exclaimed sincerely. Oh, come now. What you said is simply what Feng Jing and I ought to do. Qin Wan smiled, appreciating how easygoing her mother-in-law was. By the way, have you eaten? Stay here and have a meal with me. Yue Yun began to host Qin Wan and Feng Jing. All right, we shall savor your culinary skills, Mom. Qin Wan's smile radiated warmth. Good child. Yue Yun felt a sense of fulfillment, ready to prepare a hearty meal for Feng Jing. Yue Yun aimed to incorporate all the best ingredients into her cooking. Yet since she rarely cooked, leaving most of it to Qingma, the result was that Feng Jing found the food excessively salty. What's wrong? Dear, is the dish not to your liking? Feng Jing frowned, immediately catching Yue Yun's attention. No, it's delicious. I just suddenly recalled something unpleasant, which is why my expression changed. Feng Jing desperately sought to explain, not wanting to dampen Yue Yun's spirits. If it's good, then eat more. I made plenty. Yue Yun's overwhelming maternal love made Feng Jing feel somewhat suffocated. Feng Jing managed a bitter smile and nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Wan was guzzling water like there was no tomorrow. Yue Yun, let's eat. Make sure to have a good portion. Qin Wan smiled weakly. Mom, I'm not hungry. I had quite a few fruits on my way here. I just want some water. Let Feng Jing eat more. He hasn't tasted your cooking yet. Feng Jing, however, felt quite unfortunate, bearing the brunt of the situation. Mom, since you've lived with Dad for so many years and love him dearly, why not leave some for him? Feng Jing suggested, hoping to share the burden. What's the point of leaving it for him? He doesn't deserve it. In Yue Yun's mind, Qingma had become a useless tool. Feng Jing, however, did not wish for his father to evade this misfortune alone. Surely someone had to share in the misery. Mom, since Dad has been with you for so long and cares for you, please let him have some. I ate so much already. I'm full. Then let him eat. Yue Yun insisted. If it weren't for my son feeling sorry for him, I wouldn't even consider saving any for him. I would enjoy it myself. Yue Yun remained rather proud, convinced that her cooking must be delicious. Otherwise, Feng Jing wouldn't have eaten so much. Meanwhile, Qingma, unaware of what awaited him at home, was diligently laboring away. This plot of land is wonderful. No mountains to climb, truly convenient, he mused. However, I believe this is also dangerous. Intruders could easily access our tribe that don't speak such gloomy words that we have allied with the wolf tribe. Which tribe would dare to trouble us? By the way, why hasn't Brother Mingluo returned yet? They aren't enjoying themselves with the wolf tribe too much, are they? Chapter 75. Stomachache Shuyan returned to the wolf tribe, but could not shake his thoughts of the tiger tribe. His tribe leader scolded him. Have you lost your mind? Why do you keep yearning for the tiger tribe? Are you uncomfortable being the young master of your own tribe? Shuyan grimaced, realizing that he might never have a fate with Qin Wan. Just when he had gotten closer to her, a storm struck, and now his tribe was a wreck, with many houses needing reconstruction. Fortunately, the few beastmen from the tiger tribe remained to help. Their large beast forms meant they possessed considerable strength, aiding everyone significantly. Young master, how is our tiger tribe? Mingluo eagerly asked upon seeing Shun return. He was desperate to know the news of his tribe. The tiger tribe is doing well. They have rebuilt their houses. But they have moved to a new location, Xu Yuan reported. They moved to another place? Will we still be able to find it when we return? Please, elaborate. Mingluo's anxiety was palpable. He had only stepped out for a moment. Yet such a significant change had occurred. They relocated to the plains to the left of your original tribe. It's quite easy to find, Xu Yuan reassured him. Ming Luo relaxed at this news. Did I ask there anything else we can assist you with? Xu Yun surveyed the nearly completed wolf tribe and remained silent. Well, we shall return to the tiger tribe. Since they have relocated, we undoubtedly have much to attend to. Ming Luo and his companions were eager to return to their tribe. All right, off you go. I will have the tribe members see you off shortly. No need for that. We can leave right away without disturbing the tribe. Ming Luo and his companions hurried to the tiger tribe, excited to see their newly constructed settlement, certain it would be even more beautiful and level than before. After searching for quite some time, Ming Luo and his group finally located the new tribe. A fence surrounded the outer area, making entry difficult. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Ming Luo called out from outside. Isn't that Ming Luo? What brings you back now? One of the tribe members recognized them. Yes, I'm back. Let me in quickly. How are the new houses? Why are you still worried? Everything has been built. Your houses are ready for you to move in as soon as you return. The Beastman chuckled amiably. Ming Luo was impatient to see his new home, and most of his fellow Beastmen shared his eagerness. Ming Luo, what do you think of this? They led him to their respective houses. Ming Luo gazed at his new dwelling, utterly enamored. He had not anticipated such a beautiful house, far surpassing his previous one. Thank you, brother, he said, placing a hand on the shoulder of the Beastman beside him. Yes, if you were ever lacking. All our houses have been rebuilt, none missing. Everyone was elated, surveying their newly constructed tribe with immense pride. This was the fruit of their labor. Meanwhile, Chima had finally returned home, staring at the two oddly shaped lumps of mush on the table. Perplexed, Yun, what is this on the table? It looks so strange. Upon hearing Qingma's words, Yun's mood soured. She had specially saved this for him, unaware of how harshly her husband would speak. This is a dish I made just for you. Do give it a try. Feng Jing said it tasted quite good. Qingma's face paled instantly. What had happened to his wife? Why had she suddenly taken up cooking? Hurry and eat. Feng Jing and Qinwan praised it. Yun urged, oblivious to the true nature of her cooking. All right, I will eat it soon. Qingmo resolved, deciding to endure for the sake of family harmony, even if it meant consuming the two lumps. After all, it was merely a case of a stomach ache at worst. He suppressed his urge to gag and took mouthfuls of the mush. Good heavens! How could something so horrid even be made? Qingma, is it not delicious? You seem so moved you could cry. Yun inquired, curious about his reaction. Qingma nodded. Delicious, though his smile was tinged with bitterness. Once Qingma finished the two portions, he felt as though the world had been liberated. His head swam slightly. Delicious, truly delicious, he mumbled, even in a daze. However, by nightfall, Qingma realized he had been terribly mistaken. It was not merely a stomach ache that a severe pain tormented his abdomen, as if someone were tugging at his insides. He was in excruciating pain. Yun, I feel terrible. Please hurry and summon the shaman, Qingyang murmured in a daze. Yun, recognizing that something was amiss, hastened to the shaman's quarters. That it's bad. Qingma is doubled over in pain. She shouted anxiously. The shaman, startled by her urgency, followed her back to their home. Upon entering, they found Qingma lying on the bed, looking as pale as a ghost, drenched in cold sweat, with beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks. This does not bode well, the shaman observed, noting Qingma's distress. What shall we do? Shaman, you must save him. Yun pleaded, recalling all the kindness Qingma had shown her. Very well. Tell me what he did today. What did he eat? Why is he in pain? The shaman inquired, seeking to understand the situation. Yun recounted everything she knew in detail. After a moment of contemplation, the shaman instructed, Yun, bring me the food you gave Qingma this morning. But he has eaten it all. Yun hesitated. Then bring me the stone bowl that contained it. The shaman replied, somewhat exasperated by her apparent lack of wit. Complying, Yun retrieved the bowl, which still bore remnants of uneaten food. The shaman dipped a finger into it and tasted. Instantly, his expression shifted, and he spat it out to Qingma's wife. This dish is dreadful. Did you even sample it yourself? Yun, bewildered, asked, what is wrong with the dish? Do you not realize? Qingma has fallen ill from your cooking. The shaman's words struck Yun like a bolt from the blue, piercing her heart. But shaman, Feng Jing ate it yesterday as well. He is not ill, is he? Yun lamented, filled with regret for having dared to cook. Chapter 76. Silk with a bitter smile, Yun dipped her finger into the leftover dish and tasted it. The moment it touched her tongue, she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. What have I made? She thought, appalled by the saltiness that rendered it inedible. That I was wrong. I shouldn't have attempted to cook. Will Chima be all right? Tears streamed down her face, laden with guilt and sorrow. He should recover. The situation appears somewhat hopeful. It is likely just a case of gastroenteritis. I will fetch some herbs from home to remedy it, the shaman remarked calmly, unfazed by Yue Yun's tears. Please hurry. She urged, desperate for Qingma's swift recovery. Qingma, I am so sorry. It is my fault you lie here suffering, she murmured by his side. Regaining a semblance of awareness, Qingma weakly lifted his hand. That it's all right. I bear you no ill will. It was quite delicious, he reassured her. The Yue Yun's tears flowed even more fiercely. Soaking his fur cloak, do not cry. It diminishes your beauty, he said gently, managing to elicit a faint smile from her through her tears. Fortunately, Qingma's ailment did not linger long, and he soon recovered. However, the incident left a lasting impact on Yue Yun, who resolved never to cook again, convinced of her lack of culinary talent. Yeah, I must confess, it touched me deeply that you cared enough to weep for me. Qingma teased. You fool! Do you not realize how long I have been anxious, fearing you might not awaken? She retorted. Yue Yun, you must have faith in your abilities. That if your cooking had such dire consequences, I would never have partaken. I value my life too much. You are insufferable. I know my dishes are terrible, but I did not intend for this to happen. Her demeanor slowly returned to its former self. Qingma gazed at her, a dazed smile gracing his lips. This is the Yue Yun I know. What are you grinning about? Don't think you can shine just because I give you a little light, she quipped back. That I understand. I understand, Qingma said, his gaze filled with deep affection. Feng Jing and Qinwan soon learned of the situation and rushed over. Mother, we heard father is unwell. That is he all right? Are you both in good health? Yes, I'm perfectly well. Look at you two, sweating from your haste. Your father is fine now, she reassured them. But what caused his ailment? Yue Yun's face flushed crimson. That it was my fault. I should not have forced him to eat that dish. Qinwan recalled the day Feng Jing had eaten the same meal. Father fainted after eating that dish, but rest assured he is fine now. You also ate that dish. You are unharmed, right? I am fine. My constitution is different. I am stronger and can tolerate such things. That my health is robust. That is a relief. I was truly fearful of having harmed both of you, she confessed. Do not blame yourself, mother. Father is simply too fragile. He could not withstand that dish. It seems he must exercise more, Yue Yun suggested. Qingma's expression shifted as he realized the implications of having such a son. Ever since Feng Jing had come into the picture, his troubles had multiplied. There was no denying that this was all due to having a good son. Indeed, my son is correct. You ought to strengthen yourself. Feng Jing ate my cooking without issue, unlike you, who is so delicate, causing me such distress. That I have not blamed you. Qingma could hardly believe how suddenly the tide had turned against him, as if all blame now rested on his shoulders. All right, it is my fault. My constitution is lacking, he conceded, knowing he had no choice but to admit his shortcomings in front of so many. Yet in his heart, Qingma had cursed Feng Jing repeatedly for being so ungrateful. Father, you are unaware that Feng Jing rushed over upon hearing the news, even forgetting to put on his shoes, Qinwan remarked. Qingma involuntarily glanced at Feng Jing's bare feet. Feng Jing, you should go home. You are barefoot. Do not linger here. Perhaps you could wear my shoes back. Do not injure yourself. You have always been a good son. Your father is proud of you. Qingma lamented his misfortunes, feeling that calamities were perpetually falling upon him. He had never fainted before, not even after eating Yue Yun's cooking previously without incident. All right, mother, perhaps you should cook less in the future. The father's body cannot handle it. That I understand. I will be cautious. That I would not dare to feed him again. Let him prepare his own meals. Qingma had discovered yet another virtue within himself. Thankfully, he could cook, or else their household would surely face ruin under Yue Yun's culinary skills, which could lead to their demise. Yeah, from now on, let me handle the cooking for you. After all, you've eaten my food for so many years. You should be accustomed to it, Qingma declared with a hint of pride. You think this is a good thing? So arrogant. Truthfully, it is quite advantageous for me not to know how to cook. It grants me a legitimate excuse to play instead, Yue Yun replied. Qingma considered this and realized she had a point. However, he felt it was his duty to pamper his partner. Recently, Qingwan had discovered a mulberry tree in the plains, which surprisingly housed silkworms. This was an unexpected delight if she nurtured these silkworms well. She could eventually produce a wealth of silk, leading to silk quilts and gloves. "Mother, I found a silkworm on that tree over there." Wei-yin immediately grasped her intent. "Are you hoping to make clothing from the silk produced by those silkworms? As a tribe does? Mother, you are so clever. That is exactly what I intend." Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "But heed my advice. This idea may not be practical, that I have raised these little creatures before, and they perish quickly. Moreover, I do not know how those females manage to weave silk into clothing. It seems utterly unfathomable." Wei-yin cautioned, attempting to dissuade Qin Wan from her ambitions. "Do not worry, mother. I will figure it out. I know how to use the silkworm cocoons to produce silk," Qin Wan confidently asserted. "Really?" Wei-yin exclaimed, surprised. Such knowledge was a closely guarded secret among tribes. How could Qin Wan possibly know? "Indeed, mother, just wait, and I shall create a beautiful silk garment for you," Qin Wan proclaimed, though in truth, she merely knew how to utilize the cocoons, but felt uncertain about actually crafting garments from the silk. Chapter 77. Cocooning. The news of Qin Wan's ability to make clothing from silk spread throughout the tribe, drawing many females eager to learn this new skill. "Wan, please teach me. I desperately wish to create my own garment. Leather clothing is so uncomfortable." All right, I am unsure if I can truly make it, but let us give it a try." Qin Wan deliberately made her way to the mulberry trees, plucking down all the silkworms nestled among the branches. Compared to modern silkworms, those from this era were notably plumper and rounder. Yet they possessed none of the charm that their contemporary counterparts exuded. Instead, they appeared particularly fierce, their bodies cloaked in a dark hue, unlike the pristine white silkworms one might encounter today. Qin Wan. These creatures are quite unsightly. Can they truly produce beautiful silk? Some females were already expressing doubts. "They can, trust me, they certainly can." The entire tribe commenced their lessons anew, as Qin Wan and the females began cultivating the silkworms. The Beastmen were assigned daily to gather the tender green shoots from the mulberry trees for the silkworms' nourishment. Strangely enough, in an age where pet ownership was scarce, these unattractive silkworms began to garner affection, particularly from a few females within the tribe who treated the silkworms as if they were their own children, cooing baby at each one, and bringing them out to bask in the sun every day. Qin Wan was taken aback. It was simply incredible. It seemed these females had a rather peculiar sense of aesthetics. "Wan, look how much my silkworm has grown in just a few days. Isn't it adorable?" Qin Wan gazed at the grotesquely formed silkworm, chuckling despite herself. "Indeed, it is quite adorable." Before long, another unexpected event occurred that a female approached with a deceased silkworm, placing it before Qin Wan. "Wan, it has died. How could this happen? I took such good care of it." Qin Wan observed and hesitated before responding. "Did you happen to feed it damp mulberry leaves?" The female suddenly recalled a particularly moist leaf in her batch, rendering her speechless. After a few days of calm, yet another incident arose. One female silkworm had shrunk dramatically, causing her distress as she rushed to show Qin Wan. With a glance, Qin Wan discerned that this silkworm was preparing to spin its cocoon. "Wonderful! A cocoon is imminent. Your silkworm is beginning to spin silk. Once it has produced enough, it will transform into a cocoon. When you have collected enough, come find me, and I shall teach you how to make other items from it." "Really? Is that true? How delightful! I am so happy." The female was soon surrounded by several others eager to learn from her experience. The silkworm, now cocooning, was observed repeatedly by many females, who couldn't tear their eyes away. Some whispered encouragement to their own silkworms, urging them to strive harder. "Look at how other silkworms are already cocooning. You mustn't embarrass me." Qin Wan couldn't help but laugh at their endearing innocence. However, her own silkworms were inexplicably stunted, remaining the same size and refusing to eat mulberry leaves, causing Qin Wan much worry. Perhaps she simply wasn't cut out for silkworm rearing, by the time all the other tribe member silkworms had spun their cocoons. Hers were still crawling about, prompting her to give the few she had to Yun, believing it best for her to care for them. "Wow, you raised them so diligently, and you're really willing to give them to me?" Yun chuckled at Qin Wan's gesture. "But if I don't give them to you, they won't grow at all. It's pointless to keep them," Qin Wan replied, pragmatic about the situation, with the silkworms failing to thrive. She began instructing the females on how to utilize the cocoons to create various items. First, you need to boil the cocoons in warm water. Then, create a frame to stretch the silk fibers, layer by layer. This way, you can ultimately produce silk quilts. The females, perhaps unfamiliar with the concept of silk quilts, were nonetheless intrigued, and Qinhuan was thrilled at the opportunity to create something so luxurious and natural. Some females struggled to manipulate the silk, wasting a few cocoons in the process. Qinhuan took it upon herself to assist them, and soon, many females in the tribe were drying the yellowish-white silk. I can only guide you this far. As for making garments, you will have to experiment yourselves, she stated, departing as her knowledge in that area was limited. The remaining females exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed with the silk they had produced. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work out, as Qinhuan suggested, we could attempt to make a quilt, which should also be quite comfortable, one proposed. Yes, I think that's a splendid idea. The others agreed enthusiastically. Soon, progress was made. One female joyfully discovered that the silk could be drawn out strand by strand. How did you figure that out? You're incredibly clever. The others surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Blushing, she replied, I thought it was rather simple. Then why not see if you can create something with it? Hey, can we not weave baskets with this silk? Let us see if we can make some clothing. They promptly set to work, filled with fervor. Remarkably, they managed to weave a small piece of fabric from the silk, though it was far from sufficient for a full garment. This consumes far too much silk. We've used all our silk and made only this tiny piece. It's nowhere near enough for clothing. Despite their disappointment, the sight of the silk fabric ignited hope within them. With the intention of raising more silkworms in the future, they envisioned crafting their own garments, relieved that they would no longer have to envy the clothing of females from other tribes. Moreover, in this beastly world, few knew how to weave garments from silk, making it a potentially lucrative skill. Next year, let us raise even more silkworms. I want to make myself a dress, one female declared joyfully. You too? I want to do the same, and I also wish to create a silk quilt. Didn't Qin once say they are quite comfortable? Sister, what ambition! Just how many silkworms do you plan to raise? Teased another nearby female. Why not? I have nothing but time in the tribe. Besides, I can have my partner gather more mulberry leaves for me. I can just sit at home. How delightful! The female fantasized about the ease of the endeavor. Chapter 78. Injuries. Strangely enough, having become accustomed to these silkworms, I now find them rather endearing, remarked one female, gazing at the silkworms with a twinkle in her eye. Next year, I shall raise even more. I will no longer find them ugly if they grow bigger. What shall we do with this piece of fabric? It took us so long to create. Let us present this fabric to Qinhuan. Without her, we would never have managed to make it. Did I agree? When Qinhuan received the fabric gifted by the females, she was utterly astonished. Biting her lip, her gaze gleamed. Did you truly make this? She questioned, still in disbelief. The females nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed. It was we who made it. That it was then that Qinhuan realized she had underestimated the capabilities of the tribe's females. Each one was remarkable, and given the chance, they would surprise you with their talents. You are all incredible, Qinhuan exclaimed sincerely. The females blushed, lowering their heads shyly. Wan, you are the true marvel. Without you, we wouldn't have made this fabric, they replied, their eyes sparkling warmly with admiration. Thank you all. In truth, I didn't contribute much. This is entirely your achievement. When Feng Jing returned that evening, he found Qinhuan gazing lovingly at the piece of fabric she held, her eyes twinkling with joy. Oh, Qinhuan, what good fortune has you smiling so brightly? Feng Jing teased. The females in our tribe truly managed to weave fabric from the silk. Qinhuan beamed, her attention wholly consumed by the fabric, showing no inclination to share it with Feng Jing. Really, what a delightful surprise. Feng Jing responded, by the way, what have you all been up to lately? I've noticed you returning each time with fresh wounds. Are those beasts particularly fierce? Qinhuan narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing Feng Jing to ensure he wouldn't evade the truth. It's nothing. We haven't fought any beasts that we've been sparring amongst ourselves to enhance our combat skills. Feng Jing replied, nonchalantly. Should I bring you the medicine I prepared just for you? Be careful not to get hurt. Everyone is doing their best. Qinhuan patiently advised, concerned for his safety. Don't worry. Your man has some strength. These are merely minor injuries. You should see the other beastmen in the tribe. Some have broken limbs. Feng Jing shrugged, confident in his abilities. I trust you, of course, but accidents can happen. It's best to be cautious, Qin Wan implored, treating him like a child, coaxing him gently. Now that's more like it, Feng Jing replied, a hint of pride in his tone to be why the way. Dad, didn't he join the fight this time? Did he? His body had grown so frail that he could hardly withstand any stimulation. Qin Wan's thoughts drifted to Qing Mo, and a dull ache settled in his head. The unexpected incidents surrounding him were simply too numerous. Feng Jing appeared, as if he were caught by an invisible hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, his eyes darting around, yet he dared not meet Qin Wan's gaze. Feng Jing, you wouldn't tell my father that you've gone to join the fight, would you? Qin Wan found it utterly incomprehensible that such matters could occur. Surely Qing Mo was just there to stir up trouble. There's no alternative. All the Beastmen in the clan must participate this time. Don't worry. There won't be any unforeseen accidents, and the ones fighting alongside him are of similar age. Feng Jing sought to reassure Qin Wan. You, as a son, truly have a carefree mindset. Qin Wan regarded Feng Jing with a hint of respect. This was the essence of a true warrior, unconcerned even for the well-being of his own father. Meanwhile, Qing Mo was at home, gritting his teeth. His injuries were no trifling matter, with several fist-shaped bruises adorning his back. And his face bore the marks of a black eye, rendering him reluctant to step outside, fearing ridicule. Even Yu Yun ceaselessly pointed at Qing Mo, laughing uncontrollably. What should I do, Yu Yu? Those Beastmen were far too ruthless. I can't fight back, and there's no escape, that it's simply unbearable. Qing Mo began to lament his plight, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Fear not. You are a man if it becomes too much. Simply surrender. But one thing, you must never tell anyone that I am your partner. I have no desire to share in your disgrace. Yu Yin spoke to Qing Mo without a hint of courtesy. Her eyes narrowed, laden with subtle threats. Qing Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him. What kind of world was this? At such an age, he was still forced to fight others. It was truly pitiful. Qing Yang and Yu Yun had been expelled from the tribe years ago for their unreliability, laziness, and lack of seriousness, which left Qing Mo genuinely unmotivated, yearning only to be a slacker. Yet, the realization that failure to put in effort would result in being beaten by other Beastmen ignited a spark of potential within him. Thus, Qing Mo began to train diligently, running every morning and evening. Even Feng Jing began to view Qing Mo with newfound admiration. He had no idea his father possessed such determination, which was nothing short of astonishing. Father, slow down a bit. No need to rush. Feng Jing had taken to accompanying Qing Mo on his daily runs. Qing Mo's goal was to complete 2 or 3 laps around the entire tribe, while Feng Jing aimed for 20 or 30 laps. Although their targets vastly differed, their paths remained the same. Feng Jing, I'm fine. I'll push myself for 2 laps, and if it becomes too exhausting, I'll take a break. Qing Mo stubbornly refused to acknowledge his frailty, insisting on maintaining a brave facade. Feng Jing saw through his father's pretense, but did not press the matter, merely standing by to watch Qing Mo run, while occasionally offering encouragement. This represented the pinnacle of their father-son bond, that a wry smile crossed Qing Mo's face as he noticed Feng Jing still focused on him. A surge of determination welled up within him. He could not afford to lose, nor could he disgrace himself in front of his child. Thus, for Feng Jing, his father truly embodied perseverance. Feng Jing, look at how dark you've gotten. It's hard to believe you're still a white tiger. Upon seeing Feng Jing return, Qin Wan realized he had transformed entirely since the day they first met, his sun-kissed skin now resembling that of a dark-skinned individual. Qin Wan almost failed to recognize him. Feng Jing chuckled foolishly. It's nothing, my dear. A man with a bit of a tan has his charm. Qin Wan found it almost unbearable to look at him. This man was indeed a bit too bashful, making him somewhat difficult to deal with. Qin Wan, do you still find me lacking? Don't you dare abandon me. You'll never have the chance to leave. Feng Jing's gaze sharpened, a hint of menace lurking within. Qin Wan felt a shiver run down his spine. This man changed moods with alarming speed. Chapter 79, Terrifying. Qin Wan awkwardly laughed. Not at all. You are my husband. How could I ever leave you? Feng Jing remained skeptical, but eventually, it was Qin Wan who averted his gaze first, and as the practice fight gradually came to an end, a remarkable transformation swept over the tribe's Beastmen, who now exuded an entirely different aura, ferocious and valiant. Though this was ostensibly a positive development, Qin Wan couldn't shake an uneasy feeling, as if something unfortunate were on the horizon. a tempest brewing before the storm. After the recent migration, the Tiger clan had undergone significant changes. Previously, returning to the tribe from the mountains had been a cumbersome endeavor, but now, they resided on a vast plain, allowing them to shift into their beast forms and reach their destination in mere moments. 1-1. I believe our tribe's strength is noticeably increased. It feels as if the chief is plotting something. Feng Jing voiced his unease, mingled with a touch of uncertainty about the future. Enough of that. It's ultimately not a bad thing. When the time comes, I will face it alongside you. Qin Wan nestled in Feng Jing's embrace, his voice tinged with affection. Indeed, Wan, having you in my life is my fortune. Feng Jing did not utter any more romantic phrases, yet this statement came from the depths of his heart. Meeting Qin Wan was indeed his stroke of luck, transforming him from a clueless fool without family or direction into a mature beastman who had found his parents and kin. Even so, Qin Wan's heart still harbored some worries. He could not accept the possibility of a significant confrontation in the future. Qin Wan aspired to develop something that would allow the Tiger clan to secure victory more effortlessly in the forthcoming battles. In truth, Qin Wan's ambitions were rather modest. He initially aimed to create explosives using gunpowder, but reality proved uncooperative and he lacked the necessary skills. The nitrate for making gunpowder took Qin Wan a considerable amount of time to locate. But fortunately, there was still an abundance in that area, sufficient for his needs. After numerous attempts at recalibrating the mixture, what Qin Wan ultimately produced was not a deadly explosive, but rather a type of ornamental firework that burst forth in beautiful displays. This outcome left Qin Wan feeling deeply disappointed. It could only make a sound, at best amplifying its spectacle, rendering it virtually useless. However, upon hearing this news, Chief Qin Yang became highly intrigued and approached Qin Wan, eager to see the rudimentary gunpowder he had concocted. After examining it for a considerable time, the chief and the shaman expressed their astonishment. This is truly remarkable. We had never conceived that the powder from this stone could explode. You must be a divine envoy sent to assist our Tiger clan. Your timing is impeccable. Thank you for the praise, Chief. In truth, this gunpowder is of little utility, incapable of causing harm, merely visually appealing. Qin Wan replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. You foolish child, while you may deem this powerless, other clans have never encountered such a thing. How can you know what they think? Perhaps upon seeing it, they will be frightened away. The chief, a cunning old fox, would not overlook any opportunity that might strengthen the tribe. Qin Wan, my dear nephew, I hope you will continue to research this substance, striving to uncover its potential for greater applications. But you must also safeguard yourself. Your life is invaluable. The chief had high hopes for Qin Wan, recognizing his keen intellect and the consistent brilliance of his inventions. Very well, Chief. Since you insist, I shall give it another try. Qin Wan resolved to cast aside his doubts and make a concerted effort for both himself and Feng Jing. Wan, what did the chief want to discuss with you just now? Feng Jing inquired, curiosity piqued regarding the secretive nature of his uncle's conversation with Qin Wan. Nothing much. I merely discovered something beneficial for the tribe, which pleased the chief, Qin Wan replied with a chuckle. Unwilling to burden Feng Jing with worried, any discerning ear, it was clear that this was a fabrication. Who would hide such a trivial discovery, even from Feng Jing? Yet for Feng Jing, his trust in Qin Wan was unwavering. Leaving no room for doubt, by the way, Feng Jing, have you been training recently? Qin Wan found himself inexplicably concerned. Not at all. Everyone is focusing on recuperating and restoring their strength, Feng Jing answered candidly, his gaze glistening. Though he had transformed into a dark-skinned figure, there was a different kind of allure about him, a potent blend of sensuality and masculine strength. What delighted Qin Wan most was the newfound firmness and fullness of the muscles on Feng Jing's abdomen. When he pressed his hand against them, they would bounce back, offering a delightful sensation. Unable to resist temptation, Qin Wan often found himself wanting to touch. Each time, Feng Jing would adopt a look of feigned grievance, instantly bringing Qin Wan back to his senses. In truth, Feng Jing was playing hard to get, hoping to pique Qin Wan's interest, thereby achieving his own goals. Wan, what's this? Have you finally recognized my merits? Feng Jing's eyes sparkled with mischief, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Qin Wan felt his cheeks flush. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly clarified, I merely admired your muscles. I have no ulterior motives. Ah, but we are partners. Even if you have other thoughts, I can surely indulge you. Feng Jing's words were laden with insinuation, almost a blatant temptation. Qin Wan gazed at the dark-skinned Feng Jing before her, weighing her thoughts. Although this version of Feng Jing was undeniably handsome, it didn't quite align with her aesthetic preferences. Please don't take it to heart. Just consider my earlier remarks as mere folly. Qin Wan shrank back, a hint of fear creeping in that moment. Feng Jing was on the verge of an eruption. He longed to confine Qin Wan to a safe space. This woman seemed utterly heartless. Merely darkening in complexion had rendered him unlovable in her eyes, which was truly disheartening. You are such a heartless woman, and I have loved you so dearly. Is it true that my change in color has made you unwilling to look at me even once? Feng Jing yearned to unleash his pent-up frustrations, a flicker of panic stirring within him. Feng Jing, please don't act this way. Qin Wan attempted to placate him that I won't tolerate this. Since we are together, you must be responsible for me. Feng Jing slowly began to shed some of his beast skin attire, inching closer to Qin Wan, leaving her with no place to retreat. Feng Jing, please stop. Qin Wan regarded him with a mix of fear and unfamiliarity. Feng Jing's dark skin glistened, captivating in its beauty, that he embraced Qin Wan, ignoring her struggles, and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 80. I will cut you this time. Qin Wan felt thoroughly overwhelmed by Feng Jing. Her impression of him far from favorable. Feng Jing, I warn you, consider this a pass. If you dare to act this way again, do you believe I won't cut you? Qin Wan's gaze held a fierce determination, clearly indicating her resolve to follow through on her threats. Feng Jing felt a twinge of discontent. He had hardly mistreated Qin Wan. After all, it had been quite some time since they had shared any intimacy. Wasn't it natural to seek some warmth? A competition was about to unfold in the tribe, allowing all the Beastmen to enlist, aiming to select the tribe's foremost warrior anew. The moment Feng Jing learned of this, he hurried to register, feeling it was a perfect fit for him. He was certain that this time he would emerge as the first warrior, without a shadow of doubt. Unlike Ming Luo, unperturbed, seemed confident of his success and even sought to engage Feng Jing in conversation. Feng Jing, what are your thoughts on this competition? None at all, except that I will certainly defeat you and become the tribe's first warrior. Their relationship was one of camaraderie and rivalry. They admired each other while constantly challenging one another. A classic case of adversaries. The tribe leader also made an announcement. The title of First Warrior would grant one-half the tribe's power and an exemption from daily hunting duties. This revelation prompted an influx of registrations, with Beastmen swarming the sign-up area. Who do you think will claim the title of First Warrior this time? The females, intrigued, began to speculate that I still believe Ming Luo is formidable. After all, he has been the first warrior every year. This sentiment was voiced by one of Ming Luo's devoted admirers that no. I think Feng Jing has a strong chance of becoming the first warrior. His abilities are evident to all. Your opinion displeases me. How can Ming Luo be inferior to Feng Jing? They haven't faced off yet. Each had their perspective, unable to converge. However, Qin Wan, noticing the females bickering, had a sudden epiphany about a lucrative opportunity. Since you all believe your chosen competitors have a chance at victory, why not set up a betting pool? Her tone was laced with allure, reminiscent of a wolf attempting to deceive Little Red Riding Hood. A betting pool. What on earth is that? The females were utterly clueless about the concept. It's simple. We place bets based on the competition's odds. And at the end, the loser relinquishes their stake to the winner. Qin Wan endeavored to explain the betting system as clearly as possible. That sounds quite intriguing. I want in. Me too. Count me in. Very well. Let us establish the betting pool. The moment of wagering approached, hesitation loomed. Who was more likely to win? Traditionally, these competitions drew the Beastmen's attention, but with Qin Wan's involvement, a throng of females had come to watch. Qin Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for whom to choose. However, in a display of fairness, she placed equal bets on both Feng Jing and Ming Luo. This way, she could not lose. Regardless of the outcome. Wan, you can't do that. Isn't that cheating? How can you support both? Some of the females expressed discontent, questioning why she couldn't choose just one, especially since Feng Jing was her partner. We're here to enjoy ourselves. It doesn't matter who I bet on. Qin Wan remained calm, speaking softly to the disgruntled female. The competition commenced, featuring two robust Beastmen battling fiercely, eliciting gasps of excitement from the audience. The blows were brutal, and one Beastman even lost a tooth amidst the fray. The spectators covered their mouths in shock. Even Qin Wan felt a sense of relief that Feng Jing possessed such formidable strength. Surely no one could knock his teeth out. "Hey, you scoundrel! How could you play so ruthlessly? I've lost a tooth. How will I face others now?" The Beastman, stunned, glared at his opponent. The other Beastman attempted to explain, opening his mouth, yet unable to articulate a coherent response. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have struck so hard. You should focus on healing." Thus, the injured Beastman begrudgingly departed, limping away as if he had endured a great ordeal. Each subsequent match grew increasingly thrilling, with the Beastmen displaying their heroic prowess, while some females began to admire them. Following this round, several Beastmen found companionship, and the atmosphere of competition intensified as they realized that their future partners might be watching. The injuries sustained by the losers were severe, some even on the brink of disfigurement. Qin Wan watched, her heart racing at the brutality. They seemed to regard one another as mere objects. Finally, it was Feng Jing's turn to compete. His first opponent was an ordinary Beastman, presenting no challenge at all, in just 5 or 6 minutes. Feng Jing exited the arena victorious. Once the first round concluded, only the tribe's elite remained, awaiting the second draw for new opponents. Everyone gathered around the drawing cylinder, and Feng Jing casually drew a slip, only to find it blank. "Tribe leader, is this slip erroneous? Why does it bear no writing?" Feng Jing's straightforward nature prompted him to inquire immediately upon noticing something amiss. The tribe leader, however, was pleased, patting Feng Jing's shoulder. "Your luck is remarkable. We have an extra participant, so I devised this blank slip. If drawn, it allows you to advance to the third round without further combat." In an instant, all eyes gleamed upon Feng Jing, who felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had no desire for such fortune. His capability to win was sufficient without the need for luck's favor. Feng Jing feared that if he triumphed, others would attribute his victory solely to luck, potentially driving him to madness. The second round commenced, and Feng Jing sat below, brooding, occasionally casting glances at Qin Wan. "Don't watch them. Focus on me. When it's my turn, I will ensure you can't take your eyes off me," Feng Jing declared, a tinge of jealousy coloring his words. Chapter 81. The Peculiar Luck After a Fierce Bout. Only a handful of Beastmen remained, including Ming Luo. Feng Jing's jealousy simmered as he observed Qin Wan's rapt attention on others, turmoil brewing within him. "Still watching. Are your eyes about to fall out?" Feng Jing's tone was sharp, his gaze piercing. "All right, stop being jealous and go compete. They'll be starting soon. Besides, I'm just looking. It's not like I'm doing anything wrong," Qin Wan protested, feeling wronged. "You must remember, no looking at other men. Only me." Feng Jing, displeased, ascended the arena. The competing Beastmen regarded Feng Jing with scorn. They had endured rigorous battles while he sat idly, untouched and carefree. An unfair advantage. "Feng Jing, you lucky dog. Look at my injuries. I am in tatters." Ming Luo, a good friend of Feng Jing, vented his frustrations. "Well, what can I do? This wasn't my intention. I find it quite baffling." Feng Jing gently touched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, let us hasten back to rest. Today we have already competed in 2 rounds. After the draw, let us take a brief respite, and tomorrow morning we shall engage in another match, where I shall demonstrate my prowess to you all." He addressed the orcs with these words. "Enough, enough. What are you all still chattering about? Hurry and draw lots." The chieftain, exhibiting some impatience, noted that their grand competition had already been lengthy, and he yearned to return home for some rest. The drawing commenced once more, and Feng Jing found himself pitted against an unremarkable orc. However, what set this matchup apart was that it was the first contest of the third round. It seems heaven does indeed have eyes. It would not allow one individual to be excessively fortunate. Ming Luo mocked Feng Jing. "I actually prefer the first match. That way, I can compete and then rest without having to watch you all." Feng Jing felt a twinge of displeasure, but was reluctant to lose face, striving to identify the advantages of the first match. "You can keep up your stubborn fade. I refuse to believe that's genuinely how you feel." Ming Luo knew Feng Jing better than anyone, having been rivals for so many years. "All right, I'm off that I have no desire to converse with you." Feng Jing descended from the platform, taking Qin Wan with him. He resolved to instruct Qin Wan thoroughly, ensuring she recognized who her closest companion truly was. Why did you focus on watching others during the competition instead of me? And what about that betting scheme of yours? Why did you place your wager on others rather than on me, splitting it with Ming Luo instead? Do you truly believe I would lose? Feng Jing's expression darkened, his anger rendering him almost speechless. This was his so-called companion, who appeared to harbor no regard for him whatsoever. Why so furious? I bet on you and Ming Luo because I know you both. Besides, after betting on you, I didn't wager on anyone else. Did I? Qin Wan thought this was trivial, believing it unnecessary to escalate the matter. Well, aren't you just splendid? Feng Jing gritted his teeth, uttering this remark. That goes without saying. I am well aware of my own excellence. Qin Wan tossed her hair and, with a haughty demeanor, plopped onto the bed in her room. She casually retrieved a mirror from her space, admiring her reflection and occasionally exclaiming how strikingly beautiful she was. Feng Jing was left speechless, gazing at the female before him, unable to muster any anger. He truly found himself at a loss with her. That I'm here. Qin Wan replied absent-mindedly, Do you truly care nothing for me? Feng Jing's brows furrowed tightly as he glared at Qin Wan. Of course I will watch you. After all, I place my bet on you that I certainly do not wish to lose. Although Qin Wan's words were sweetly spoken, a moment's reflection revealed that she had not solely bet on Feng Jing. She had also wagered on Ming Luo. Fine, I shan't argue with you. One day, I shall drive you to distraction. Feng Jing narrowed his eyes, deciding not to burden himself further, and resolved to rest well today, that he needed to prepare for the competition tomorrow, as he was to be the first to compete, and he intended to make certain that all the females, especially Qin Wan, recognized his authority. The following morning, as the sun rose from the east and distant roosters began to crow, the horizon was still shrouded in mist. Feng Jing awoke early, finding it difficult to return to slumber. In truth, he had been somewhat insomniac these past few days, struggling to sleep at night and waking early, resulting in prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Wan slept soundly, blissfully unaware of how many times the person beside her had tossed and turned throughout the night. As Feng Jing rose to engage in exercise, he inadvertently roused Qin Wan from her slumber. Feng Jing, why are you up so early? Go back to sleep. Qin Wan's voice was languid, almost resembling a pout. Do not fret about me. I am going out to train. You should remain at home and rest well. Before departing, Feng Jing affectionately ruffled Qin Wan's hair and kissed her forehead, leaving with satisfaction. Good night, sweet dreams. As Feng Jing commenced his training, fate intervened, and he unexpectedly encountered his father. What a twist of fate! Today, Feng Jing was in a foul mood and felt inclined to challenge his father to a race. Dad, how about we compete and see who runs faster? Feng Jing fixed his gaze upon Qin Yimo, denying him any chance to decline. Qin Yimo frowned at his disobedient son. How could he possibly compete with Feng Jing? As a middle-aged orc, there was no way he could match the speed of a young lad. No, you should refrain from challenging me. I am no match for you. Besides, should you not respect your elders? Qin Yimo chastised Feng Jing, feeling that all his efforts in raising such a son were in vain. Dad, are you truly my biological father? How could you strike me so harshly? Feng Jing, taken aback, felt that not only had he not gained a sense of achievement from his father, but he had also suffered injury in the process. Enough of the nonsense. Let us hurry and run. I still need to return and cook for your mother. Qin Yimo, reluctant to engage in a quarrel with Feng Jing, knew he could not win against him. Has Mom even considered cooking lately? You ought to persuade her. Her cooking is quite the ordeal. Feng Jing jested playfully with Qin Yimo. You little rascal. If your mother hears that, she will surely scold you. Qin Yimo, while loving Yu Yun, acknowledged that her culinary skills left much to be desired. However, only he was permitted to voice such opinions. Foolish child, your mother does not appreciate hearing such comments. Qin Yimo wished to avoid further discussion with Feng Jing, focusing instead on completing his run. Had Qin Mo's friends from the outside seen him now, they would scarcely believe that he was the same man they once knew. After all, Qin Yimo was once so lazy that he would rather stand than walk, and rather sit than stand. Now, however, he was running daily, cooking, and even hunting. He was on the verge of becoming a model citizen. Dad, what are you thinking? Smiling so strangely, Feng Jing, ever the instigator, seized upon Qin Mo's distracted state to tease him. Qin Yimo felt he might just vomit blood from frustration. Never mind. I won't let you get to me. By the way, Feng Jing. Do you feel confident about today's competition? Just don't embarrass your father too much. Qing Mo, despite his advanced age, still valued his reputation and did not want to be mocked by others. Dad, think about it. Do you even have the right to feel embarrassed? Feng Jing chuckled, recalling how Qing Mo had suffered numerous injuries recently. His face adorned with bruises which made him want to laugh. And yet, Qing Mo was still worried about losing face. You little brat, I shouldn't have bothered with you. Qing Mo, unwilling to continue running alongside Feng Jing, veered towards another side of the tribe to start anew. Although Feng Jing felt somewhat lonely running alone, his heart was unexpectedly tranquil. The first match commenced. Feng Jing and the opposing orc stepped onto the platform. Due to his regular and well-balanced training, Feng Jing's muscles were well-defined, while the orc before him was a mass of sinewy muscle, exuding a formidable aura. Feng Jing, it has been a while since I tested your strength. Today, let us have a proper match. The orc, having heard of Feng Jing's prowess, was eager to engage, but he had yet to witness it firsthand. Very well, I shall oblige. With that, the two commenced their battle. Each strike was executed with lethal intent, neither party holding back. Feng Jing, it seems you are rather impressive, the orc exclaimed, having been struck by Feng Jing's punch, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He continued to fight that, of course, fighting you is hardly a challenge. Feng Jing's words dripped with arrogance. With a decisive punch, he shattered the orc's nose, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. The spectators gasped, shocked by the brutality of the blow and the copious bloodshed. The defeated orc felt a sense of humiliation. Despite being among the strongest in his clan, he found himself utterly defenseless against Feng Jing. This was simply unfathomable. In the end, both combatants bore injuries. The orc had a broken nose and a split lip, while Feng Jing concealed numerous internal wounds, even sporting a small cut on his forehead. It seemed the orc was indeed a formidable opponent. I declare the winner of this match to be Feng Jing, the announcer proclaimed with fervor. Now victorious, Feng Jing settled into his seat, watching as the other orcs continued to battle. That fool is throwing punches too lightly. His opponent is hardly intimidated. And what of that orc? Why is his speed so sluggish? It's evident he is not trained. Are today's youth truly this lazy? Feng Jing sat aside, critiquing the bouts with the demeanor of a seasoned elder. That moment, Qin Wan caught sight of Feng Jing. Enough with your nitpicking. You wouldn't want a crowd to criticize you during your match, would you? Upon hearing Qin Wan's words, Feng Jing suddenly felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this first match was indeed a blessing in disguise. All right, you must give it your all in the competition. Strive to secure first place, as you are now nearing the finals. That it is essential to achieve a commendable ranking. At this moment, Qin Wan's tone bore a hint of exasperation, akin to that of a parent guiding a child. All right, Wan, I will certainly strive to do my best, that I will show you victory, so please focus solely on me and not on others if you would. Feng Jing's demeanor was a blend of playful charm and subtle intimidation. Enough with the banter. Let us get serious about the competition. If you return without a commendable rank, you might find me reluctant to let you through the door today. Qin Wan's eyes narrowed, fixed intently on Feng Jing with an almost fierce expression. Feng Jing chuckled, for regardless of her various moods, he adored every facet of Qin Wan, especially this version of her that cared so deeply for him. Rest assured, Wan, among the orcs in this tribe, the only worthy opponent I have is Ming Luo. None other possesses the capability to challenge me. Feng Jing exuded a certain haughty confidence in this regard. Indeed, I know Feng Jing is the most formidable, Qin Wan replied, her voice sweetly soothing, instantly comforting Feng Jing's heart. By the way, Wan, there are far too many spectators here. You must be cautious not to get jostled. Feng Jing gently caressed Qin Wan's hair, speaking in soft, tender tones. Have no fear. I am quite capable of taking care of myself at this age, Qin Wan retorted with a hint of defiance. In my eyes, you will forever be my delicate princess needing protection. Feng Jing's voice was laced with a magnetic charm, growing increasingly adept at sweet talk. Once all the victors of the competitions had been determined, the next round was set to commence promptly. As all participants took their places, Feng Jing remained momentarily dazed, standing alone off the stage. It was Qin Wan who gently pulled him back to reality, guiding him onto the platform. The tribe leader aimed for a swift conclusion, immediately commencing the fourth round of the contest. The female spectators below fixated intently on the few remaining competitors. These were the elite of the tribe. Clearly, these individuals were formidable, and the tribe's ascent would rely on their prowess. As the remaining four began to draw lots, only 2 rounds were left to determine the ultimate warrior. The atmosphere grew fervent with anticipation. Victory was tantalizingly close. Ming Luo, at long last, we have the chance to face off. I have long awaited this, Feng Jing candidly expressed to Ming Luo. Indeed, it has been a while since our last duel. I am not afraid of you. Upon finishing this exchange, the two shared a knowing smile. Such was the bond of true comradeship. The other 2 orcs, though not particularly acquainted with Feng Jing, shared a good rapport with Ming Luo. Let us draw lots. I'm eager to see who our opponents will be, suggested one of the orcs. Very well. I too wish to discover who has the fortune to battle me, Feng Jing replied. As fate would have it, Feng Jing drew Ming Luo, a stroke of luck that seemed almost dreamlike. Oh, it appears that fortune smiles upon me today. My wish has been granted, and we can finally engage in a proper fight. Feng Jing mused, is it really that much of a desire to fight me? Are you not concerned about suffering a crushing defeat? Ming Luo quipped as they began exchanging playful jibes. Enough of the idle chatter. Only when we spar will you truly understand, Feng Jing retorted, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. To their surprise, a significant crowd had gathered to witness their contest. How delightful. The more, the merrier. Should you lose, there will be many witnesses, Feng Jing remarked with a wicked grin. The battle was imminent. The time for losses and victories was upon them, and the outcome was about to unfold. This marked the first time in a while that Feng Jing and Ming Luo clashed, both cautiously probing each other's strengths. As the second round commenced, they unleashed their full capabilities, their intensity far surpassing that of previous encounters. Their eyes gleamed with determination as they remained locked onto one another. Evenly matched, the intensity of their blows escalating as they began to sustain injuries. Feng Jing's arm was twisted by Ming Luo. While the latter lost some hair to Feng Jing's claws, neither could claim superiority. Ming Luo, irked, lamented, Feng Jing, you rascal, what heroism is there in shearing my hair? I hardly anticipated your hair would be so fragile. I merely grazed it with my nails, Feng Jing admitted sheepishly, a hint of regret in his smile. Enough. Let us continue. Do not go easy on me. I am confident in my strength to defeat you. With that, they resumed their fierce encounter. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, the two ended in a stalemate. An astonishing outcome indeed. Could it be they conspired to achieve this draw? The attention of the onlookers shifted to another pair of orcs now engaged in battle. After the taller orc emerged victorious, his companions erupted in cheers. Congratulations, Lumi, on your triumph. We shall now proceed with a round of buys, with one lot being a free pass. Feng Jing, taken aback, realized his luck was as capricious as ever. Having drawn yet another buy, the females in attendance murmured, casting suspicious glances, insinuating Feng Jing had perhaps resorted to bribery for such fortune. The tribe leader coughed awkwardly, surprised by his nephew's extraordinary luck, which now cast a shadow of potential favoritism upon him. The leader collected the lots once more, instructing them to draw anew. However, the outcome remained unchanged, as Feng Jing once again drew a buy. It appeared that this was simply how it was meant to be, and the crowd resigned themselves to the outcome. Feng Jing, what sorcery have you employed to be blessed with such good fortune? Evading competition after competition? One orc remarked, his impression of Feng Jing decidedly negative, envious of his uncanny luck. Perhaps it is because I have married a woman of great fortune, Feng Jing replied with a sweet smile, indulging in a bit of romantic folly. Qin Wan, observing from below, couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Feng Jing, realizing that indeed, this man held profound affection for her. This time, Feng Jing found himself relegated to the sidelines, merely watching the matches unfold. Yet this round was far more exhilarating than previous ones. The two orcs were among the finest fighters of the Tiger clan, their battles igniting fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Meanwhile, Feng Jing's heart sank. Why was it that he had drawn another buy? He resolved that he would not participate in the next competition. His baffling luck was exasperating. Wan, do you believe my fortune is truly abysmal? Why is it always I who draws the buy? Feng Jing asked, a hint of despair in his smile. Fear not, for you possess the strength. What is there to worry about? Qin Wan reassured him, embracing an optimistic outlook. deeming it not entirely unfavorable that I understand. Yet it vexes me, Feng Jing replied, on the verge of becoming rather petulant. Well, if you partake in fewer matches, you shall sustain fewer injuries. Surely that is for the best? I do not wish to see you return bloodied, Qinwan remarked, a hint of disapproval in her gaze. Enough of this topic. After the competition, will I receive a reward? Feng Jing inquired, his demeanor reminiscent of a child seeking sweets, persistently clinging to Qinwan. What reward do you desire? She questioned, her gaze wary. Just wait until nightfall, and you shall find out. You cannot refuse, Feng Jing teased, his tone enigmatic. Qinwan could easily deduce that whatever it was, it likely was a good idea. Feng Jing felt that after the chaos of the ongoing matches, he would finally join the fray. Winning might be met with accusations of dishonor from the tribe that he anticipated. The final victory was destined to lie with Feng Jing and Ming Luo, with Ming Luo's performance being quite commendable. As the final bout approached, Ming Luo, now bloodied, readied himself to duel Feng Jing, only to be halted by Feng Jing that I have no desire to battle you while you are injured. Return home to recuperate. Once you are well, we can spar whenever you wish. Feng Jing urged Ming Luo, concerned for his friend's well-being. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Ming Luo replied, not even glancing back as he departed, leaving only the tribe leader and Feng Jing to exchange glances. With the departure of the female spectators, who had lost interest, the whispers of gossip began to circulate. Did you witness that orc? Number 24, his fighting style is terrifying. He possesses long claws, and woe betide those he disdains. The most alarming aspect is that his claws are laced with venom. Indeed, I am frightened merely at the thought. That orc is quite ruthless. Although the venom may not be potent, such underhanded tactics are utterly disgraceful. Did you observe Feng Jing's extraordinary luck, drawing 2 buys in succession? Surely he must be favored by the heavens. Indeed. Do you not feel the same? I wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. I sincerely hope it is Feng Jing, for I have placed my bets on him. Such words do not sit well with me. Do those of us who bet on Ming Luo wish to lose? The two parties engaged in a heated argument. Chapter 84, Disfigurement. When the day of the finals arrived, both Feng Jing and Ming Luo were filled with enthusiasm. Ming Luo, this time I must win, declared Feng Jing. That I will not allow you to prevail either, Ming Luo retorted. The two were evenly matched, each determined to claim victory and avoid a repeat of the previous stalemate. Feng Jing initiated the assault, transforming into a majestic white tiger, while Ming Luo morphed into a fierce black tiger. At first glance, the contrasting colors of black and white complemented each other strikingly. Both tigers exuded an air of ferocity, staring each other down in a tense standoff. Feng Jing tentatively raised his paw and swiped at Ming Luo, who responded defiantly with a roar. Oh! The sound reverberated throughout the entire tribe. What was that roar for? As if anyone cannot roar. Feng Jing expressed his displeasure. In retaliation, he let out a roar of his own, distinct in its depth and authority, surpassing Ming Luo's in resonance. The battle escalated as they exchanged blows. Feng Jing seized Ming Luo's hair, while Ming Luo, still aggrieved from the previous day's encounter, targeted Feng Jing's hair and garments with fervor. Ming Luo sought to strip Feng Jing of his animal skin attire, intent on humiliating him and avenging yesterday's grievance. What are you doing? Feng Jing asked, taken aback by Ming Luo's focus on his clothing. This was not the Ming Luo he was accustomed to. Enough with the chatter. Let us continue fighting, Ming Luo shot back, casting a fierce glare at Feng Jing. You truly are amusing. Yesterday you criticized me for pulling your hair, yet today you aim to tear my clothes. Is this not a case of double standards? Ming Luo had no intention of elaborating further. He simply wished to finish this battle decisively. Very well. Let us fight earnestly. I am certain this round will be mine. I do not believe that. The intensity of their conflict escalated to such a degree that onlookers could hardly bear to watch. Feng Jing received a punch to the face from Ming Luo. While Ming Luo's leg was struck by Feng Jing, that on the surface, it appeared that Feng Jing was faring worse. Qinwan, watching from below, felt a pang of sympathy. Why was Ming Luo targeting Feng Jing's face in particular? That handsome visage of his was extraordinary. Should Ming Luo dare to mar it, Qinwan would go to great lengths to avenge him. Feng Jing, protect your face, Qinwan shouted from the sidelines. Feng Jing glanced at her, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Did she no longer love him if his face was injured? Nonetheless, he obediently shielded his face. Qinwan could hardly bear to witness Feng Jing being struck repeatedly. Feng Jing, hang in there, she encouraged from below. Her words seemed to invigorate him. For Qinwan's sake, he was determined to triumph in this match. Feng Jing cast a glance at Qinwan, his lips moving in a silent promise. Wait for me. Qinwan smiled obediently, her gaze fixed on him. Ming Luo also had his share of supporters, given his status as a former champion. Many in the tribe, both males and females, revered him. The battle between the men was brutish, their clawed forms leaving deep scratches on the ground. Feng Jing, in particular, relentlessly targeted Ming Luo's foot, causing him to nearly lose his ability to walk. Feng Jing, you are indeed quite despicable, always aiming for my feet. Ming Luo exclaimed amidst their tussle. The fight continued for 30 minutes, yet no clear victor emerged. Both were battered and bruised, with Feng Jing's face smeared in blood, and Ming Luo struggling to maintain his footing. Enough, enough. You two should share the title of First Warrior. The tribe leader intervened, swiftly putting an end to their clash. Yes, Chief, the two conceded, recognizing that further fighting would only lead to mutual destruction. That it was clear that both possessed comparable strength, and someone would need to enhance their abilities to secure a victory. Now, I hereby declare that our tribe's first warriors are Ming Luo and Feng Jing, the chief proclaimed joyfully, the onlookers having placed bets. Neither cheered nor lamented, for they had neither lost nor won this time. Qinwan, however, felt a surge of happiness. Having wagered on both, she would reap double the rewards. One could not help but marvel at her cunning foresight. Qinwan, your Feng Jing has been severely injured by Ming Luo. You ought to comfort him, the females teased. The mere thought of Feng Jing's face in such a state caused her heart to ache. She would not forget this transgression. Ming Luo would never again receive her goodwill. In her indignation, she conveniently overlooked the fact that Feng Jing had also dealt several harsh blows to Ming Luo. Feng Jing, is your face all right? It must not be harmed. I swear I will avenge you, she declared, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not fret. I shall recover in a week or two. This is merely a mark of my heroism. Feng Jing replied, seemingly unfazed by his injuries. Meanwhile, Qinwan could hardly bear to look at Feng Jing's battered visage, feeling both sorrowful and distressed. Feng Jing, I must insist you protect that face of yours. Do not allow anyone else to inflict harm upon it, she warned, her eyes gleaming with determination as she glared at him. That I understand. Rest assured, this is the last time, Feng Jing reassured her, casting a tender glance her way. Qinwan found his gaze overwhelming. Given his current state, it was best to focus on recovery before contemplating anything else. Feng Jing, I have some herbal ointment for bruises. Please apply it to your face. We must ensure you heal swiftly, and once the swelling subsides, I have scar-removing ointment for you to use liberally. Do not allow any unremovable marks to linger, she instructed, handing him a bundle of remedies before taking a seat at the other end of the room. Qinwan busied herself with her phone, which had seen better days. Opportunities for charging were scarce, and the previous charges had been during their solitary stays in the valley, without internet access in their world. She could only indulge in novels and solitary games to pass the time. Yet this was hardly a sustainable plan. Why are you sitting so far away? Afraid of me? Feng Jing called out, noticing her distance and wishing for her to come closer. Indeed, I fear my clumsiness might worsen your injuries, Qinwan replied, somewhat bashful, as her experience in caring for others was limited, having mostly tended to Feng Jing. That it is of no concern. I would never blame you. The fact that you care for me brings me joy, Feng Jing replied with a smile. Chapter 85. Sending flowers? No need for that. You should rest and recuperate properly. Your health is of utmost importance. With the competition concluded, everyone returned to their respective pursuits. Over the past few days, Qinwan had been devising improvements for the gunpowder and had made some progress. Now, at least she could create a small explosion in the dirt. A significant advancement from her previous attempts. The chief regarded her with admiration, watching her experiments intently without blinking. This is truly remarkable. Simply extraordinary. He mused, deeply moved by the potential of the gunpowder, and he implored Qinwan to continue her research diligently. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to this endeavor, striving to contribute to our tribe, Qinwan responded, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Each minor breakthrough brought her immense joy. Oh, why did you not rush? Your well-being is paramount. The chief advised kindly, urging her not to hasten her studies. After several days of recuperation, Feng Jing had nearly recovered, his face no longer bearing the same ghastly appearance. Qin Wan, I believe I am nearly healed. Shall I accompany you for experiments? Feng Jing expressed his eagerness to leave the confines of the room. Solitude was a most unpleasant experience. Very well. If you wish to join me, by all means do so. I developed this for you, Qin Wan replied, nodding in agreement, finding it no burden to bring him along. The chief had designated a specific area for Qin Wan's experiments, and no tribe members were permitted to enter without permission, indicating a growing awareness of the need for secrecy. Indeed, gunpowder was a potent substance, capable of great destruction. Who could guarantee that it would not fall into the wrong hands, should it become a weapon for others? The Tiger tribe would be inviting disaster. So this is the gunpowder you created? I had no idea it possessed such power. Feng Jing exclaimed, pointing at the clay-coated explosive. Qin Wan nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, you cannot fathom its might. It can uproot the very earth beneath us in an instant. It took me a long time to develop it. She spoke. Qin Wan prepared to demonstrate the explosive to Feng Jing. With a resounding bang, the device detonated, creating a small crater in the ground. Feng Jing was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Is this truly real? He stammered in disbelief. What is so surprising? Is this your first encounter with the power of gunpowder? Qin Wan chuckled at his naivety. Goodness, Qin Wan, you are absolutely extraordinary. To think that you have managed to develop such a remarkable invention. Which tribe would dare to confront us now? Feng Jing's smile was so wide it seemed to split his face. Indeed, this was a tremendous boon, with such an exceptional weapon at our disposal. If the Tiger tribe were to falter in the upcoming tribal competition, Feng Jing might as well remove his own head and use it as a ball to kick. Wan, you have truly accomplished something significant. Are you aware that in a few months, we will be participating in the tribal competition, which will result in a re-ranking of each tribe? Feng Jing was in high spirits. This was akin to finding a pillow just when one felt drowsy. Qin Wan shook her head, realizing that was the underlying reason. She had wondered why the chieftain always beamed so brightly upon seeing this bomb. Rest assured, when the time comes for the tribal competition, we shall undoubtedly secure a commendable position. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the countless hours I have dedicated to studying this gunpowder. Qin Wan's heart brimmed with confidence, and she was even more determined to enhance the potency of the gunpowder in her possession. Even the previously mere fireworks could be improved. Producing more would amplify their impact. Fireworks are indeed the most splendid means of celebration, being both visually stunning and impactful. Wan, you are truly wonderful. Feng Jing felt particularly fortunate to have encountered Qin Wan, as she was the reason for his current smooth sailing. Even the tribe he belonged to was growing stronger, thanks to Qin Wan's unwavering support behind the scenes. In truth, I have done nothing extraordinary. I merely fulfilled my duties. Qin Wan blushed a little at the praise. Feng Jing certainly knew how to flatter, which explained the sweet harmony of their lives together. Feng Jing frequently surprised Qin Wan with delightful gestures, sometimes presenting her with exquisite roses, other times charming wildflowers. Regardless, he always gifted her whatever beautiful blooms he encountered, and their home was now adorned with flowers, causing many females to gaze upon them with envy. Wan, your Feng Jing treats you exceptionally well. He picks flowers for you every day. If my partner were asked to do the same, he would be infuriated. Alas, he insists on gifting them, leaving me no choice. Qin Wan began to boast a little. Indeed, Feng Jing has a remarkable eye. These flowers look splendid in our home. Upon seeing the flowers in their room, many females were instantly captivated, admiring Feng Jing's discerning taste. Is that so? You find them beautiful as well? I do too. Qin Wan reflected, knowing that it was she who had gradually taught Feng Jing this sense of aesthetics, and now he was on the verge of mastering it. Oh, I refuse to let this go. I must return home today and have my partner gather some flowers for me, or else my heart shall remain unbalanced. Some females were starting to feel a twinge of jealousy, realizing that Feng Jing had set a standard far above that of their own partners. With his strength, affection for his mate, and numerous admirable qualities, he was simply incomparable, whereas their partners merely lounged about, not even bothering to pick up a fallen spice jar, waiting in idleness for their meals. Though they would go hunting daily, was that not expected? Females still had their daily tasks, weaving baskets, after all. The females who returned from Qin Wan's abode began to urge their partners to step up. Did I tell you, if you do not bring me some beautiful flowers tomorrow, I shall reconsider my feelings for you. You can take your child and go elsewhere. In truth, the females only intended to frighten their partners. The child was still so young and could not be separated from its mother. Yet the males were oblivious. They spent the entire day searching for exquisite blooms, intent on winning the favor of their mates.